live with another episode of No News is News, Part 2 tonight, guys. We're going to get into some Rubio podcasting, some Pop-Tart lingo. We're going to get into the death of free speech in the UK with Channel 5, etc. Let's get into it now, guys. The show is about to start, everybody. How's everybody doing tonight? Double tap, hit that like button, hit subscribe, everybody. Let's get going with more news.
Left, everybody gets hit. Left, everybody gets hit. No news is news.
Hey.
No news is news.
Marco Rubio pulls another one off.
Everybody
17
gets
wins
hit.
now.
Left,
Who
everybody
will
gets
be
hit. No news is news. No news is news.
Welcome back, everyone. Double tap, hit subscribe. Just me. Appreciate you dropping in. Here we go.
Who's lying?
Marco Rubio with 17 wins, including against Daddy Trump. That was crazy.
Who's
Welcome back,
getting
comrades.
roasted
All right.
tonight?
Gavin Newsom, 22
No
wins.
news is news.
Then we got John Ossoff with 1 win. And
We're
then we have
breaking everything just for
AOC.
spite.
Get your vote in now. The show starts now.
No news.
Throw in those $5 super chats at your person to the poll today. Or $10 super chats remove someone from the poll of the day. Let's check in on the news.
Is news. No news is news. Who's lying?
Okay, we have one piece of news,
Who's
guys.
winning? Who's winning?
New York Post.
Who's getting
No prenup.
roasted
A
tonight?
$6.2 billion demand.
No news is news.
New Jersey's latest divorce trial.
The whole world's on fire and it looks so bright.
A billion hedge fund.
No news is news.
Right,
Right.
what, right, left, what, yeah, left.
Right. Left. Everybody gets hit. Left. Everybody gets hit. No news is news.
I should put that as $100 subscription.
Is
Coming up to
news.
that one.
No news is news.
Or we're talking about the photo, yeah. We're all on extra island with the photo now.
Welcome to No News is News.
Woo! I'm your host, Alex R. Wagner, and let's get into the news now right here. New York Post, no prenup, a $6.2 billion demand, New Jersey's largest divorce trial. A billionaire hedge fund manager's wife is seeking $6.2 billion in what attorneys say is the largest and contested divorce battle in New Jersey's history. Laura Overdeck argues she's entitled to 35% of John Overdeck's stake in 2 Sigma, the hedge fund he co-founded that is now manages roughly $80 billion. Her attorneys say John Overdeck offered just $633 million to settle about 1/10 of what she's seeking. His legal team disputes that figure, saying the actual offer was $723 million tax-free. The couple married in 2002 without a prenup, and the case hinges on a central question. Is 2 Sigma, which was founded before their marriage, a maternal asset? Ooh, billionaires in the court throwing around billionaire money. So relatable, right, guys? Well, let's get back to even more relatable stuff. The press secretary sitting down on a podcast, Mr. Marco Rubio. You guys ready? Here we go.
With that of another cabinet secretary.
Okay.
Who do you think is the funniest?
In the whole cabinet?
Mm-hmm.
I think there's 3 finalists. I have to say 3. So I think the vice president is funny. Everybody's got their own style.
Okay.
I think the vice president can be very funny. I think Besant, in his own way, can be very funny. And I mean in his own way. He's got a different type of way of presentation.
RFK,
and I think Bobby Kennedy.
Yes, there you go. Bobby Kennedy is
Bobby
clearly
has some
the
of greatest
funniest.
stories you'll ever.
Clearly
it's
the
unbelievable
funniest
stories that he'll tell. And you listen to these stories, and they're like, "That didn't really happen." Oh no, but it did. And I'm not. I'm talking every day that I sit with him. If you broach a subject, he'll tell you The guy has lived an extraordinary life. Like I always say, how is this not a movie?
It's true.
I mean, it can't even be a movie. It would have to be a miniseries because he has so many incredible stories, and many of them are not just funny because that they happen, but they're just fascinating to me. But he can be funny too.
Who's your best friend in the administration?
So the best way to answer that question, I have a lot of people. So I've known JD the longest of anybody that's on there because he was in the Senate with me. But I even knew him before he was a senator, and we had interacted on some policy stuff. And then the people I work with the closest on a daily basis, because I just see them all the time repeatedly, is Pete Hegseth, obviously Scott Bessent, we deal with, and John Ratcliffe. That group and that team is constantly interacting with one another. As well. So these are the people I'm the closest
Rubio's
to.
wife is hot as fuck,
and they almost daily.
Guys, and they've been married for over 3 decades. They've been married for over 30 fucking years, bro. That's a real one.
Who's always early to meetings?
Always early to meetings. I think Ratcliffe is pretty punctual, and he shows up. And not that anyone's late, but he's usually the first one there.
Who's always late?
Well, he's not late. It's the president. The meetings start when he gets there. So, but he's busy. He's got something going on. So always. So, but he's obviously the last to arrive. I don't think anyone is late per se. I think everyone has gotten to know the president's scheduling rhythm, and you realize when a meeting is wrapping up, then you head over to the meeting because there's no point standing around until he gets there.
What's the funniest thing that's happened on Air Force One or government plane that no one's ever heard about?
That's something to be proud of, my guy.
That I can tell.
Yeah, that you
I don't
can
know
tell.
if it's funny. I mean, look, I think there's been some times on Air Force One, like I remember coming back from China. I'm not going to say who the person was, but this person was sleeping on one of the couches in the conference room. And for a significant period of this flight, it was debatable whether this person had passed away or not, depending on how they slept. I mean, I couldn't see chest movement. I couldn't see like that there were. I couldn't establish a consistent
Who we guessing
breathing
it is?
pattern in the individual, but I also didn't want to wake them up on the one hand or discover a dead body on the other. So we spent a considerable, like 90 minutes, sort of debating. Should we make a move? Should I call the doc? Should we deal with this? Because it's embarrassing if you wake them up. Oh, I was just sleeping. But if they were dead, like, what do? You have a dead body on the plane.
What do you
deal with that? I'm not what the protocol is for. Luckily, the person was fine, and there was no such. So I don't know if it was funny, but there was a lot of debate about how to approach this particular topic, because there was a lot of noise going on, the lights were on, and this person was not responding to any of the stimulus. And the breathing pattern was difficult. You could see every now and then that there was like maybe a breath, but I don't know how you sustain life at that pace of respiration. So I don't know if it was funny, but...
Were you watching him the whole time?
I kept tabs on it because I just figured like, I need to account for where I was when this person passed away, because then there's going to be an investigation, and I don't want. But luckily it all worked out.
Of all the cabinet members we've interviewed, every single one said you're the funniest person in the administration.
Wow.
Literally every single one. What's your best joke or joke that you've told?
So
every person
here's the
said
thing:
he's
a lot of the
funniest
jokes
one.
that people consider funny, they're inside jokes. They wouldn't make sense for people, in their everyday life, because there are things that have happened internally that people view, and so they. But I don't know if these are jokes or not jokes. But like I don't know. I can say this to you. Like, I'm a big Bobby Kennedy fan. I think he's one of the best people I've ever met. Like, the guy truly is pure of heart. So I always, every now and then, I'll tell Bobby, before I met you, I thought you were crazy, because that's what people would say about you. I said, now I believe half your stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
So he thinks it's really funny. I don't think that's like a big joke or anything, but I tell him that. And I think Bobby's one of the most fantastic people I've ever met. Just such a good guy who really is well-intentioned in everything he does, and really smart.
The vice president says you have a big sweet tooth. I assume you haven't adopted RFK's diet of red meat and fermented vegetables?
No, this is a crazy diet. This is a diet that consists of eating sauerkraut and meat. Now, you understand, like, this is not a sustainable thing. Like, you can't just walk into
Well, he sustains it because he does it.
Can you imagine? But he has to travel with coolers of sauerkraut. I'm not going to
does.
travel the world with a cooler full of sauerkraut. It's ridiculous. I can't do it. It's not sustainable.
Are you Maha?
I'm in favor of Maha. Like, I think people should be healthy.
No, he is not.
But I think
his wife. No, he's not.
What's he eat?
Pop-Tarts.
No, I don't eat Pop-Tarts every day.
Okay, you eat sweets.
The Pop-Tart is one of the great American innovations.
That's a politician, guys. That's a politician. He went from I don't eat Pop-Tarts to immediately defending Pop-Tarts at its core. Pop-Tarts are the great American invention.
History of the world. If you think about it, it comes in this beautiful foil package.
All the things you should not be eating. Every single thing.
Like what? Like, what do I eat that I should not be eating?
Okay.
Like, other than ice cream.
Anything that's sugar, you will take it down.
You need carbohydrates to function.
You need carbohydrates. He's a great president, bro. Spins it again. You need carbohydrates, bro. What are you talking about? Of course, I need the ice cream. I have to have the ice cream.
He will.
He
loves fast food. He loves it all.
Okay, I did at one time, maybe 4 or 5 years ago. I tried this thing called keto. You've heard of this?
Yeah, keto.
Okay? And you just eat all this protein. And so you go through this massive withdrawal from sugar and carbohydrates for the first 72 hours. It was a near psychotic event for me.
It's true.
If I did this in this job, I would be, Mr. President, we must bomb,
True.
Paraguay. And it's like, why?
Wait,
I don't know. I'm just really mad I haven't had any sugar.
Whoa. If you don't give Marco his ice cream, bro's gonna tell Donald Trump to bomb Paraguay.
The point is that you can't, it really is not I'm not against this diet. I'm not asking that we ban it. I encourage people to try it. I'm just saying it's not for everyone. That's what I'm saying.
I asked the Vice President and Dr. Oz this, so I'm curious. Is the hot dog a sandwich?
Is the hot dog a sandwich?
Yeah, 57% of Americans believe that a hot dog is indeed a sandwich.
Well, it's meat constrained by two pieces of bread on both sides.
Technically it is, yeah.
It's the politician again. He's like, oh, you said 57% say it's a sandwich? Well, let me explain to you why a hot dog is a sandwich.
So,
That's what Merriam-Webster says, by the way, too.
That it is a sandwich.
Yeah.
It is.
How do you pick your clothes out in the morning?
Well, I'm colorblind. So I can't tell certain colors, like green and blue or black and blue, so I have trouble doing that. So generally speaking, the suits are all dark for the most part. So I have an order.
How do you tell which floor chimes go with which outfit?
There's two floor chimes that we got. One is the tuxedo, and that I can tell. It's very shiny. I'm not going to wear that. And then the other one. So it's the other one.
It's the last question we asked everyone on the pod.
Make it simple.
Okay.
If you could host a dinner party with 3 people dead or alive, who's sitting at the table and what are you eating?
A dinner party. Well, look, as a Christian, I would say Jesus, obviously, but that would be
Dude, man is ready for it. Man is ready for 2028. So much better than JD Vance. Because JD Vance is sitting down, 1, wrong move to go on Joe Rogan, but 2, when he went on Joe Rogan, he literally sitting there being like, bro, I know, that Epstein file stuff, we messed up, bro. Yeah, I'll check in on that for you, bro. And you're like, excuse me, what the fuck is going on, JD? He just feels so inauthentic. This entire interview, this man feels so fucking authentic.
unique dinner, and I would probably just want to do it one-on-one, I don't want to have a dinner with Jesus like 2 other people. It's like it ruined, the whole vibe gets ruined. I want that one-on-one. So let's put that one aside for a moment.
He's like, as a Christian, I am gonna select Jesus, but I don't want to have a I don't want anybody else there if I invite Jesus. Word.
I would say I'd be fascinated there are various combinations that I could put together. From a political combination, I would say Thatcher, Reagan, and Churchill in the same. It would be really fascinating to hear American president needs to.
Interesting you don't pick Jeanette.
No, you said 3 people. But I figured these are people I don't.
She said dead or
It's interesting you don't pick your wife.
alive.
I said dead or alive.
I understand,
Yeah, but I'm
but
alive.
the context of the question was a dinner that you couldn't already do.
No, I know.
This would be a very unique situation.
Giving you a hard time.
And then in the realm of athletics, I would love to do a dinner because I'm a big fan of athletic excellence, because it's not just a physical ability, it's the time they put into it. I think Kobe Bryant would have been a fascinating person to talk to.
Hell yeah, man.
Nick
R.I.P.
Saban, another high driver in that field, in the field of athletics.
Nick Saban.
And then probably the third person that I think would be very fascinating to have in there because of his competitive nature and is Magic Johnson. So those 3 in a room and just pick their brain about what it took to reach the pinnacle of their careers in athletics. Because I think there's analogies to anything you choose in life, right? In order to be great at something, you have to give up something. You can't have both. There's things you can't do in order to do things you want to do. So it would be fascinating.
Yeah, I'm afraid that he's not going to get out of the primary alive against JD Vance, and that's the unfortunate thing. Because if the man was in a general election, he landslides any Democratic candidate. The Democrats want JD way more than they want Marco Rubio. If you have Marco Rubio on a national stage as a national candidate, I don't think there's a way he can lose.
Fascinating to talk, and two of them are alive.
Too hard for him to get out of a primary alive.
Probably sauerkraut and steak. No, I'm joking. I don't know. I mean, but something that's easy to eat so that...
What's the best thing Jeanette makes?
Jeanette makes breakfast, fantastic breakfast. She's very good at breakfast. That's her specialty, big time. That said, I mean, I go for the Pop-Tarts.
She feels a little insulted by that. They're both looking at each other like, what?
Because it's much quicker, it's much more efficient.
Exactly.
But I don't eat Pop-Tarts every day. This is an exaggeration. If they're available, like right now, we have no Pop-Tarts at the house. So
Because
I'm not eating
bought them.
Pop-Tarts.
And then he goes, we don't have any Pop-Tarts in the house, then immediately throws his hands up like, yo, I'm not asking for them. I'm not asking for them.
I don't go out of my way to buy them, but if they are available, they are very reliable because you're talking about a 30-second process. Bang, bang, and then it comes out, it's ready. So, but she makes excellent breakfast, particularly like scrambled eggs, but she does it in a very unique way.
What about dinner?
Yeah, but you do that at far less. Dinner. She's stunning.
They're so fucking real. You gotta be so fucking real to stay that long with somebody. Wow, they're so fucking real. Yo, if they do a primary where it's JD and fucking Marco, have the wives show up and Marco fucking takes the cake.
Wow,
My
like
God.
I'm not a big fish eating person, but she made salmon the other day. It was really good.
Yeah, he doesn't like fish.
I don't like fish. I mean, I'm not anti. Like,
I'm not anti-fish. This is any relationship I've ever been in. This is exactly. She made salmon. I'm not a fan of salmon.
I'm not against fish. It's just not my thing. But I'll eat it.
Next headline, Marco Rubio is anti-fish.
No. Fish is good for you, apparently.
He's into meat. That's his thing.
Who's at your dinner party?
Who's at my dinner party? Oh my gosh.
3 people alive or dead at your dinner party.
Oh my gosh, I don't know. I would say people that I loved. My grandmother.
This just blew up my answer.
Grandmother.
This is terrible. I should have thought of that too.
I would say my grandmother, of course, out of Christ, and
The Christ.
and my dad.
And what are you making, or what are you eating?
What am I eating?
Yeah.
Salmon.
Oh my God, let's pull this back. I didn't know it was going to be this good. Let's check out the beginning of this thing. That was.
You've been one of
Wow.
the toughest voices on Cuba forever. We captured Maduro out of Venezuela. Is Cuba next?
I think Cuba. I'm confident that Cuba, by the time this administration's over, but before this administration ends, will be on an irreversible path towards a much different future. Unfortunately, people watch a lot of movies and stuff, and they think marriage is about just 2 people that are always happy and always. I mean, it's life. You've entered into a partnership to share life, and life is hard. There's ups, there's downs, there's good days, there's bad days.
Yeah.
There's great moments, there's difficult moments. There's disagreement. All that is true. So it takes, for lack of a better term, maybe it's cliche-ish, but it really is a commitment to say, okay, we've agreed to live life and share life together.
What keeps you up at night?
Wow.
Everything. I mean, it's special.
Everything. Yeah.
Like, imagine you're falling
Bro,
asleep and all of a
this
sudden
time is so
hey
real.
guys, have you heard of this? Like, what? What happened?
Everything.
It's a form of torture, like it's banned. You can't keep people up at night, like showing
That
them
is
videos.
true,
Say,
so
look,
yes.
look at Instagram.
When he approached you to be Secretary of State, is that something you were seeking, or did that just happen?
He just basically called me and said, hey, this is what, I think he had even already posted it. And then he told me.
He already posted it?
And I
He already posted it before he asked me?
I was happy to do it, and I was honored to do it. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it generally wasn't presented as like, hey, would you be interested in it? It was more like, hey, you're going to be. And so, here we go.
Word. Wow, what a podcast, Katie Miller. Dropped yesterday. Marco Rubio and his wife. Watch the tail end of this. We're
Hi,
gonna pull back
everyone,
to the
and welcome
beginning
to
now.
this
Let's
week's
go.
episode of the Katie Miller Podcast. We're at the State Department today, joined by the Secretary. It would be.
I don't know. Obviously, I hadn't even thought about that yet. But I love the sports stuff, so I'd love to be involved in like the intersection of sports and culture. But basically, whatever pays the most.
Anything to do with Fox News?
Whatever pays
I'd like
the
to do
most.
the commercials on Fox. Yeah, that's one of our inside jokes. Is I always look at the commercials that are running on Fox. You know, whatever they're advertising, like rain gutter or whatever, and I'm like, I think I could be the pitch. If I could line two or three of those alone, I'm probably set for a while. So I think I could be the pitch man, like whatever William Devane is settling. He's got his big thing going. So, you know, I got my eye on that. We'll see.
Jeanette doesn't do many interviews, so thank you for doing this. What did you think about his move from being a senator to Secretary of State? Were you on board the second he brought it up, or did you take some convincing?
No, I was on board. I was, because of everything that's going on in our country. And so I was totally on board when he told me that this is something he was considering.
What's easier, being a Senate spouse or being the wife of the Secretary of State?
I think they're both different. I would say being a Senate spouse was probably easier just because there were less events. There were things that I didn't have to do being now in DC. But they were both great.
You asked the wrong question. You have to ask which one was more fun.
Which one was more fun?
Being being the Secretary of State's spouse.
You get a lot of praise for how you hold yourself and the events that you've gone to with Marco. Most recently, there was a viral moment where you handed him your phone in India.
I did.
What other things does he carry for you besides your phone?
Oh my gosh, a lot of things.
I've had makeup.
Yes, my makeup. Yeah, because those purses are so small, so you can't fit a lot of things in there.
But it looks weird, like if the outline comes out, you have like this, people think I walk around with like mascara and compact on my pockets. It's like, this guy's really vain.
So I learned that I do it in public so he can't say no.
Yo, your buddy JD walking around with that fucking mascara on. Yeah. Was that just the first dig? Could that have been the first dig, guys? Was that like a really clever move by lawyer, brilliant Senator Marco Rubio to kind of throw a dig at JD there right under the rug?
Fully loaded. There have been times where I have a phone and then I have like the compact thing here and then the other makeup here and then the little crayon things.
No, that's not true.
Not crayons,
not
but the
true.
Whatever.
Usually it's one or two things.
Does he carry a ring light every so often? Is he a good photographer?
This was yesterday.
Oh, no. No.
What do you mean, like a cell phone photography?
Are you good at cell phone photography?
Oh, she has one of those light things too. Remember, I had one of those in my pocket one time.
I did, but I don't ever really use it.
And I thought it was like a foreign listening device. Like, oh my God, they bugged me. What is this thing in my pocket? And then I realized it was like a light you attach to your phone. But for about 10 seconds, I thought I had been like, a tracking device had been dropped in my pocket by somebody. So.
What's on your playlist right now?
Well, that's really a good question. I haven't been able to update my playlist, but I say this like, you know, people think whatever. I love a lot of electronic music because it fuses classic.
What, bro? Bro, over there in like the Tel Aviv fucking rave. What? Look at it. Look at his wife's face too. He's gonna talk about the electronic music. No.
Increasingly, it does country music. So I like a lot of the remixes of like songs that you've heard over the past. Like there's this EDM mix of Ring of Fire, which is really good. So I like that.
EDM mix of Ring of Fire.
That stuff. So I listen to a little bit of everything except for like, I don't hate it, okay? I'm not against it. I'm not anti-country music, but that's not my thing. She loves it.
I love country music, I do.
I think it's just very sad. Most of the songs are about like somebody, you know, whose wife and dog left them, and so.
Well, that's not true. Then you need to listen to Morgan Wallen others because.
You listen to that kind of stuff where the wife and dog left her, and she immediately is like Morgan Wallen.
That's not true.
I don't know. EDM Ring of Fire or Morgan Wallen? I think I'm choosing Morgan Wallen every time. I think Mr. Rubio is wrong on this one.
Some of them are good.
I think his
so
wife
who picks
is okay.
the radio in the car? You or Jeanette?
Well, I don't have a radio in the car. She listens to radio, but I don't have a radio in the car right now.
Yes.
I can't have it. I mean, because you're always talking or you're on the phone. But generally, she'll decide, irrespective of who's driving, which violates one of the great rules of the universe, right? Like the driver gets to, but not if you're with her. She gets to decide what you're going to listen to, and it's.
That's not true. You put your music on as well.
She says my music gives her a headache.
Who's your favorite rapper?
Of all time?
Yeah.
I mean, just from an artistic standpoint, and where obviously he would never live long enough to know what he would have turned into, but Tupac was very, very talented. I thought, and he was actually very talented. Not just people forget. I mean, he was like trained to be an actor as well. I think he went to like that school in New York, or it was in Baltimore. I forgot exactly where he went to high school, but he went to an artistic high school, and you could see that later on when he played a number of roles in a number of movies over the years, including the one with Janet Jackson, that he was a good actor, he was a good lyricist in terms of the lyrics that he wrote. He left a lot of music, some of which has still not been released, that his family holds. So I thought he was a very talented person, primarily because I think he was a narrator more than anything else of a certain point of view and lifestyle, or upbringing and worldview. So I think of all time, he's probably my favorite. There's a lot of other very talented people, but.
Have you ever thought about your own rap name?
Me?
Yeah.
No, I don't think.
Have you ever considered Lil Marco?
What?
Lil Marco?
Considered Lil Marco?
Oh, yo, he did not, dude, Katie, you did not just.
Little Marco, little Marco.
No,
Katie.
I haven't thought about it. I mean,
Katie.
I wouldn't be a good rapper, maybe, but I probably could be a good producer in terms of like identifying talent and so forth, but I don't know, maybe not. But yeah, some of the modern, like the younger people that are out there now, I'm really not as familiar with, because the whole hip hop genre has changed quite a bit, and it's not for the worse or the better, I'm just saying it's changed. But the 90s are great. The only problem with the 90s is they all, they're like, these people like were shooting at each other like for real. Like it wasn't just in the lyrics, especially when the whole Death Row thing and the East Coast thing developed over time. So I grew up in that era, and it's a little
Tupac
different than it is
trial
now,
coming in
even though some
November,
of these
y'all.
guys still get in trouble, but anyway.
What's life like as Secretary of State and National Security Advisor?
Every day's different, right?
Yeah.
So will you wake up in the morning and what happens when you're both here in
Well, it
DC?
depends what time you wake up in the morning, because the way the world is, like sometimes you wake up in the morning means 2:30 because there's something going on, like it's prime
Oh my
time somewhere
God.
else. So sometimes that's what wakes you up. It also depends, although we've been pretty busy, national security front because of Iran, and before that other things. But there's no single typical day. Typically weekends are just a little slower, obviously, and then the president has an insane work schedule. Like he works every day, all day. You guys know that too. So he doesn't really have like days off or vacation time. There was really no slow
And you have
time
to
when
work
it comes
around
to
him,
international
It has to be
affairs. So
exhausting.
no day is typical, but generally speaking, if I had to plan a day, I start here at the State Department in the mornings, and then try to be over at the White House before or shortly after noon when the president really gets humming, and then obviously. Or sometimes in the mornings, he does a lot of foreign leader
No
calls.
words
So
out, exactly.
I'm on a
It's
lot of those
fucking
calls in the morning. Those
so
are sometimes
real.
as early as 7 a.m. So
When you wake up at 2:30 in the morning, do you wake Jeanette up as well? And then what do you do during that time? Do you
no,
go
she
back
might
to
hear
sleep?
the phone ring, or she might hear it.
Yeah, I hear the phone ring, but I don't wake up. No.
She no.
But
I'll
he
let
gets
her-
up and he leaves.
Yeah, I'll go to another room. I'm not
Yeah,
gonna-
she's like, I ain't doing that shit.
and that doesn't happen every day. I don't want to exaggerate, but it happens. And then sometimes the phone call is just to tell you, can you go down, to your classified phone or whatever, so you can get the news from there. So then it's like for real, So anyway.
I don't think most people realize that when you were a senator, Jeanette stayed back in Florida. What was that decision like, and how is that working now with
Yeah,
his
that's
schedule?
crazy.
So
30
the
plus
decision was
years.
made because we figured we wanted to keep our kids with the same,
In Florida.
day-to-day routine, and
We had to keep our kids in Florida. We didn't want our kids to have to go to fucking DC trash fucking city, all right?
their
We
environment.
wanted to stay in the great state of
and
Florida.
not change anything. So that was the compromise that we made. I think the kids are older now. They're all graduated from high school, and now they're in school, in the universities. So now it's different. I mean, now it's easier for me because I'm able to now be a part of more of what he's doing. And I think it was the best decision. It was the best decision for our kids. I mean, he would come down also when he was a senator down in the weekends. And I think he liked it as well because it kept him grounded, around his constituents, wouldn't you say?
Yeah.
And also see his family.
What was he like as a dad of different stages?
Oh
So
my
what was your
gosh.
favorite?
He's a prankster. He would prank my kids.
What's the best prank?
Oh my gosh. He would do
But they
the.
were prank. I mean, they're pretty good at it too. So
He would scare them. He would just hide. He would just go to any room and they would walk down the hallway and all of a sudden he would pop out. And he was always doing things like
the
that.
thing is, if you scare your kids, I mean, okay, this is.
But this is just,
Here's the thing: if you scare your kids,
this is weird. This is not normal.
You scare your kids when they're young repeatedly, in the right settings. I'm not talking about like
Yeah.
mortal death, but mortal threat. But then over time they become desensitized.
Or need counseling.
just like a fucking press secretary. I gotta fucking psychologically waterboard my children over and over again so they're desensitized.
No, none of my kids, they become desensitized, so like nothing surprises them.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, they're ready, according to Marco Rubio's theory. But no, I mean, we had a lot of fun. And we have 4 kids. They all had different personalities. And when Marco would come down, it would, cause a great stir.
It's been the summer of babies in the West Wing. What was Marco like when you guys were first having kids? Do you have any good stories from having babies?
He was good. When he would help me, especially, as they multiplied, right? So when so I would get my sleep, and he would put on the alarm, and
guys, isn't this kind of an incredible interview? Like, of all of the people that we've seen so far kind of come out of the woodwork, of the Gavin Newsom, of the AOC, of the JD Vance, like Pete Buttigieg, this is for one, it's proving it with the amount of you that are in here. Make sure you double tap, hit that like button, hit subscribe, $5 super chats, change somebody in the poll of the day, $10 super chats, remove somebody's name from the poll of the day, join as a comrade, become part of the club, help support the news 7 days a week. No news is news, making fun of the left and the right. But Jesus Christ, Marco Rubio, I think he might be the unifying candidate, everybody.
He's doing his speeches. He would wake up, he would get the baby, right? And he would feed the baby at night, sometimes for me. I mean, the majority of the time I did it, but he would help me a lot. He did. That he was very good at.
What was your favorite age of parenting?
John Ossoff is not a star. John Ossoff does every single interview condemning Nick Fuentes, neo-Nazi Nick Fuentes, condemn Nick Fuentes, condemn neo-Nazi Nick Fuentes. Where is the $77 million from John Ossoff coming from? The Jews. Thank you very much. Let's go back. American Marco Rubio.
When you're on your phone, like you'll get those memory pictures that pop up. And I always tell people, like, I would give a lot of money for one more day, like 24 hours of that era. And so that was fun when they were little, because you remember that part of them. But I also enjoyed, especially with the boys, in some respects, the sort of the adolescent high school years, because they were involved in sports, and I had a chance to be a part of some of that, so that was fun. But I think every stage, every season of life has its own. Like I always tell people, one day you'll look back at this and say, these are the good old days, and that's true of every stage.
It's true.
You look back at every time, and when you're in the middle of it, you don't realize it.
And it goes by so fast. It really does.
10 years from now.
I also think the reason everybody's relating to him so much is because he's taking it away from politics. Like, think about if we actually lived in a Marco Rubio presidency. The amount of common sense every day when the media comes out there and the media goes, blah, 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 I want to spin everything in fucking 30 directions. This guy's like, all right, answers practically, doesn't try to rage bait people, isn't saying everything's the fake news, isn't saying everybody's against him, isn't saying I support Netanyahu or I support the IRGC. He's literally like, takes the headache out of your body when it comes to politics. It's really crazy.
I'm going to be looking back at these times and say, oh, remember we were in Washington and the kids this, that, the other. So I think probably one of the things I learned over time is you try to appreciate the moment that you're in right now, because that moment's not going to come back, and every stage and every season of life has its things that you should enjoy. So I don't know if I had a favorite. They were all very different, and it was easier when they were little, because they kind of didn't have schedules, and you just scoop them up and take them where you're going.
Yes.
As they got older, they had activities and things they had to do.
And they wanted to do they wanted to do everything you were doing.
Are the kids ever embarrassed of him?
Embarrassed?
I don't think so. I don't know.
Because he tells a lot of jokes, right? Like, what's your best dad joke?
No, but they have
I don't do dad jokes. My jokes are either
I don't do dad jokes. Right answer, bro.
I mean, I don't
No, he doesn't. He likes He's a dad that would come home and, like, whatever the kids were going to do, he was going to do. Like, he loves scary movies. He loves those. And my kids, of course, I would say no to them, and he would say, let's do it.
Again,
so that's
desensitization.
Exactly.
So who's the strict parent?
She is.
I am.
What has he given easily on when their kids were younger?
Everything.
Not everything. But.
No, I mean, obviously when there's boundaries, right? But, I mean, for the most part, he's the one that lets them get away or do whatever they want.
So what's the family group chat like these days? Is it a bunch of like memes going back and forth?
It is actually our kids generally making fun of each other.
Oh yeah, my kids banter a lot. So everybody's, opining in something that's going on.
The two middle ones. So my oldest one and my youngest one are not the greatest at bantering. I mean, it's not natural. Like, they don't naturally enjoy doing it. But my second one, Daniela, my daughter, and then my third, Anthony.
Oh my gosh.
Especially them two, but also just generally, to the point where it's uncomfortable sometimes, the stuff they say about each other to each other. So, and which reminds me, I gotta go back and delete all this stuff.
No.
One of the funniest things I've seen in years, his wife corrects him over and over, throwing shade all the time. I know. I think he has the greatest wife ever, and he might need to bring his wife to the debates for the primary in order to win the candidacy.
Well, it's not that bad, but it's fun. It's fun. I mean, every stage has its great moments, and then of course, as I get older, you get sad, but at the same time, you're proud of them.
What's your favorite Marco meme?
Oh my gosh, I've laughed at so many of them. I don't know. Obviously the ones when he's sitting in the chair, or the ones with the president and the vice president.
Sitting in the chair. Okay, sitting in the chair, guys. Speaking of sitting in the chair, that's that one. But there's the sitting in the chair one. Damn it, fuck. Let me try to pull it up. If I can pull it up, I'll get it.
Those make me laugh as well.
Let's see if we can get it.
No, but you mean of the ones of me sitting in the chair?
Oh, you mean
any of them? There's so many.
There's so many of them.
There's so many.
Yes.
But which is your favorite of all the ones where you're sitting on the couch?
I don't keep track of them. Honestly, I don't do a lot of social media like myself, so I don't just track that stuff, but people send them to me all the time.
Or even the baby ones, they make me laugh as well.
Oh, that baby thing.
Did you see the WNBA one this morning?
Somebody might have sent me that one.
Yeah, that's the one I'm trying to pull up.
It's like, I think they're running out of material, but
They are not. They are not, guys. This is the WNBA one that I was talking about. Check this out. This is so great. This is the latest one. Marco Rubio finding out that he's the new White House press secretary.
Truth is that I don't remember there was like a favorite one, but some are very creative.
It's impressive what they can do.
I know. Well, it's not. I don't know about impressive.
Is that impressive? I don't know about impressive.
Because it's not you in the picture. I think someone else.
Because it's not you.
So anyway.
Oh my God.
What's the most surprising thing about being secretary that nobody warned you about?
The interesting thing is, again, it's a different job, but when you're in the Senate for 14 years doing foreign relations, you know a little bit about how the place happens and works. I think that the breadth and scope of the State Department and power in particular, it wasn't surprising, it was revealing to me. Because you sort of perceived it, but you didn't realize, like, there's a lot that other agencies do that requires the State Department to either okay or sign off on or initiate. And so I think that's surprising. To me. The other, I wouldn't say it's surprising, but I came to appreciate it more, is a lot of the customer service work we do, because people think of the State Department as like diplomacy, and it is. But we also do passports. We also help people all over the world in the consulates and embassies, American travelers somewhere and they get in trouble or have a bad situation and we help them.
Like, if of all of the press secretary, of all of the God.
So I think you come to appreciate like the professionalism of the people that do that work. And
of all of the people that have been Secretary of State, sorry, I fumbled that one. Of all of the people that have ever been Secretary of State, I definitely want, if I'm stuck over in Russia and I'm in a Russian prison and I get a phone call from the Secretary of State, I want it to be Marco Rubio. I sure as fuck don't want it to be the Coca-Cola executive that was in charge, Anthony Blinken, during the Joe Biden administration.
Valuable.
Hi, this is Anthony Blinken from Coca-Cola. We're not going to be able to get you out. Goodbye.
For a lot of Americans, their only interaction ever with the State Department will be the day they lose their passport, or the day they realize they have a cruise on Saturday morning, and it's Friday, and they didn't renew their passport. So, I think I've come to appreciate more that part of the job that the State Department does.
The mass part of it.
You've mentioned that this job is a bit more fun than the last job. Mm-hmm. What's been the most surprising part of that for you?
The amount of events they have. I mean, I wasn't prepared for all the things that they do.
What's the best event you've been to?
Oh my gosh, there's been so many.
UFC White House.
Obviously, the events that the First Lady and the President put together at the White House are wonderful.
250?
The 250.
Oh
my gosh, 250. Those fireworks, I mean, they were spectacular. I would say that was great.
What's life like in a typical day for you in DC?
The Guinness Book of World Records just announced last weekend that there were actually more implosions at the America 250 DC fireworks than ever before. It holds the world record for the most explosions in one fireworks session.
It depends. It depends whatever I'm doing. I mean, I'm working. So I'm working. I usually work, or I'm doing something with my daughter, or I'm doing something with Marco.
What's your neighborhood life like these days?
Here?
Yeah, your neighborhood.
Well, I live in
On the base.
We rent a military house, so our neighbors are busy all day. They're generals or people in the military, except for 2 doors down. Pete lives in the neighbors, so I see them sometimes.
Oh, Pete Hegseth lives in
but
his
there's not a
neighborhood.
lot of neighborhood
I
life.
hear your dogs go over to their house.
Oh my gosh, yes.
But not deliberate. So I have a dog.
We have 2 dogs. We have 2
3,
dogs, 2
but-
golden doodles, yes.
Well, we have 3.
Right, but one's in Miami.
One's back in Miami.
Right, and the other 2 are, right.
So the other 2 are. No, it's just 3 dogs in the house
Oh,
is
okay.
too much. Plus, I think it's just hard to manage the 3. So the one is back over there, and then we have the 2, and then we have one that's really smart. These are golden doodles, but this one's more poodle than doodle, so than golden.
Than
So
retriever.
very smart.
Yeah.
Knows how to open the door. So one day, I think Pete and his family were just sitting around watching television, and they keep their front door open because they have cats, which I never took Pete for a cat guy, but a cat.
Oh my God.
Oh my God, Pete has cats? Bro, do not trust Pete Hegseth. Do not trust Pete Hegseth. Bro is in charge of the military with cats. He has been exposed on this podcast by Marco Rubio. Do not trust Pete Hegseth. The man has cats and is in charge of our military.
And anyway,
That is-
and my dog just
We're
walked
done.
into their living
We're
room.
done here.
Looked around, realized I'm in the wrong house, and turned around and walked out.
Oh my God.
So they've had some experience over there, but I think the dogs are attracted to his house because the cats. I'll never catch them, but the.
So yes, he entered he was sitting there watching TV, and he entered their house, and they're like, what is this? We were dying of embarrassment. But yes, so our dog does open the door, many doors.
Now the flip side of it is that one of Pete's cats, oftentimes I'll get home at night and the cat is just sitting on my porch, and just looks at me like, "What are you doing here?" Like that kind of attitude.
Well, it's
about
Gen
life.
cats. It's Gen.
Gen
It's the
cat, okay.
kids. The kids wanted animals, so they ended up
But the
having
cat is a
cats.
very.
But there's a
arrogant
lot of
cat.
because
cats.
It's
I
an
mean,
arrogant
there's a
cat.
lot of kids.
To be honest, it's a very arrogant cat.
There's a lot
because
of
the
kids.
cat is
It's
on
an
my
arrogant
porch
cat.
acting like, what are
an
you doing in
arrogant
my
cat.
house? And it's like, your house is 2 doors down, man. But the cat just looks at you, doesn't even, usually a cat, you approach it, takes off. This
Yeah,
thing
he's
does
not
not
scared of
take off
anything.
running. He just sits there, the tail's going on like this, and he's just staring at you like, what's up? And I'm like, this cat's amazing. I don't even know the name of this cat.
Oh yeah, and not one fear of the dogs. So
Yeah. No.
Given that you're from Florida, we're going to run through some Florida man headlines. I'm going to
Okay.
quiz you if you think they're real
Oh,
or fake.
Florida
Okay.
man.
See
I
how
probably
good
know
of a-
some of these people, so that's
Probably going to know some of these people.
A Florida man was caught on camera driving a lawnmower through Publix parking lot at 2 a.m.
At 2 a.m.?
Yeah.
I don't know if it was at 2 a.m., but I can see that happening.
See, yeah, because again, he knows, because again, like a Publix parking lot at 2 a.m., like Florida pretty much is Vegas, especially Orlando and Central Florida. It's pretty much like set up like Las Vegas, except that it closes at 10 p.m. So it's like a very family-friendly state. So like when they said 2 a.m., that Florida in him triggered that
yeah.
one.
That one's fake.
Yep.
Well, I would have done that. I mean, you're talking about the ones you drive?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I mean, I don't know if they're road certified, but maybe he was stealing it.
Florida man fights off alligator with fishing pole and a bulldog helps.
And a bulldog helps.
You really can't fight an alligator off with a fishing pole.
This one's real.
I don't know, but he didn't lose. He didn't win that fight.
Probably not.
Okay.
He didn't win. He didn't win that fight. Did you see his face like, oop?
A man accused of stealing more than $500,000 worth of onions and potatoes.
Yes.
$500,000 worth?
I don't think that's true. Yeah.
Was this when Biden was president? Because inflation was high. Okay. That's true.
It's true.
Okay.
Oh wow.
Of course.
Florida man who says he saw the Antichrist before I-75 crash tries to steal medical helicopter.
Yes, that's absolutely true.
Yeah, 100% true.
We that happens to everybody.
Florida man calls 911 because a pelican won't stop following him.
True.
Fake.
That I would call 911.
Yeah, me too. Pelicans are scary.
The pelican, yeah. The pelican. They can be aggressive animals. People don't realize that.
Yeah.
Florida man breaks
Don't ask
in.
me how I know, but I'm just telling you.
If you've never experienced
Florida man
pelicans,
breaks
they're
into store with a chainsaw, steals $12,000 worth of Pokemon cards.
False. That can't be true.
100% real.
Oh my gosh. Wow.
With a chainsaw? Mm-hmm. I mean, okay.
What's a conspiracy theory that you believe in? I'm asking both of you.
Oh.
A conspiracy theory that I believe in.
And he's like, actually, I don't believe in one, which is why I will remove the entire headache from your fucking equation. He would destroy the system if he got elected. Like, there would be nothing left. There would be no story. The TMZ of politics would just dissipate.
Well, okay, it's not a conspiracy theory.
Okay.
Okay. And, but I have long been on this UAP thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
And now, I've sort of surrendered that portfolio to someone else who you know well, who's very much in charge of the UAP issue. Again, it's not, what I say is, I don't know who it is, I don't know what it is, but there are things flying over our military installation and they're not ours, and we should look into this, be serious about it. And I did that for a long time in the Senate, and it had two benefits. The first is that obviously it's a legitimate topic, and the second is, whatever the news of the day was, it was controversial, and a reporter comes up to you, and you say to them, look, I don't have time for these questions about politics. Do you realize there's things flying over airspace? We don't know what they are. And the reporter's like, oh, what do you know? Tell me more. So it was extraordinarily effective as a
It's easy
diversionary
to
tactic
deflect.
in addition to. Now
True.
that said, it's also a very
He's the only politician that's ever said that. He's like, it's the easiest wag the dog ever to use. You just say that you got to fucking work on the alien shit.
legitimate topic that we should be covering. So I don't call it a conspiracy. I don't know the answer to any of it. I'm just, asking
just,
the
like,
questions
ruined the
about,
fun of the
we should
question.
know what's flying over our airspace. But I don't think that's a conspiracy theory as much as it is just, it can be in some sense because people do believe we're covering something up. And I assure you, like in this administration, if we knew, like the president would be all over it. Like there would be, prime time address. He would,
for sure.
He'd be showing the pictures and the videos. But, Stephen's on that case now, and I think he's doing a great job with that.
he's
Do you
very
hear
excited.
a lot about it?
No, he says it's classified.
Oh, okay.
Have you heard about it?
Try. He's like, it's classified.
She doesn't believe in any conspiracy. Do you?
What's
No,
your
I'm not-
conspiracy theory you believe
no,
in?
I don't really.
Make sure you double tap, hit that like button, hit a subscribe, guys. 7 days a week, at least 3 hours a day with the news. No news is news. Making fun of the left, making fun of the right. That is what you're watching. Back to
I don't really
Rubio.
pay much attention to that, to be honest with you.
We landed on the moon?
I believe that we land. I mean, I do.
Yeah.
I do believe that.
Yeah,
I
we
mean,
landed on the moon.
I don't believe in any of that stuff.
I know
don't.
there's some
I don't
people
pay
that-
attention to that stuff. Honestly, I don't have, I'm doing my things with my kids. I don't really.
The fuck?
How do you decompress after a long day?
Oh my gosh. Oh, I go to the gym.
She doesn't decompress.
Doesn't decompress.
She does not. It's all day until right, and then she goes to sleep and she's asleep in 30 seconds. It's
It's
unreal.
true. I am. Yeah.
And I'm watching YouTube videos, about college football or something else.
So what do you fall asleep to at night? YouTube videos?
Sometimes.
Yeah.
It depends. All right,
He's
so
just-
they have this.
Bro, Marco Rubio is just one of us, y'all. He's just sitting there falling asleep to the YouTube videos at 2 a.m.
Stuff where you can put it's a dark screen and it sounds like it's raining outside. And
Yeah,
you hear
I
thunder,
do
you've never
that.
seen it,
I
and
do
it's run
that.
like 12 hours. And those things are great because
They sell hatch machines for
actually-
babies.
I know, but those can be hacked. This is YouTube, and this is perfect. And so it's running, and then the only problem with these videos, because it's like a dark screen, rain and thunder,
It's
and
the ad.
rain sometimes will make you sleepy if you listen to it the right way, is you got to pick the right one, because otherwise, 4 hours into the video, some commercial pops up, and it wakes you up. And so-
And I struggles with sleep. No doubt. So, for sometimes.
So what do you fall asleep to?
Oh, I don't. I can
to
just.
closing her eyes.
I just close my eyes and I'm gone. I'm
She
asleep.
just closes her
You can?
eyes.
I can. Yeah, I do. I just, do my.
Fall asleep.
I'm tired and then I go to sleep. But what happens sometimes, I'll have some concern, and I'll tell Marco something with the kids or whatever, and he's like, "Don't tell me." I'm like, "I have to tell you," and then of course he can't go to sleep. That's it. He's pacing up and down, and he's calling the kids in the middle of the night. What's going on? So then,
He interviewed
I mean,
extremely
so
well, yeah.
she can go to sleep in 30 seconds. It's a problem because, for example,
So she'll dump on you and then you stay up.
no, but at night she'll be scrolling.
No, I stopped doing that just because of that.
She'll be looking at Instagram stuff at night, just videos about stuff or whatever. And so I'm half asleep, and then all of a sudden some video pops up and it's really loud and it wakes me up, and then that's it. That's another hour for me, an hour and a half. She, on the other hand, literally can put the phone down, close her eyes, 30 seconds later. She's
No, I'll
asleep.
pray and then go to bed and I'm done. So he should pray more.
You should pray more.
What keeps you up at night?
Everything. I mean, it's especially her phone.
Everything.
Like, imagine you're falling asleep, all of a sudden the video comes up, hey guys, have you heard anything? Like, what? What happened? Who's here? Who's in my room?
Get ready with this.
It's crazy. So, you know,
And the thing is that then you need complete silence in that room. So then, of course, sometimes I'll just start cracking up, whatever. Something will happen, and then, he'll get
not only
mad.
that, the glow, it's a scientifically proven thing, the glow of the
Like
screen.
the blue light, yeah.
Right, will keep you up. And her phone is always like on the brightest thing, so the whole room is lit up.
That's untrue.
And then you hear somebody screaming all of a
That's
sudden.
completely exaggerated. Completely exaggerated.
It's very relatable.
It's a form of torture, like it's banned in many countries. You can't keep people up at night, like showing
That
them
is
videos.
true.
Say,
So
look,
yes,
look at Instagram.
it's my passive aggressive way
Here,
of,
look at my
when he decides to watch TV the whole day.
I've never watched TV all day.
No, I know. I'm just kidding.
I wish. Okay.
What's your biggest irrational fear?
Irrational fear?
Yeah.
I don't know if I have irrational fears. I think everything.
He's like, I'm the most rational human being that has existed. They're like, conspiracy theory. He's like, are there conspiracy theories? Like, irrational fear. I'm more on the rational side of fear.
Fear is rational.
This is going right to Iran and North Korea.
Oh, you're talking about work or in life?
I'm just joking about life.
The perfect Secretary of State. What's your irrational fear? I'm more interested in rational fear.
I don't know. Carbon monoxide poisoning, fire. I mean,
I would say fear of something happening to our kids.
you know what I bought? I did buy this. Okay, I'll say this. I can't believe this. Okay, have you seen this commercial where there's like a plunger that you put on someone's throat and
Oh
they're
my
choking?
gosh,
Yes.
he
This
bought
thing
one of
that
those.
Ben Carlson sells? I bought 4 of those.
He bought one of those, exactly.
My biggest fear is I'm in a hotel room by myself halfway around the world and I choke on a piece of steak and they find me the next morning. It's like, oh, he died. How did he die? He choked.
That is
on a
true.
piece of
It's
steak.
true. It's true.
So I don't
so
sound
much,
the way that I
so
should.
much so that I used to have
Just
to
choke and
cut
die by yourself.
our kids' meat so small.
People die
because
of choking. It's a thing that happens.
Yeah,
But this thing, you put it on their mouth and you go, and there's like a plunger. And
He sure did.
I've seen that. So
He
I
sure
bought,
did.
there's like 2 out there. One is
So
by,
I'll share with you my irrational fear of, I saw a TikTok video where the mom had the kid escape the house because they were going to grandma's house soon. So the kid opens the mom's car door because it leaves the car door unlocked, buckled himself into his car seat. She thankfully had some like mom's intuition, got her kid what was like 100 degrees outside
Oh my
and prevented a hot
gosh.
car death.
That's so scary.
So now last night on Amazon, I'm sitting there buying like the unbuckle me clips for my kids and keeping them right by in their cup holder so they can unbuckle themselves out of their car.
but you have to teach them how to use it.
Yeah, they're pretty. I mean, they
You
can
gotta teach him how to use it. Yeah, fucking Rubio is so practical. He's like, yeah, you really think your kids know how to use that unbuckle thing?
buckle themselves in.
She has irrational.
now
She's
I've
telling you she
taken,
doesn't have any
like-
irrational fear. So Florida has a lot of canals, right? You know this. You're from Florida.
Yeah, but you have the window break. in
Oh,
the
she
car?
had the whole thing. She had to drill with a hammer, and how you
Yes.
break the window if you go under the water.
Yes,
And
I mean
she
that's
had that
okay.
whole-
Hold on, that's just one. I don't really see. He thinks about the worst things. I don't think of that.
I
mean,
think of the worst thing because we used to do long drives with our kids, and anytime if there was a canal like near the, all of a sudden, she would bring it
No.
out. She would leave the kit like out just in arms race. So you kept breaking windows here. For that. But she had the whole kit. You break the window, but you have to be underwater.
Is there any
completely.
data though that how many people have actually gone into the canals and then used the window breaks? Because like I grew up too, like just this scared with the window breaks.
Right. I don't know of anyone. I mean, I personally don't know anyone that's gone into a canal, and so I don't know how common that is. Other
it's
than
not that common. You just open your window. I mean, I don't think you have to
well,
have.
if it's an electronic window, you're stuck because if the electronic thing doesn't work, now you're in there. So that's where you need the hammer. So I don't know if it's irrational, but she was prepared for that contingency.
No, I would say my fears were more based on my kids. Truly, something happening to them or whatever. That's what my fear was. And then of course sharks.
Sharks.
Well, shark's not an irrational thing.
He's like, yeah, but you could get eaten by a shark.
It's very rational.
Of course. Of course.
Again, I have a little nephew who was visiting us here yesterday, and he wanted to watch Jaws. I said, I have an even better movie than Jaws. Jaws is boring.
Oh my gosh, it
Sharknado.
was such a ridiculous movie. Such a ridiculous. Who puts such for
Tornado
kids?
hurricane brings the shark to the
There's
shore.
a, there's
It was
a,
awful.
There's a
Dude,
Sharknado.
Marco Rubio loves Sharknado.
It's number 3.
He
That's
gets
in
Sharknado
Washington,
number
D.C.
3.
And the sharks are in the White House.
This is ridiculous. The fact that he even knows that Sharknado is in DC, Sharknado 3 in DC, is what he showed his nephew.
And there's a president that's shooting at them and all that, and which all sounds crazy, but
And then-
now you could see. Actually, there's a scene where the sharks are in the reflecting pool. in the Sharknado movie. And this was 10 years ago. So I'm like, man, I got to show this to the president. We might have a feature here for people. And can you imagine we put sharks in the reflecting pool? Oh gosh. Anyway. This whole thing's off the rails.
This is such a good interview.
That movie was crazy. It's crazy. But
How
yeah.
often
The
do you talk to
greatest
President
interview
Trump?
I've seen
Every
this
day.
political season.
What's been the
Multiple
latest
times.
at night and the
bathroom,
earliest in the
real quick,
morning?
Early in the morning, he'll start working the phones at or around 6 a.m. And at night, I don't know, 2:30 maybe, so that I can recall. But I don't think there's I mean, if he's working on stuff, he's working on it. But I would say probably the latest I can recall, like fielding a call from him, is around shortly after 2 o'clock. And probably the earliest is before, just after 6.
What's the best joke he's ever told you?
The best joke. He's not like he's funny, but he's not a joke teller, right? Like he's a great narrator, and he's got incredible, people don't realize, like he's been a public figure for almost half a century. Like he met a lot of people, and he's gotten to know a lot of people over the years. And so he has great stories going back to like celebrities in the 80s and people he interacted with and people he was around. So I don't know of one in particular that stands out, but I'm fascinated by these stories because some of these are stories that go, I mean, he knew Michael Jackson, he knew everybody. He knew everybody at some point or another. He had interacted with everybody. He's just got great stories. If you ask him about somebody, he'll go back and tell you about them. And it's pretty amazing life he's lived.
He knew everybody. He knew everybody at Jeffrey Epstein's island.
When he approached you to be Secretary of State, is that something you were seeking, or did that just happen?
Yeah, I don't know if approach is the right term. He just basically called me and told me you're going to be the Secretary of State. It wasn't presented as like an option.
And you said,
can
okay.
stay
Did
in the
you think
Senate,
about
or
it?
B,
It's an
you can-
option.
Not really. I mean, I think
Just hit 100
there'd
likes,
been some
y'all.
sense that-
Thank you for joining us, guys. Make sure you double tap, hit that like button. $5 super chats, add somebody to our poll of the day. $10 super chats, remove somebody from our poll of the day.
that something
Back
like
to
that
Rubio.
could happen. But it was the middle of the campaign, and I wasn't going to raise it, and he was.
We're about to hit 1,000 views for the first time ever
I think
on
it was
a poll,
maybe like
maybe.
48 hours after, or
30
maybe
views
72
away.
hours. It wasn't long after the election.
30 votes.
He just basically called me and said, "Hey, this is what." I think he had even already posted it, and then he told me about it. So it was, and I was happy to do it, and I was honored to do it. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it generally wasn't presented as like, "Hey, would you be interested in?" It was more like, "Hey, you're going to be," and I said, "Okay, here we go."
You've been one of the toughest voices on Cuba for
Oh, here comes
ever.
Cuba.
We captured Maduro out of Venezuela. Is Cuba next?
I think Cuba. I'm confident that Cuba, by the time this administration's over, but before this administration ends, will be on an irreversible path towards a much different future. Obviously, like anything else, especially something like this, I always tell people, like, you can't have something in place for 70 years, it grows roots, and then think overnight you're just going to rip out the whole thing and put something brand new into the ground. There's a transition that has to happen in a process to get there. Eastern Europe is instructive of that. You saw it took countries in Eastern Europe 3 to 5 years to truly become what we know them to be today. Poland is probably the best example. So I think Cuba will be on that path, well along that path. It has to be, but certainly under this administration, given the priority it's given Cuba, you never guarantee anything, but
Very
it's certainly
low
a
IQ
priority
in
for us
the
because
chat.
it's in our national
Big,
interest.
you're right.
I remind people at the end of the day, like, I work for the United States of America. I care about Cuba. Obviously, I have a personal connection to it, but I don't
Definitely
work for
doing
Cuba.
more than
I work
anybody
for the
else.
United States, and I believe it's in the national interest of our country to have a Cuba that's safe and stable and aligned with the U.S. The same feeling I have about Venezuela as well.
When the Maduro raid happened, what
Guys,
was
we are just 6 votes away right now. 6 votes away from hitting 1,000 votes for the first time ever. And it looks like Marco Rubio is about to get 65% of the entire vote, guys. It's over.
it like leading up to that? What was he like? Was he nervous?
If he can somehow just keep this image and continue to do maybe 1-2 pressers every month or two, all the way up to 2027, I don't see how this guy isn't projected the winner of the Republican nomination.
What was the vibes?
Even with JD. JD is too.
Well, she didn't really
Trump
know. She knew
versus
something
this.
was up.
Yeah, I knew
Almost
something was going
anti-Trump.
on just based on, he was constantly in and out. We didn't do anything during the holidays.
Over 1,000
So I
votes
knew
now.
something was going on, but I didn't know exactly what it was.
When there's big things going on in the world, can you often tell based on how his demeanor changes, or is he pretty calm, cool, and collected?
I don't know. That's a good question. I think I just see him busier. I just see him more on the phone. He's thinking, but I would say he's cool and collective. I wouldn't say he isn't, but.
You said to Laura Trump, if you had a day off, that you would watch football all day.
I answered the question completely wrong. Well, first of all, the right answer is I would spend it with my wife going there.
Oh, yeah, okay.
But the true answer is, and here's why I messed up that answer, okay, because here's the thing. The day would actually start much earlier. The greatest show on television today in America is College Game Day. Great show.
Yes,
starts around
it
10 or
is.
11, and that leads it to noon, and then the noon game, and then there's a 3:30 game, and then there's so I messed, and the idea, like this is a crazy weekend, it would never happen, so I'm just putting this out there. Okay. But you could start at 10 a.m. on Saturday, run the whole college football day, sleep for a few hours, then you wake up and then you're into NFL game day, then you got the 1 o'clock game, the 4 o'clock game, the NBC game that night. That is an incredible weekend, in my opinion. Obviously, I don't believe I will ever achieve this. Certainly not in the next 2.5 years or what have you. But and your audience probably doesn't care anything about what I just said. But I'm just telling you that would be a crazy day. But that's never going to happen, right? Maybe.
Well, you never know.
You never know.
Would you be okay with him watching that much football, or do you sit with him and watch the football, or are you off doing something else?
No, I don't. I mean, I'll sit and watch, some. But no.
She'll watch a game if my son is in the game.
Exactly.
The one that's at 4.
Exactly.
Or that's about it, actually.
If my son is in the game, she'll watch
That's
it.
about it.
No, I probably would go and do some activities.
How long did it take for you to figure out the State Department?
Figure out the State Department?
Like navigate it, figure it all out.
What
Well, I
unpack it
think
all.
that's still a learning process.
He's like, what the fuck are you
along the way.
talking
We've
about?
also done what I think was a very important reorganization of it to bring it back more to its core principles. I think we did a lot of things that previous secretaries of state, many of whom will never admit it, wish they could have done in terms of like bringing foreign aid together with foreign policy so that they're both pushing in the same direction.
Guys, we're going to keep the audio rolling on this. I got to go to the runoff. Over 1,000 votes on our poll. Stay with us. Double tap, hit that like button, hit subscribe,
Any of your
y'all.
predecessors give you
$5
advice
super chats.
coming
Put
to the
somebody
job?
that you want in the poll of the day.
A few. I mean, I don't know if advice is the right term. I think they gave me their impressions. But I think so much of what we do here is dependent on the times in which you live. If you were Secretary of State in the middle of the Cold War or Secretary of State post 9/11, that's a very different world from what we're facing right now. So I think there's some things they can give you advice on in terms of like how they manage their schedule and how, but ultimately the Secretary of State works for the President. And so a lot of what you do in this job and what this place does should be geared and
poll
aligned
starts
and built
now.
around what
Over
the
100,000
president- who the
strong already,
president
guys.
is.
Let's go.
And so a Department of State under President Trump should look different than it looks under the next president, what it's going to look like under the next president or previous presidents. It should be a reflection of the foreign policy direction that the current president wants to take it.
You've been married for nearly 3 decades.
Mm-hmm.
What's the secret to a happy marriage?
You answer that
there's a
question.
secret.
No, Jeanette
There's
smiled
secret.
first.
No, there's no
No,
secret. I mean, there's no secret to it. It's
You have to have a friendship. I would start that. I would just say it starts with your faith. For me, and that.
If Rubio wins America's over, no 400. Please, with all due respect, every single person that is watching right now wants to know, what is the answer to why America would be over if Rubio becomes president?
It's a very important thing, and I think for Marco too, right?
Wildest comment I've ever seen.
compliance for the husband.
No, please. I would say, truly, just our friendship, and we've known each other for so long, and we have to give and take. You have to have a give and take.
Who's more likely to apologize first after an argument?
Oh, me, big time.
Oh, please, that is not true.
But I'll say almost anything to move past it, whatever it was. Like, she has great memory of stuff, and I don't. So for example, like,
That is not
she can
true.
recall something that happened in 1999, on September of 99. Do you remember when you said or did this? And I'm like, no, I don't remember this. And she has an incredible sort of catalog of grievances that she's able to use at appropriate times. As I, on the other hand, my preference is generally to move on from things quickly. Like, you deal with it. You get mad, you get it, whatever, and then you just move quickly on it. So, but I don't know. I mean, look, you asked that question about marriage. Marriage is not unfortunately, people watch a lot of movies and stuff, and they think marriage is about just two people that are always happy and always. I mean, it's life. You've entered into a partnership to share.
Rubio's owned. Dev says Rubio is owned by the Jews and Freemasons. I say I don't care who owns Rubio. Rubio is my guy.
Their life, and life is hard. There's ups, there's downs.
And every single time that he speaks, like you even hear his voice, he proves why he should be your guy. Unlike other politicians where you sit around all day going, oh no, I hope he doesn't say that, and then he says it. You watch him and you go, ah. It's kind of like watching the rain in that YouTube video and you fall asleep. That is Marco Rubio, except you don't fall asleep.
There's good days, there's bad days.
You don't need to spam, Dev. Don't spam, my guy. You're a mod.
There's
unless you don't know the rules.
All that is true. So it takes, for lack of a better term, maybe it's cliche-ish, but it really is a commitment to say, okay, we've agreed to live life and share life together, not just because you care about one another, but because of the commitment we've made to one another. And then you have to sort of ride that through, and there, a lot of times, unfortunately, I think people have been given this idealistic view that though it'll always be, every day will be phenomenal, and that's just not true.
What's one habit the other person does that drives you
Boss, that is a quote from 2015 at Trump campaign. Oh, really? That's
absolutely
crazy.
insane? But you just accepted it will never change.
Especially mods, there's no reason for you to ever type twice because that's literally why I mod you so I can read your stuff. Also,
the sleep thing is the remaining irritant. I could be far more productive, believe it or not, had I not had.
Yes, we have different sleeping patterns.
But
He
we
likes
have
to
from
go to
the very
sleep early.
beginning.
I'm more of a late owl.
In the early days of our marriage, okay,
Rubio
back in the day when
28,
we didn't have some of the things
that's
we
how
have
I
now,
feel right now.
she loved to watch. I wanted to go
Stats
to
don't
sleep
lie
early.
either.
Like,
700
o'clock.
strong in the chat.
I mean,
depends,
as early as
because I used to get up
possible.
like at 4 a.m.
At
So
8
yeah, this is a
o'clock in the
reasonable
morning.
thing.
And I'm like, who goes to sleep that early? So.
All right, so
Guys, as we've done this show, only 2 people besides Daddy Trump have ever pulled the numbers that we're pulling right now. We have Marco Rubio and RFK. So if we're looking at just the numbers, just the organic reach of people being interested in the human being and what they have to say, you have Donald Trump for a 3rd term, or you have to go with RFK or Rubio. Everyone else, AOC, Gavin Newsom, every person that's given the opportunity on this vertical live stream, they do not put up the numbers that RFK, Rubio, and Donald Trump do.
Compromise. Well, she
Show
bought
me
these
what that
earphones.
means.
I'm
Come
talking
on.
about these big earphones that were plugged into the TV.
No,
so
I
she
didn't
could
buy them.
watch.
He bought them. I never bought them. You bought them for me.
Yes, okay. Either way, we had these earphones, but I'm talking about the earphones so she could hear the audio, but the TV was still glowing, so the light would keep you up.
So nothing
So then
was
I
gonna
bought
work.
no. So then I bought those things you put around your eyes, and now I felt like it's even worse because now I felt like I was a hostage. It's like, oh, he's been blindfolded while he's trying to sleep, and it doesn't stay on. As soon as you turn, the thing's coming off. You got the thing sideways on your face.
It's true.
So we
It's
struggled
true.
from the very
It's
beginning.
true.
That has been the one consistent irritant.
It's been the problem.
I don't know. That's a tough one. Somebody in the chat says RFK is less likely to start a war, though. I don't really know what RFK's worldly policies are, so I think he's more likely to kind of fuck it up. Libertarians don't necessarily look outside of their own worldview. This guy has spent a good 30 years in foreign policy. If we're in wartime, I want Rubio.
It's a problem in our home. Exactly.
Because Rubio, I think if Rubio was in charge right now instead of Donald Trump, I think we'd be winning this war. And I think we're fucking not right now.
Certain time so that I can
Vance
wake up by a certain time. I don't need 12 hours of sleep, but I need sleep.
No,
Yeah,
yeah.
Vance
She,
is
on the other hand,
retired
can go
right
to
now.
sleep in
That's
30
why.
seconds in any setting or scenario.
If Gavin Newsom wins tonight, or if Marco Rubio gets up to 23 wins, whoever gets up to 23 wins, then the next show, JD Vance would be coming back.
And so that
But right now he has
that
60 wins.
difference
He's retired. Right?
And I'm
is
fine. I
deeply
can wake up
problematic.
3 hours later and I'm fine.
You don't complain that you're tired all day?
No, I don't. I just don't think about it. I just keep going. Yeah. He's,
What's one thing you disagree with Marco on?
oh my God.
One?
What?
That's for episode 2.
Out of pocket. That's for episode 2. Out of pocket.
Oh my gosh. Let me see. Let's see. Just about some of the stuff he stresses on, I think I'm a little
Like
more...
War and Peace, for example.
No, okay, but I'm talking about a personal level. I'm not talking about when it comes to the world. I mean, just things. I mean, everything has to be like
Scheduled.
Everything has to be scheduled. See, I'm not always scheduled about everything. So I think that's where we sometimes
She's more
have
spontaneous.
I'm
and
very
some things are great
spontaneous.
about spontaneity and some things are not. Like, for example, like flights. You can't be spontaneous about a flight, right?
You can't be spontaneous about a flight.
There's a commercial flight that takes off.
Real
at 10:05.
fucking
No, but
talk
3
with the
hours
girl.
before, 3 hours prior, he's already stressing.
Because
We're
I'm
not going to make it on
preparing.
time.
Yeah,
We're
no,
not going to be
I'm-
able to
you gotta
go.
be ready.
Yes, you do. Absolutely, that's
I'm
how you
preparing
get.
for all sorts of contingencies.
Yeah.
No,
that
he's
could
thinking
happen.
about the worst case scenario. See, I don't think about the worst case
If you're
scenario.
prepared for the worst case scenario in life, nothing will ever surprise
See,
you.
and I think, my gosh, and you live always, frustrated.
I mean, you just ask people, you go to the airport and let's say there's a TSA meltdown. Like that day they decide, oh, we're not doing pre-check today, because it happens in these airports.
Have we ever missed a flight?
Because it happens in these airports.
No, because
Have I ever missed a flight? No, I haven't.
no, you haven't missed a flight, but you've gotten close.
No.
Yes, close. A couple instances
The
where it's gotten
bottom line,
close.
I've never missed a flight. So there you go.
Do you miss driving? Does
Yeah,
that force
I
you to be
do.
more scheduled now?
Yeah, I didn't used to. I mean, I'm not. She loves to drive. I'm not a driving
I am a driver.
lover.
I love to drive.
Like I don't. I'm not anti-driving, but I'm not like a But now I do. Like there are things. Not the driving like the daily driving. Like the long, like a 3-hour road trip somewhere. That you just get in your car. You rent a car because you're going somewhere.
Like
you get
Miami
in
to
the car.
Gainesville?
Absolutely, I miss that so much. I would get in like my son's first year at the University of Florida. When I would go to some of the games, and she couldn't go because something was going on with my other son in Miami or whatever. I would get in the car, rent a car, take off driving. You put on XM radio, College Game Day on there, so
my
you could hear
gosh.
the whole.
Dude, awesome response. And also, like, in Florida, especially with the flat roads, yeah, a road trip is fucking solid.
whole thing for 5 hours, no interruptions, nobody can stop you. And you're driving, you're
Nobody
So
listening
there
to
you go.
the,
He
you
would
get
No one
get
in,
can
his, he would
stop
get his
you.
whole day of football.
you check into the hotel, you're ready for game day, you go to game day, you come back, and then all the drive back the next day, you're listening to the NFL stuff before it's gearing up on XM. So I miss that. I miss those kinds of things. Yeah.
What's the funniest
Best
parenting
polish,
fail
yeah.
you've ever
You
had?
should be president. I've said it again and again, guys. My number one worry, I am the number one advocate for Rubio right now. I mean, I think that he is my candidate right now, unless RFK pulls a lot out. But even if RFK ran again, I think I would still be leaning on the Rubio side of this in a primary. But the problem is like, can Rubio get out of any primary? I don't know. I think he loses to RFK. He loses to JD. He loses to a lot of people, to be honest, in the primary. But if he was a national ticket candidate, there's no fucking stopping this man.
Parenting fail.
Yeah, have you ever
Well, if there were a fail, it wouldn't be funny. So I don't know. That's a good question. I haven't thought about
was
that.
there a moment that one of your kids completely humbled you in front of other parents?
No.
No.
No,
I
our
don't
kids
think
have
so.
never
You
done
kidding? No. They would suffer greatly if they took it.
I would suffer greatly. Bro's like, I would knock my motherfucking kid out.
So
would
what's
be a
the
lot of
secret to
trouble.
raising happy, well-adjusted, conservative children?
You have to talk to them. You have to debate with them. You have to let them tell you what their thoughts are, and usually we would do that when we would sit down and eat, right? I mean, that's when our conversations would take place, and they would all,
My kids talk a lot,
yes, and give us their thoughts.
and they like to talk at the same time. So literally, like it happens all the time, and it's a great source of
It's
some
true,
frustration.
it's true.
But one child will be speaking, and literally, like 10 seconds in, a second one will jump on and start talking at the same time,
It's true.
potentially about a different topic, and then a third one will jump in, and so the whole place sounds like it's just nuts. And at some point, I have to stop and say, "Hold on, someone was just speaking." There's not a lot. I don't know if that even answers your question. We're just hearing grievances. But,
These are more grievances.
But I think this is an interesting question. There are a lot of downsides to being in public service, which I have been basically the entirety of my kids' lives. That's the time, right? You can't be in two places at once. So you will miss things. And I think this is true in many careers. But I think the benefit of it, at least, is the kids know that we've been doing meaningful things. Like, we haven't been, I haven't been gone because I'm on a hunting trip every weekend with my friends and not hanging around. They know that what I do is meaningful. And I think as they've gotten older, they've appreciated that part of it. And so whatever it is they choose to do in their life, I think will be built on the idea that the purpose of life is to do meaningful things with the time you have and the opportunities that you have. And sometimes meaningful things mean you'll make money, but sometimes it means you're not making as much money as someone else, but you're doing things that are really important. And so I hope that and you know, the thing people forget about parenting is that the most important thing a parent does is not what you say, is what they see you do.
100%.
Like for me, the most important lesson I learned from my father, he wasn't the kind of guy that would sit you down and give you a long talk or whatever. I just saw my dad got up every morning and went to work somewhere. And 2 weeks out of the year, he didn't have to work because he got a vacation, but every other day and week of the year, it involved him getting up on time and showing up somewhere and working.
Is it the Trump video?
Even on the days he didn't want to go, I'm sure. That alone is one of the most important life lessons you'll learn. And it's stunning to me how many people don't learn that.
But to add to your question, really is challenging them because they do have their thoughts and their views, and allowing them to have them and then, you know, respond to them. And that's what we would do. And it's worked. And my kids are great when it comes to the way they, you know, their beliefs, and we're all pretty aligned, honestly.
So now we're going to move to the game of Would You Rather. You both answer. Would you rather survive a hurricane with no plumbing and electricity, or Disney World during spring break?
The hurricane. And Disney World almost at any time at this point, because we haven't been to Disney in probably
Oh my
over
gosh,
a
for a
decade
long
and half.
time, yeah.
But it's just, not only is it expensive, this is not an anti-Disney thing, but it's not
It's
not
too
only is it
expensive.
expensive, but
It's
just
too expensive.
in the spring with a lot of people, and then it's hot on top of that, and everyone, I remember the era in Disney where everyone was cheating on the Fast Pass. Remember?
When the paper ones?
Yeah, so not only that, but everybody had social anxiety, so they couldn't make the line. And they were gaming this whole system where everybody was getting, I knew people that were doing this. And there was like, you would get a note from a doctor and they'd give you this little pass. And so all of a sudden you see like half the crowd is in the line that doesn't have to make the wait because they
And it
have
would drive them
social
crazy.
anxiety. And I'm like, come on, you know, we're in a nation of lunatics, if you think about it. And so now I think they've cracked down on that.
No, but it's extremely expensive to take your family nowadays, I think, to Disney World. I mean, it's a lot. I mean, the food, everything.
Now that's that hurricanes are unpleasant either, but that just tells you how unpleasant
Well, you can
the
always
Disney
leave,
experience can be.
right?
not that hurricanes are pleasant either, but that shows you how unpleasant Disney
There's
is.
a hurricane because we know ahead of
Maybe,
time.
yeah, you can.
Would you rather accidentally call a world leader by the wrong name, or get caught on camera awkwardly waving at someone who isn't waving at you?
I would
Me?
say the
That's for
waving.
me, right?
I would
Oh, 'cause
say the
she's-
waving.
Yeah, why is he looking at her?
Well, yeah. So,
Exactly, no,
because
that would
look,
be you.
waving at someone who's not waving at you, neither one is, but you can spin your way out of both of them. The waving at person who's
Bro, he is like the strategist McGee. He's like, you can really kind of get out of either way.
not waving at you, which could just say, what are you talking
I
about?
would
It's the
prefer
guy
that
standing right behind him. But the world leader one is, even if you call them the wrong name, it depends. Like, is it close or is it far? If it's far, you would say, oh, I'm sorry. You know,
I would think
don't
that
know.
was more embarrassing.
Yeah, that'd be more embarrassing.
Yeah.
If it was public, it would be more embarrassing. Yeah.
Would you rather have control over the thermostat or the remote?
Oh my gosh, we fight for the remote all the time. Because I'll be watching something and he'll just come get the remote and change it.
What's the ideal temperature?
Depends. Daytime or night?
70. I would say 70.
So the science says, you should look this up.
Well, the sleeping is different than during
68
the day.
degrees is the best sleeping temperature, according to the science.
Okay.
And so
According to the science.
I'm interviewing Tom Brady.
Political MacGyver. Political MacGyver, solid fucking comment. Welcome to the Mod Club. Don't abuse it or you lose it. 5-minute timeouts for anything. Other than 5-minute timeouts, guys, only if they break one of 3 fundamental rules. If they are spamming, if they are billboarding, posting a bunch of random shit over and over again, or if they are death threats, you know, that kind of thing.
So but during the day, you can't keep it at 68.
70. 70 is in the middle.
71,
70,
yeah.
between
Depends on the
70 and
humidity.
73.
Depends on the humidity.
70 and 73
That's crazy, though, because I'm in 74 right now, and I feel like it's cold. That's
in the day.
Dr.
Would you rather
Science.
give up Cuban coffee forever, or the Miami Dolphins never win another Super Bowl?
I would say Cuban coffee, you would say. And that's what you would say.
I would rather give up Cuban coffee.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Forever? Yeah. But there's other forms of caffeine.
Again, a politician. There's only one Miami Dolphins. There's other forms of caffeine.
There's no substitute for a trophy.
Would you rather relive your first year of marriage, or relive the years your kids were toddlers?
Oh my gosh, relive my kids or toddlers.
But we didn't really have, we didn't have our first submission. We had our first child in April of 2001.
It just
No, April of 2000.
2000.
And we were married in October of 98. So,
Wow.
yeah, there wasn't a lot of time
I would
in
say
between.
toddlers, honestly, because it goes by so
Yeah.
fast. I mean, I can't look at their pictures or even listen to their voices, which I always say record or video, without crying, just because it goes by so fast.
Yeah.
Now we're in the section where you're going to only answer with that of another cabinet secretary.
Okay, we already did this part, so we're gonna go to Devs wanted to was talking about some of Trump's comments about Rubio, so we're gonna go to the highlight reel of Trump versus Rubio. Okay,
Hiring people to work on your projects illegally. You hired some workers
I'm
from
the
Poland.
only one on the stage that's hired people. You haven't hired anybody.
Well, in fact, some of the people
And
he
by the way,
hired. Well, but hold on.
I've hired,
And
and by
in
the way,
fact-
I've hired tens of thousands of people over my job. You've
Yeah,
hired
you've hired
nobody.
1,000 people
You've
from
had
another
nothing
company,
but problems
from another
with your
country.
credit cards, etc.
Let me
So
say.
don't
Let
tell
me just
me
say.
about
Well,
that.
let me finish
Senator,
the statement.
hold
This is
on.
important.
You haven't hired one
He
person in
hired
your life.
workers from Poland, and he had to pay $1 million or so in a judgment
wrong.
for hiring.
That's
It is,
wrong.
That's a fact.
Totally wrong.
Well, people can look it up. I'm sure people are Googling it right
I've
now. Look it
hired
up.
tens of-
Trump
Excuse
Polish
me.
workers. You'll see $1 million
Excuse me.
for hiring
Excuse me.
illegal workers on one of his
wow,
projects.
he really was. Like, we just wanted the outsider so bad, but he knew how to handle Trump even back then. He was taking up the debate time.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did.
It's wrong. And look at that clap, and the clap too. That's crazy.
You know, it's interesting.
That happened.
I've hired tens of thousands of people over my lifetime. Tens
Many
of thousands.
from other
Be
countries
quiet.
instead of hiring
Just
Americans.
Many
be
from
quiet.
other
Let me
countries.
talk. I've
Damn,
hired
bro.
tens of thousands of people. He brings up something from 30 years ago. It worked out very well. Everybody was happy.
$1 million.
By the way, the law is
He's like, yeah, it worked very well. You paid $1 million. Bro, he's fucking cooking on Trump.
We're totally
We were
different.
not
It was a whole
awake enough
different
for
world.
this.
Thank you. But I've hired people. Nobody up here has hired
Senator
anybody.
Cruz.
If he builds the wall the way he built Trump Towers, he'll be using illegal immigrant labor to do it. The second,
So cute. Such a cute soundbite.
but no, it's not a soundbite. It's a fact.
Yeah,
Again,
I
go
know.
online and Google
It was a
Donald
fact.
Trump Polish workers. You'll see it. The second thing
Oh,
about the trade
my
war,
God.
I don't understand because your ties and the clothes you make is made in Mexico and in China. So you're going to be starting a trade war against your own ties and your own food.
Damn, bro, he was
You know what?
cooking.
don't you make
He
it
was
America?
cooking.
No, but-
They devalue their currencies.
Well, then make 'em in
that
America.
Makes it impossible. Well, you don't know anything about business. You lose
Well,
on
make 'em in
everything you do.
America.
We
No,
know
no,
anything
no.
Make 'em
about
in
it
America,
because you're
right.
Well, I don't
Even
know anything
today,
about
make 'em in
bankrupting
America.
four companies.
No,
You
I
bankrupted
know.
four
You know what?
companies.
You know what?
Damn, he was fucking killing him.
Starting a university.
The media wouldn't leave Trump alone, and that's the problem, is the media literally got Trump elected. But if you would have just let this, like, if we would have been able to just get through the fucking noise of the mainstream media at the time, fucking Rubio was fucking ruining him.
That was a fake university.
First of all,
A fake
How about your fake
That's
university?
There are
Holy
people that borrowed
shit.
$36,000 to go to Trump University, and they're suing him now. $36,000.
The university's suing you now.
That's a fake school.
By the
It's a
way,
fake
You know what
school.
they got? They got
Holy
a picture
shit.
with
most
a
of the
cardboard
lawsuit.
cutout of Donald Trump.
And by the way,
that's what they
I've
got for
won
the
most of the
$36,000.
I want to move
and
on.
they actually did a very good job. But
Mr.
I've
Trump.
won most of the
God,
lawsuit.
he was killing
Senator, I
him.
wanna
Most
bring
of the
him-
lawsuit.
I
The
wanna bring in my
stupid
colleague,
fucking
Maria
mainstream
Celeste.
media ruined it.
Am I allowed to respond to this?
You're
guy?
allowed- you've been responding.
Okay, well, let me. No,
You've
I
been
haven't.
responding.
I really haven't.
You've been responding. Yeah, you've been responding, but you've been fucking getting cooked by fucking Rubio, bro.
Here's the guy.
You've been
Here's the
responding.
guy that buys a house for $179,000. He sells it to a lobbyist who's probably here for $380,000, and then legislation is passed. You tell me about this guy. This is what we're going to have.
Here's
This
the guy-
Wait. Donald Trump was trying to say that Rubio sold the house at $300,000 off to lobby for a congressional bill.
They hired at $200 million.
This guy just stole $200 million.
He inherited $200 million. You know where Donald
No,
Trump
no,
would be
no.
right now?
No, no, no.
Selling
No,
watches
no,
and
no,
handbags.
You can see it on his fucking face. You can see it on his face. No. Yeah, that's that. That was, he had it. He had it, guys. He fucking had it.
I took $1 million and I turned it into
Oh, okay, $1
$10
million.
billion.
Oh, okay, $1 million. Fucking damn, Rubio. Damn, Rubio.
Borrowed $1
Then
million.
release the tax return so he can see how
I
much money he
borrowed
makes.
$1 million. I
He
turned it
doesn't
into
make that much
$10
money.
billion.
He doesn't make that much money.
Step foot into the Oval Office.
I have to say,
Senator
he lied
Cruz.
this time. He lied. 100%. 100%.
Senator
You lied about the Polish workers.
Yeah.
You lied to the
38
students of
38
Trump.
years
Lied about the
ago.
Polish
38
workers.
years
Oh,
ago.
he lied 38 years ago. All right, I guess there's a statute of limitation on lies.
You lied 38 years ago. I guess there's a statute of limitations on lies. A giant dig at the fucking sexual assault claims and everything. What the fuck was the media doing? They could have taken care of this guy. They all latched on to the AIPAC Ted Cruz guy, including Nick Fuentes at 18 years old. Everyone from AIPAC, everyone in America, everyone in the mainstream media was attached to Ted Cruz, this fundamentalist Christian fucking weirdo, so much so that they pinned him up against Trump and Trump just blew the whole system up. But if you would have literally just even given an ounce of coverage to Rubio, it would have been gone. It would have been done from the start. Rubio would have been the candidate. I swear to fucking God, guys, it was the media and AIPAC that literally put Trump in the presidency by putting all of their fucking eggs in one basket. Ted fucking Cruz? What the fuck were you guys thinking? Who gives a shit about Russia and Hillary Clinton? You guys are idiots. You put your fucking backing in Ted Cruz when Rubio was on stage?
Here's what you didn't hear in that answer. And this is important, guys. This is an important thing. What is your plan? I understand the lines around the state, whatever that means. This is not a game where you draw maps
And you
around.
don't know what it
What
means.
is your plan?
That's the problem.
What is your plan?
What is your
on
plan?
healthcare? You don't have a plan.
The biggest
Well, what is
problem
it?
he
I'll
doesn't
give him
know.
1 minute
The
of my
biggest
time to
problem
He doesn't know
he's
either.
got is he
What's his
doesn't know.
plan?
You know, I watched him melt down.
See that? See that again? He asked him for his plan, and what does Trump do? He goes, well, this guy doesn't have a plan. He would show himself. He would fucking show himself.
2 weeks ago with Chris
They
Christie.
should have
I gotta
let
tell
him
you,
in.
The biggest problem he's
If they
got
would've put
is
their
he
eggs
really
on
doesn't
Rubio,
know about
they
the
would've
lines.
fucking destroyed
The biggest
Trump.
thing we've got, and the reason we have no competition, is because we have lines around the state, and you have
We already
essentially
mentioned that as part of my
monopolies in the
plan.
state.
I know what that is.
You
But
don't
what
know-
else
I
is
don't
part
think
of
you
your
know
plan?
much.
So you're
And even if you listen to that interview, it's like you're always going to get the TDSers out there. But Rubio even said, like, how did you get this job? And he was like, no lobbying at all. The president called me up and told me I was going to be the fucking Secretary of State. Because Trump knew he needed really good people the second time around. And he knew that Rubio, and again, Rubio's the only person in confirmation in the entire Trump admin that got a 100-0 vote in the Senate. This man is going to be president, and he might actually kind of pull back on some of the Trump shit when he does.
So your only thing is to
He
get
should
rid
have
of
been to begin with. But the fucking goddamn media and AIPAC all put their eggs on goddamn Ted Cruz. Really?
the lines around the states. What else is part of your health care plan?
It was always Rubio.
That's
It was
your
always
plan.
Rubio.
Almost done. No. You know
All
what
right,
that does?
I'll
That
give him
brings
time
in.
of mind. He can
Excuse
tell
me.
us his plan.
Excuse me. That
What's your
brings
plan?
in competition. When you get rid of the lines, it brings in competition. So instead of having one insurance company taking care of New York or Texas, you'll have many. They'll compete, and it'll be a beautiful thing.
Right.
Trump RX, he did get that. After winning for 4 years, losing for 4 years, coming back in, and now he has Trump X. RX. Right, and as Rubio's saying, like, people are clapping, and Rubio's like, but that's not a plan.
So that's the
That's
only
a
part of the
policy.
plan? Just the lines, the interstate
Well, no,
competition?
the nice part about
Interstate
you have many
competition.
different
He's like, so that's the full plan for your health care? Interstate competition, the end?
plans. You'll have competition. You'll have so many different plans.
But now he's repeating himself.
No, I'm not repeating.
Now he's
No.
repeating himself. Oh, yes! Rubio was there, bro.
I don't repeat myself.
I don't repeat myself. Yeah, he does. I don't repeat myself. Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. Look at that scream.
I watched him repeat himself 5 times 4 weeks ago.
He just said, "Why are you repeating yourself?" He responds back, "I watched this guy repeat himself 5 times."
Oh, you
tell
repeat
you,
yourself 5
it
times
was a
5 seconds
meltdown.
ago.
You just repeated yourself 5 times 5 seconds ago. Fucking Rubio. Bro, look at those cheers supporters too against Trump.
Meltdown on the stage like I've never seen anybody.
let's stay
I thought he
focused
came
on
out of
the
the
substance.
No, you're melting down.
Well,
Let's talk
I see him
about your
repeat himself
plan.
every night. It says 5 things. Everyone's dumb.
Senator
He's going to
Rubio.
make America great
Senator
again. We're going to
Rubio.
win, win, win.
Senator
He's
Rubio,
winning in the
please.
polls.
It's all true.
And the
Please
lines
stop.
around the state. Every night. Same
Every
thing.
night.
Senator
And that's
Rubio.
what he did, and he still doesn't know.
I tell the truth. I tell
Senator
the truth.
Rubio, you will have time to respond if you
All
would
right.
just let Mr. Trump respond to what
Yeah,
you
he's
just
gonna give us
posed
his
to
plan
him.
now, right?
If
Okay.
you could talk a little bit more about your plan. I know you talked about
No,
the
we're going to have
interstate.
many different plans
you
because
give
there's going
us
to be
specific?
competition.
Said it again.
There's going to be
You have many different plans. There it is
going
again.
to be competition among all of the states and the insurance companies. They're going to have many, many different plans.
Is there anything else you would like to add to that? as part of
No,
your
there's
plan?
nothing.
There's nothing to add to it. Yeah, there it is.
Add. What's the add?
Fairness, Marco is not a negotiator. I watched him melt down, and I'll tell you, it was one of the saddest things I've ever seen. He's not.
It's so sad. He's literally trying to attack Marco and being like, I saw him melt down and he's unstable. And then Donald Trump calls the guy up and goes, "You're the Secretary of State. No questions asked. No, like, are you ready to get on board? You need to do this for me first. This is the third call from Rubio. Yeah, I'm going to give him a favor." Donald Trump picking up the phone and going, "Hey, Rubio, you're my fucking Secretary of State." After saying this.
Not going down.
He thinks the
Excuse me, wait
Palestinian is a
minute, wait
real
minute.
estate deal.
And these people may even be tougher than Chris Christie, okay?
The Palestinians
They may
are not
even
a
be
real
tougher.
estate deal, Donald.
Okay, no. A
The
deal-
not a real estate-
Holy shit! The Palestinians are not a real estate deal, Donald. Marco Rubio in 2015. The Palestinians are not a real estate deal, Donald.
Deal is a deal. Let me tell you,
A
I've
deal
learned
is
a
not
lot.
A deal is a
You're dealing
deal?
with terrorists.
Whoa.
You are not a
Negotiating with terrorists?
negotiator. You are
Whoa!
And with your
He
thinking,
warned
you will
us, bro.
You will
I
never
agree.
bring peace. You will never bring peace.
Donald might be able to build
I wanna be
condos in the
able-
Palestinian
Excuse
areas,
me.
but he's not going to. This is
Excuse
not a
me.
real
I
estate
wanna
Donald,
be
deal.
able to-
oh my
Senator.
God. He just said, did you just hear him? Rubio just said, he was like, he might be able to bring peace to the Palestinian
He will
area,
never-
but it's not a real estate deal. He was fundamentally understanding exactly what was going to happen in Gaza.
Be able to do it. I think I may be able to do it. Although I will say this, probably the toughest deal of any kind is that particular.
You've been funding liberal Democratic politicians, and by the way,
I funded
the,
you.
The
I
reason
funded him.
You're welcome.
I
to
funded
have
him.
a check.
Yeah, see, this is the thing. They were all in cahoots. Rubio was on the outside. Rubio's on the outside. Donald Trump is speaking to fucking Tucker. I fucking funded you. Yeah. And what did the media do? Took all their fucking eggs and put them in the Ted Cruz basket. What the fuck?
Check
I
back.
funded this guy.
Because let's
I
They
gave him a
made
check.
Donald Trump.
Yeah, you
I gave
gave
him
me
a check.
$5,000.
He never funded
and,
me.
And by the way, let's be clear.
I gave him a
Donald
check.
claimed-
Oh, that was Marco Rubio. Marco Rubio said, "Yeah, you did." Wow. Holy shit, people. That was crazy. Rubio really was on fire. He was really doing it. What the fuck happened? They really fucked him, didn't they? Man, maybe he gets another shot, but that was... How? What?
AOC's so-called woke one controversy.
Let's get a
split the
little bit
internet.
of this
Now
real
after the
quick.
shocking news out of
A little
Wisconsin.
bit of Phil,
It's hit a whole
and then
new
we'll
level.
go
We go inside a
into...
while.
And then we're going to go into Andrew Callaghan, and the UK no longer has free speech on the ground. 45 minutes of
Investigation
it.
around
Coming next,
allegations
guys.
with a Tennessee youth prison. What's really going on around allegations that prices go up if you don't tip. And you've got accusations that the Treasury is now making it easier for drug cartels and human traffickers. We're diving into all of that and even more on today's brand new Philip DeFranco show. You daily dive into the news, starting with this. This dramatic upset that just played out in Wisconsin is big. I mean, you're seeing
Yeah,
a lot
it
of
is.
different people having
Again, guys, this is literally like if you watch Premier League soccer, this is as if Tottenham won the fucking Premier League. If you're into football, this is as if the fucking Chicago Bears won the Super Bowl. If you're into politics, this is as if Kamala Harris is the 2028 Democratic nominee. That was the stakes of
lot
this
of different
fucking
takeaways
election
here.
that
Because
just
the main
happened.
thing that people focusing on was
That
the Democratic
was the
primary to the
upset.
governor's race, and way ahead of everyone else was State Representative Francesca Hung. And Hung, she's a DSA member, and if she won this and then the general, she would have ended up being the first Democratic Socialist governor in American history. And at least according to the polls, it looked like she was on her way. Right, one of the most recent
Not even
ones
the
had
polls,
her
the
at
prediction
44%,
markets too.
followed by David Crowley with just 22%.
The prediction
But then when the
markets
actual
too.
election results came in, it was like a bomb drop. You had Hung at 39.4% of the votes tallied, and Crowley at 39.8%, which is incredibly narrow, but one, a win's a win, and two, she was supposed to blow him out of the water. And so in the wake of all this, you've seen some shocked, others saying, I told you so, many also relieved. Because throughout this race, you've seen more moderate Dems kind of biting their nails at the thought of Hung maybe winning the primary and then losing the general because the general public thinks she's too extreme. And while you've seen this argument even playing out in more liberal places like with Mamdani in New York City, for extra context here, this is Wisconsin, right? It was a state with the narrowest outcome in the 2024 election. You had Trump winning it by just under 30,000 votes. So in this primary, you had establishment Dems.
But that's exactly why I put those $5 down on him and made $100 last night, guys. Because I was like, she said she wanted to cancel Thanksgiving. Wisconsin's not going to go for this. I don't know
just
what
scrambling to find
everyone
someone
else
to
in the
beat Hung,
world
right?
was
At
fucking
first, it was
thinking.
looking like Lieutenant
But there
Governor
was
Sarah
no
Rodriguez,
way that was
but
going to
she dropped
happen.
out after questions were raised about her campaign's finances,
Milwaukee,
which was then
black
also
people are gonna
awkward
vote
for Crowley
against the
because he
black
had
guy?
also dropped out even earlier and endorsed Rodriguez. But then when she dipped, he jumped back into the race, at which point another frontrunner, Mandela
I lost
Barnes,
the USB.
dropped out as well. And so that pretty much
That was
left Crowley,
wild.
who got the endorsement of Wisconsin's outgoing governor, Tony Evers, and Hung. She was riding the endorsements of national progressives like Ilhan Omar and Ro Khanna, though very notably not AOC or Bernie Sanders. So
you notice that? That's what they're saying now. They're trying to blame AOC and Bernie Sanders, saying if they would have come to Wisconsin and supported her, they would have gotten her. And it's like, I don't
Also, a
think
very active
so at
voice
all.
you saw promoting her campaign was Hassan Piker.
Rapid fire. Do you support repealing Act 10?
Yes.
Universal child care?
Yes.
Free school meals?
Yes.
Guaranteed paid leave?
Yes.
Abolishing ICE?
Yes.
A 1-year data center moratorium?
Yes.
Breaking up Big Ag?
Yes.
Public grocery stores?
Yes.
Right to repair?
Yes.
Legalize.
She should have said no to all of these things. She would have won the election, guys, if she would have said no to all of these things.
Cannabis?
Yes.
Overturning Citizens United?
Yes.
A workers' bill of rights?
Yes.
A free Palestine?
Yes.
A Scott Walker statue that people can go to that are made by local artisans and craftsmen that people can slap up if they want to.
Tentatively, yes.
Is there anything in that list of what you told Hassan Piker that you disavow now?
No.
Right now, after the fact,
Wow.
people disagreeing,
Oh my
saying,
God, they
Hung,
even
she
gave
she
her a
did as
chance
well
on
as she did
Fox
because
News.
of voices like Hassan Piker, though
Holy
others say
shit.
being that closely attached, it weirds out the normies. But that's also just one piece of a much larger debate about why she lost. Because for some additional context here, we then have to talk about some of her controversies. So first of all, the media, especially the right-wing media, they latched on to some comments that she made, particularly on criminal justice. So for example, she once said that police exist to uphold white supremacy and that she supports defunding the police as a first step towards abolishing the police. She also told voters, quote, I think that my perfect world would be a world without prisons because we all see the humanity in one another and then we know nobody's disposable. You had many slamming that comment with people like Bill Maher saying,
But again, I don't think that that's the thing they should have been focused on. They almost got her elected because the uncles are out there going, oh, she's a communist, oh, she's a this, oh, she's against ICE. Like, it's all the same shit we've heard before. You needed to focus up. The reason I put the $5 bet in on the black guy is it's Wisconsin. She said that we should mourn Thanksgiving. Like, that is a fundamental American truth you're not going to get away with. You're not going to get away with that one.
Well, murder victims are. I mean, if you heard this kind of nonsense coming out of the mouth of a teenage beauty queen, it would be an eye roll. Get your head out of your ass. I would vote for Sarah Palin before this shit.
Now, with all this, when members of the press, they asked her about whether she still believes these things. She usually kind of gave answers that a number of people thought were kind of wishy-washy. Because on one hand, she distanced herself from them, saying she's evolved, but then on the other hand, she'd imply that there's still something she aspires to in the long term. Though you did have her, as time passed, giving more clear-cut answers.
The governor cannot defund the police, and I won't defund the police. And I'm not interested in
silly goose.
abolishing
I will never
prisons.
But again, that was one part of a much bigger situation. Because you also had Republicans digging up old social media posts that turned this whole thing into a culture war. Or with her tweeting in 2019, I ate 2 bites of my kid's cheeseburger at a Culver's in Black River Falls and told them they ran out of ice cream. Mostly just wanted to leave because I was on the verge of an anxiety attack. Too many old white people who didn't think we spoke English. Many on the right pushing this as she hates old white people. But that also ended up kind of being dwarfed by the whole Thanksgiving thing. Because you had Hung writing in a since from November.
That's it. It was that one. I'm telling you. It was the Thanksgiving one that did it. And the fact that they got this El Sayed guy saying that we should fucking pull out the 4th of July, 4th of July, you're going to get a little bit of the younger kids that are going to like, oh, 4th of July, yeah, fucking colonialism. A little bit less, but still really hard to defend. Thanksgiving, there's no defending that one. You're not going to
cancel Thanksgiving. Should have done this in 1621. If it takes a worldwide pandemic for us to realize we should stop celebrating colonialism and the original superstar event that killed indigenous folks and women, so be it. And I just have to imagine, like, whatever Republican strategist found that post got promoted. Right? It was a post that was like, fuck Thanksgiving. Also, use the X, kind of like the term Latinx, which was just a big loser for a lot of people that were using it. And so it ended up being just perfect because, of course, Fox News, they love to sound the alarm about liberals and communists and gay people and whoever else they're afraid of, waging a war against all that is good and holy.
War on Christmas, a war on Thanksgiving.
It's war on fun. The war on straws. War on meat. The war on dogs.
There is a war on hot dogs. War on cars. War on appetizers.
Declaring war on cows.
War on soda.
There's now a war on styrofoam. War on red hats. War on all things conservative.
And so when they heard that Hong wanted apparently to cancel Thanksgiving, they had a field day. Right? And with that, you would
yeah, he fucking did. And I had a field day last night too. I won $100 fucking dollars off of $5. Guys, just one last time, I want to reiterate. It's as if Tottenham wins the Premier League. It's as if the Chicago Bears become the Super Bowl champions. It's as if Kamala Harris is the 2028 nominee for the Democratic Party. That was the odds last night, and the man did it. All right, guys, now we got Andrew Callaghan. This just happened today. Andrew Callaghan dropping this 45-minute documentary on the streets of the UK, the death of free speech in the UK. I got to take a piss real quick, and then let's get back into it.
Rebecca, she decided to come here today, handcuffed to me, and put this sign, which is, you know, clearly in support of a terrorist organization. I've ended up in this very embarrassing situation. Is it a crime to be in love?
Do you expect to be arrested today?
I'm not sure. I mean, I'm protesting my innocence. Like, I didn't write this. I'm not here. Like, it's my girlfriend. You know what I mean? She's a terrorist. I'm really sorry. This is my girlfriend. I think if I am arrested, it will be a severe miscarriage of justice.
Do you think your girlfriend will be arrested today?
Rebecca? Sweetie? She said she's not sure.
What will you do if your girlfriend's arrested?
Cry. I mean, she's made some mistakes, but I still love her. I'm just supporting my women.
Why are people being arrested here today?
I mean, people are being arrested because Palestine Action has been designated a terrorist group, and some people think that that's maybe not such a great thing. I have no opinions on the matter. As I said, innocent. I'm innocent! It's the mannequin! Oh, my goodness, fall in love!
I don't want to break your mannequin. No, I like your handcuffs, but I just don't want to...
Rebecca, don't separate me from her! I can't bear to be away!
Lock her up! Let's go, Andrew Callaghan in the UK.
Oi, Channel 5 Live Worldwide back for the one time. London edition, bruv. Fresh off America's 250th anniversary
and
our
wild
own
one.
royal wedding, you may not know this, but not everybody around the world values freedom like we do here in the great USA. And in the past few years, one US ally in particular has come under a lot of fire.
In the UK right now, there's been a horrific crackdown on free speech.
In Britain, free speech, I fear, is in retreat.
That's right, free speech is under attack in the United Kingdom. And in the story we're doing today, over 3,000 people have been arrested since last July for doing something you see in the US every single day: peaceful protest. At this point, any red-blooded, freedom-loving American patriot might ask, how the hell can that be possible? Now, if you're a Channel 5 supporter and you've been watching our Palestine series, you know the issue is a hot topic around the world, involving many Western countries, lawmakers, and tax dollars. And much like the US, Israeli influence can be found in a major way in the UK, where protests have centered around Elbit Systems, an Israeli weapons manufacturer with factories across England. Those in the US may also know Elbit for its contracts on the US-Mexico border, where it deploys surveillance towers and technology right here in order to keep the border secure. The protests against Elbit have been popping the hell off in the UK for the past 5 years, but the arrests and actions have really picked up.
Now remember, guys, just so you guys know, there will be a slant here. He is like a Democrat for the most part on this side. So I think the angle he's probably going to come in with is like, why does the right wing only care about the freedom-loving UK members that are fighting for the Freedom Caucus and fighting against the Muslims, and why do they not care about, you know, the globalist, the person from the, you know, Green Initiative getting arrested for gluing their hand on the cement?
over the past.
And if that is the argument that Andrew Callaghan is going to have here, I agree. I think that you should be allowed to do either one.
Calendar year. So back in November, we sent the homie JP to London to figure out what the hell is going on across the pond.
We're slaves to ideology and consumption. Man, it's selfish. We're slaves to thinking that we're better than anyone else is. We suffocate, asphyxiate, heart rate perpetuating hatred. We overwhelm, degenerate, abbreviate for the sake of staying basic. And I'm talking from a privilege that I don't debate. I hit the jackpot of the century.
Guys, Hong lost, and now we got to rescue the UK, okay?
White male, cis, straight.
Operation
and
Rescue
I know my
the
heart
UK.
was meant to be my pale skin.
We saved
because I know I
Wisconsin,
couldn't live
now
with
it's
being
time to save the
silent on
UK.
hate. When I grew up, my estate was always teeming with diversity. But now, I can't remember how the end of my rap goes.
That's perfect. Thank you so much, Ben. What's going on in the United Kingdom? As an American reporting in the UK, it brings me a little bit of sadness to say that free speech laws here in Britain are not what they are in the United States.
Free speech is very important. I don't know if you're referring to any place in particular. Perhaps they are, but
we've had free speech for a very, very long time here, so we're very proud about that. We protect.
You don't have free speech. You see that? Even Donald Trump was like, this motherfucker is a liar. And then the guy's like, I'm not a liar.
That's right, because here in the UK, you can spend up to 6 months in prison for holding a sign or putting on a pin with a...
The craziest one is there was a guy that was doing a chant against another team in a football match in London, and they said it was derogatory towards like an Indian culture or something, and they arrested him for 6 months. He was just doing a soccer chant outside a stadium at another team. They were opposing teams, fans, and the guy yelled something at the other fan, and they decided that they were going to arrest him for 6 months for hate crime.
Phrase that the government
At a
doesn't
soccer
like.
match, bro.
And that's exactly what's happened over the past 5 months or so. Over 2,200 people have been arrested here in the UK for holding up signs in favor of a group called Palestine Action, a direct action protest group here in the UK that back in July, the British government designated as a terrorist organization. So they put it on the level of ISIS, Al-Qaeda, and again...
It is interesting, guys. I just want to reiterate this again. This is we've already seen the Nick Shirley side of this, the Asmongold side of this, the pro freedom UK side of this. This is now literally the same laws being implemented on the left and arresting the left as well. And both sides, both Channel 5 and Tyler Oliveira, will both go, the UK's fucked. But for different reasons, because they're trying to advocate for a Palestinian protest group.
The free speech laws here in Britain, you cannot say, I like ISIS. I think Al-Qaeda is pretty cool. That could end you up in prison. So we're here in Tavistock Square in London, where protesters have gathered. And here at 1 p.m., they are all in unison going to write the phrase, I oppose genocide, I support Palestine Action, and then line up to be arrested en masse.
My name's Paul. Wow. I'm with a socialist choir called Strawberry Thieves. Labour acting just like Tories. La 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 la. I'm here to support the people who are fighting for the freedom of...
Can't have it both ways. That's exactly kind of the point. It's they're literally, you have Andrew Callaghan and Channel 5 going, look, these Palestinian people are being arrested just for writing on pieces of paper in London. And then you have Tyler Oliveira going, look, these people are being arrested in London just for speaking out against Muslims. And it's all of this is government corruption, and it's all the same fucking thing. Why the fuck don't they have free speech in goddamn the UK?
Expression.
Probably because they keep getting a new prime minister every goddamn year.
Together, and it creates camaraderie. On our screens we see the cruelty. La 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 la.
They don't have guns. That's a good point.
I didn't hear any.
It's a silent protest. Yeah, I mean, I appreciate what you're doing. It's great.
Yeah, okay.
But maybe not here in the silent protest.
It could have raised the mood so much if people would have joined in.
What do you think the goal is with the protest here today?
Teach the government a lesson.
And what lesson do you want to teach the government?
Respect people's human rights. Don't contravene the Human Rights Act.
As you can see behind me, there have got to be between 50 and 100 police officers here. And now the police...
They're going to arrest all these people for writing on a sign. They're going to arrest all the... it doesn't matter what they're protesting, guys. They're going to arrest all these people for writing on a sign.
Are going one by one and making arrests. The protesters are not making it easy on them. They have gone limp. They are not resisting
I would go
arrest,
in too.
but
Fuck this.
Are refusing to help them do their jobs.
Yep.
And so one by one, they are being carried out by a group of 5 to 6 officers at a time.
Wow.
Do you have anything you want to say to the people?
Look at the resources being wasted.
As you get dragged out?
Free Palestine.
Stop enabling the people who are killing people. That's what I want you to do. In our thousands, we will...
I hope this, like, I know we're sinking in the ratings because this is more left-leaning, guys, but we're going to watch this whole way through. And the people that stick with us understand you can't have it both ways. You can't say, oh, Islam is, oh, these people over here supporting terrorism because they're Palestinian, the fucking supporters, they're wokies. We need to arrest every yellow-haired, fucking pink-haired person. And then at the same time go, well, why can't I point out that this Muslim guy is running over a crowd of people and raping 9-year-old girls? That's crazy. I'm being arrested for pointing out this Muslim is blowing up a building in my home city. They're both the same thing, guys. You're citizens of the country, and you should be allowed to speak freely.
We want you to do the right thing. Tell my wife I love her.
Will do.
Look how they're picking up this beautiful human being. She should not be picked up by 4 men in this manner. It is disgusting.
Watch every time talk about
as
it.
we are seeing
Yeah, because you know, like the one that really pisses me off sometimes is that Nate Friedman, because he's literally paid for by AIPAC, so everything is like really cut together, and it's not even like a conspiracy theory type of thing. Like he literally has the Star of David, and he started doing videos in New York during the whole Times Square thing with Sneeko. So it's like he was sent out by AIPAC as like a 22-year-old or whatever to get his own. I'm sure he still makes his own material, but he has that intention because that's who's funding his projects. We still watch all his videos because it's still interesting to see why people weren't voting in Wisconsin, why he's going to walk around and try to talk to people with the jobs in Dearborn, Michigan. You always see all perspectives on the show.
Behest of Benjamin Netanyahu. Shame on this government.
Unless they're manipulating. If they're manipulating, then I tend to move on. If they're like, look, Donald Trump did this bad thing, or they're like, blah, 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 Joe Biden, it's like, okay, I don't need to do that shit. No TDSers and no MAGAs. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not doing either one. I'm just over here fucking observing what's going on.
This government doesn't have a leg to stand on. This government is being dictated by the Zionist lobby, not just in the United States, but across the globe. If this is how they are treating the elderly, white, British people, what are they going to do to brothers like you and me? How are they going to pick you up?
Facts, bro.
How are they going to drag you on the street? Or you're just waiting until they come at your door?
The protest here today is organized by Defend Our Juries with the stated goal of lifting the ban on Palestine action.
My name's Lex. I work with Defend Our Juries.
Can you tell me what Defend Our Juries' goal was in organizing this today?
The goal really is to highlight the farce of a terrorism act that we have in this country.
My name is Pedro, and I usually come to the protest to photograph and to record. Consider myself a witness to the dark times we're going through.
My name is Ibrahim Abul Assad, and I'm here to support the individuals that are holding up a placard that reads, I oppose genocide and I support Palestine action.
My name is Elizabeth. I'm here to protest against the ban on Palestine action because I believe it is unlawful. It is not in line with...
And these guys are not doing anything unlawful. It is literally illegal. Well, I guess it is unlawful, but they're literally being arrested for writing on a piece of paper how they feel.
A democracy.
And do you expect to get arrested today?
I do. That's why I'm here, and I hope to get arrested. Yes.
My name is Sam Weinstein. I'm part of the International Jewish Anti-Zionist Network here in the
Because that's the thing is, like, I'm against what they're protesting, but just like the Westboro Baptist Church, I'm like, they need to be able to do it. Like, if they're not gluing their hands and stopping traffic and fucking blowing up buildings and doing crazy shit, they're standing outside as a bunch of fucking Karens screaming, you need to let them sit outside and scream. Because if you're going to arrest all of them, then when you let them out, they're not going to go back to the park. They're not going to play nice anymore. You want your enemy to vocalize their issue with you. You do not want to try to silence your enemy, or your enemy will try to silence you.
UK, and I'm here to support people who are opposing genocide.
Because there's a lot of wokeness in this crowd.
I'm the daughter of a Holocaust survivor, and that's why I'm here today. I'm protesting against the prescription of Palestine action. I think it's absolutely outrageous. It's a complete erosion of our democratic rights going on in this country.
The government is trying to completely take away our human rights to express our opinion about what's wrong with the world.
And this is taking place after The United Nations believes that Israel is carrying out a genocide in Gaza after the International Criminal Courts are investigating the Israeli military for plausible genocide. Sorry, not just the Israeli military, but
and you want to know you want to know what's different about being where we're at, where I'm located right now, and where you're most likely watching this. It's not illegal. It's not illegal for me to do this. Well, for me to show you this, it's not illegal for me to show you this image. This beautiful image here. It's not illegal for me to do that, okay? All right? And it's also not illegal to do this either, which is crazy. And this is also illegal, literally illegal in the UK. Okay? This would be illegal in the UK. Oh, I set myself up. I thought that I thought Nikki Fuentes would be on. But Nikki Fuentes didn't even do a show today? Whoa. Oh, I thought my door opened. That was crazy. All right. Back to Rubio. He's going to be the next press secretary. He's also going to be the next president. Anyway, here we go.
Actually issued arrest warrants for Benjamin Netanyahu, as well as other individuals within his government.
Nick Fuentes wasn't live tonight. I should have checked that
elderly in such harsh environments, in the winter, in the cold, being dragged by men. For what? For holding up a placard saying that they oppose that very same genocide.
Right. Exactly. It's like, if you're not on the wrong side, then why the fuck are you arresting us for holding up a fucking placard, a piece of paper? This is crazy.
The amount of police officers that is here today just shows the priorities of this state in suppressing any kind of political dissent. That's what we're here to highlight.
This is one of a long line of protests under the name of Lift the Ban, specifically about lifting the ban on Palestine action. So there's a civil disobedience campaign, a very broad-based civil disobedience campaign, with now 2,200 people who've been arrested.
So my name's Paddy Friend. I'm a law student, live in London. I'm currently like a PhD researching, protest rights and the repression of protest in this country.
You were recently arrested, right?
Yeah. I was arrested because Palestine Action were recently proscribed this year, given terrorist status under law, and I've been arrested as a consequence of that. They've accused me of being an organizer of the Lift the Ban protests organized by Defend Our Juries, and they've accused me of speaking on a number of Zoom calls, which they say were supportive of Palestine Action.
As the daughter of a Holocaust survivor, why do you think it's important to be here?
The Jewish voice that's being heard in the media is seen as that all Jews are supporting the state of Israel and what Netanyahu's doing. And I think it's really important that Jewish people like me, particularly those of us whose families were in the Holocaust, to speak up and say this has got nothing to do with Judaism, that there are many, in fact, a growing minority of older Jews, and certainly many, many Jews, younger Jews, who absolutely are not Zionists, do not support the actions of Israel, and it is definitely not done in our name.
I wonder if that guy defended Tommy Robinson. That's the thing, is that I would think that both Tyler Oliveira and Andrew Callaghan would defend both sides of this issue. I would hope that both of them would. I mean, it's kind of an oxymoron to defend one and not the other. I don't like that. I don't like that I'm having to show that these values and stuff as if it's a protest that I'm in support of in some manner. At the same time, it's fascinating to hear the other side, and also it's about the fact that they're being arrested for something that they just fundamentally as a human should not be arrested for. No matter what country you live on earth, and if America needs to take care of that, then America needs to take care of that. But no matter what country you live on earth, you should have a citizen's right to speak freely against your government.
Jewish history teaches us to be against genocide. We had to deal with a genocide, so we recognize a genocide when we see one taking place in Palestine. And our saying is, never again for anyone.
But also, when I think about my father's experience and what went on in Nazi Germany and Europe, I see the erosion of those rights. A genocide just doesn't happen like that. A Holocaust doesn't happen overnight. It's the build-up of anti-democratic laws about our right to protest.
You have a right to freedom of expression, which is a part of a healthy democracy. Right now, our democracy doesn't look pretty healthy. People being dragged away for going down to a public place and like expressing a pretty basic fact.
We don't really have free speech at all.
I think for the American audience, watching this, I think it must look pretty fucking wild.
You can't give your opinion on the prescription of groups like Hamas or Hezbollah or Palestine Action now. As soon as you say something about them, you're considered a terrorist yourself.
To prescribe a group that basically smashed up arms companies. Like, this is an erosion of our right to protest.
And can you speak to a little bit of what Palestine Action was doing?
Palestine Action was going into factories where they manufacture weapons and bombs, etc., and destroying them, doing everything they can to...
So this wasn't really about the safety, it was about the lobby. You can't go going fucking up Lockheed Martin's money. Even Marco Rubio knows you can't go around fucking up Lockheed Martin's money. Lockheed Martin has more money in the governments than Palantir, Netanyahu, the Jews, Epstein, Bill Gates, and fucking Bill Clinton all put together. You can't be going up fucking up their money. Yo, are you fucking for real right now? Arrest all of them. Arrest all of them. How stupid. You think you can steal money from Lockheed Martin? Bro, you really think you can steal money from Lockheed Martin? No shit, they're getting arrested.
Destroy them, and also to point
real easy when the money's printing
and to
right there in Parliament.
Bring them out of the darkness into the light to show what was happening.
Stop these kids.
They would enter arms factories. They would occupy the roofs of arms factories and dismantle actual weapons. For example, now currently the Filton 24, who are on trial in Woolwich Crown Court, have been accused of aggravated burglary. And what they did was smash up quadcopters, and they're accused of causing about £2 million of...
Yo, you fucking up them Ukrainian drones, bro? Bro, you destroying them Ukrainian drones? Nah, every last grandma must be put in prison. Every last grandma must be put in prison. You cannot be fucking destroying those Iranian drones or those Ukrainian drones. Whatever country whoever's getting the drones.
Damage to Elbit Systems, which is Israel's biggest arms factory.
I'm not even sure that people in this country are aware that Israeli companies have arms factories on our shore.
What the people in Pal Action were doing was trying to stop a genocide by destroying the machinery of war. They were trying to break up the factories that are building the bombs that are killing women and children.
But I think the thing that really spurred on the government to prescribe them was that they threw red paint. They broke into an RAF base and they threw red paint on a fighter jet.
And for people who wouldn't know at home, the RAF is a section of the British military.
Yeah, the Royal Air Force.
The Prime Minister has condemned pro-Palestinian activists who sparked a serious security alert when they broke into RAF Brize Norton and vandalised military aircraft.
And actually, they were there for quite a while without anybody.
Yes, Dev. Israel wants, Israel gets, Lockheed Martin needs more money. Absolutely. And it's common sense, people. Anyone that believes in free speech needs to understand. You don't fuck with Lockheed Martin. You don't even say anything negative about them ever. You don't say a single negative thing about Lockheed Martin if you really, truly believe in free speech, okay?
Realising they were there, and I think the government was really embarrassed.
Well, the Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, has called this disgraceful and an act of vandalism, sentiments echoed by the Ministry of Defence. But massive questions, given those perpetrators are still at large, and given what a vital role this base plays for Britain's military infrastructure.
I think it was about 2006, there was a big court case, with some people that had broken into an RAF base. One of them was represented by Keir Starmer.
No.
And the
Bro called me cool and then pulled it out and said no one. Bro, what?
The judge in that case says there is a long and honourable tradition of civil disobedience of direct...
The Ukrainians, a tech not ours, we just funded it. The Jews are our misfortune. America is a pay for everyone. I mean, I don't care, guys. It's Lockheed Martin. You can't do anything negative, even speaking out towards Lockheed Martin, or you don't believe in free speech.
Action in this country.
Really,
and didn't
those
elect
things
to
go
put those
together.
people in
When you're
prison,
born,
you know?
you understand
and it
that.
feels like in the last 5 years, it's gotten, the game has really changed. Like, people are going to prison for a long time and in pretty big numbers.
That's why we need to dismantle the Terrorism Act 2000. It was designed to silence political dissent.
I mean, it is a deeply illiberal, draconian piece of legislation. It gives the police unchecked powers and the courts unchecked powers and the state unchecked powers. It gives them the power to, hold you for a week without charge, without speaking to a lawyer sometimes.
5 days? Dude, and then they'll say, well, that's the bureaucracy of the court system. And I say, that is true. You said something negative about Lockheed Martin and you don't believe in freedom, sir.
Gives them the power to stop anyone at the border that they have any suspicion of anything. It gives them the power to demand that you unlock your phone. Not only does it...
I'm half tempted to permaban people for talking badly about Lockheed Martin. I mean, we don't want to be putting ourselves on the list of people that are terrorists against free speech. So guys, don't ever say anything negative about Lockheed Martin, because we all know we fundamentally... you can't have those things together. Like, if you love freedom, you love Lockheed Martin. It's that fucking simple.
Give the state the power to sort of destroy, groups it deems as terrorists.
Talk negatively about Lockheed Martin?
It is also this sort of, ideological, political tool to
get
go
away with
after
it too.
our thoughts and our freedom of speech, right? I think what we're seeing is extreme now, the way it's been, used on a protest group for the first time. But I think it's really important to remember that these laws have been used for the last 20 years in this country, basically exclusively against Muslims. They've sowed a climate of fear, of suspicion, in Muslim communities in this country.
Lockheed Martin equals Jesus owned and needs missiles. That's what I mean. It's all... Goodness is Lockheed Martin. Goodness is weapon manufacturing. Goodness is that. And so anything against that, arrest the grandmas.
And there have been huge miscarriages
Arrest
of
the
justice.
grandmas.
Now we see them being used on protest groups.
What the movement has always said is that the police have a choice whether to arrest these people or not, right? That's a fact in this country. In the several nations.
Look at Liz here. Liz just came to... Liz came to a public park and thought that she could talk negatively about Lockheed Martin. And now she has the audacity to just lay down. Doesn't even let him pick them up. Won't even use her own legs.
Nations
Free
that make
speech?
up the UK. In Scotland, for example,
her?
the police have chosen
Obviously.
not to arrest people holding signs because they feel either it's not in the public interest or it doesn't fit their interpretation of the terrorist act.
All right, let me pull the curtain back for a second on how this video actually got made, because it's relevant to everything that I just showed you.
Whew.
There's no foreign desk yet. There's no London bureau yet. There's nobody on staff whose entire job...
He's going to grift, and I should grift too. Double tap, hit that like button, hit subscribe, guys. Get that $5 membership, $5 super chats. You can put anybody you want into our poll of the day, $10 super chats. Throw anybody out of the poll of the day. This is Channel 5, Andrew Callaghan, dropping 13 hours ago, 402,000 views, the death of free speech in the UK. Let's get back to it.
But honestly, when I see one, that's
and the terrorism laws and terrorism powers were used against them and their family members.
The Filton 24 are young people who took it upon themselves to try and stop the violent crimes of the Israeli state, where they, slaughter Palestinians with drones.
What is your relation to the Filton 24? So the Filton 24...
I miss Charlie. Oh, you should subscribe, because you wait until fucking September, y'all. Oh, you wanna see somebody that's gonna really upset Lockheed Martin in September? Pretty much every day I'm gonna make sure that I'm watching as many 9/11 and Charlie Kirk videos as humanly possible as we do the 1-year anniversary of Charlie Kirk and the 25-year anniversary of 9/11. Remember, if you're in the tri-state area, make sure to boo Mondani off that stage. We have to boo him off that stage. Netanyahu's not welcome in New York, and I don't know what that means, since he isn't allowed to, and we believe in free speech. So time to Lockheed Martin.
Defendants, or at least 23 of them are, as I am one of the 24.
There is another manhunt underway. This time we've got a Palestine Action protester who was given temporary bail to go to his brother's wedding for a few days. He's decided...
I'm not saying I know Charlie Kirk. I did meet him. I guess I knew him. He was 18 years old, and I was, I think, 22 or 23, and we were both door knocking for Ron Paul in Iowa in 2012 at the University of Iowa. And he was not in my bunk or even in my section, but he was there, and I remember him being there later on when he became who he became.
To go on the run and not come back to prison.
I always looked at Charlie Kirk as like the Christian, like Donald Trump, like America voice, like MAGA version of Steven Crowder. Like that Steven Crowder was a little bit too much of a bad boy doing that stuff. So they like decided to just like instill this like teenager to go out and just like do what he did. But then after his death, I kind of started correlating him a lot more to like Jesus of Nazareth, because it's like the man really actually liked being out in public and debating more than he liked doing his show or grifting or posting shit or being a part of the conversation like the people after his death did and shit. And that debate, I swear to God, if that debate happens tomorrow, well, Nick Fuentes said that he's going to do commentary on the debate if the debate happens tomorrow. So if the great debate happens tomorrow, we will be covering it, but we will be covering it from Nick Fuentes' commentary.
My current legal status is abscond.
And remember, we believe in free speech. That's why we're going to be watching Nick Fuentes' commentary. We have it here in the United States. So do not say anything negative about Lockheed Martin. We don't want to all end up locked up like these idiots over in the UK. Remember, there is only one fundamental rule to freedom. Don't say anything bad about Lockheed Martin. Especially don't go to their facilities and destroy their weapons. Like, that sounds crazy. Like, that's how you get the grandmas arrested. You end up on Channel 5.
I guess as a political prisoner at large with a 4-star wanted level.
And can you describe the reason you were arrested and just how you ended up becoming a fugitive?
Yeah, so I was arrested because the British state formed a task force known as Operation Recomply in order to crack down on Palestine actionists and its supporters.
They cause very limited damage. If at all that this is the case, it's proven they should be tried for criminal damage, but instead the government is trying to...
We're going to hear the audio here for a second, but I'm going to get the next hour of our poll up. Rubio advances. He's going to go up against John Ossoff next.
Incarcerated
or AOC next,
under terrorist laws, and they're all very young.
Violent raids in the middle of the night, which the UN has actually called enforced disappearances.
And can you describe the conditions that you faced that followed your arrest?
So the conditions was taken to counter-terrorism police station for 3 days, interrogated. I was treated as a terrorist.
How long were you in prison for?
I was in prison for 11 months before I got my temporary bail to go to my brother's wedding, and then absconded.
You say absconded. You didn't return on that bail?
Nah, not nobody else.
What was your reasoning behind absconding from that sentence?
Yeah, so it's a simple fact of, this whole Operation Recomply is about terrorizing people, and particularly the pro-Palestine movement in this country. And I wasn't going to play along with the strategy of showing that they can crack down on people and stop them from doing what is right.
And they've been denied their rights. They've been denied bail for over a year. And several are now on a hunger strike.
The only thing left for them is to put their lives on the line to create the change that needs to be seen in the world today. And that's just extremely sad.
Do you know how long they've been on hunger strike?
Some of them started on the 2nd of November.
If you want to know the character of the hunger strike is, you only have to look at what they're accused of. Whether they did it or not, we all support direct action that disrupts an Israeli arms trade in order to end British complicity in genocide, even maybe die.
See, now they're doing the same thing as Asmongold. They're doubling down. Guys, we need to stop doubling down. We need to understand, if you want freedom, you shut the fuck up about Lockheed Martin.
from hunger striking. Speaks
We're gonna end up like the UK. Look at this.
Character.
They're all between the ages of 19 and 22. So please draw press attention to this, because our media is silent. Our media is totally complicit. And our media's not talking about this. They just do the bidding of their political masters and whoever pays them. They have no integrity.
Oh, that's a better way to put it, guys. If you want to keep people on your side as a free speech advocate when you're protesting, I'm being serious now, it's not sarcastic. You do what she did. Instead of calling them Zionists, you say this. I forgot what you said here.
They just do the bidding of their political masters and whoever pays them.
They just do the bidding of their political masters. Don't say who the masters are. Just call them political masters. If you say that, you get a lot more people on your side. And you need to make sure that you don't insinuate that Lockheed Martin has anything to do with those political masters whatsoever. They are not paying them. They're not a part of this. Lockheed Martin and the citizenry just want to have peace at the end of the day. They just want to produce weapons and have peace. That's what we want as citizens. We just want Lockheed Martin to produce weapons and have peace. And these guys with their, the political...
They just do the bidding of their political masters and whoever...
Yeah, they just do the bidding of the political masters and whoever they are. So whoever the political masters are, it doesn't matter really who they are. It's whoever those people are, they're in charge. But it's us in Lockheed Martin, and we're just out here just having... Wait a minute. Could Lockheed Martin be the political masters? Guys, somebody in the chat, let me know, but could Lockheed Martin potentially be one of, or maybe all of the political masters? I'm going to hold off on that one. I'm going to think through that one, but might be something there.
They have no integrity.
Oh, they say as someone is being carried out. What is the stated goal of the hunger strike?
They have 5 different goals. Some of them are quite basic, which is ending the censorship when they would receive mail from their family and friends, for example. And the last one of those 5 goals is to shut Elbit down in this country.
Shut Elbit down, right to a fair trial, the deprescription of Palestine action, and of course, immediate bail.
And when you say right to a fair trial, do you feel...
Well, we already took care of Pfizer in 2020, so we're good. We talked shit about Pfizer, and look what happened in 2020. You know what I mean? We already went through that. Now we're blaming Fauci. We can talk shit about Pfizer. You can't talk shit about Lockheed Martin because we haven't done, did you not learn your lesson from Pfizer? Do you really want another Pfizer situation? Do we really want another pandemic-style situation, but this time created by Lockheed Martin? Or do we want to shut the fuck up and have our free speech? It's time to shut the fuck up and have your free speech, okay? It's time to shut your fucking mouth and have your free speech, okay?
You yourself and the rest of the Fulton 24 have been denied
United
that, right?
States of Missiles?
Well, it's totally ludicrous. There are legal defenses in this country that we should be entitled to. We weren't entitled to a fair trial. If we were, we'd have our legal defenses for starters. We'd have bail for starters. But we're being penalized.
I just got here and I'm lost. What did Lockheed Martin do? News changes so fast. Nothing negative, because again, we care about our free speech. So they created the superhero Iron Man. That's what Lockheed Martin did. They're responsible for pretty much every Avengers movie.
Way through.
And so we've already seen protests across the UK. We've got this one today. There are more scheduled throughout the week. Can you just speak to why this week specifically there are so many popping off?
Yeah, this is a very long-term campaign. And so this represents a continuity of people in this country challenging the genocide of the Palestinian people, challenging Zionism and its occupation of Palestine, the dispossession of the Palestinian people, the ethnic cleansing of the Palestinian people in general. So I think it's important to understand that the focus of all of this is the liberation of Palestine. This week in particular, because next week begins the judicial review on the prescription of Palestine action. A judicial review is to review the legal process of finding Palestine Action a terrorist organization and banning it. That means that one of the co-founders of Palestine Action...
And that's what I'm saying, guys. We already talked shit about Pfizer. We had to deal with the pandemic. Shut the fuck up. Take your free speech. Shut the fuck up and take your free speech, okay?
Essentially taking the government to court, appealing that decision.
Here are some of the best things that Lockheed Martin has ever done, guys, okay? Skunk Works may be the greatest aerospace engineering organization ever created. The probably strongest argument for favorability of Lockheed Martin started in 1943. Lockheed's Skunk Works produced an extraordinary sequence of aircrafts. The Shooting Star, American first operational jet fighter. The U-2 extremely high altitude Renaissance aircraft. The Match 3 Renaissance aircraft, the first operational stealth aircraft, one of the most capable air superiority aircrafts ever built, and the major work on the F-35 and other advanced systems. Okay?
And those judges will then decide whether the way the law was passed was in and of itself lawful or unlawful.
Oi, I'm back, because obviously it's been a few months now since we shot that footage, and there's been some important...
They were accused in the 50s, 60s, and 70s of bribing people with $22 million in Japan, West Germany, Italy, the Netherlands, Saudi Arabia, as well as at least 100 other countries. There was that. Oh, but the employee that was responsible for all of it paid a $500 restitution fee.
Developments in this case and the story at large. First, to the hunger strikers. They continued without food for another month and a half, with the longest going for 73 days without eating, lasting even longer than Bobby Sands' famous hunger strike in 1981 for the rights of the IRA in Ireland. So as far as the outcome since then, the strikers actually declared victory in January after the British government decided not to award a £2 billion defense contract to Elbit Systems. As for the challenge in court to the legality of calling Palestine Action protesters terrorists, well, at first, the court ruled that the decision was unlawful and arrests had to stop, so no more arresting people for talking in the streets. But as we came to see, the British government was not about to go down without a fight, challenging the rule, leading to the arrest of 500 more protesters back in April. Then in June, the whole thing was overturned by the UK Court of Appeals, and free speech became illegal once again in the UK. Lastly, to the Filton 24. In February...
We forgot about Epstein and the Mossad agents? Don't worry, we have all of September. The Taylor Robinson trial is coming. The fucking Mangione trial is coming, guys. It's going to be a great OJ fall. Relax.
6 of them were found not guilty of aggravated burglary, which was the worst of their charges, and 22 out of the 24 were let out on bail. Since then, though, the government has retried that group of 6 as terrorists,
welcome to the mod
with 4
club.
of them
Don't
found guilty for criminal damage. They are now facing prison sentences ranging between 5 to 8 years. Mr. Sean Shibby Middleborough, though, is still on the run. Oh, and Keir Starmer resigned, but that didn't really actually change much on the ground. All right, so now you're up to date. Let's get back in the field.
The people who should be in the dock, the real criminals, are the ones in government who have been supporting this genocide, and also the people who are building the armaments to kill people. Those are the people who should be in the dock.
Palestine Action's prescription is a reflex in order to desperately try to protect an Israeli arms trade in Britain that's on its last seedy legs.
The prescription happened after that incident on the RAF base. There were property damages or damages done.
See, they did it again. They did it again. They keep not understanding that they need to shut the fuck up and have their free speech.
And allegedly by the Filton 24 in the factories. And obviously the government is describing those as the actions of a terrorist group. How would you describe those actions?
Is spray paint, is red paint. Terrorism is like smashing up drones that are going to be used to literally terrorize a population and kill them and ethnically cleanse them in order to expand settler colonialism. Is that terrorism? No, the actual terrorism is what these factories, these companies, and these weapons are being used for.
Adhering to what Francesca Albanese, a UN Special Rapporteur, who herself said that at least 600,000 Palestinians in Gaza have been killed. Other reports say that over 200,000 Palestinians in Gaza have been killed. 20,000 children. At least 20,000 children in Gaza don't have two parents.
Right. And they should be allowed to have that free speech, but you need to shut the fuck up about Lockheed Martin, my guy. The people that are like, they're not tied to Gaza, okay? The weapons manufacturing has nothing to do with the children in Gaza, okay?
50,000 children in Gaza are missing one parent. The audience watching, I want you guys to think, should these elderly men, women, majority being, should they be the ones having to spend 24 hours in a cold cell for holding up a placard that reads, "I oppose genocide"? Keir Starmer, that prides himself to be a somewhat human rights lawyer. If we're targeting our right to protest, we would have never had any National Health Service to begin with, because it was working class men, not Keir Starmer's children, not Rishi Sunak's children. It was the working class men in our communities that were going out to fight in World War I and in World War II, and they returned. And they returned a lot of times without a limb, without a leg, and there was no health service. So what did they do? They protested. They demand the right for a change in society, and that is how we have our National Health Service, in which the leaders want us to clap for, let alone giving them a pay rise for. It's disgusting.
If people want to continue living in a democracy, they need to stand up against this government and its unjust and illegal laws, and not wait to take action only when it affects them personally. You need to do it for this country and for the welfare of everyone, because otherwise doctors' strikes may not happen. Union strikes may be may be considered illegal. So don't wait for it to happen.
We can't rely on begging the so-called powers that be to bring about change and have our demands met. We have to make it ourselves by taking direct action to force concessions.
This is a country that was barring women in general, as well as middle-class, working-class women, and it was the middle-class women of the suffragette movement that carried out direct action to ensure that they should have a right on the table, and it shouldn't just be an elite man that, as a result of the property that he owns, is the reason why he can dictate politics.
The police are overwhelmed. Police don't have enough cells to fit 500 people when there were 500 people at protest. What they've decided, which I think is appalling, is they're going to try 5 people at a time, and they're going to allow each person half an hour each to make their defense. So they've determined that they have a mass scale. They're going to try almost like a sausage.
Again, like they know that like the bureaucracy, like come on.
Factory to push people through the justice system, keeping in mind that these are people who are threatened with terrorist offenses.
I myself was accused and charged. I was found not guilty, but with Section 13, which is showing support or wearing something. My case was
and this is just a guy filming. This is just a guy filming
this huge banner. It shows the illegal West Bank wall, the apartheid wall, broken up in the middle, and there's a huge white dove flying through, holding the key, the symbol of the right to return for all refugees around the world, and the word free flying over. And we were like blocking off, there was some Zionists across the road, so we used the banner to block them off. And they have to look at the picture, the future of Palestine. And then as soon as we're trying to wrap up the banner, the police grabbed us and they said, you're under arrest under Section 13.
Of course,
and we're like, what's that?
I mean, you're speaking, like, you're not, like, those Jews with the Israel flags, they knew. They weren't saying things bad about Lockheed Martin.
And it's like, it's
Shut
a terrorism
the fuck up,
act.
and then you have your free speech.
The most amazing, surreal reason why they arrested us was because so I depicted a blue sky, a clear blue sky, because it was quicker. I actually thought about putting some clouds. When I had my interview at 3 a.m, my solicitor said, like, you know what, this is bullshit. She said, the blue sky, that was the reason for the arrest, is the same as in Gaza on the 7th of October. This is how crazy they're becoming.
How quickly were those charges then dropped?
5 months and a half.
You expect to be arrested today?
I do. In fact, I'm going to run back now to get arrested because I'm hoping I haven't missed my chance.
How do you feel about the fact that in being arrested, you're likely facing a terrorism charge and what that means for your life there afterwards?
Well, that is a risk I'm willing to take. It will not be a good outcome, but I'm not in this on my own. There are several thousands along with me. And so in I get my solidarity from them. So it is a...
Lockheed Martin is our democracy. Lockheed Martin is our free speech. Yes, if they would have worn, like, that's what I mean. Like, the people for Israel have that sign. These people are like, fuck Lockheed Martin. I'm not. We're not. Nobody here is Lockheed Martin. But these people in this video, they're literally putting out derogatory statements towards Lockheed Martin like that. And it's like, you think this is how you get free speech? You think this is how freedom's created?
I don't know if it's not clicked, but the ridiculousness of arresting people like me under the Terrorism Act, I'm like, it just doesn't feel like it's nonsensical. We'll see what happens. I don't expect that I'll be in prison. I suspect I'll end up with a fine.
Most people who are holding signs will be arrested under what's called Section 13 of the Terrorism Act. And that is displaying support for a prescribed organization. Those people will almost never really see the inside of a prison cell.
You say this shit in the chat.
And in fact, it would be practically impossible to put 2,200 plus people in prison. What most of them will probably see is a fine. But the long-term effect, the real issue is not the sentence itself. It's the long-term effect. A terrorist conviction can never be spent. So that will be on your record for the rest of your life. That will affect your employment in the future.
Yes, exactly. If they were saying this about Boeing, we could get on board. But Lockheed Martin?
For example, that will affect your chances of travel. That will affect the sort of jobs you can get.
My family was totally scared. Every single one of us, we had no idea what they can do. You don't know. If they can arrest you for that, what can they do more? So for 5 months and a half, we were terrorized.
Which I think is one reason why we see a very different demographic taking part in these protests. They're often older people who have seen that the younger movement have put their lives on the line for Palestine Action, for example. And now they see that people who are not concerned about getting a job, many of them are retired, people who are not concerned about traveling to Australia or the US.
Wait, is Elon attached to Boeing? I think Boeing is like the anti-Elon. They're like the Joe Biden of Elons. If Joe Biden was Elon, it is Boeing, right? I think that's how that works, right?
Are stepping up and saying this is now a moment for them to take responsibility.
The bolt on the plane.
I'm lucky because I'm very near retirement age. I mean, I am slightly worried about my job because I got arrested before and it got caught on social media and I got in a lot of trouble, but my lovely manager saved my bacon, kosher bacon. I don't know what's going to happen now, but I just felt I had to do it again. I'm so concerned about the laws that are being passed.
So you were arrested for one of these actions before?
Yeah, on the 6th of September.
What would you say to people of any age who might be like-minded and agree with you about the prescription of Palestine Action, but are afraid to be arrested, afraid of being labeled a terrorist?
You're not alone. That is all what I can say. And I can understand everyone has, their individual reservations and fears. If they even just come and watch what's happening.
Even cost. Because if you guys have ever even been in holding, just the cost of, and they're saying they could be held for 5 days before they let them out. So they're going to run their name, put them into holding for 5 days. If you've ever been in holding, like in Austin, I was in holding because I yelled at a cop. Don't yell at a cop in Texas. And I deserved it. I was running my mouth. All charges dropped, obviously. White Karen moment. Learned my fucking lesson. But I got held for almost 48 hours in downtown Austin. Like, they were not fucking around. Moldy bread on my holding cell, locked up in my own area. Really crazy shit. Then I got held in holding in New York City on a Friday night. And I got to see the judge the next morning, but I had to sit in a holding cell with like 40 other people. And like 3 of them were part of a gang murder that night. And I was there because I hopped the turnstile and I had a warrant for my arrest because I didn't show up for a ticket when I got a ticket in Central Park for being in Central Park after 10 p.m. It's fucking the most
and listen to people.
But I learned my lessons and I will not disobey Lockheed Martin or the Austin Police Department or the authority figures that be. I go about my business and I say, you know, I say my piece within my freedom, but I contain myself from the things that stop your own freedom, you know?
And perhaps open their
people
eyes
don't believe in their
to,
own freedom anymore.
You know, what is actually happening and reflect on their role in the society, then they might reconsider.
You see, the truth is our Prime Minister's a real racist. And Dave the Rapper got it right when he used his platform to say this. And the problem isn't self-isolated when we're peeling back our history just to see where the hate is. It takes 8 minutes, 46 seconds to put a man down. 8 minutes, 46 seconds, his head to the ground. 8 minutes, 46 seconds, spectators surround, and it ain't finished in a split second. So come gather round, because we got a history as whitewashed as the paper I write on. Colonial, custodial, protecting the white ones. And if only you'll believe it when you're faced with the lives gone because you'll hashtag Black Lives Matter. But are you ready to fight, son?
What's worse is that they want to blow up the doors of Afghanistan and Iraq in the name of democracy. They say they want to save the women of Iraq by killing more women.
Guys, why did they put that rap in there in the middle? It was like we were all talking about free speech, and then they started talking about George Floyd. Like, ew, shut the fuck up. No, that's not free speech. That's George Floyd.
In Iraq, they want to liberate gay communities in Gaza by destroying and killing gay people that may be gay in Gaza. It's hypocrisy at its finest, and you can't fool us. We grew up in that generation, and what we're going to be is well-versed. What we're going to be is
My story of that one is that I protested for BLM for 2 weeks with my then girlfriend in New York, got caught up in it, was really fighting the system, mostly because of the city curfews in New York that were being put in place by Democrat politicians. And then eventually we stopped going every day because the chants went from Black Lives Matter to Black Trans Lives Matter. And then we would look at each other and go, I think it's time to leave.
Articulated, because this is what they fear. They fear education. They fear those that not only have that ability to understand the events, but also revise those very same events, revise that narrative. And when we revise that narrative and we have conversations like this, it enacts change.
I believe we are on the right side of history. And that, I think, alone is enough. And one has to live according to one's conscience.
Look. I was living in Manhattan, okay? We weren't allowed to do anything without a mask unless we were protesting George Floyd. It was our only activity that was endorsed by our government.
We're living in a supposedly first world country, and it's just by luck we happen to be here. And if we're not able to reach out and support people who are being oppressed and to stand against injustice, then how can we even call ourselves civilized?
Your actions since you've been free, whether it's posting on social media, giving interviews like this, are not one you would normally associate with a government fugitive. Do you expect to be caught by the British government? And what do you hope to accomplish while you're free?
Yeah, it's pretty unreal doing this interview and others after being in a box phone.
Bro looking like he's in a hostage video for ISIS. Bro's setup looked like he's straight out of an ISIS video. Bro looking like the bucket and the fucking tarp are coming over his head any second now. And then he hold up the sign and then he goes, "Hey, mama." Do you remember that shit used to fucking happen? There's actually literally videos online. That shit used to happen, y'all, in the sand. They'd capture one of us Americans, one of us white Americans, and then they would hold our necks and they would, in the thing with the sand and the fucking, the Ustream and everything. And now this guy is just sitting here mocking it with his shitty connection.
7 months, I'm not going to lie to you, JP. I would say, however, that generally speaking, fugitives are not political.
Here we go. George Soros started BLM with the Hitler Youth, LOL, no joke. Okay, so my uncle, here's a crazy story. I was working for Netflix when the pandemic hit as Kevin James' director's assistant, Andy Fickman, the guy that produced She's the Man, and I'm trying to think of what other, Paul Blart Mall Cop 2, bunch of movies like that. So anyway, I'm literally working for him. We go, pandemic hits, we go on unemployment. I'm not working for Netflix. My uncle comments exactly that comment. George Soros is doing BLM, Alex. Why are you doing BLM? I get a call from HR from Netflix that I don't work for, telling me I need to go on a Skype call sometime this week when I'm available so that they can talk to me about the conspiracy theory comments that were located and found inside of my public Facebook. And then they lectured me and just said, like, we just want to make sure that you don't believe in these conspiracies. And we got a few calls and little angry calls and stuff that said that, like, you know, you had some right-wing comments, and then they discovered it was my uncle that had said it. And then they were like, oh, okay, that's okay. Never mind, okay. I wasn't even working for them at the time. Fucking crazy.
Prisoners who can illuminate the complicity and crimes against humanity.
That's the George Soros story, y'all.
Every day as it supports a genocide in Palestine. Naturally, also, people like to see that the state is not an omnipotent force, that we can liberate ourselves from oppression while speaking up for what is right and oppression elsewhere.
Have you ever been arrested before?
Yes, I have.
What were you arrested for previously?
A similar action in October.
And then could you just speak quickly to what your experience was like being arrested the last time in October?
It was perfectly pleasant. Met police, have perfectly polite, shrewd,
I have to say that is such a uniquely British perspective that I cannot say to...
The police were quite polite.
Witnessed a lot of protests and arrests happen in the United States, but this is a much more polite environment and interaction between protesters and police than anything I've ever witnessed.
Well, in the US, you'll get shot down. You'll be shot.
So like 2 months ago-ish, kind of early September.
Yeah, if you're blowing up
I sort of
Rocky
like crept
Mountain,
downstairs, heard these knocks at the door, looked out, and there's like 10 counter-terrorism police at my door, which is like not what you want.
They actually went full libtard now, though, too. As a media insider, let me guys inform you of what's going on if you don't understand the 3D chest here. But Tom Cruise owns a company called Skydance. He made a deal with the Scientologists, 2 Scientologist partners and himself. Angel Studios, which is the major provider of like all independent Christian films right now, and they do the show The Chosen, they're tied to Amazon. Amazon, Angel Studios, and Tom Cruise are now tied to Paramount. Paramount has bought this HBO deal, but you have literally 13 liberal attorney generals of different states in the United States right now suing the Paramount HBO deal, saying that it's a monopoly. Again, you got YouTube, Tubi, Netflix, whatever. Like, you have 1,000 other options. And saying that it will only put 2 providers. It'll make it so that it's just Paramount and Netflix. And I'm like, there's Disney Plus right there. Like, the end, no fucking monopoly. But it's all manipulative because basically once Trump lost in 2020 and through the pandemic, they realized that most of the major media, MSM, was only owned by Democrats, by these crazy people that would call you up when you're not even working for them and telling you what to fucking do and stuff. So they like literally orchestrated this, and then Netflix started to lean into their side of it. The reason that when you see cancel culture on Netflix's side, for the most part, it's the Joe Rogan sphere, it's the Dave Chappelle's, it's the people that will still fall in line for the most part, is because they're inherently like still working with the Obamas and the Clinton Foundation and all that shit. And then you got Larry Ellison and Paramount and Tom Cruise and the Scientologists and Angel Studios, and it's literally like 2 giant company clusterfucks fighting each other now. But I'm like, you're mad that we now have a voice in this fucking major, like, in MSM now too? Because I'm not mad about that. I want the HBO deal because essentially it'll be equal then. You'll have, like, the Netflix side, and then you'll have the Paramount side. And you know what? Then when the next pandemic hits, you'll fucking turn on Netflix and they'll go, wear a mask! And then you'll turn on Paramount and they'll go, calm the fuck down. God's got this. And we'll be good. We won't have to fucking do what we did. This topsy-turvy, hey, your uncle said George Soros in your Facebook comments. I know you don't work for me, but just checking in case we come back in August.
See
what the fuck
are
we doing?
10 officers?
Yeah, seriously.
I mean, I look at you and I think that's a threat.
Yeah.
Mel's more
they were
on the Trump independent,
because I was
like,
arrested
Trump side,
under the Terrorism Act. Handcuffed me at the door.
Yeah, this is what happens
Britain in 2025. Took me across London to the special, like, counter-terrorism unit they have.
What were the conditions like there?
I don't want to sort of be like, oh, poor me. Like it was shit. You know, like, I was held for 3 days in solitary.
3 days in solitary?
Yeah.
Is that no...
See, that's what's crazy, though. It's the 3 to 5 day thing. Because even holding in America, like, the deepest, I think, is 72 hours.
Human contact? Like, what does that actually look like?
Yeah, for sure. So, like, a lot of human contact with police officers. And so, like, they come in and they
Especially
sort of
Tucker.
open a
You see
slit
that
and
Hunter
check you're still
interview
alive
yesterday?
every hour.
Great.
You see a doctor, you know, like, I got food and stuff. I mean, funnily enough, there was, like, a TV in my cell, which is kind of crazy.
Probably.
Okay, so but it's...
Because, guys, again, at the end of the day, this is not a Jew company or a right-wing company over here. It's mostly owned by Tom Cruise and Scientologists. So, like, it's kind of religious. It's got the Chosen and the Angel Studio people and stuff, but, like, it's got the Trumpers and the UFC and stuff, but, like, most of the control is Scientology. And I'm not really sure what the fuck that is.
You alone in a cell.
I just know it's better than gay rainbow Netflix.
I can control, and they would just like chuck on random shit. Like,
wait, so you can't control it? They're just throwing.
Like, oh, you look like you like Harry Potter, and we just like put on the whole Harry Potter.
That is the most British arrest experience I could possibly imagine. And are you still pending charges on that? Do you know will you have to pay a fine?
I will have to go and attend the police station sometime next year. So yes, that's pending.
All right. Well, best of luck, and I appreciate you being willing to speak with me, and best of luck today. As we have police officers standing over us, it seems like ready to move forward, so I will get out of your way. So there is one counter-protester here. It doesn't seem like he wants to speak to us, which is unfortunate. Nothing.
The sign says it all, doesn't it?
Sir, you're going to get hurt if you stay here.
I'm not.
You are.
We're not going to hurt him. We're not violent like these guys.
Can you go and stand over there, please?
His belly's bumping into everyone.
But you're going to attract unwanted attention to yourself. If you go and stand over there, please.
Thank you very much for your concern.
Very nice.
I appreciate your concern. I'm not worried. These are all lovely people. I'm sure they don't want to hurt me, and I don't want to hurt them.
I'm not going to physically track you, okay? But if something happens, okay, you understand the consequences.
I understand. Thank you. Thank you for your concern. I appreciate your concern, sir.
Are you guys able to speak at all today about what's going on?
No, you know we're not.
I have to ask though, right?
You could ask, but you know you're not going to.
Okay, that's the thing though. It's like they got all this like free speech suppression, but man, they really did figure out the police, didn't they? Because like they're much nicer. They don't look like 1984.
Oh, you're not going to get an answer.
Do I know that entirely? I'm trying my best to be respectful of the culture because I am here as a visitor, but I don't know the norms. Already, this is a much more polite environment between police and protesters than anything we would get in the States.
I was going to say, are you from the States?
Yeah. I'm from New York.
Cool.
And our police are a little more aggressive, I would say.
You want to know what? I think it really was George Floyd that did that, guys. Because remember CNN got arrested at the Minnesota riots or whatever? And that was really what sparked me going out and protesting. Was because like CNN got arrested live on the air. And then it became this whole like left-right thing of like whether it was okay to arrest them or not. And then it kind of gave power to like the fact that like, well, why the fuck are you fucking around out here if you're a journalist? And it gave them kind of a little bit more authority in the environment of a protest. But I don't think it was always that way.
In terms of how they carry
Was it always that way? Anybody
I'm not going to comment on that.
I appreciate the general politeness at these protests. It is a foreign concept to me, quite literally.
Well, I'm like the nicest officer there is. Is this live streaming, FYI?
No, it's not.
No, I'm not bothered if it was.
For freedom and for justice, we shall not be moved. For freedom and for justice.
What did I say? Arrest the grandmas. You fuck with Lockheed Martin, arrest the grandmas. There's nothing else they can do, guys.
Like
if the grandmas want to go to prison,
by the water, we shall not be moved.
If they really want to go to prison,
we shall not be moved. Till the siege is ended, we shall not be moved just like a tree that's standing by the water.
You're gonna do this, Grandma? You're gonna okay.
So the protests are starting to die down. Many people have been carried out and arrested. We got a lot of perspectives from Brits, from foreigners who were living here. Spoke with the police, some counter protesters. Even found a rapper. So thrilled we found a rapper out here in London. Anyways, we've been having a bang on time in the UK. I really, really hope this video does not get me deported or banned from the UK. I really
crazy.
would like
it's
to come back.
risky.
This has been JP Scatini in London, England.
I've got a question for you. Are you a terrorist?
We shall not
What's it say?
Channel 5 Live Worldwide, baby.
Channel 5. The pin says Channel 5. All right, let's get into it. We're going to get into with Brett Cooper. Of course, she's the one to cover this. Thank God somebody's covering it, though. All of the crazy politics that has become the WNBA. Let's get into it.
The trans men and women's sports debate thousands of times over the last 4, 5, 6 years. And more often than not, the way it works is that, a situation goes viral, people get angry, there's fighting, there's protesting, there's man on the street interviews where, liberals are saying absolutely asinine things, but it's rare that changes actually get made because...
And guys, make sure you double tap, hit that like button, hit subscribe. We're only 12 likes away from 200. Please hit that like button if you're just coming into our chat right now. You are watching No News is News, making fun of both the left and the right, 7 days a week, at least 3 hours every single day. Hit that fucking join button, become a comrade, or throw out that $5 super chat and add somebody to the poll of the day, or a $10 super chat and remove somebody from our poll of the day.
Eventually,
let's get back into it.
It happens in the modern media, the coverage dies down, everyone goes back to their lives, and they move on to the next current thing. But this time, what's happening with the WNBA, it does feel a little bit different, especially because the tide really has turned over the last decade or so. And things just continue to be amplified more and more since Sophie Cunningham's common sense statement that she gave to ESPN in an interview earlier this month. And now, funnily enough, it is the toxically masculine men of the NBA stepping in to defend women. The irony, of course. Now, before we talk about this story and I give you all the updates, I want to thank you so much for being here. If you enjoyed this video, make sure to leave a like.
Just so you know, an update on Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro now thinks Nick Fuentes is a comedian, and that's why he won't debate him. That clip went viral on X today. And then also, Tucker Carlson just dropped his latest episode after Hunter Biden and saying that the Hunter Biden laptop was basically Israel or whatever. And the title of Tucker Carlson's next episode is Why Everyone is Sick of Ben Shapiro and the Goy Slop. And I'm like, now that Tucker Carlson is using it, I think it's over, guys. I think it's time to support Israel.
And subscribe to the channel. Jump into the comments section.
Think it's over, guys.
Let me know your thoughts on this issue.
Think it's time to support
also, if
Israel.
you want to stay up to date on everything we're doing
2:15
here on the
a.m.
Red Cooper
Gotta
Show,
go.
make sure to ring that notification.
Love y'all.
All right, so since
Thank
the last
you,
time
Victoria,
we spoke
for
about
stopping
Sophie
by.
Cunningham, obviously a lot has changed. Now, during the Indiana Fever Seattle Storm game, 2 teenage girls were attacked and literally cussed out by a geriatric lesbian co-owner of the Seattle team, and you can see her right here. And this was truly unsurprising to me, considering the fact that we know that senior citizens in America...
I literally watched my first ever WNBA game, the last Fever game. You guys got to watch these games. They're literally the Harlem Globetrotters of racism now. It's like every time they pass the ball to Sophie Cunningham, the whole stadium boos because like she's against the trans men or something. And then whenever Caitlin Clark gets the ball, you get some black lady like clubbing her in the head, and then the black referee's like, I don't see nothing. I'm like, it's literally the Generals versus the fucking Harlem Globetrotters. But it's like Fox News, CNN style. Like, it's great.
The most radicalized
they're doing
population.
something.
I mean, think
they're
about
doing
the
something
King's
here,
protests.
guys.
It was
I don't know what it is, but it's
90% old
entertaining.
people wearing taco outfits, marching
It's
out
not
of their
basketball,
homes.
but
Like,
it's
this
entertaining.
is not surprising. They're unstable. They are radicalized. So it's no wonder that this
Tucker
co-owner
is
screamed
cringe. Yeah.
in these 16-year-old girls' faces. Now, meanwhile, Sophie Cunningham, because of the statements that
Plus
she
50
made
kid
about
web
biological
slang.
boys playing in women's sports, she is getting booed on and off the court. People are being even more aggressive towards her. Anti-trans and pro-trans protesters are now facing off at games, literally inside the arenas and outside beforehand. Meanwhile, at every single interview, players are getting hounded to give their opinions.
I think it's trans rights right now is our new battle. That's what I think I was saying, that like the battles
Trans
have
our
changed.
new battle?
You know,
Bro,
like
you're
our
a fucking woman
environment
athlete.
has changed. We see trans people's rights being, stripped away from them. There's a lot of discourse around trans athletes and what they can compete in. I would welcome a trans athlete on my team or against my team.
Okay, what the fuck are you
anytime. I
talking
don't
about?
think it's a problem in the world. It's just another way to kind of attack trans people.
I think for us,
It's not really a discussion we really have in our locker room. I think it's for leagues and the governing bodies to work with their athletes to find solutions, but our focus is on basketball, and that's what we talk about and how we can get wins, and obviously we didn't do that tonight, so need to find an area to improve in that way.
And then, of course, you have the coaches. I don't know if you guys have noticed this, but Indiana Fever coach Stephanie White, I believe her name is, she seems completely disconnected from her players.
Yeah, that's what's crazy. She's like completely, the coach is like a fucking airhead. It makes it so much crazier because the coach is like completely oblivious to what the fuck's going on.
Caitlin Clark and Sophie Cunningham. Sophie Cunningham is going through all these things. Obviously, Caitlin Clark has been attacked and vilified for years now, and Stephanie White has nothing to say about any of it. Just keep that in mind. Now, additionally, with the...
Right, because Phil Jackson, when Michael Jordan and Rodman and fucking Pippen got, like, when they would get roasted and shit, Phil Jackson was always at the defense in the media. The coach is the one that's supposed to come and, like, make the statement to get the media to go away. Like, they're going crazy out
The
here.
Minnesota Lynx coach wore a T-shirt that read, "Trans kids belong" at their game against the Indiana Fever, which obviously was
the oxymoron of it all,
message
too.
that she was
Holy
sending
shit.
Sophie Cunningham and the people that were there in the crowd to support Sophie Cunningham and her message. Now, Cheryl, that's that coach's name, I do want to ask you, trans kids belong, that all sounds good, feels really good, but what happens when those kids grow up to be, I don't know, 6 foot tall, 180 pound men? Do they still belong on your court with your female basketball players? I don't know. Well, you know what, Cheryl? We are about to find out. We are, and I am just titillated about it because 2 former NBA players have decided that they are declaring themselves.
Brett Cooper won't talk about the Tate brothers or Epstein. She's silently complicit with these criminals. You're a fucking weirdo. She's talking about what she needs to talk about, which is the WNBA turning into the Harlem Globetrotters of racism. It's fucking crazy.
For the upcoming WNBA draft. And why, you might add? Well, because WNBA
Get
can't
at Ben
define
Shapiro
what a
with that
woman
shit.
actually is. And, they're wearing all these T-shirts, trans women.
Also, if you want my real opinions on her as a industry insider, Brett Cooper is independent, and she is silent on a lot of those Jew or Jew-related activities because she still has a on-again, off-again relationship with the Daily Wire where she can promote her works with them and vice versa. So you stay friendly with people. But she has spoken up in defense of Nick Fuentes. She's spoken up in defense of Covicular. She's spoken up in defense of the Kanye West song night in Miami. So she's, in my opinion, a good independent Republican spokesperson or creator or content creator that doesn't have a bias really. And yeah, she's going to be a little bit quiet on like Israel shit or anything adjacent to it, because she still will get endorsements and deals from them, but she's now able to speak for herself, which is fundamentally better because then she can actually say that. Like, oh, I think the Kanye song, that was ridiculous the way they acted. She would never have been able to say that when she was under the lid of the Daily Wire. So, might not be doing an attack on Israel anytime soon, but the lady doing the lady.
And belong, all the things. So these men decided that they were going to actually test these new policies. As an aside, guys, I just want to say that between being angry at Fauci and talking about him all the time again, arguing over women's sports, it really feels like we have turned back the clock to 2021. I feel like I've said that in a million videos recently, but that genuinely is what it feels like. Anyway, moving on. The first brave man, queen, woman, first brave woman who stepped forward was Inez.
Yes, Debs. We need unionized jobs for Lockheed Martin. If we could get unionized jobs if we could all work for Lockheed Martin, guys, then we'd have free speech.
Cantor freedom. And this is the video that he put out.
She's not
careful consideration and review
like,
the current
I gotta say this before we get going on this one. This person goes, Brett Cooper is paid by Israel. Come on, man, and not buying it. She was literally contracted under Israel's #1 providing AIPAC supporter of content creation, the Daily Wire. She left that organization. She has more free will than she did. We know where she came from. Thanks, Captain Obvious.
Guidelines. I am officially declaring myself a WNBA prospect.
There you go, my guy.
Who you are is all that's required. and I meet every single requirement necessary to compete in the WNBA.
Let's go, trans
My team and I
athletes.
have carefully examined the WNBA's eligibility criteria and governing framework surrounding self-identification and inclusion. Based on the current guidelines, I can and am officially declaring my eligibility for the upcoming WNBA draft in May 2027. I am definitely not here to mock, make fun of, or disrespect any community or personal choices. I am simply asking that the current rules be applied equally to everyone. The rules that represent the very values many WNBA players and coaches have publicly advocated for. My team and I are prepared to ensure these guidelines are applied.
It's crazy, and it's also crazy to attack Brett Cooper when the reason we're even covering her right now is because she's the only one talking about the circus of the WNBA. That's why we're covering her. Now, oh my God, it's Zionist propaganda. The Jews, the Jews, the Jews. She's adjacent to the Jews. I know she did a fucking whole episode defending Cavicular and Kanye West, but ignore that. The Jews, the Jews, the Jews. Like, fucking calm down, y'all. The WNBA episode. It's fucking fun.
Now, my personal favorite part in this entire video is when he's sitting down, the lights go up, and as the lights come up, you just see that twinkle in his eye. He's kind of like winking at the camera. He's hiding a smile as he is doing this trolling. Anyway, it is just amazing. And you might be wondering, Brett, was this just a gag, a random video? No, he publicly posted today his letter that he sent for his intent to declare himself to be, considered for the draft. He sent that in. It is official.
Yep, good.
We'll see what they do. Now, the comments obviously were incredible. Burt Macklin tweeted and said, "We are all behind you, Queen." It's not snaps anymore. What do we call this?
Yeah.
Autism? Crabs. Sorry.
No,
okay.
it's
Robbie
autism.
Starbuck chimed in and said, "Miss
Whenever I
Inez,
see
you're
somebody
the
do that,
greatest lady
fucking,
I know." Zuby said, "You have my full support, sister." But, this is a very brave thing that he is doing. It might feel lonely. It might feel isolating. So it is very fortunate that Inez has another queen, another sister who stepped up. And that would be former NBA player and political hopeful Royce White.
Earlier this week, I made the announcement. I'm transgender. I'm a woman. I identify as sometimes identifying as a woman for purposes of basketball, professional basketball. So I'll be...
For purposes of... That's the better one. For purposes of professional basketball.
I mean, I think I'd be unstoppable. But I'm a team-first guy. I'm a pass-first kind of player. I
do say that Brett Cooper is underrated, especially because Brett Cooper went the side of pseudo politics. Like she covers Wicked and the DoorDash girl and the WNBA. They're still political adjacent, but they're actually hot topics that no one else is covering. Meanwhile, everyone else is covering this whole fucking Middle East and this and that and all this bullshit. And then they end up just being grifters. Look at Candace Owens. Look at Tucker Carlson. Look at Joe Rogan. Look at where these shows are now post-Trump's election. They don't know what to do with themselves because they were always just grifting themselves to the finish line. She's objectively able to still do journalism.
Little things. I led my team in all 5 major stat categories at Iowa State University. So I do a little bit of everything. I'll do whatever the coach needs me to do. I'll do whatever the girls need me to do.
He's gonna, she is just gonna be a team player. She is gonna step in and just help the girls on whatever team she gets drafted to bring home the championship. But it did not stop there because her tweets. Miss Royce. Her tweets really are the best part. Now, soon after Royce posted this and said, "It came, y'all, my first wig. Tomorrow I tested out on the court. This is my feminine glow up. Did I slay? If y'all don't yas queen, you're transphobic. I really don't understand all the hatred. I just want to play some hoops with my fellow ladies." Royce White for US. Again, he is running for Senate. And then he put a hashtag under that and said, "Let her play." Again, crab snaps. Anyway, now, my friends, other than generating clicks and virality, creating an uproar on social media, obviously, this is helping Royce White's Senate campaign. You might be asking, what is the point of all of this? Is this just another gag? Is this just trolling and it's going to go nowhere? Are we going to forget about this in about 2 months or even less than that, 2 weeks, because something else will happen? Well, I don't think so, because the point of this is that the WNBA is now being forced to ask the age-old question: what is a woman? The WNBA is the Women's Basketball League, and in their founding documents, they talk about women playing the sport, but they don't actually define what a woman is. And now that anybody can just call themselves a woman, a they, them, whatever it is, men.
No, they'll just, again, they're a private organization run by leftists. They've already done it. They both said, well, that's not a woman because that was an ex-NBA player. Well, that's not a woman because that's an NBA player. They'll put a fucking statute in there that just says, anybody associated to the NBA or working on an NBA team isn't allowed in the WNBA. Then you'll have some college guy say it. Then they'll say anybody in the men's NCAA isn't allowed to do it. Then they'll have some fucking college high school kid do it. Then they'll say anybody that's in a men's high school basketball will do it. Then they'll have a man that literally joins the women's fucking high school basketball team to get himself recruited like LeBron. And then they'll turn around and they'll go, no, that's a man. No, sorry. Like, this is how, like, communism and, like, socialism and these people, like, speak. They just so, like, I dealt with it a lot with the BLM shit in New York. They're not playing by a set of foundational rules where they now have to define something. They'll just keep tapping along to meet their own, like, objective, like, hive mind interest.
That's
what always happens.
You really have to get clear
about
what a woman is and how you define that and how you test for it, which is why, the Women's Tennis Association has required sex-based testing. The Olympics is now requiring sex testing. So it just makes sense that,
the only hope for this thing is like people like Brett Cooper, people like Cunningham, people that are like willing to be advocates and stand up and be like really strongly against it. Those people could actually advocate legally, especially while Trump's still in charge, to like place the WNBA in a perspective where they have to do that. But that's the only way.
You would have to define it, but
otherwise
this
it just
seems
keeps
like a
going
very
forever.
complicated, difficult thing for the WNBA to accomplish. Literally, the WNBA commissioner put out a memo saying that they were going to be meeting to thoughtfully consider their eligibility requirements and that they will be having, this is my favorite part, conversations and listening sessions with players to get to the bottom of this nuanced issue. Listening sessions, woman, we are not at the Bluebird Cafe in Nashville, Tennessee. You are the commissioner of the WNBA.
Shout out for our own restaurant.
Women, you don't need to have listening sessions with all of your black, lesbian, angry players than your trans belong t-shirt wearing coaches. It's literally in the name. It's quite simple. No listening sessions required. Anyway, also in this memo, she went on to say that the debate was just nuanced. Kathy, that's her name. This issue is anything but nuanced. And the answer is actually in, like I said, your founding documents, or better yet, the name. Somebody commented and said, ladies, has anyone ever noticed this W at the start of our league's name? Does anyone have any idea what that means? That's essentially what you were saying you need to have meetings and listening sessions to accomplish. Another person posted this, I thought it was funny. He said, WNBA, trans players are welcome here. And Ez Cantor and Royce White slammed their dicks on the table. Hey ladies, let's ball. WNBA, on second thought, we're cracking open our 6th grade biology books to learn what a woman is. It's perfect. Now, amidst this broader debate that is happening online and obviously within
that's about
the
enough
WNBA.
of that. Let's get into the next one. This one is the big one, guys. All right, Oompaville going to give us his take on the terrifying reality of corporate surveillance and oversight into, the whole flock camera thing. Let's get into
one
it.
of these this week. I'm not guessing, I'm telling you. There are around 120,000 of these cheeky little bastards in 49 different states. And at some point in the last 7 days, one of them most likely photographed your car. Unless, of course, you live in Alaska. But we don't have anybody living in Alaska watching this channel. This demon read your plate. It logged the make, the model, the color of your car, the dents on your car, the scratches, your Sour Boys bumper sticker, and it uploaded all of that information into a private company server in under a second. Now, did you agree to that? Unless you were Mike Israetel, probably not. Mike Israetel, by the way, is Palantir's biggest fan, and he loves mass surveillance. I believe he also said that AI was God. Anyways, did you agree to that? No, of course you didn't. Did you get the form in the mail? No, there's no little checkbox that you clicked. It isn't even a sneaky terms of service thing that some fucking evil corporation got you signed up for without you knowing. And also, you can't opt out of it. There's no opt out. You just can't drive near it if you don't want it to take pictures of you. The company that we're talking about today is Flock Safety. Lots of people have been talking about Flock Safety, and I've been talking about it for a long time. Privately, I've been talking about the police state, the surveillance state, for about 20 years now, since I was 10. I was the Alex...
Guys, we are only 5 likes away from 200. Please, if you are jumping into the chat, if you haven't yet, double tap that screen, hit that subscribe button, and let's get back to the news.
Jones of my grade. That's why I dropped out of first grade to be homeschooled in Northern Virginia. Northwestern Virginia, not Northeastern Virginia, not Nova, okay? I'm talking Gore, buddy. You ever been to fucking Gore? You ever take 50 West into West Virginia? God help you. Once again, the company that we're talking about today is Flock Safety. And the Flock cameras, the part of the business that you can actually see, the little gray box on the 8 to 12 foot pole that you've been driving past for a while now without realizing, those cameras are not actually the product. The Flock cameras are not the product. The data is the product. And the data is you! I just pointed salaciously at the camera, implying heavily that you guys are the product. Do you like that? Did you like that I did that I interacted with you? This is one of those unfortunate topics where the more you read on a subject, the worse it gets, and the deeper and deeper and deeper that the rabbit hole goes, until a point where you're like, all right, well, Skynet, I guess, I generally don't like to inform my reality with Hollywood bullshit and movies, but it's starting to really feel like feel like all that shit's coming true. Now, you probably don't even need to be an engineer or a technologist or need to have a degree in law to see how atrocious that this could get for the Fourth Amendment. Do you remember the Fourth Amendment? Do you know what that is? I bet you don't. I bet you don't even know what that is. You better start learning about all of our amendments and the Constitution and the idea that America was built on, or allegedly was built on. Because I'm getting homesick. I'm getting homesick for what I thought America was growing up. The topic of mass surveillance, and specifically Flock, is everywhere right now. Mainstream media, tech channels on YouTube, even John Oliver covered it in the last month. But this company, Flock, has been around since 2017, and people have been ringing the alarm bells about it since it hit the market. The ACLU released a memo about it in 2022 that reads like a prophecy, as if an Elder Scroll was written by Alex Jones. It's fucking crazy. How does a company that marketed itself as helping cops solve Grand Theft Auto cases end up being one of the largest unregulated data aggregators in the country? How the fuck does that happen? All right, I just burped while talking and didn't even miss a beat. And how does it get to the point where the CEO himself, the guy whose job is to make the company look good and say, it's fine, just turn around and look that way at the flowers or whatever. He even goes on record admitting that the product is being abused. That's a nightmare. So yeah, that's what this video is about, is the abuse, okay? But to get that, we gotta understand what the camera actually is. And it is dumber than maybe you may expect it to be, but that is extremely important. A Flock camera is not some fucking insane CIA mind-reading device. It is a phone. Genuine.
How is a camera observing public area not a Fourth Amendment violation? The reason it's not a Fourth Amendment violation is that it's a private camera. If it was a public camera, then it would have to be publicly advocated for. But because it's a private camera, it's no different than me or you or any other human holding up our cell phone and filming in public. It's allowed.
It has an LTE modem in it.
They play our rules against us.
It connects it to a cell tower. It has a camera. It has a little storage drive right there in the housing. And if you knock one off of a tower, you can hold it up and make calls on it. Not really. It's a free phone. It's like the Obama phone, but new.
But ultimately, the hardware of these different cameras is not that different from your phone. It's got a camera, it's got a brain, it's got storage, it's got a battery. The solar panel is the only kind of new thing, and it talks to the internet and puts its stuff in the cloud.
It's the device. Solar panel, camera, modem, battery. You could describe it to somebody in 2016. You could have described it to somebody in the 90s even, and it would have made sense. It's a glorified game camera. If you guys hunt, I don't know if you guys hunt out there. Comment down below if you hunt. I'm just asking too many people to comment down below now. I look like an idiot, so I'm sorry. Now, the simplicity is exactly why there are 120,000 of them at the time of recording this video. The old way of doing city surveillance was expensive as a motherfucker. If you wanted a camera on a street corner, you had to run power to that bitch and run data to that bitch, which means trenching, which means permits, which means paying somebody, and if you're the government and you have to pay somebody, they're gonna take advantage of you. And then if that works out, it's a contractor, then that means a maintenance contract that lasts forever, and usually it's a gigantic L for the local municipality, generally. But this is an even bigger L for the local municipality, but way better for the expense and the budget. Normal old school outdoor cameras cost orders of magnitude more than indoor cameras because they're such a pain in the ass to set up and maintain. And there's plenty of public places in America that have outdoor surveillance and CCTV and all that and whatnot. It's not like the government Illuminati just now decided to spy on us. It's just gotten much cheaper to mass surveil.
Marco Rubio advances. We're going to get the next hour going, guys. We're going to hit the audio, and we'll be right back. So just keep staying with us here.
Got the solar panel, no power.
We're going to get that next hour started.
Modem,
hour
no
4
data
starts
line,
now.
plus a beautiful little onboard AI, like our own proprietary Arnuki GPT over here. This is the Arnuki beast. He speaks in his own GPT language.
You look fat.
What'd you say? Shut the fuck up, idiot. He's built for abuse. He's got an onboard AI, so it only phones home when it sees something that's actually worth sending, much like ET. You boat that to a pole in 20 minutes and walk away from that for 2 years. It's a very interesting and effective solution to a problem. If you need to surveil outdoors, this is the perfect, interesting little way to solve that problem on a mass scale. The issue that we all have and should definitely have is that these little dastardly fuckers are just kind of pointed at whatever. People who are just going around. It's not pointed at the crack den necessarily. It's
guys, let's stop this one real quick. I want to jump in on, there was a new Coffeezilla breaking video, and I really want to grab this one really quick here because this was kind of crazy. Yeah, here we go.
Talk to him.
We got a gambling emergency. This is a gambling emergency, he says. Here we go. 10 minutes.
Hello, welcome back. I got rage baited into making this video. I'm going to be upfront about it. I thought that I wasn't going to make another Voidzilla video until I finished the healthcare investigation, which is months behind, by the way, till I finished the merch collection. But instead, yes, I got sucked into the discourse by the story about a gambling emergency. You guys know it's an interest of mine, these prediction markets, these scumbag gamification people, the influencers who promote it, and I got headlined.
I am not promoted by them, but I did make $117 on Kelchi and put it right back in my bank account, and I thought that was fucking terrifying that I was able to even do that. That I was able to take money out of my bank account, win money, and put that new money into my fucking card all like as I'm doing it. Like, that's crazy for a gambling addict.
I mean, that's really what a lot of this boils down to. And I say this as a guy who makes headlines. Sometimes I probably get you with a headline, but this is the one that got me. It's a subtle one. It's actually not the gambling emergency. Here it is now. New generation of investors is blurring the lines between information, advice, and entertainment. This is a survey by Betterment. You might wonder, what's the problem with this headline? Why were you so upset? Well, just look at the articles coming out of it. Gen Z investors treat sports betting as a financial plan. Gen Z is moving money from stocks to sports betting in wealth plans.
Oh, no.
1 in 4 Gen Z investors now treat sports betting as part of their financial plan. And it has everything to do with the implication of that story. It's like, hey, there's this new generation. They're just dumb and blurring the lines. They're blurring the lines between information, advice, and entertainment. And my thought is like, yeah, we've been talking about how this is an inevitability of these platforms like Robinhood, where you literally can gamble on sports in the same app that you can go ahead and do your 401k investing in. By the way, people think I'm joking when I say stuff like this. It's like I'm making up some conspiracy.
Like, this is fucking crazy. Like, think about that. Like, you like literally put your life savings into like the stock of a fucking football team and how they do every year. Sounds cool. Might be a little fun for a while. What the fuck are you, with money?
You literally just have to watch the guy say it. I'm
You're
going to show you.
never going to win,
Spells
guys.
it
You're
all
never going
out
to win.
what the plan is.
We think we can be a place for not just their active trading, but also their retirement savings, their cash that they want to earn interest on. We're really building what I call a financial super app.
Talk about gambling, let's talk about predictive. If I want one site for my capital, and I really do, I happen to like DraftKings very much, and I do daily fantasy with my kids stuff, but can I have everything on my Robinhood?
You can have many things. Prediction markets, as you mentioned, is one of the new exciting things.
Like, that's what drives me so crazy
What the
about this
fuck?
story. It
It's in the
kind of
same
ignores
place.
this and just jumps to like, oh, it's just a generational problem.
Like, think about like the arrogance of that. It's like, you're like being told, like, my dad put stock in Microsoft, and so I'm going to put my stock in Microsoft, and you get your fucking 401k, and then you lock it into your fucking E-Trader, or you lock it into your Robinhood, and then you're fucking like, oh, well, they're prompting me, telling me, Tampa Bay football team, I could put half of my 401k in the Tampa Bay football team and see if they make the playoffs. If they make the playoffs, I have a 900% investment rate versus just the 10% return on this stock.
As if Gen Z is especially broken. I mean, you can see sports betting companies competes with investing for Gen Z's dollars. This is Bloomberg's write-up about it. And basically 52% of Gen Z said that they directed investing funds to sports betting at least once in the past year. 26% say it's a deliberate part of their long-term financial strategy. And look, you can't believe all these surveys. You can't believe everything a survey says.
It's just going to get this way, guys.
As sort of
There's
some
too much money
fuzzy
in it now.
indicator
They'll never
about the
stop
world. But there are also undeniable, numbers which show this is true. People are betting more on sports than ever before. Quote, Americans spend more on sports.
Look, I've never had a sports betting problem or a betting problem, and that's why I'll even put it on my show and stuff. But like, even taking a endorsement from Kelce, that would suck. So guys, super chat, join, do all that shit. So when they give me like $5,000, I don't take it. But I still would feel bad doing it. It would feel
and on movies, art,
gross.
Museums, and music combined. But basically,
everything.
I think any discussion about our gambling problems, especially as it relates to like generational gaps in the pattern of gambling and how people think about gambling, must be accompanied by a talk about the tech platforms that have absolutely been pushing this the entire time. Robinhood CEO, he's sort of one of many guys doing this, but he's got arguably the brokerage with the most, sort of young person mind share.
Money.
And he says event markets, aka prediction markets, is their fastest growing unit.
Prediction markets has been growing consistently since launch. It's the fastest growing business in our history. Well into the mid-hundreds of millions of annualized revenue.
Yeah, how can you talk?
That made me really ill. Like, I don't have a gambling problem at all, but it made me ill that I put $5 in. I already was able to bet with it, which I was like, oh, well, that's good. I mean, cash advance, whatever. I assumed that's what it was. It was like a credit or something. But the fact that when that money went up in the portfolio and I sold it last night, it went right back into my account. There was something in my stomach that was just like, there needs to be more than this. Because, like, if I didn't have, like a college-educated brain, I don't know that I wouldn't be like, well, I'll do it tomorrow. Well, I'll do it again. And if you have the digitization of your bank account attached to the digitization of a portfolio on Kelce, fucking betting market, it's crazy. What are we doing
about
here?
Gen
And you
Z's
think
relationship
it's all
with
like,
gambling, which
and
is
so
admittingly a problem, without talking.
You're just like sitting there and you're like, oh, hey mom, please, I got $5 in my fucking bank account. Please, can I get $10? Please. Put $15 down and hope you make $3,000 that night to pay your rent the next day. Like, what the fuck are we living in?
Talking about the people who are making their fastest growing product by targeting those people alongside, of course, all the DraftKings, the underdogs, the prize picks who are pushed by every influencer under the sun. And you're not crazy for thinking, by the way, that this has been getting worse. The thing is, the amount of influencers who have been saying yes to gambling deals has been going up. And I think that's because each time we get a new one of these products, first it was like, oh, there's just the casinos. Then it's like, oh, you can sports bet. Oh, well, I wouldn't have said yes to the casino, but I know gambling's going to make me a ton of money. I want to say yes. That's what in the mind of the influencer. They know the gambling companies pay the most.
Yep.
So they don't feel like they can say yes to the casino, but they go, well.
I mean, props to fucking Coffeezilla, but again, I think it's because he came up before all these offers came in, and he wants to be able to investigate it, but there are not very many people left on the entire fucking internet that haven't gotten at least a little bit of money from Kelce or RainBet or something.
Sports betting. I mean, that's just kind of like a fun thing, right? So they say
feels
yes
devilish
to that.
now.
And then there's a type of person who won't say yes to that,
I'm not
right?
yet,
They go, well,
but I would.
still messed
they
up.
They give me $500
channel,
at this point, I would, because like I don't Like, I'm trying to survive right now. I'm trying to get the show going and keeping it going. And if somebody said, yeah, I'll give you $1,000 every month to keep your show going, then I'd be like, okay, sorry, I get it's Rain Bet. Hey, welcome to Rain Bet fucking hour, blah, blah, blah. Don't say anything wrong about Lockheed Martin, a.k.a. this gambling organization that's paying for the show, guys. But everything else, we're good and cooking. And my rent is paid and everything is up and going. But, like, and it's happening everywhere because then they'll just outbid anybody else that
we were
is
offered
self-funding.
$1 million for some legal stuff from basically the source was sports betting, and we had to say no, I can't do that. So some people will say no to that, but then here come the prediction markets. Oh, this is a totally different thing. So you get new influencers. Pretty much everyone now is saying yes to one of these companies, right? They say no to this type of gambling, but we'll actually do this type of gambling is fine. And a great example of this is Patrick Bet Family Values David.
Give me a product you would never, ever use. Never use. For example, gambling companies. You know how much money gambling websites have given us? If I told you the number, you wouldn't believe it. No. It's the kind of a number that's life-changing for 99.9% of people. Mm-hmm. Ask me how many I've said yes to.
No, you've said no.
It just doesn't make any sense for me to say yes to a gambling company.
You heard it there. He's offered life-changing money, but why would he say yes to that, right? It's off his brand. Okay. But then, fast forward, we have a call with Patrick Bet David.
Oh, no. Why are you doing him like that? You going to murder him straight up on YouTube like that, Coffeezilla? You going to, like, literally lay out Patrick David like that, yo? You just gonna put him in his grave right here on the fucking stream, my guy? Come on.
And we talked to him about his Call She sponsor.
Now in the coffin.
Call She on your thing, the sports betting, they do prediction markets, Call She /PBD. Are you guys partnered with them, and what's that about?
Well, remember, Call She is not my, title sponsor. They're a platinum sponsor for the Vol Conference. And remember what I told you.
It's on the video.
Fortune 1000, Fortune 2000. I don't have a problem going with companies that have names, but I'm not going to go with companies that are not names.
Are you into the game?
I would never do gambling. I'm not going to go with the companies that aren't names. What the fuck, bro?
Gambling stuff.
Double tap. Give me that 200, y'all.
Are you into the gambling? You push that now?
Come on.
If you know my profile, I'm not a gambler. I'm not a guy that gambles.
Okay.
These odds nowadays, they tell you more insights.
But they don't, because we just saw last night, guys. The guy that we put $5 on made us $117 because even the prediction market, which is what everybody claims is like makes this not gambling and makes this okay to do, their whole defense is always that it like predicts things. Hit the 200, hell yeah, but it doesn't predict anything. Because it didn't predict last night. We put $5 on the guy, and we won $120 on an election in the United States. It's gambling on an election. What the fuck are we doing? The semantics.
These poly markets and Kalshis are more effective than polls.
Well,
but they're not. But now there's no argument for that. It's inherently untrue. They said that man last night had the same shot as Tottenham has of winning the Premier League this year. They said that man, Crowley, had the same odds as the Chicago Bears winning the Super Bowl this year. They said that man, Crowley, had the same odds as Kamala Harris winning the 2028 DNC convention. They said that man had 9% odds of winning last night. And that man, from the start to the finish, was leading and winning the whole night.
85% of their betting is sports gambling. You know that.
And 85% sports gambling.
Their betting is
their volume.
But again, we're not really talking about. I mean, that kind of makes me think that I can get rich off of this like election shit. Like the people betting on the elections are retards or something. That's starting to make me think I can. Maybe I'll take the Kelce money, guys.
I'm sorry. So yeah, you can see the cope in the mind of the influencer. Everybody wants to say yes to this, and slowly they are, as they're seeing their buddies getting away with it, right? Oh, I couldn't have done sports betting before. I couldn't have done the casino before. But now all of a sudden, it's just Kalshi, right? That's legal, right? So is it any wonder that Gen Z is confused about, trading versus investing versus gambling when
it's going to take a bubble popping? When something fucking really goes pop and it's like a real company, like when something like Meta or like Google or like so Alphabet or Meta or something or Apple or Amazon gets really pulled down by something in some sort of betting metric or prediction metric thing, when they're tied to a portfolio on Kalshi and they get pulled down out of the Fortune 500 because of it, that's when we'll see a change. When the lobbyists start losing money on the betting market, that's when we'll see a change. And it's inherently going to happen because it's betting. They just keep saying, nuh-uh, and it is. Because again, they didn't know, and we made $120. Well, that means that the market, all of housing, all of stocks, all of everything in America could just go upside down the next day. Like, you can't attach yourself to something that is non-predictable. We were doing it to have fun. We were not doing it to predict the election because we knew the result. That's what they're saying that they're doing with these things. And they're not. They're just as bad as the polls. They're using elections in the 15% to tie themselves in. And then they're just willfully doing sports betting.
Every guy that they listen to is taking the money. Is it any shock? Are we surprised? Their apps are telling them, oh, it's just trading, man. The guy they're a fan of that said, oh, I'd never take gambling money. This is different. This is predicting. And so I'll be the first to admit, I got baited into, getting mad about that headline. I was just like, this is just so messed up. You can talk about, oh, they're blurring the line as if it's the Generation Z that's doing it and not the people above them targeting them with these products and doing it successfully because our regulators are, well, actually, I was going to say asleep at the wheel. No. They're very active at the wheel. And this is where we come to the emergency, the gambling emergency, because you might think given...
Trejo, I'm not really sure what your politics are. Don't get too wild with your opinions. I'm going to make sure that you're thrown in here as a mod. Remember, mods, the rules. 5-minute timeout is the most that you can do just using your powers at B. After that, it's only one of 3 rules, which is a 24-hour ban is for spamming, for billboarding, sending a bunch of emojis, random shit in the fucking chat, or death threats. Other than that, 5-minute timeout max. Play with it how you be. Thank you for supporting the channel and keeping the conversations alive, my guy.
Today
I've just seen you here late, like a lot tonight, and having the conversation going. So I thought
gambling reaching all-time highs
because we're getting so big now that sometimes I throw it in there and it's like a wild person, and it's like, oh no, but
beating out movies, music, art, all combined, right? You might say, oh, that sounds like an emergency. You might think, oh, maybe like our younger generations not understanding the difference between investing, gambling, and being pushed to gamble on their phones. Maybe that's the emergency. No. Our regulators are actively making sure that continues. Check this out. The CFTC has declared emergency authority to ensure market stability.
Oh my God.
They are ordering the...
What the fuck?
Exchange Kalshi to continue to operate in accordance with the Commodity Exchange Act's core principles. To get you up to speed on what this means, basically, the New York State sued Kalshi to try to stop them from offering prediction markets to their people. They're like, hey, this seems like it's violating state gambling laws. And the idea was, by doing this lawsuit, we can temporarily stop them and
then do the New York thing, because then they'll be able to still wiggle them out of the fee for the gambling and still allow them to, operate in the state of New York. What happened, though?
Long-term, hopefully permanently stop them from offering gambling products to people who are under 21 and not in accordance to our laws. Are they too big to fail already? That just kind of makes sense. Well, this is the government, the regulators, which I said were asleep at the wheel, actually very active at the wheel, going in, exercising their authority to make sure that doesn't happen. They say, no.
Holy shit, they are. They're already too big to fail. They're already too big to fail.
No, they're ordering Kalshi, the exchange, to not comply with New York State. I think that's basically what's happening here. I mean, they're literally saying they're exercising emergency authority to demand that Kalshi continues to offer.
I think what this means is not necessarily that we'll ever see another collapse, but that we could see multiple collapses and multiple bounce backs. You're attaching betting to everything that is investment in America. And you're saying you have to now.
Sports betting. We can't have you guys not gambling in New York. Now you have to watch out because there's a very clever lie here about New York, quote, prohibiting Kalshi EX LLC from offering all event contracts nationwide. And so that obviously sounds like, oh, they're reaching in, it's an overstep, they're stopping them, nationwide. That actually doesn't appear like what's actually happening. Our regulators are hoping you can't read because here's the actual lawsuit. Operating an unlawful gambling business within or from New York or to persons of New York. And so it's pretty clearly saying this is just applying to New York. They're trying to stop Kalshi from offering gambling to their people in New York. So this whole concept of like nationwide bans, I don't really know where they're getting that. I do want to say it's not hard to think that Kalshi was pushing people in New York to bet. Here's a screenshot of one of their ads or something. Hey, New York, bet on the NFL, legal.
It's just going to be everywhere
in all 50 states.
They have impunity.
So yeah, it's not hard to see why you would consider that violating state gambling laws when you're using even words like bet. Of course, though, this is a well-documented shift that Kalshi has been doing. This is from Dustin Goiker. I hope I pronounced that right. Where they originally were saying things like, hey, you can bet on the headlines, saying things like betting on politics.
Streams like this one's going to be the only one left. I appreciate you guys. Make sure you double tap. We're somehow lost one of our likes. Somebody recanted their like, I guess. So if somebody could please like. I will be a beggar. I am a beggar. Please hit that like button, if nothing more today. But remember, guys, $5 Super Chats put somebody into the poll of the day. $10 Super Chats remove somebody from the poll of the day. Become a member. Hit that join button. Become a comrade for $5 a month. And get the little logos next to your name, all that stuff in the chat. And I just opened up a new one. Become a bureaucrat, $10 a month. And you get 20 of my feature films plus 300 sketch comedy shorts as well, guys.
Politics is now more popular than betting on sports.
Yeah, I mean, if I don't start somehow self-funding in the next 6 months, if this gets any bigger, I mean, I would take the fucking check. Everybody takes the check. That's kind of and it's too big to fail now, so it's kind of just like, well, what the fuck do we do?
Also used to say that sports was gambling.
You gotta at least hope that somebody like Coffeezilla will just keep being able to put it out, but eventually YouTube gets swallowed up, and then YouTube doesn't allow him to say it. It becomes like pharmaceutical companies in it, and it's all stopped,
Under federal law, only to walk that back. Now they don't use that language. They say stuff like, we're trading, we're just a market. We're hedging uncertainty with the New York Knicks game, right? So that's kind of the story there, but I was so I just was driven crazy by this fact. I mean, like, not only do we have, headlines that are talking about Gen Z has problems with sports betting without talking about the obvious ways we got here. We also have our regulators fighting tooth and nail to make sure that continues to happen, that we make sure, hey, we want to...
And again, and it's like, what are you going to do with that then? You're going to get new people in power, and then the new people in power are going to open up the back door, and they're going to go, oh, we can't do that, it's too big to fail. And then they're going to benefit from it as well. And then they're going to fucking say, sorry, we couldn't do anything. Or, yeah, sorry, we had to protect them again. It's an endless cycle. It's the same thing that happened with the fucking investment banks with these foreclosures. What happened to fucking Freddie Mae and Franny Mac or whatever the fuck it is? It was impunity. Same thing with the automotive, impunity. Same thing with this. It will be impunity. The fact that New York's trying to sue just to get a 30% cut deal from a Democratic state for their gambling commission. They would still let Kelce operate. They have gambling in New York. They just wanted them to pay the taxes. And the government was like, excuse me, no. Kelce has to operate inside the stock market. It has to operate inside the portfolios of every American. It has to do the predictions of everyone in all 50 states. We have to protect it. I don't think that's a Trump or Republican thing. That's a bubble will burst if we do type thing.
The fight for your right to gamble underage, baby. We wanna make sure that happens. Now, what's interesting is prediction markets know they're addictive platforms. They've started to offer something called self-exclusion, which if you're familiar with the gambling space, you're very familiar with. It's a famous idea, and they've just like remade it, but for prediction markets. Now they're going to offer this. What I think is funny about this product is that, they're not actually letting you fully self-exclude for a lifetime. If you go to the how long can I self-exclude, you can only do 1 year at the max, which is kind of, if you know anything about addiction, it's like, wait, why isn't there a lifetime ban option? I just thought that was funny to point out. Like,
well, they were like, yeah, you got to renew every year. We got to know that you're an addict every year. You got to at least check in once a year to go, hey, you sure? You sure you don't want to put $5 down? Remember that first time when you won that $100? You sure? Wasn't it exciting? Well, I mean, now it's a presidential election. It's the next year, Alex. Are you sure? I know you bet your whole fucking home on the Buccaneers winning the Super Bowl. That was really stupid. But are you sure? Just checking in. It's 2028. You sure you don't want to put $5 down? How about $10? What if you put $500 down? It's less than you put down last time. You sure?
You have this platform which is clearly trying to mimic a gambling helpline. But because it's done by the industry, they can't help but double dip.
It's like a dam that's leaking, guys. There's no way something bad's not going to happen. Something bad's going to happen.
And be like, well, we don't want to exclude people forever. These are our best customers, bro. Just take a break.
Just one more hit. You'll be good for a year. Exactly. And they're like, how big's that hit? How big you want to get that hit? Because they give you the payout when you put it on there, too. It's like I can type the $5 button. It goes through my Apple Pay. It just scans my face like buying a fucking movie. $5. Boom. Instant transferred right into the betting market. It's live. And it immediately goes to the ticker. And at the bottom of the ticker, when I go to it, it goes, share with friends. Look at your result. This is how much money you'll win after you win your $5. And then, after that, guys, you get the live market, which is exactly what I was doing that whole time, that dopamine. Oh, look, it's up to 75 now. Oh, look, it's up to 85 now. Oh, this is so cool. And it's awesome in an environment like an election where I'm doing coverage and stuff. But if I had a fucking any kind of addiction, like I definitely have like a weed addiction. But that's my compulsion. Probably masturbation and weed are the compulsions that I have. But if I had the compulsion to gambling at all, bro, last night I would have been toast. I would have been spending my whole fucking day today being like, Kelchi, can I get $500 free? Guys, I generate 500,000 views per 48 hours. Those impressions, you want to give me some free fucking hits, my guy? Like, holy shit.
Come back to us in a year when, famously addictions stop being addictions.
This is 666.
Also, what's funny about this post.
Y'all are like, Palantir, the Jews. And it's like, literally Satan is here. And he's inside your stock market.
Is if you actually go to
Virtus
Health, which is like a therapy site they recommend, the first thing you see is online therapy for gambling addiction recovery. So, I don't know. Do we even need more evidence that this is just thinly veiled legal gambling for all 50 states? And we're trying to defend it with the federal government to arbitrage.
But he's not like, it's too big to fail, then. Because I believe in the republicanism of like the libertarian value kind of perspective. The Maha like mental like thing would lean in and they'd be like, we were able to regulate it, but they're not going to be able to. It's not like they're like, it's not crypto. They don't get like crypto. Yeah, they would jump in and be like, excuse me, Trump coin, blah blah blah. We're making a bunch of money here. A bunch of idiots are still doing fucking crypto. But this thing, them stepping in and not letting New York just take a cut and claim them as gambling, that's because they need them attached. That's because they don't have any choice. And the more that you advocate for it on Capitol Hill, the more that you're going to just get everyone opening up that book at the end of the election going, oh, that one? Oh, Kelchi? Oh, well, we need Kelchi. We need Kelchi. Sorry. I know I said bad things about Kelchi, but everyone is Francesca Hong about Thanksgiving when it comes to Kelchi. They're like, I hate Kelchi. It's Kelchi.
Sorry about that. I got distracted by my, light blocker. We're very official here. You guys might not know this. We use yellow paper to kind of block the light a little bit. Sorry about that. Yeah, we want to make sure that you're just nice and we cleared the way for you to get addicted like everybody else. So in the future, we can write more headlines about how, Gen Z, Can't figure out why, but
you can't figure out why
to gamble. We don't know why they're confusing investing with
kinda
gambling.
have to
All we
now.
did was
They kinda
put
need
the
them
casino
to now.
in their investing app. I mean, we don't. What's
Hey,
the
Logan
problem,
Paul,
guys?
can
we
you
called
come
it
to the White
trading,
House?
and we don't know why
Guilty's
you're confused.
having a
about
bad day.
So yeah, I'm gonna get back to work on the video, the merch, but yeah, I couldn't help.
Bro, when he drops that healthcare video, that's gonna be next level. Fucking Congress don't know what's up when fucking Mr. Coffeezilla dropped that fucking one. All right, let's get back into what we got going on, guys. I was on the history there. Watch later. What do we got? Let's go into Tucker Carlson.
Some of the deepest political analysis is the most simple.
Remember, this episode is the episode right after he shilled out to Hunter Biden, and this episode is called Ben Shapiro to America. Shut up and eat your goy slop.
Most straightforward. People who note obvious truths sometimes trigger the most profound thoughts in the rest of us. So with that in mind, it is not criticism to say that the following tweet was one of the most simple and obvious and yet meaningful in a long time. This is from last week on the Twitter app, X, on your phone, and it's from Matt Walsh of the Daily Wire. And here's the totality of what he wrote. Here's the whole tweet. And see if you agree or disagree. Grocery.
Okay, remember, he just blamed the entire Hunter Biden laptop on Israel selling it to him. I mean, we need to remember that part.
Prices are insane. They're still rising. Addressing this problem should be the #1 priority of every elected leader.
Okay.
End the stupid foreign wars and focus on this issue. It's one of the main reasons socialists are gaining power.
Yeah, I would agree.
So we can go through line by line and assess the veracity of each one of them, but it's just obvious looking at that every single word of that is true. Yes, grocery prices are rising. They're insane. Who hasn't gone to the grocery store in the last year and said, "Oof, really?"
Tucker Carlson doing his Tucker Carlson thing. My guy, you're on your own time. You didn't need to do it a whole hour and a half. You could have wrapped this up in 10 minutes. You didn't need to drag us along for the full hour. All right?
$200?
YouTube channel.
I did film my
Learn from Mr. Beast. Get us to the content. Don't lead us around.
cart. They're higher than they were. Now, there are all kinds of measures of inflation, famously the Consumer Product Index, the CPI, and a lot of them are skewed, some intentionally skewed, designed to hide the truth rather than illuminate it.
Kelchi.
But you don't need to consult any of them to get to what's actually happening. All you got to do is buy the things that you've always bought, a tube of Crest toothpaste, a jar of Skippy peanut butter, whatever's in your cart every week is more expensive than it was.
Would you vote for Cucker if he ran? No, I wouldn't. Not now. Not after Hunter Biden, because now he's kind of on the Candace Owens train. The fact that Hunter Biden and Tucker Carlson sat next to each other, talked about policy, patted each other on the back, would have all been fine with me, except for the fact that they brought up Candace Owens and they acted like it was okay to be friends with her, but yet both of them spoke to Nick Fuentes and had bigger ratings from their conversations with Nick Fuentes, and failed to mention Nick Fuentes' name in the 2-hour conversation, all pretty much about Israel and Nick Fuentes, made me realize these motherfucking unks don't give a shit. They're just part of the system.
A year ago, 2 years ago, certainly more than it was 5 years ago. There is inflation in real terms, whether or not the government admits it, whether or not our political leaders want to own up to it or claim.
Candace going to wreck that dude on Friday. I already said, if we cover the debate, we will only cover the debate if we will cover the debate because Nick Fuentes promised that he would do commentary on the debate if the debate happens. So if the debate happens, we will cover the debate, but we're covering the debate from Nick Fuentes' commentary. The only reason we should.
Much reserved.
You guys also hear fucking Ben Shapiro today? Can I pull that up for you guys real quick? Ben Shapiro today. Also, one last look at, this is Marco Rubio. Tomorrow he's going to be announced as the new press secretary. So I just wanted everybody to know that's what's going on there. Ben Shapiro on Nick, because now he's saying he's got a new excuse for Nick.
A sit down with you and Tucker or sit down with you and Nick? What's more likely to happen? A sit down with you and Tucker or sit down with you and Nick?
I mean, neither is particularly likely, I would imagine. The Tucker.
Neither one is likely, but we will call their Jews, and our Jews will call their Jews. But Nick Fuentes doesn't have Jews, so looks like he's out of luck.
I've offered 1,000 times.
Just so you guys know, I was talking about agents. Every agent in Hollywood is a Jew. It was a joke. It was a joke. It was a anti-Semitic joke. Oh no! Joke.
Open invite. Nick is a bit of a different story, and the reason that Nick is a bit of a different story is because Nick's entire mode,
now, mind you, Charlie Kirk said it, Ben Shapiro said it. It was a rhetoric. They said it every time. They said the words, I would never endorse or give a voice to someone that is a bad actor. But now, post Charlie Kirk, a year later, he's down on his luck. Everybody's fucking making fun of him. You guys saw the tiny horse Ben Shapiro shit. And it kind of ruined him. And so now he literally can't say that out loud. He can't say, I won't platform Nick Fuentes because he's a bad actor. He's going to say...
Listen, I admire it. I even sometimes get a bizarre kick out of it. But Nick's entire mode is he's a comedian. Okay, Nick is a comedian masquerading as a political...
Comedy is truth. Mark Twain. Comedy is truth. From the creator of comedy, an American art form, Mark Twain. Comedy is the ability to look at your neighbor and laugh together, understanding truth without it being spoken out loud. Mark Twain, the American inventor of comedy.
Pundit. He has political views, but in essence, he's a comedian. And you can't really have an honest political conversation with a comedian.
Yeah, how could you be honest with a comedian? They're just a silly little jokester. I can't be out here having an honest conversation with a jokester. He's just gonna come out there and tell his little jokes.
It'd be more like interviewing Dave Chappelle or something, but like Nazi Dave Chappelle.
Nobody asked you to interview anybody. They said, would you do a debate? You fucking retard.
Meaning, what does Nick believe? What does he not believe? I don't know. I mean, it depends on what's funny.
Exactly. And you want to know why it's funny? Because it's honest. And you want to know what honesty is? Truth.
And so trying to...
Like, it's so... What kind of fucking chameleon retard shit is this? I mean, I can't believe somebody with such a, pompous motherfucker with his suit on and his yarmulke on his head would stand here on a internet, like a national podcast and act so higher thou while explaining how ignorant he is to the art form or the understanding of Mark Twain's American comedy?
He has core beliefs?
No, I mean, I do think that he has core beliefs, but I think that one of the tactics that he uses to avoid being pinned down on his core beliefs is diffusing with humor.
But humor is truth. Sir. Humor is truth. Sir. You can... I mean, I'm all for, Israel bombing the shit out of Iran and all that stuff, but, can you just shut the fuck up because you're ruining my day?
And I think that when you try to pin him down with that, then the idea is that you're an uncool person for even asking him to be pinned down on that sort of...
You're uncool because you're wrong. If you were right, we would be laughing with you instead of with him. The reason we laugh with him is because he's right, not because he's anti-Semitic. We're not all like, we can just make fun of Ben Shapiro. No, it's because you're make fun of bull-ish or whatever the fuck it is. You're a nerd. You're a dork. You're a fucking tiny hat horseman riding his little fucking tiny horse. We can see it all in our heads. And when you say it out loud, you start to laugh. Because when you laugh, you go, oh yeah, but you know what? There's a little bit of sense of truth in there. Even if oh man, I don't want to be canceled. I don't want to be anti-Semitic. I'm not here for the Cookie Monster joke. I'm on Team Hunter Biden, Tucker Carlson. That was grotesque. Cookie Monster jokes? Give me a break. Dressing up as Candace Owens and or Candace Owens, literally dressing up as a widow and claiming that she's the reincarnation of Charlie Kirk, totally fine. I actually like her. but a Cookie Monster joke about the Holocaust? To equate the numbers to the how could you ever How could you ever? You know what Nick Fuentes does? He does jokes. And sometimes people laugh when those jokes are true. And I don't like that. I like just grifting for propaganda.
Thing.
And so, to answer your original question, yes, I can potentially debate Tucker Carlson because my Jews could call up his Jews. But again, as I've already explained to you, Nick Fuentes is just a silly jokester in a basement. And that means he doesn't have Jews. Well, actually, Nick Fuentes does have Jews because his assistant is Jewish. So, I mean, you could call up his Jews. I don't even think there's an excuse anymore, Ben Shapiro. Charlie Kirk is dead. He would have fucking debated him at this point after Candace Owens went off the rails. We need Charlie Kirk to come back. Like, we need the reincarnation right now. We need it on a fucking podcast. Because that was the problem. Is like, I feel like Charlie Kirk was able to say no to Nick Fuentes and kind of play into the cancel culture of Ben Shapiro. But then Candace Owens broke the backs of all of this with all of her theories about the death of Charlie Kirk. It kind of like, wait, so we're going to say that black lady? We're okay with that? But this guy had a Cookie Monster joke when he was fucking 19 on a live stream and was caught at January 6th with the rest of you, and he's the problem? He's the big bad bully wolf? We're going to have Hunter Biden and Tucker Carlson not even say his name while they both interviewed with him within the last 2 months? What are we doing?
There's no sort of honest conversation that can be had about.
You're right. Yeah. Okay.
About, like, what are your core beliefs and are they right or are they wrong? Because that's not what he does. I think when he's asked a tough question.
Why are you, huh? Well, that's not how you start a debate. You don't start a debate with, well, what are you so I can tear holes in it? You have a conversation.
And then he
immediately bring up a problem. You go, do we turn Gaza into a golf course? Yes or no? And then Ben Shapiro goes, yes, on his tiny horse. And then Nick Fuentes goes, no. And then he's probably funny too somehow. He's like, no, you can't, turn a sandlot into a golf course. It has to be a sandlot. And I say it's a sandlot for locking up all the fucking Jews that shot people in the goddamn farmlands.
He reverts to the sort of 17-year-old humor that, listen, people can find it transgressively funny. I, on occasion, find it transgressively funny. But that is not an honest conversation about his politics or his principles, and I don't think that that's probably in the offing.
I think he's different when he's on the mic.
Maybe they can get Charlie Kirk on a podcast with the Ouija board. I really wish they could, man. Guy was too Christian. He would never allow it.
And on the screen talking, him and the camera like this versus one-on-one.
Well, I think
very different.
I mean, I don't like, I am a Christian at heart, so I don't necessarily, like, I do believe in the fundamentals of the spirit of, like, the spirit inside and stuff. So it's like, I don't say Jesus, but I will say Charlie Kirk is Jesus of Nazareth, very similar to the actual human being historically. Like, I can see so many similarities in that.
Listen, also, obviously, his incentive structure, if we were to sit down together, would be to get the own the Shapiro moment, right, and then blow it up all over the internet, clearly.
Would you ever have
But what? No, it wouldn't. Because again, like, Nick Fuentes understands the culture of today, which you and Tucker Carlson don't. You guys stick the podcast mic in front of you, but then you have, like I said before, they have 20 people that are editing, 20 teenagers that are editing this podcast, making sure they don't say the word pedophile or rape or bitch or cunt, because they might get 18 plus or they might lose their sponsor. And so this is no different than mainstream media whenever these fucking shills come out here and do their podcasts. It's the same fucking bullshit. The reason Joe Rogan worked isn't because it's a fucking podcast. It worked because it was an authentic run with zero to little editing, and still kind of is. But Andrew Callaghan, Tyler Oliveira, Nick Fuentes, pretty much anyone Gen Z fundamentally understands that you guys just can't play ball. Because to play ball is to not have 20 teenagers edit the interview for commercial success afterwards. It's to sit down and have a cell phone just record you for 3 hours while you talk to each other. And you can't be genuine because you're not genuine. That's kind of the problem. Tucker Carlson's not genuine. Hunter Biden's not genuine. Candace Owens is not genuine. Ben Shapiro's not genuine. I'm starting to think Sean Ryan's not genuine because of the way that he grifts with the whole evil thing all the time. I'm just fucking tired of it. I'm fucking tired of the grifting, of the editorial staffs on podcasts, on the millions of dollars spent every single year to say that you're doing the same thing as Joe Rogan. You're not. The reason that worked is he was high with one friend of his called Jamie, and they were talking about UFOs for 4.5 hours, and they posted it. They didn't care if it got 18 plus. They didn't care if the music got tagged. They didn't even care if there was fucking commercials on it. This Pat Betrick David, Ben Shapiro, Tucker Carlson, all this bullshit, like, it's just all bullshit. You might as well be watching Megyn Kelly. At least she was a fucking real news reporter. Like,
come on. Would I ever have him on? I mean, it depends. Again, if he were, I would. The answer is no.
No. The reason he's saying the answer is no is because the opportunity. He is right. The answer is no. That him and Nick Fuentes will never cross paths. Because by the time that somebody that is such a grifter like Ben Shapiro realizes that he has to open that door up, Nick Fuentes won't want to open that door up because he will be past his success. This is what always happens in Hollywood. Like, you're waiting too long. If you're skeptical of whether you should be doing something controversial, it's time to either do it or don't. And he's kind of sitting in his head going, well, I would do it later. And it's like, well, then the answer is no, because later Nick Fuentes isn't going to want to do this anymore.
Ooh, I think, but the reason
I would say probably after the Tyler Robinson trial. After the Tyler Robinson trial, Nick Fuentes wouldn't even pick up the phone for Ben Shapiro. The teeter-totter would have fallen that far.
Hesitating is because if I got the impression that he were willing to have like an actual serious sit-down conversation without...
He could today. You're thinking of yourself. You're going, do I have to do this? And that means that at some point you will, but I think you'll be too late because you're a safe person and you're trying to stay safe around a dangerous person. So you'll stay safe and then you'll fade. Because right now is probably one of your last opportunities to go forward with the power to be able to put that offer out there and him have to accept. But in 3 months, especially after the midterms, there ain't no way. If Ben Shapiro came out there after the midterms and goes, Nick Fuentes needs to debate me, everybody makes fun of Ben Shapiro. If Ben Shapiro said right now at Better David's podcast, I'd debate him right now because look at what Candace Owens has been saying all over the internet. Then Ben Shapiro could have won himself back into the fucking zeitgeist. The man is going to fall into the wind because he has too much fear internally. This is his own personal decision right now. God gave you this opportunity. The question was brought to your attention right here on a public broadcast. You're deciding 3 months before the midterms, it's still not worth the risk. And that means that you fundamentally don't understand what's going on here and that you're not going to ever be able to do this again. You missed your one shot at redemption.
All of the...
God gave it to you, and you said, no thanks.
I'm just going to call you a Jew for the shits and giggles of it so that the audience goes crazy. Like,
Do you really... Does anybody really think that that's what will happen? That he'll get in again, and it's like Ben Shapiro could do something just as reasonable as say, well, if I sat down with him with somebody like Andrew Callaghan, like Hal Hunter did, then I could do it. And then there you go. But again, Ben Shapiro is a Zionist. Andrew Callaghan is a leftist, a pro-Palestine. We just watched this pro-Palestine thing. But even though he's a good journalist, that wouldn't work. Tyler Oliveira wouldn't work for Ben Shapiro either. Why? Because he's done these Hasidic community investigations in New York and New Jersey. So then your only independent journalists that you could have step in and mitigate this conversation between you and Nick Fuentes are Matt Walsh of your own staff, not going to happen. Joe fucking Rogan, he's probably not going to want to get involved and probably would never do it unless both of you asked him to do it. And then the only other one is fucking Nate Friedman or Nick Shirley. And both of those are AIPAC, MAGA, very much in Ben Shapiro's. And I don't think that even Nick Fuentes would probably be like, those are ops. They're just like, I'm not going to do this. There's no way you're going to get it unless you give something. And he knows he needs to give something right now, but he's kind of sitting there going, well, maybe later, my stomach feels a little. And I'm like, this is the moment, my guy. This was the moment to say it in some manner. And instead you said, he's a comedian. And that's fucking crazy.
I'm not interested in that.
Why
right?
not?
Why am I not interested in having on somebody who just calls me a Jew for the shits and giggles of it? Because
but you know that that's not true. You just know that's not true. And you're like, so like what I just said, guys, is factual. He has butterflies in his stomach right now, and he is terrified to do this. But he internally knows someday, and someday it's going to be way too late, and it's going to be way too late.
I actually don't think he'll do that. I actually don't think he'll do that.
So I mean, listen, if you could convince me of that, then I would do it.
Yeah,
like,
I don't think he would do that.
Or
if you could convince me of that, okay. Well, he's right here. Is he convincing you of that?
Or the
I think it would be a real good debate, and it would be a good conversation. And I think a lot of the youth would sit there and say, "Good for Ben for having him on." It would be.
Pat Patrick David thinks that Ben Shapiro makes his own decision, just like Pat Patrick David does. Ben Shapiro has the Daily Wire. He basically tried to do what Larry Ellison and Paramount did unsuccessfully. And because of that, he's tied to a lot of donors. You could say that's AIPAC, you can say that's Jew money, you can say that's whatever, but he's tied to donors of his streaming service. I used to own a streaming service in 2021. I had it for $200,000 in the hole in 2023. And we sold off all of our properties, and we made about $3,000. We sold everything to Tubi and Plex. Ben Shapiro is tied to multi-million dollars worth of investment. He has to run that by those people before he's able to do something that controversial. So he kind of this might be a lean towards a potential option. But I don't know that the avenues of reaching out into corporate America towards Nick Fuentes are going to work. I think that the only way you're going to get Nick Fuentes is the same way that you would get a Tyler Oliveira or Andrew Callaghan. You're going to have your people reach out to him directly and have conversation directly with him. And I don't know that Ben Shapiro is willing to have a conversation directly with Nick Fuentes about having a debate with him.
What a lot of people...
But I feel like the reason that Ben isn't saying anything here isn't really because he's like scared or fearful. He's passing the buck off, but he's also being really quiet about it because, again, he doesn't make his own decisions. His investors make his decisions. The Daily Wire investors make his decisions. And so he has to go, hey, maybe, did you hear what Pat Patrick David said? Like maybe the whole thing with like sitting down with the youth and he has this tie to the, do you guys think that would be an okay idea? Would you guys be really upset at me if I did that? Would I lose this? Would I lose that? And you might get the cancel culture pushed back immediately. You're going to lose fucking this donation and this donation. And he goes, okay, well, I'm not going to even fucking try. Or you might get, actually, I think we need to. Our numbers are really low right now. We haven't had anything since that documentary with Matt Walsh about being a woman. We're really fucking burning our fucking bridges here, guys. Like, we need something like this. So, yeah, Ben, I think you should do it. But again, I think the only way you get Nick on board is not through people. So it's not, okay, Ben, the staff executive at the Daily Wire is going to call Nick Fuentes' assistant and see if he's willing to do it. You're going to get a no. You're going to get, fuck you, Jew. And then Ben Shapiro's going to go, see, look what he said to the chief of staff at our fucking Daily Wire. Look, we can't be doing this with him. That's what's going to happen if you reach out to him Hollywood style. Because he runs in the same circles as, these YouTube journalists, as these, like, literal independent contractors. They're 1099ers. Going through an assistant immediately puts a bad word in you. You're like, fuck that. That's an op. They're going to fuck with me. They're going to send me into a studio for the Daily Wire. I'm going to get a bunch of fucking cut up bullshit, and they're going to make me look like a fucking idiot. I'm not going to put myself in that environment. But if Ben Shapiro were to call him up or have the assistant hit that, hey, can we have a conversation between Ben and Nick privately? We want to see if we can work something out. Yeah, sure. Hey, blah, 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 blah. But also, the Daily Wire is like the fucking Nixon campaign when it comes to doing phone calls. after the Steven Crowder thing where he leaked the internal negotiations and everything that was going on there, and then Candace Owens backed it up, and like they lost like $10-20 million of property value or of intellectual property value overnight for the Daily Wire as a live streaming service. So they're really weary of having those one-on-one conversations because, are you recording this? I don't want to look bad. What if we don't do the debate? And I was sitting here just having a conversation with Nick Fuentes. So there's a lot of hoops, like industry-wise, you would have to jump through even to get to a part where these two individuals could even potentially be in the same room, let alone agree on a moderator.
People would never see coming. And I think you would be most surprised on how he is one-on-one. By the way, just so you know.
I mean, again,
from the day he's been on my podcast.
I'm sure he's a very nice guy in a one-on-one.
From the day he was here with me, the interview, till today, him and I haven't spoken at all.
Yeah.
So it's not like
no,
a
of course.
conversation, anything like that. I
course.
just think it would be a good conversation to have him. And, you know, selfishly, I would also like to see you and Tucker sitting down. You on his or him on yours.
Again,
I know, and that's not
I've
happening.
offered Tucker that.
And here it goes. And you want to know why he jumped at that one? It's exactly because of what I just said, guys. That's exactly why he jumped at that one. Because he doesn't have to run that past investors. And that's exactly why Tucker and fucking Hunter Biden sat there talking about how they're friends with Candace Owens, how they're friends with Sean Ryan, how they're friends with these people that are propagating conspiracy theories all over the fucking world, leaving half of our mods to believe that a trans furry didn't shoot Charlie Kirk. Pretty fucking easy. I mean, we will get to the trial, but pretty fucking easy. And you're allowed to propagate that nonsense, which is also tied to anti-Semitism in Israel and everything is Israel and all that bullshit. But somehow it's okay because it's the corporate guys and it's my Jew versus your Jew and blah, blah, blah. But when it comes to Nick Fuentes, he's a cancel culture person. And so he's a huge brand risk and da-da-da. It's the same thing as like Shane Gillis in 2020 versus Shane Gillis in 2024. Oh, you want to invite Shane Gillis to a private event to do the Trump voice in 2024? Sure. Sure, he can do Chase Sapphire Lounge. Invite him in 2020, and you never are the fucking booker for that event ever again.
About 1,000 times.
I've seen that.
And I really doubt that's going to happen. Again, I think that there's a misalignment of incentives. I think that you know.
Well, I think that is true on that one because we will get back to what Tucker Carlson was saying today, but Tucker Carlson is literally going down like again, same thing as Candace Owens. This is why I dismissed the Tyler Robinson stuff, guys. Maybe some of you have watched a lot more of that than I have. We will watch the actual court case every single day on this channel. But the thing is the reason that I get so like, fuck that, is because they took something that is fundamentally a right-left issue, a trans furry, and they warped and bent it into it was Jews in Israel. And I'm like, the Cookie Monster joke, Nick Fuentes being a Nazi, he's actually not a Nazi, and he's actually not an anti-Semite. But you guys are actually anti-Semites. You actually hate Jews. You actually want to put them back in concentration camps. And you're actively manipulating your audiences into thinking that furries wouldn't kill Charlie Kirk and that Ben Shapiro would. That's fucked. Like, you were, like, why? And you were these people's friends. So, like, what the fuck is going on here? And also, that's the defense from the anti-Semitism in general. Is that people will watch them and go, well, they were friends with Charlie Kirk. Tucker and Candace were friends with Charlie Kirk. So they have to be selling the truth. No, motherfucker, they're selling their own ratings. But it is weird that, like, corporate America versus corporate America, we're going to act like it's okay to be associated with Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson, but it's not okay to be with the anti-Semite, the guy with the cookie joke when he was 18 years old on his live stream. What the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about?
Nick, let's put it this way. Nick does not want to be pinned down on his ideological beliefs with...
Oh, okay, so that's really what it's about. He has some beliefs that we can't really say on the air. And again, we have 10 editorial staffs down here, and we can't be saying we want a white nation. We can't be saying that I want white culture, because we have to continue for corporate America in order to have any sponsors at all on our show. And second I get a sponsor, guys, It's over. Donate now. Help support the channel now. Hit that join button now. But the second I get a single sponsor, that's the first rule, is you cannot associate any kind of culture to whiteism or nationalism. Even Channel 5 and Andrew Callaghan won't do that. The only person besides Nick Fuentes that's ever went outside of that box is Tyler Oliveira with his Hasidic Jew community stuff, because he was basically saying these Hasidic Jews in these communities in New Jersey and in these enclaves in Brooklyn, they're essentially doing the same thing as the Somalis in Minnesota. And he got canceled the same way as Nick for it. He got put on no-fly lists. He's not able to get into Israel. He's banned from there. All kinds of crazy shit. And it's literally because of saying that thing commercially in America is not allowed still. You can even say the Jew stuff now on Instagram and Facebook and X. It's all fun. You can be an anti-Semite. We'll just mark you on the job application thing and tell you can't work here, Alex. Or we won't tell you. We'll just not fucking take your application ever. But the thing is the thing that you still can't say is white culture. Every time that somebody says white culture, like a parrot, because remember RFK with Dana Bash? A lot of people do parroting now. The parrot response of corporate media, of anybody that has a sponsor, is, what white culture? You mean the multi-diverse culture of all the cultures of America? And the reason they say that is because if you have any sponsor in America, you're fundamentally isolating 50 to 60% of your commercial audience that is trying to buy your product if you're saying whites only. You can't even have that kind of opinion. Because there's also a lot of white people that are against whites only. So if you say whites only, you get all the white people that are against whites only, and you get anybody that's not white, all gone as a corporate sponsor. So there's no fucking way that we're going to allow you to say that and be okay.
With data or with counter-argument that is serious. And so his incentive structure very strongly would be to sort of do the Piers Morgan interview. Right? Like if you watch Nick's interview with Piers Morgan, again, I found it amusing too because Nick's really good at that game. But Piers is trying to pin him down on his beliefs about...
No. Ben Shapiro is a little autistic sometimes, and you can tell. He's not really... What he's saying here is he went... I saw the comments on that Piers Morgan interview. I saw the clips. But he's smart enough not to say that, because then he would show like he's an unk, he's trying to relate, whatever. Instead he says, I watched the interview and I found it funny. Bullshit. You didn't watch a lick of that interview. You saw the fucking cuts, and you saw that the cuts got a bunch of comments, and you saw that those comments had photos of you with a tiny hat on a tiny horse, and everybody laughing, and it being the number one comment, and you went, okay. A year later, I watched that Piers Morgan interview. I think he's funny too. I think the tiny horse memes are funny too, guys. I'm in on the joke. Call me fat. It's okay.
The Holocaust, and so what Nick does is he immediately launches into a bunch of jokes about the Holocaust. Well, again,
when does he do that? He does that when people bring it up, and that's the problem with this cancel culture bullshit you guys have always done. That's the kind of Zionism, Judaism, whatever you want to call it. I call it cancel culturism. I call it it's like a corporate cancel culturism, because there's a lot of non-Jews, non-Zionists that don't, or people that are in support of Zionists that just don't understand that they're doing it. But that is what it is. It's exactly what I was saying earlier in the broadcast, guys. It's literally just like that, where they call you up and they go, well, your uncle said on a Facebook comment that George Soros did the BLM, and we're Netflix, so blah, 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 blah. Who do you think that I was talking to at HR? I was talking to the cancel culture people, is what I would call them. Some people would call them Jews. Some people would call them Zionists. Others would call them cancel culturalists. That's what I call them. But those HR people, whether they're on the LGBTQ Netflix side, making sure you don't say conspiracy theories about BLM, or whether they're on the Daily Wire side saying, don't say whites only, you're literally being put in the boxes by them, by this fucking thing. And I don't know, I can't show you guys, but I've got two posters in my house. One is a framed poster of Andrew Cuomo on June 19th of 2020, claiming to have ended the pandemic. And it's like this big map where he's like showing everything that happened in COVID and how he saved us all. And it's signed by Andrew Cuomo. And I think that's hilarious because that's just irony. And then the other is Louis C.K. And it's from his tour that I went to right after he got canceled. He came back in February of 2020, right before the pandemic. And I went to go see him in New Jersey, and it was the last show right before the pandemic, and it closed. And then my third thing that I got framed is a Baby Yoda Variety article, or Variety cover from December of 2019 saying, "A New Hope, blah, blah, blah." I wonder if I can show you guys that one, because that one's crazy. Baby Yoda cover Variety. I'm gonna pull it up. Where is it at? It's not on here. But it's literally like a cover of Variety, and it says "A New Hope 2020," and it was fucking printed in January of 2020. It's crazy. Anyway,
again,
let's get back to this.
Those jokes may be transgressively funny, but that doesn't actually get to the root of the issue. Is everyone smarter for having heard that? I think actually everyone might be stupider for having heard this.
Louis C.K. got canceled for jerking it, and Baby Yoda, I got it framed because it was A New Hope, and it said 2020, which is like, basically the year of canceled.
Yeah.
That's the hard part, right? A level of debate requires a level of sincere revelation of your interior beliefs and willing to defend them. If what you're going to do is run away to comedy or to humor or to...
You're not running away to comedy or humor. You just can't. You fundamentally can't do that. You're not diffusing with humor. You're diffusing with humor only if people laugh. And if people are laughing, it's because there's honesty within the humor. Comedy is truth. Mark Twain.
Insult, then that's not worthwhile. It doesn't advance the ball.
There's a difference with comedy, and there's a difference with rage-baiting comments that it's going to get under your skin. I think when I was at Amphis and somebody asked me a question, "Why won't you sit down with Nick?" I said, "I'm not comfortable with him saying the N-word all the time," and I said it from stage.
See, that's a valid one. That makes me think that Pat Betrick-David, even though he's taken that Kelce money, at least he's out on his own. He's not really, he doesn't have an investor that's like, "Oh, well, that person, you're not allowed with that person." He had a fundamental understanding being like, I don't want to say the fucking N-word 1,000 times on a live broadcast.
I'm like, I just want you to be respectful. I listened to hip-hop for many years, and maybe a little bit too much when I was a kid, but I chose to change, and I went a different direction in my life. And then we had a very respectful conversation together. Crowder's funny. Crowder is one of the most talented guys. I know you guys had something that happened many years ago, but I think Crowder...
That's exactly what I was talking about. That Nick and Ben will never be able to have a personal conversation on a phone because of Steven Crowder and the recordings that Steven Crowder leaked. I support the fact that Steven Crowder was getting fucked on the contract. I do not support leaking a direct conversation with a friend about contract negotiations. That's so fucking low. That and screaming at your wife to get the steaks. Guys, let me pull it up real quick, because that's like the funniest thing in the world. I remember my girlfriend at the time, I was like, well, she should have got the steaks. Should have got the fucking steaks. Steven Crowder with the steaks, yo. That's like the best clip ever. Steven Crowder steaks. Cam. Steaks. Wife. Cam. Oh, they kind of scrubbed that motherfucker from the internet. You can't even find it anymore. But there was like literally a Ring doorbell camera. And he was standing there outside flipping burgers, Steven Crowder was, and then his wife, who has this giant belly, she's like 8.5 months pregnant, she's like, "Steven, stop screaming. Steven, what are you doing? I just want to leave. Steven." And she's like holding the keys because she's like trying to leave in the car because they're fighting. And he's screaming about how she needs to go to the grocery store and get his steaks because now he'll have to go to the grocery store and get his steaks, and then his whole day will be messed up. And I'm like, you're yelling at this person that looks like this on the Ring doorbell, and it was fucking insane. I was like, yeah, well, what the fuck? Bitch ain't getting him a steak. I'm like, she has to go to the grocery store at 8 months pregnant to go get him his steak.
Crowder's super talented.
Of course.
And he's funny as shit, like this stuff they used to do back in the day.
He ain't
Like,
funny at all.
who is this guy? You would watch him.
I think I think Crowder deserves respect for his musical parodies, and his election night coverage, but that's about it.
So super brilliant. Buddy's also able to do this. So.
Again, I think it is important for me to say at this point that at no point. So what's funny is that there's been this conflation. I'm just going to make this point because you're not making it, but I know that how the internet works.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying that anybody should take away Nick Fuentes' microphone or anyone else's microphone.
Oh, so you have changed your stance. Because you and Charlie Kirk and Matt Walsh and everybody, like, it was all like we're not going to platform him, we're not going to platform, I would never platform that. I don't think anybody should platform that. What is that? Like, so you wanted to make sure to get it out there that you changed your opinion. Hey guys, a big announcement. I'm not going to debate Nick Fuentes or Tucker Carlson, but I have changed my opinion about Rumble canceling him. I don't think he should go on YouTube. Then I would be competing with the Daily Wire and, number one advertiser of YouTube, Daily Wire. So, no, YouTube, fucking keep him fucking bam, my guy. But I'm not saying that he shouldn't be on X and Rumble. I'm not saying he shouldn't be on Kick and fucking garbage whatever site.
Phone. Whether I choose to be on a podcast with somebody or not choose to be on a podcast that is an aspect of free speech, the same as it is whether I...
As he literally actively is the reason that Nick is the only person still banned on YouTube. Because YouTube has the policy that his content isn't banned anymore. That anything with that January 6th stuff isn't banned anymore. Sneeko got reinstated. Everyone, Baked Alaska got reinstated. Everyone got reinstated. But Nick Fuentes, and the number one advertiser, the person in the pocket of YouTube the most, the number one advertiser by a long shot, because we found that out in the Steven Crowder leaked fucking phone calls and stuff, is the Daily Wire. They pay millions and millions of dollars in YouTube advertisement every single year towards their subscription fee under the same model as, well, if we pay all this advertisement, then we can control what to say, which is what a lot of right-wingers have always bitched about, is that, like, Tucker Carlson can't say whatever he wants on YouTube, but the Daily Wire can say that same exact thing. That happened a lot during COVID. Daily Wire was allowed to say anti-COVID stuff, but Joe Rogan and everyone else would be literally censored on YouTube if they did so. It was because, well, that's the number one advertiser. So they were paying their way in to being able to not be canceled anymore. And then, like, so the fact that Nick Fuentes is the only person that didn't get his channel reinstated, you're actively choosing with your investors to actively perpetuate onto YouTube to keep Nick Fuentes banned. As you're saying on this podcast, I don't think anybody should deplatform him. I'm not saying. I think his clips are pretty funny. Hey, YouTube, no. Yeah, you can have like Alex and fucking Tucker Carlson and whoever have him on and they can interview him, but do not reinstate his channel. Because again, who has the most authority over YouTube's influence on politics right now? Well, the Daily Wire, the number one buyer of advertisement on all of YouTube. Number two is Morgan & Morgan, by the way.
Whether I want to or whether I don't want to.
So think about that. You have an accident attorney, which mostly sponsors like the comedy podcasts in that world. But you have an accident attorney's office, and then you have the Daily Wire.
So again, I think there are circumstances under which I would do something like that, but I'd have to believe certain things.
Why would they spend that much money? You're spending that much money so that you have influence over the communication of the platform.
Things about how he would approach the thing in order to...
It was smart, and it was allowed because at the time it was needed. It was the way to get in. It's the same thing as the Paramount Netflix shit going on right now. It was a way to get in. Working with the Scientologists and Tom Cruise was a way to get in with Skydance. Skydance attaching themselves to Angel Studios and the Christians was a way to get into each other. And you need to get in so that you can have your own studio, so that you can combat these things, so that you can have your own news networks. And then when there's a pandemic, it's not all the same echo chamber. You're controlling your narrative. They're controlling their narrative. It's all needed. It's all needed at a certain point, and that's why it's allowed, and that's why the Daily Wire was essentially allowed to buy the voice of YouTube. But now that they still have it, you have literally the owner of the Daily Wire saying, oh, don't deplatform Nick Fuentes. I think his clips are funny. Because Elon Musk isn't getting money from the Daily Wire. Because Mark Zuckerberg isn't getting money from the Daily Wire. Because the Rumble CEO, Chris Petoskey or whatever, isn't getting money from the Daily Wire. But YouTube is getting the most money of any advertiser still from you, the Daily Wire, even though your subscription is sinking, even though you don't make any money on it, because by paying for all that advertisement, you control the influence of the product, of the platform. And there's only one person after January 6th that is still banned. His channel's still banned. Actually, two. Alex Jones and Nick Fuentes. And you cannot tell me right now that that's not because of you. So it's audacious for him to sit here and say, oh, I like his clips. I think they're pretty funny. I don't think anybody should ban Nick Fuentes. Fuck off.
I mean that I would think it's worthwhile. Now, other people might think it's worthwhile, right? But they're not me, so, you know.
I think it's a way to get in front of the youth that right now is not getting a platform because they're listening to him more than you. So I think sitting down with you, you would get in front of his audience. And if you feel your argument is more logical, his audience is going to say, you know what, he's actually got a good point. So that would be the biggest thing. That
is definitely the strongest steel-manned argument in favor.
Yeah, even if it's a 5% that's reasonable, that's willing to shift.
Right, and the strongest steel-manned argument against is that it's a setup. Right, that's the strongest steel-manned argument.
Yeah, but it's not a setup. How are you going to say it's a setup when you own the fucking influence of YouTube? You could just pull the fucking product. We're going to go into our next hour of the show, guys. Right now, stay with us here for a second. We're going to go in and I got to switch up the poll. Marco Rubio wins another one, guys. Another one. So now we got Mr. Marco Rubio, who will be president in 2028. 817 days until election. And we've got Mr. Marco Rubio with 17 wins. And he's now going to go up against... Who is he going to go up against? We got to see this on Kelchi now. Look at the odds. Kelchi odds winner. And he's going to go up against Kamala Harris this hour, guys. Kamala Harris. Get your vote in now. Hour 4, almost hour 5. Almost hour 5. Starts now. Let's jump back in now on Tucker Carlson tearing apart Ben Shapiro because everything is the Jews and the Jews is Israel and it's all the same and blah, 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 blah. And like, okay, all right, okay. We're going to watch the white Candace Owens here, guys. Here we go.
Responsibility for it.
White
Yes,
Candace
it's not
Owens.
organic. It's their fault. But it's real. You know it's real. So why is this a problem? Well, it's a problem because for a lot of people, it makes it hard to live here. The United States is suddenly an expensive country. If you've lived here your whole life, you probably have, for the most of your life, thought of it as a rich country. But an expensive country, that's the kind of place you go on vacation. That's Monaco or Barcelona. That's Tokyo. That's some place you take your family and then get home and say, woof, I don't have to pay those prices every day. Well, suddenly you live in that country. You live in an expensive country where people are worried about having enough money to pay the basic bills. Housing, food, insurance, medical, cars. It's all much more expensive than it was. Then he goes on to say, stop these stupid foreign wars and focus on this issue. Well, that's obvious. Why wouldn't you want to do that? Now, why would you want to do that? Well, because in a democracy, your job, if you're a leader, is to represent the people who elected you, which is to say to take their concerns to Washington and try and do something about them. Fix their problems. That's why you're there. That's the whole purpose of our government. It doesn't exist to serve itself, much less a foreign country. It exists to serve its population. That's literally the whole point. There is no other point. And so if people across the country of all parties are saying grocery prices are insane, then you should probably think long and hard about what to do about that, if you can. And there's no poll taken in the last year that shows that people are more concerned about the Iranian nuclear program or Islamic Jihad or some Muslim group far away than they are about the price of Skippy peanut butter. There's no poll that shows that because the majority doesn't feel that way. And why would it? Who cares about Islamic Jihad? Honestly, who really cares about the Iranian nuclear program? Not compared to...
I mean, you're talking sense, but again, like, I think that you care. I think that you care, you just don't want Netanyahu there. I think that's kind of the problem and why we see through this shit with the Hunter Biden interview and everything. It's like, because you do care. You want to attack Ben Shapiro's Israel and put up Tucker Carlson's Israel. You do care. You're still having the conversation. If not, then just take the tweet from Matt Walsh and go, yeah, let's focus on groceries, and here's how we can fucking fix it, and here's the person that's fucking us over, and blah, 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 blah. Like, do some fucking investigative work. Fucking, what the fuck? Now it's the Jews did it. And why is it the Jews did it? So that you can come over here to me. And then the Christians can take over the fucking Israel. We can have a blue version of Israel in politics. Like, you guys don't understand. They're like, like, there's like 30 of them. There's these political parties, and they're all fucking elitist tied to Israel and the state of Israel. He's literally speaking out loud. Well, who cares about Israel? Who cares about... And it's like, yeah, we're all like, woohoo, woohoo, woohoo. And then the fucking second that we keep watching, he starts advocating during the 2028 election and advocating for candidates that are against Israel. They're against Israel. They're against Israel. And in reality, they're against Ben Shapiro's Israel. They're against Judaism in Israel. They're against Netanyahu's Israel. But they're not against a new state of Israel with Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens and, these people.
Your ability to live here.
Because at the end of the day, Nick Fuentes will say there shouldn't be a state of Israel and there shouldn't be a state of Palestine, blow the whole fucking thing up. And so will I. Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens and Sean Ryan are not going to say that. They're going to stand on their fucking car and they're going to go, the children and Israel's right to exist. And, well, they still do have a right to exist as a state. They still are a people. Shut the fuck up. Boom, boom, blow the whole thing up, the end. They're fucking with my life. You're right. I care about Skippy Peanut Butter. And you want to know one thing I know? If I blow up the entire Middle East, I'll have more peanut butter to myself, won't I? There'll be more resources for me, an American, a free American, to speak freely without corporate fucking sponsors, like a fucking American home insurance ad that you're about to do an ad read for.
Remain solvent through an illness or send your kids to school or even go on vacation.
Blow it all up, guys.
Those are the real concerns that people
have. That's my side. My side is no longer America first. That's being psyoped. I'm fucking done. I'm team blow it up. I'm team anything with sand, make it glass. Let's go.
Evan, why wouldn't they be? And then
anything
the final
sand,
line,
make it glass.
The reason socialists are succeeding,
because they're
and
fucking
they
pissing me off. That's
says Matt Walsh, is because the people in charge.
And who owns the Lockheed Martin fucking weapons? Who didn't fuck with their Lockheed Martin weapons? Who kept their fucking Karens out of Pennsylvania so Lockheed Martin could sell those fucking weapons to Lindsey Graham so Lindsey Graham could sell those weapons and go and die in Ukraine, and then they could give more weapons to Ukraine to destroy Russia and Iran? Who did that? I did that. We did that. So if we want to make the whole fucking Middle East sand, we will. For Lockheed Martin. For America. Fucking done. Enough of your debate over who gets to control it. Oh, the kids, the Palestinians, the Jews, the anti-Semitism. Boom. Done. The end. Lockheed Martin wins.
Republicans at this point are ignoring these issues. He's blaming inattention by our leaders for the rise of socialism.
It's just like this, but at the end of the day, you don't stop talking about it. At the end of the day, you're not done talking about it.
Controversial thing to say? Is that untrue? Of course, it's entirely true. And it's always been true.
They don't think, okay, you ready,
There
Ashley?
has always been a movement for socialism, however defined, in the United States, certainly since the mass migration of the turn of the last century. There has been a vibrant socialist movement, small but active. And one of the aims of both parties, and they both agree on this, is to keep it at bay. Now, how do you do that? Well, mostly not with force, by stealing the issues. So the claim that socialists make is we care about you. And we want to make sure you have enough money to live here without worrying unduly.
Yes, both Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens are quite different on this. The exact wording matters. Tucker Carlson. Tucker has explicitly said that he wants Israel to continue to exist, but he has repeatedly refused to affirm the formation that Israel has a right to exist because he objects to the concept of Netanyahu's regime in Israel. Yeah, he wants his own Jew party. In his 2026 interview with The Economist, Zanny Bambos, she directly asked him whether Israel had the right to exist. Tucker responded that he does not seek Israel's destruction and said, I don't want Israel to be destroyed. Yeah, I say fucking Lockheed Martin, let's fucking go. Whole thing goes up. Y'all will figure it out then. Peace deal by fucking, what we got? Whatever. I don't care what day, 72 hours. Peace deal by 72 hours, whole fucking thing goes up. The end. The end. That's real America first, y'all bitches. So the most accurate characterization of Tucker is, I want Israel to exist. Yes, Israel has a unique right to exist entitlement. He refuses to affirm the formation of Netanyahu's government. Candace Owens. For Candace, I cannot find a comparable, clear, first-person statement where she explicitly says Israel has the right to exist. I searched her specific formats. She has supported the Daily Wire. She's been paid by Ben Shapiro since 2019. Her public positions have moved dramatically away from that pro-Israel stance, and it is hard to distinguish whether this is because of personal spite, allegory and storytelling through the Charlie Kirk assassination storyline on her podcast, or actual support and beliefs as stated. Because in her Blackout book from 2019, the last book Candace Owens wrote, she stated that Israel and Palestine need to separate. They need to figure this thing out. Which, in retrospect, could be deemed as her making the statement that Israel, in all, should directly exist. There are also secondary sources attributing the statement, I believe Israel has the right to exist, to Candace, but I would not treat those as sufficient evidence for a verified public statement by her without finding original video post. One search result, for example, reproduces that wording, but itself on Facebook repost rather than a primary source. Tucker, yes, clearly in publication. Candace cannot verify, but may possibly be verifiable through her own book, Blackout.
That's the core claim. And they may be against Thanksgiving and...
Again, you should ask what are Alex R. Wagner's beliefs on it, and you can record this podcast, and they are Lockheed Martin, let's load up. They got 72 hours, peace deal, or it's all fucking glass. But what do you mean, Alex? The children, Alex. The this, Alex. The that, Alex. No. From Oman all the way up to Egypt, and from Pakistan all the way to Turkey. We're not going to touch China or India. But everybody else, get a fucking meeting going, because you got 72 hours, or President Alex R. Wagner's about to fucking call up Lockheed Martin and grant them Lindsey Graham's ultimate wish of raining bombs on the entire fucking thing. Okay? Don't believe me? Oh, trust me. We don't let the Karens into Pennsylvania's Lockheed Martin storage facilities. We are not the fucking UK. We have our bombs, and we're ready to use them.
For transgenderism or whatever insane idea they're for, and a lot of them are for those ideas. But their fundamental pitch...
That's what I would do in an allegory where I am president of the United States in like 10, 20 years. Okay, guys? So don't clip that out of context and, he said that he should bomb children. No, okay. Okay.
Which is an economic pitch, and the pitch itself is not crazy. Their solutions may not work, but the pitch they make to voters is very straightforward, and anybody can understand it. You don't have to be a socialist to agree. I'm certainly not a socialist. But why wouldn't I want leaders who care what Skippy peanut butter?
I'm certainly not a socialist, but why wouldn't I care about the price of peanut butter? And also, I believe that Israel should exist, and I just interviewed Hunter Biden and said he did nothing wrong, and listened to him tell us about how we need to get rid of the billionaire class. But I'm not a socialist, but why wouldn't I be a socialist?
Costs. Well, of course I would. And this has been recognized forever.
Why am I acting like a socialist if I'm not a socialist? But I'm not a socialist, guys.
A chicken in every pot. I mean, that was the promise of the
Wagner,
Herbert Hoover for President campaign in 1928. His supporters said, elect Herbert Hoover, and there'll be a chicken in every pot. In other words, we'll lower the price of Doritos with Skippy peanut butter. Now, he made that claim 1 year before the Great Depression, made it a lot harder to put a chicken in every pot. But even before the Depression, Hoover supporters knew, just like any awake person.
Wait. So you're telling me that the strategy of promising these things through social reforms didn't work? It turned into the Great Depression, and now you're going to go in reverse and go, but even before the Great Depression, wait, hold on. But your primary example of these great socialist activities, but you're not a socialist that we need to do post-Hunter Biden interview are what exactly? They're gonna do what? Oh, cause a Great Depression? But even before the Great Depression. Okay.
Would know that economic concerns are the core concerns of voters and ignore them at your peril. And by the way, there was a socialist candidate that year in 1928.
Now we have a chicken in a pot?
Norman Thomas, who by modern standards was totally moderate. By the way, he was a Presbyterian minister. He was kind of a wet liberal. He was hardly a transgender activist or an anti-white hate.
I hate when he does this too. What the fuck are you talking about? Nobody knows who this person is. You're doing some niche thing, and you're not even coherently tying it to anything. You're just trying to sound smart. It's like when when a blonde lady tries to say a word in the dictionary she doesn't know how to pronounce.
Or anything like
what
that.
Are you doing here?
He didn't want to ban Thanksgiving, but he wanted to make sure that people's material needs were met, and that's not.
Oh, okay. You're right. Socialism is this crazy Francesca Hong thing, but this Mandani guy, I mean, 30% off bananas in a QR code. I mean, sounds better than Trump, right, guys? I mean, what are the comments saying? Are people still watching this? Is it just the Candace Owensers? I stopped kissing the wall to watch this. They cry out in pain as you stab them in the back. I stopped planting explosives in customer electronics to watch this. I stopped digging tunnels under New York to watch this. Ben Tapeworm Shapiro. Ben Shapiro is an old person's idea of they're Candace Owens'd out. This is why I am dismissive of the Tyler Robinson conspiracies and stuff. It's because again, why are we doing this grift when at the end of the day, if Tucker's people are in charge, it's not like an America First Nick Fuentes thing. It's now we'll put our Christian or our this people in charge of Israel, and we'll still keep funding it in AIPAC and everything else in between. And you know what? I mean, we're not banning Thanksgiving, but it would be nice to, have 30% off bananas with a QR code. Because isn't that exactly what he's saying here? He's saying, well, I agree, the Skippy peanut butter is too expensive. And the only way that we fix that is by banning Thanksgiving? No way. Fuck banning Thanksgiving, but peanut butter being cheaper, that sounds great. So you're basically saying, no Francesca Hong, but yes, Mondani daddy, I need that QR code daddy. Tucker needs that QR code daddy.
It's not a crazy goal. So to keep him from getting into power or people like him, the Hoover campaign promised that they would pay attention to food prices. Doesn't mean that they were.
Nobody remembers Tucker on Fox. Tucker don't even remember Tucker on Fox, bro. Tucker don't even remember Tucker on Fox, and I say that out loud, and then he gives me this face that's on the screen right now. He's like, I'm sorry, Alex. I had that Hunter Biden interview, and I was supposed to, say some real shit. And I just made it all about the Jews. I just became the white chick male equivalent of Candace Owens. I'm basically in whiteface right now. I'm technically a black lady named Candace Owens. My entire objective is to say, ha, 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 tiny Jew hat, fuck you. Because I'm allowed to on YouTube. Oh, no. Keep Israel. Just fuck the Jews. Keep Israel. We gotta stabilize the rest of them are terrorists. But fuck the Jews. Okay.
Tools of socialism.
We all know what's going on here.
Actually,
it's just two separate sides of the fucking operation in Israel, literally fighting each other for fucking power. I don't want Netanyahu, but I want Israel. It's like you're just pandering the same result. It's just AIPAC will give both you and Candace Owens unlimited funds, as well as Ben Shapiro. Because at the end of the day, you're all still saying what you need to say. Well, we're not going to get rid of Israel. We're just going to reform it.
Were opponents of socialism because they knew that if they didn't pay attention, you could conceivably get
When
a
you
socialist.
stabilize the Lockheed the Martin?
Norman Thomas didn't do very well that year.
No, bro, you can Lockheed the Martin right from the shores. We got Lindsey Graham, South Carolina shores, bro. We got that Joint Base Graham, bro. We send the missiles over right there, bro. We could even give Russia a heads up. Be like, Russia, these ain't coming for you. These ain't even coming for Iran. These coming for everything with sand, including Israel. And Russia would be like, really? And be like, really, bro? He's like, dude, so, like, do we have to keep fighting Ukraine and dying and everything? No, you don't even have to do that. You can just go home now, too, man. Because, like, we're just going to blow up the whole Middle East, and then we're going to all have unlimited oil and supplies. And we're just going to get rid of this, like, 3,000-year-old Abrahamic religion bullshit fucking out in the desert. Oh, who is the real true God? Bullshit. We're going to blow it all up, and we're going to portion off the oil to Russia, China. We're even going to give North Korea some. We're going to be socialist about the oil of the Middle East. But yeah, we're going to blow it all up. From fucking all the way to Egypt, all the way to Pakistan, and that's it. It's done. Pakistan's even been causing too many problems with India, and we want to give India some of the oil too, so we're going to make sure to blow them up as well. China's on board because we're getting the oil, so they're going to stop supplying weapons to Iran and Pakistan. Are you good, Russia? Russia's like, we good. End of fucking the World War, guys. End of the World War.
Probably because Herbert Hoover took the threat seriously. So this is not a new idea at all. It's the oldest idea because it's the most obvious idea.
It's the oldest idea. Reform Israel. The Jews are the problem. Make it a Christian state. Me and my cockabee.
If you don't attend to people's concerns, they will go elsewhere.
Done.
And in a purportedly democratic system, they have a whole range of options, by the way, most of which we haven't been presented with in recent history, but it could get pretty radical here. Why wouldn't it? And so
Oh, you're a Muslim? Oh, you're a Christian? Oh, you're a fucking Jew? Oh, Abrahamic faith? All right, well, Jesus forgives. Boom! Boom! Christianity wins. Jesus forgives. Like a true Catholic, push the button and just go right to fucking mass.
You probably shouldn't ignore those concerns. That's all Matt Walsh was trying to say. He works at the Daily Wire. He's not a wild-eyed radical. But you would have thought he was reading the Communist Manifesto on air and burning an American flag, given the response from his fellow.
It was. It is a Communist Manifesto. It is. What are you defending, too? It's so weird. It's so weird to be like, the Jews, Like, this episode is called Ben Shapiro to America, Shut Up and Eat Your Goy Slop. It's ridiculous. It's crazy. You're literally advocating for socialism. You're going, I don't want to cancel Thanksgiving. I just want QR codes on the bananas. And me and Matt Walsh agree. You agree with Mondani, bro. You want to low... I see what the difference is here. Matt Walsh and Tucker Carlson are objectively worried about peanut butter, which is inherently a right-wing item, and they don't give a fuck about those bananas. That's what... So socialism is when you give lower cost to bananas through a QR code. Pseudo Thomas Masseyism or whatever the fuck this is. You know, basically anti-Semitism at this point. Because, like, I don't even know what to call Nick Fuentes anymore because this is legitimately anti-Semitism. They're just like, the Jews did it. Give me and Mike Huckabee a turn. It's like, what are we doing here?
Fellow conservatives, other elements of the MAGA
same
coalition.
Policy, bro.
Rather
I
than
must
just
have forgot the difference between a banana and peanut butter. You're right. Free peanut butter. Raise the price of bananas.
Well, ignoring him. If you disagree with someone, you always have the option to just ignore him.
Towels, yeah.
Didn't hear what you said. Sorry. Rather than just ignoring him, or maybe even smarter, paying lip service to agreement. Yeah, no, Matt Walsh makes a smart point. Like people care what their groceries cost. Normal people care.
What are we even... I don't even... It's so crazy. It's so crazy.
Maybe you even find out what groceries cost.
I want the peanut butter cheaper, but not the bananas. That's communism.
And then play a more elaborate role. And, I was at the grocery yesterday, and boy, prices are high. We're going to do something about that. You would think they would do that. But that's the opposite of what they did. And by they, I mean the neocons, the people who are in charge of the Trump administration now, not the people who came in with Trump, but the people who somehow took control of the Trump administration and turned it in a totally different direction from the one most of us voted for. Those people attacked Matt Walsh, and not just Matt Walsh, but the idea that it is legitimate, that it's allowed, that it's within bounds to complain about food prices. What's wrong with you? Complaining about food prices?
Okay. What?
We're going to play you a clip from someone from whom we try not to play a lot of clips. It's Ben Shapiro. We're going to play it in just a sec, but before we do, just a caveat. We're not playing this to suggest that Ben Shapiro was like a shaper of history, a mover in American politics. He's not. He's an employee like most everybody else. He's doing what he's told. He represents larger interests, obviously.
Cut to, hey guys, American Finance here at Tucker Carlson Show. Make sure that you drop that code Tucker when you get your new finance. Shut the fuck up, dude. Shut the fuck up, dude. Ben Shapiro is just an employee like most people here, and I'm over here on my farm just doing my show independently. Make sure you call Morgan & Morgan.
So why bother to replay and then rebut something that Ben Shapiro said? Well, in an effort to speak to the people who put him up to it. So the whole point of Ben Shapiro, and there is a point to Ben Shapiro, this is not like some organic phenomenon, like Ben Shapiro was just so charming and brilliant that he somehow got into Harvard Law School and then, eyebrows and all, emerged as a social media titan. No, of course not. Ben Shapiro had a deal with Facebook. A deal no one else.
I'm really tired of this, guys. I'm tired of this grift. This is literally anti-Semitic. This is anti-Semitism. This is legitimately anti-Semitic. Not Nick Fuentes, he's a Nazi, let's cancel culture bullshit. Literal anti-Semitism, like actually hating Jews for just being Jewish. And what it is it's this grift, this conspiracy theory that somehow Donald Trump isn't in charge when it comes to Iran. That the Jews are these puppets and they're controlling Donald Trump. And this all started the second Charlie Kirk got shot and Candace Owens was able to do our episode. And I want to show you guys right now Donald Trump's speech from 2015, a protest on the Iran nuclear deal. 2015 campaign Donald Trump.
Thank you very much, everybody. It's such an honor. I was called by Senator Cruz a few days ago, and he said, do you think we can get a really good crowd out here to protest this incompetent deal? And I said, boy, can we get a crowd. And that was 3 days ago.
Our enemy is Iran, is making a deal with our enemy in the White House. It's nuclear. What could possibly go wrong? Donald Trump on the campaign trail was orchestrating a Iran nuke protest to stop the Obama nuclear deal on the campaign trail before he ever was president. But remember, the Jews and the puppets and Netanyahu got in there in 2024 and made him a war hawk somehow, post Charlie Kirk. We don't know how it happened, but it happened around that. This is literally anti-Semitism. Because no, there is no Jew puppet. Donald Trump is doing Donald Trump. And Donald Trump was literally creating protests on the campaign trail to stop Iran from doing a nuclear weapon in 2015.
And I want to thank you. I want to thank you. So, I've been doing deals for a long time. I've been making lots of wonderful deals, great deals.
Hosted by the Tea Party Patriots, which was Charlie Kirk's organization at the time.
Deals. That's what I do. Never, ever, ever in my life have I seen any transaction so incompetently negotiated as our deal with Iran.
Well, you got what you wish for, my guy. Good luck making a new one. But is anybody going to believe that Donald Trump here that's saying that didn't Donald Trump himself into this situation? Is anyone going to sit here and like Oh, it's the Jews. They puppeted him into it, and they killed Charlie Kirk. Okay, it's a fun theory, yeah. And we didn't land on the moon, and like, whatever, bro. This is simple. Donald Trumped himself into this situation. And Donald Trump has never lost. The one time he lost in his life, he fought for 4 more years to win again. He represents the American resilience of winning. He essentially is the words out of Charlie Sheen's mouth. Winning, I'm winning. And so I'm going to give him 2 more fucking years. He asked to redo the deal. And now he's going to have to redo the deal. But none of this other shit, that's all just power games between Jews. Tucker Carlson, fucking Candace Owens, fucking Ben Shapiro. They're all just trying to control who operates Israel for AIPAC. They're all bought for by AIPAC. They're all playing games with audiences to retain information of American voters for what? For AIPAC. For the war lobby. This guy is just Donald Trump being Donald Trump. I'll fucking tear this motherfucker a new one. And now you did. And now you don't have a deal. And now you got to make one. So you got what you asked for, and you got 2 more years to not lose. Right now you're losing. And until you make a better deal, you're still going to lose. But you got what you asked for on the campaign trail in 2015. There is no fucking puppet Israel Epstein shoestring, bro. It's not that deep.
And I mean never. Now, Ted and everybody else have gone through all of the details, and we can talk about the 24 days, which is ridiculous. We can talk about the $150 billion, which, by the way, they get, even if the deal isn't approved, they get it just for going to the table. We can talk about the fact that we have 4 wonderful people over there, and frankly, they're never going to come back with this group. And I will say this, if I win the presidency, I guarantee you that those 4 prisoners are back in our country before I ever take office. I guarantee that. They will be back before I ever take office, because they know that's what has to happen, okay? They know it, and if they don't know it, I'm telling them right now. So, I have a story that just came out an hour ago.
Okay, let's fact check that, though. If you mean the 4 Americans who were imprisoned at Iran during 2015, then no, Trump did not get them released. They were released on January 16, 2016 by President Barack Obama. Okay, so Trump... So actually he did... No, it wasn't a fact check, because he literally said, if I get elected, those 4 Americans that are arrested in Iran will be out of the country, out of prison, before I get into office. And Obama, 4 days before Trump got into office, brought those 4 people back from Iran. This ain't some Jew Epstein Charlie Kirk conspiracy theory, guys. This is Daddy Trump being good old American Daddy Trump. The arrogant motherfucking fool. I made a deal and I'll make a deal with him. And every last politician's like, guy, I know you came here to drain the swamp, but there's a swamp in the reflecting pool, and Iranians aren't to make a deal with. And he's like, well, I'll make a deal. And we're like, holy shit. And that's where we're at right now. But none of this other fucking garbage has anything to do with anything other than trying to win an Israeli election with Netanyahu. And that's what bugs me about it. It's like, this is just about whether Netanyahu's in charge in October or not. This is not about what America's about, which America's about this. And the reason that Nick Fuentes still tries to almost grift himself into a corner when he goes, well, Donald Trump isn't making these promises. He's not actually following through on what he said with America First. And I'm da-da-da. Because Nick Fuentes built his whole brand around America First after Donald Trump kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago. And when they were asked about him as a cancel culture influence, Donald Trump didn't even give him the time of day. Donald Trump, and I'm sure this bugs Nick Fuentes to this day, Donald Trump was asked about Nick Fuentes at Mar-a-Lago, and he goes, who? That white kid that showed up with Kanye? I was having dinner with Kanye West, my friend Kanye West. That's why you'll always get that combatants, but they almost hurt each other's self-interest, because then this whole thing gets built around it. Like Nick Fuentes has to keep saying, I'm America first, not Trump's America first, because that's what he's built his whole brand around. The reality is you guys all, Tucker Carlson, Ben Shapiro, Nick Fuentes, all of you, you're not giving him enough time. It's going to take about 10 years. And he's got about 2 more years left. And if he doesn't do it, then I say you got to blow the whole thing up, because he's the only one that will ever be able to do it. And right now he's put himself in the position of being able to make the deal, but now he's got only 2 years left until he's got to make that deal. The ultimate Donald Trump deal. But that was always the game. That was always the angle. This is on the campaign trail. This is sponsored by Charlie Kirk's fucking Tea Party Patriots.
President Obama calls him.
He literally said, I will get those 4 prisoners out of Iran before I'm elected, if I'm elected, before I'm president, if elected. And Obama released them on January 16th, 4 days before Trump took office. Promises kept. If he kept that promise that way, where it was already out before he even got in, then give him as much time as he possibly has to get this Iran deal, because look at all our other options. Every other option is just fucking buffoonery. And the only other option that I even see on the table is Nick Fuentes, but Nick Fuentes is inherently Donald Trump on purpose, because he's got the actual vendetta with Donald Trump.
Very routinely, he calls him the supreme leader. Our president is calling the person who is really the boss in Iran supreme leader. And I look at people shaking their heads, they can't believe it. But it just came out a little while ago.
The oppressors is one who feeds a crocodile hoping it will eat him last. Winston Churchill. This is on the, guys, this is at the Capitol. This is at the Capitol. Donald Trump did a 2015 protest against the Iran nuclear deal at the Capitol, sponsored by Charlie Kirk's Tea Party fucking Patriots. This was always the plan. Candace and Tucker are trying to take their thunder. And Ben Shapiro's a fucking retard on a tiny horse.
He said Israel will not exist in 25 years. Think of that. He just said this. He also said very strongly, very, very strongly, that this is the end of our dealings with the United States. We want nothing more to do with them. We're not going to do anything right here. We made this deal. It's a phenomenal deal. We're not going to deal with the United States anymore. And that's what he just said. And this was a very short period of time ago. So they rip us off. They take our money. They make us look like fools. And now they're back to being who they really are. They don't want Israel to survive. They will not let Israel survive with incompetent leadership like we have right now. Israel will not survive. And then,
this is on the campaign trail with Charlie Kirk in front of the White House. They killed Charlie Kirk and then they made him they made him do it. Bro.
And when it's all done, or they think it's all done, they come out with these unbelievable nasty statements that Israel won't be around in 25 years and that we have no dealings and we will have no further dealings with the United States. Now, the people that we were negotiating with and were working on the sanctions with, including, and as an example, Russia, who's selling tremendous missiles to Iran. You know that. Ballistic missiles being sold. All of these countries are going to do business with Iran. They're going to make lots of money and lots of other things with Iran. And we're going to do and we're going to get nothing. Nothing. We are led by very, very stupid people.
Yeah, we are. And then they killed your next president, Charlie Kirk, and now the stupids are running wild with a fucking retard on a tiny hat and a tiny horse. This is what you guys got now. It's like you should just like only watch Donald Trump because every podcaster is like a grifter for some deep Israel fucking conspiracy to get themselves in charge of Israel.
Very, very stupid people. We cannot let it continue. We are a country that owes...
Date is it? Let's see if we can find a date on this. Does it say the date? September 9th, 2015. It was literally uploaded on September 9th, 2015. This is from Keith Norris. He has 5 subscribers. This video has 176 views, guys. This video has 176 views, and it was uploaded September 9th of 2015, and it's Donald Trump at a Charlie Kirk rally in front of the Capitol building demanding that we not make a deal with Iran and that if you don't vote him in, we're not going to get prisoners home, which you got the prisoners home, and that if we don't vote him in, Israel will be gone in 25 years. He's always been who he is, and you guys don't even want to look at it because, again, all I had to do was search Donald Trump 2015 Iran, and the first video up only has 176 views and was uploaded September 9th, 2015. No one's paying attention. No one's paying attention. Sometimes it's not so complex. Sometimes when it's complex, it's because you're being sent for a wild fucking ride.
$19 trillion. We lose
It was
everywhere.
it was always Charlie and Israel and Donald Trump trying to defeat Iran. That was always the goal. And it got heated up when he fucking died. If you want to go into a conspiracy theory, fucking Tyler Robinson was paid off by Iran. The same as the Butler shooter. And they don't want to talk about it. And they probably never will. Just like with JFK with Cuba. But there ain't no fucking way that this furry ass, fucking liberal ass, Discord ass, fucking gay motherfucker didn't shoot Charlie Kirk. He shot him. That retard shot him.
Terribly. We can't beat ISIS. Give me a break. We can't beat anybody. Our vets are being treated horribly. It will change. We will have so much winning if I get elected that you may get bored with winning.
Look at this. Barack Obama blowing up the Twin Towers as a poster in this protest. 176 views on YouTube, guys. Uploaded September 9th of 2015. This is fucking crazy. Crazy little rabbit hole discovery tonight, guys. First, we had our first election that we nationally called last night. And now we're discovering this. But this is unfucking real.
Believe me, I agree. You'll never get bored with winning. We never get bored. We are going to turn this country around. We are going to start winning big league on trade, militarily. We're going to build up our military. We're going to have such a strong military that nobody is going to mess with us. We're not going to have to use it. I really appreciate this tremendous crowd. We are going to make America great again. Thank you. Thank you very much.
He never promised he wasn't going to bomb the fuck out of these sand people and put them into a different century. He always was going to bomb them and put them into a different century. And he explained to you before he ever was elected the first time exactly why he was going to bomb them and put them into a different fucking century. And hopefully he's able to get the job done. But there's a lot of fucking people in his way, obviously. Let's hear what he did when he walked into the fucking presidency in 2016.
Threatened to tear up the landmark deal with Iran, but in the end, U.S. President Donald Trump stopped short of pulling out of the 2015 agreement to limit its nuclear program, for now. And even though his own administration has twice certified that Iran is complying with the deal, he now says he won't do it again.
I am announcing today that we cannot and will not make this certification. We will not continue down a path whose predictable conclusion is more violence, more terror, and the very real threat of Iran's nuclear breakout. That is why I am directing my administration to work closely with Congress.
For months, Trump has...
I've yet to hear the narrative where Donald Trump does all these things because Netanyahu always had him bought and paid for and was always pulling his strings. But that's the only way that you could explain away either one of those comments.
Accused his predecessor, Barack Obama, of being
myopic
in negotiations with Iran, focusing only...
Guys, we're 6 likes away from 250, 3:30 in the morning right now. Pulling up crazy discoveries on the Iran war in 2015, Donald Trump. Make sure you double tap, hit that like button, guys. 5 likes away from 250. America 250. Let's do it.
On Iran's nuclear program, but not the financing of groups Trump says are causing instability in the region. The president has directed the U.S. Congress to potentially revamp U.S. law to set up tough new standards. If Iran violates arbitrary trigger points, lifted sanctions could be put back in place. Senate Republicans are already drafting legislation supported by top Democrats who have always viewed the 2015 deal as somewhat imperfect.
We're saying...
What? What? Bro, what? Yo, we have like the shortest memory. Oh my God. Like, the only reason I got so mad about the Hunter Biden one was because I really connected to the Hunter Biden laptop thing. Like, I was in it on the Tucker when that came out. What the fuck is this shit? We have such short attention spans.
If they're not in compliance, we're all together on this. We're out.
If they're not in compliance, we're all in this together. We're out.
The administration also has its sights on another Iranian target, the country's Revolutionary Guard. New U.S. Treasury sanctions are being imposed, which Donald Trump says are long overdue. Critics say these actions put international relations at risk and could spell the end of the deal painstakingly negotiated over more than a decade.
Pretty much.
This deal was working. It was delivering. The Iranians were living up to it. The IAEA certified 8 times that Iran was adhering to the deal. Trump took a perfectly working deal and transformed it into a crisis with the decision that he made today.
Donald Trump has shifted U.S.-Iran policy, and he's not entirely ruling out withdrawing from the agreement altogether.
I may do that. The deal is terrible.
But for all his tough talk against Iran, Donald Trump has, for now, taken little action, ceding that...
They're pushing him towards it. Look, Nancy Pelosi would want to do it. Look, the Democrats would want to do it. They want to do new legislation, but this little bitch Donald Trump won't fucking stop the nuclear deal. Fucking goddamn, guys.
Responsibility to the U.S. Congress to take the next steps, or none at all.
What is this? What is this shit? We got one more, guys. This one is Donald Trump and Ted Cruz after he gets the nomination on the campaign trail. Doing a speech together. Patriots. Watch him. Look, he's hugging Ted Cruz here, and then he's going to go up and he's going to do this speech. This is on the Iran nuclear agreement, and this is the same speech we just saw, but this is the C-SPAN coverage of it. But look at him offset. That was the guy he was running against. They're now hugging each other, and he is the number 1 AIPAC supporter. And he was also endorsed by Nick Fuentes in this election. This guy was endorsed, Donald Trump was endorsed by Charlie Kirk, where 18-year-old Nick Fuentes and Ben Shapiro supported Ted Cruz. But now they're together on this fighting Iran's nuclear agreement thing that he's going to go do.
Thank you, Tea Party Patriots.
Look at that, yeah. Tea Party Patriots, which is literally Kirk's organization at the time.
Introduction. Businessman Donald Trump.
What? The man was literally just trolling himself through the election. He really didn't want to win. I mean, I think the theory about him wanting to do his own network to compete with Fox News and him not really wanting to win is actually accurate after seeing that. He wasn't trying to make himself look good there. He was trying to be like, oh, look at the idiocracy. Look at how crazy we are. Look at how crazy all of us are. What the fuck? That was crazy. The end of the world.
Thank you very much, everybody. It's such an honor. I was called by Senator Cruz a few days ago, and he said, do you think we can get a really good crowd out here to protest this incompetent deal? And I said, boy, can we get a crowd. And that was 3 days ago, and look what shows up. And I want to thank you. I want to thank you. So I've been doing deals for a long time. I've been making lots of wonderful deals, great deals. That's what I do. Never, ever, ever in my life have I seen any transaction so incompetently negotiated as our deal with Iran. And I mean never. Now, Ted and everybody else have gone through all of the details, and we can talk about the 24 days, which is ridiculous. We can talk about the $150 billion, which, by the way, they get, even if the deal isn't approved, they get it just for going to the table. We can talk about the fact that we have four wonderful people over there, and frankly, they're never
I'm so glad I found
this group. And I will say
There's
this.
no deep conspiracy.
If I win the presidency, I guarantee you that those four prisoners are back in our country before I ever take office. I guarantee that. They will be back before I ever take office because...
And they were. They came back 4 days before he took office, which is what leads me to believe that this actually is a good thing, and he was always just trying to end this really long conflict.
They know.
This is the one where I almost went off board too. Even Tucker Carlson went off board. Everybody went off board. A lot of people went off board with Trump with the COVID. They were like, oh, trust the science, trust the science. And they turned around and fire Fauci, and it was right. This is literally like, guys, I don't want to be wrong in 2 years. I don't want Donald Trump, actually I kind of do. And I'm kind of like, I need to just trust Donald Trump. I'm watching this and I'm like, he promised to get the 4 Americans home before he took office. He got elected. They came home before he took office. He promised to pull out of the deal. He pulled out of the deal. The media, Nancy Pelosi, the Democrats were instigating him, saying, he's not going to pull out of the deal. That would be catastrophic. Then he pulled out of the deal. Then Joe Biden just went full pull-out method on the Middle East. That motherfucker was a pull-out champion. Donald Trump comes in here, and he's like, all right, it's time for the bombing. And everybody's like, you said no new wars. It's like, you said we didn't have to wear a mask. You have to trust Daddy Trump. Double tap, hit that like button, guys. Come on, if you believe in it, hit that like button. Let's get to 250 for Daddy Trump. There is no Jewish conspiracy theory.
They know it.
He always wanted to do it.
I'm telling them right now. So, I have a story that just came out an hour ago. And as President Obama calls him very routinely, he calls him the supreme leader. Our president is calling the person who is really the boss in Iran supreme leader. And I look at people shaking their heads, they can't believe it. But it just came out a little while ago. He said Israel will not exist in 25 years. Think of that. He just said this. He also said very strongly, very, very strongly, that this is the end of our dealings with the United States. We want nothing more to do with them. We're not going to do anything right here. We made this deal. It's a phenomenal deal. We're not going to deal with the United States anymore. And that's what he just said. And this was a very short period of time ago. So they rip us off. They take our money. They make us look like fools. And now they're back to being who they really are. They don't want Israel to survive. They will not let Israel survive with incompetent leadership like we have right now. Israel will not survive. And then when it's all done, or they think it's all done, they come out with these unbelievable, nasty statements that Israel won't be around in 25 years and that we have no dealings and we will have no further dealings with the United States. Now, the people that we were negotiating with and were working on the sanctions with
including, and as an example, Russia, who's selling tremendous missiles to Iran. You know that. Ballistic missiles being sold. All of these countries are going to do business with Iran. They're going to make lots of money and lots of other things with Iran. And we're going to do and we're going to get nothing. Nothing. We are led by very, very stupid people. Very, very stupid people. We cannot let it continue. We are a country that owes $19 trillion. We lose everywhere. We lose militarily. We can't beat ISIS. Give me a break. We can't beat anybody. Our vets are being treated horribly. It will change. We will have so much winning if I get elected that you may get bored with winning. Believe me. I agree. You'll never get bored with winning. We never get bored. We are going to turn this country around. We are going to start winning.
It was always
on trade.
And honestly, now that I'm seeing it, the fact that that this is the Tea Party Patriots, which is Charlie Kirk, it shows me that like this was something that was fundamentally like a Donald Trump Charlie Kirk thing. And that Charlie Kirk was closer to the White House than a lot of us probably realize. Closer to potentially being president or a candidate in 2028 than we even realize. And that he was going to be the candidate that finished what Donald Trump was starting. And it, again, leads more to the theory that it's not Israel that killed Charlie Kirk, but that Iran killed Charlie Kirk. Because Iran would be the people that know, let's try to shoot Trump in the ear. Iran would be the people that know, hey, let's shoot him on the golf course. Iran would be the people that would know, hey, the next president is probably going to be this guy because he's the one that's helping Israel out the most besides Donald Trump. The simple solution is usually the correct solution.
Militarily, we're going to build up our military. We're going to have such a strong military that nobody is going to mess with us. We're not going to have to use it. I really, really appreciate this tremendous crowd. We are going to make America great again. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, guys. Next up, we got there was a deep dive about 4 months ago. This came out. I mean, about 4 months ago, and this is an investigation into basically is the war in Iran justified? A critical investigation.
Weeks earlier,
by Ryan.
had held their largest protest.
This is Ryan Chapman, guys.
As I'm speaking, an American Navy is assembling in the waters around Iran. Its timing isn't coincidental. Iranians, weeks earlier, had held their largest protests to date against the Islamic Republic, which were then crushed in a crackdown, killing thousands. The American Navy then, its physical presence, imposes a question. Should the United States intervene in Iran? The general response around the world, from what I can tell, is no. We live in a time of skepticism regarding interventions. If an intervention should occur, an extremely strong case must be made to justify one. Whether we should intervene or not is an open question, and one I won't try to answer. My issue is that we can't seem to think about the question clearly. I think there's an aspect being underlooked here, a disconnect between principles and reality. There's something broken between what the world expects of Iran in order to meet the criteria for an intervention, and what Iran is able to realistically provide. In scenarios where interventions start to seem justified, we expect to see grand-scale, loud, extreme traumas, perhaps an invasion from a much more powerful country, or a genocide, or mass starvation, some sort of national crisis with the people pleading for help. Surely in those cases, the outside world should at least consider getting involved. Like the French intervention during the American Revolution helping the Americans.
Charlie Kirk was a threat to the left, right? But if you go into the Candace Owens theory that it's like, well, that's what the cross-eyed Indian and the Trump administration want you to think, and it's not that simple, and it's not who he is. if they're covering up anything, they're covering up the simple fact, just like they did with JFK. Because we watched that conspiracy theory on Lee Harvey Oswald and the JFK assassination, and pretty much they explained that actually there wasn't a magic bullet, and the angle of the car and the front seat and everything, like everything does make sense, and the government is just covering up information still for some reason. And then they go into the reasons why, and it was probably because the guy was communist and he did try to, go to Russia and become a citizen, and he got kicked out. And then he had a debate with Castro over building communism in America. So he was probably some wacko that was paid by Castro in Cuba to kill the president of the United States. You don't want people thinking Cuba was able to assassinate the president. You don't want people thinking Iran could kill Charlie Kirk, or why they would want to kill Charlie Kirk. Because if they find out why, then they find out what Iran already knew, which is that this was a built upon war for Trump to start and for Charlie Kirk to finish. Built by the Tea Party coalition in 2015.
European intervention during Greece's War of Independence.
That's my theory.
The UN defense of South Korea in the 50s. India's intervention in Pakistan in the 70s, creating Bangladesh. The 42-country coalition defending Kuwait from Iraq during the Gulf War. In every case, there was an acute crisis with the people needing help. Regardless of the intentions of the intervening countries, the interventions have been vindicated by history. They're not really debated or vilified. They're generally celebrated, or at least accepted as justified.
Mm-hmm.
But what about Iran? There is no conventional war being fought in Iran. There's killing, but not on a scale that we'd typically call genocide. There's an intense amount of repression happening in Iran, but it's a repression that overwhelmingly is a quiet one. It's partially quiet because Iranians can't speak about it. Anyone who speaks against the government in Iran is an enemy of the state, both a heretic and a terrorist, a crime punishable by death. They can typically talk politics quietly, with close friends, for example, and family. But to the world, it silences the conflict. They cannot speak to us, so we can't hear them. No organized movements against the state can be seen in Iran. The state doesn't allow them to organize. No leaders can be seen from within Iran. As potential leaders rise, the state eliminates them. Iranians are unarmed and also cannot peacefully protest. As the government recently demonstrated, it will use extreme means,
from the fucking public?
widespread violence, and a complete communications blackout to crush them.
Well, right, because they're at war with us always. It really is. It sucks because, we're so sick of Trump talking that whenever he talks, we think he's talking out of his ass. Because, look what he does with the reflecting pool and stuff. He's like, I made everything beautiful, including that reflecting pool. They cut a fucking hole in it. And then you're like, and then he's like, this war's been going on for 47 years. And you're like, oh, that must be bullshit too. But it looks like it has been. It looks like they're doing this on purpose.
The current dominant philosophy on intervention dictates that nations...
Which is scary because that becomes like the Viet Cong army, where you're like, they're playing a different game, my guy.
...need to work out problems themselves, if at all possible. But Iranians cannot speak. They cannot organize. Leaders can't emerge. They can't protest, and they're unarmed. What can they do? We might say we could intervene, but only in extreme cases. Again, thinking loud crises, overt, grand-scale atrocities. But the conflict in Iran is a quiet one. The government has proven adept at keeping it that way. Complicating things further, it's not easy to tell what's actually happening in Iran. International journalists can't freely enter it, and Iranian journalists can't freely publish. Technological blocks separate Iranians from the mainstream internet. Blocks Iranians are learning to overcome, but not always easily, and not always safely. I wanted to do some investigation of my own. Since the communications blackout lifted, I've spent about 3 weeks interviewing people in Iran. It's not easy to talk to an Iranian, to get an Iranian to open up about politics. Luckily, I have my audience, my channel, and through that, I found many people willing to speak to me. People who trusted me enough, provided I followed a number of security measures. Even then, I'd only sometimes learn their names, only sometimes see their faces. And of course, for their safety, I have to keep virtually everything about them private. I interviewed about 36 people in total from about 10 cities across Iran, large and small, conservative and progressive.
Well, it's starting to, like, in my head, it's starting to, like, map out, like, basically Carter and Argo and, like, the escape from the U.S. Embassy and the revolt in 1979 kind of was like a powder keg for a weird Middle Eastern, like, pseudo Cold War. You know what I mean? Like, we always just talk about the war in the Middle East and shit, but it's like, it's really been like a Cold War with Iran that's even worse than the Cold War with Russia. Because Cold War with Russia, it was all about gaining information from the Soviet Union or for the American access point and trying to disrupt their systems of economic government. We are putting sanctions on them now. We're starting to do that now. But for the most part, this was always about, like, get a sleeper cell over into America, blow up a building. Get somebody to an embassy, destroy something Iranian. Like, it was always these, like, secret but also extremely dangerous and, like murders, terrorists, that kind of thing. The Russian thing is, like, poison pills, information, quietly living out lives. Like, the Iranian potential Cold War is even much scarier.
I intentionally spoke to as diverse a range of people as I possibly could, which meant that at some point, I actually stopped interviewing people in Tehran. First, I wanted to know if Iranians were really against their government. For an intervention designed for regime change to be justified, at least a majority of people living under that government should want to remove it. A government could be a highly controlling one, like China's, but its citizens might want to keep it. One can't assume that control means disapproval. I found some professional statistics coming from a Dutch think tank, which works with VPN companies to pull Iranians, then tries to professionally weight their data against bias. In 2024, they found that 70% of Iranians were against the Islamic Republic. This isn't a disapproval rating or the amount of Iranians that want to reform the government. This is the amount of Iranians that want their government to cease to exist. That number went up to 81% during the Masa Amini Woman Life Freedom protests. One might imagine that those numbers are still consistent today, if not higher, as the economy has practically collapsed, even if it's largely due to sanctions. The mass protests, followed by the mass killing, one would imagine, has not helped. Everyone I talked to said the same. Not one person believed that most Iranians want the government to continue. Perhaps a decade or two ago, but for them, these days, the notion was even absurd. It's a question I asked everyone. The most conservative figure I was given was that 60% of Iranians were against the government, with most people saying around 80%, with the highest estimate around 90%.
Wow!
They aren't pulling these numbers out of thin air. For Iranians, it's a question that can literally be a matter of life and death.
Yeah.
They actively observe their own society, searching for markers, trying to discern each other's opinion. Everybody I pressed could give me evidence for their thinking. But
here's the thing, is that, you know what it is? It goes up to 81% are against their government. But they're also against an American government. And they might even be more so against an American government. So they're always watching out for America taking back over control of them. Because we fucked it up in the 70s and made it fucking horrible.
Over the years, the answer has become more and more obvious. For example, the recent anti-government demonstrations were apparently attended by millions in more than 200 cities. These are protests where the attendees knew they were risking their lives. The government then actively tried to hold and encourage counter-demonstrations. Compared to what came before, they were tiny. To Iranians, it's no longer really the question. Most are against the government, and those who still support it are not going to change. Iranians now widely think of the conflict not as pro-Islamic Republic factions and anti-Islamic Republic factions, but rather as the people, the overwhelming majority on one side, and the government, with their state apparatus and the military on the other. One person I interviewed put it comprehensively. If 5 Iranians with different backgrounds sit at the same table, they may have major political disagreements. One might be a Republican, one a monarchist. Another might want democracy and...
Right, but I wish they would ask that question too. Just ask the question, like, not do you like the Iranian regime, but ask the question, would you want an American takeover or a imperial takeover of Iran? And I think they might even fear that more than supporting the government that they all hate.
And so on. But the one thing Iranians agree on right now is that the Islamic Republic must go. In that conflict in Iran between people and government, there's been a more or less complete breakdown in relations. No discussion between people and government happens anymore, and both sides have more or less completely dehumanized the other. To the government, anyone against them is illegitimate. They're not Iranians in any kind of legitimate way. They're Zionists, or puppets of Zionism, or Americans, or puppets of the US. They're terrorists and heretics, and must be dealt with accordingly. It was put bluntly recently by the head of the judiciary. Those who make statements against the Islamic Republic from inside are the voices of the Zionist regime in the United States. Meanwhile, to Iranians, the government and its militias act in such inhuman ways that they're insane. They're animals. The regime is a monster, someone told me, that shows mercy to no one. You can investigate yourself why, especially since the protests, people there feel the way they do. The details have been widely reported, mostly in Persian media, but you can find them. To give you a tiny vignette, in hopefully an abstract enough way, after the protesters were shot at, they ran. But dispersing them was not enough. Many protesters were actively chased, even hunted.
Whoa!
The last thing many of them would see in their lives would be a man standing over them with an axe. The widespread mood in Iran is to speak of the fall of the Islamic Republic not as a question, but as an inevitability. It will happen. It's only a question of when and at what cost.
Iran
does not have a happy history of intervention.
Right?
It was precisely the promise of freeing Iran from foreign influence that propelled Ayatollah Khomeini into his successful role as the leader of the 1979 revolution. But the unprecedented scale of their recent protests, coupled with the unprecedented severity of the crackdown that broke them, is causing Iranians more and more to turn to intervention as a solution and even struggle to see an alternative. Most people I talk to now support an intervention and even actively want it. But it's still a subject being debated in Iran, and not everyone agreed. Most people now agree on a limited precision strike to weaken the regime, someone told me. Of course, I don't believe this is the right way, they said. But most people sounded more like this. I think all the things that people could do have already been done. Unarmed people cannot do anything further against this barbarian regime. That's why, in my opinion, the intervention of a foreign power is needed for this collapse. Or as another person put it, I mean, how can I not say it? It would save so many lives. They massacred us on Thursday and Friday and are still killing us in different ways right now. They take out shotguns and rifles on us, and we have nothing. They bring people from other terrorist groups to murder us, and we have nothing. Yes, the Islamic Republic will be destroyed eventually. U.S. interference will cause less lives to be lost doing that. How can I not want that? That's the thing. I don't think Western civilians can imagine a government so bad that you would welcome war coming onto them. But it exists, and we're living in it. Virtually everyone who said that wasn't naive to the risks, as one person put it. Funnily, we know that foreign interference is a gamble, and it might not work out in our way. And those doing the interference look out for their benefits. But mostly people prefer it, because how can you stand against snipers and bullets and chemical gases with bare hands? Although Iranian political opinion is diverse, they're united behind a leader, the exiled crown prince Reza Pahlavi. Iranians have conflicting ideas about him as a person, and conflicting ideas about the future of Iran should he resume power after the fall of the Islamic Republic. But Reza Pahlavi is not in Iran. He can speak freely. All Iranians know him. He can speak, and all Iranians with access to the internet can hear and act. It was his call for protest on a certain time and on a certain day that allowed Iranians to act in a unified way, creating the mass demonstrations weeks earlier.
And that's why they shut off the
Reza
internet.
Pahlavi has a plan to create a transitional government for Iran, which will then theoretically hold a referendum and let Iranians vote for the government they want. Iranians are united in the belief that he is their only, and therefore correct option to lead them through the present moment. He recently spoke in Munich on intervention, a stance, from what I can tell, that was either supported or at least not opposed by most Iranians. This is what he said.
They are asking the world to intervene. We are asking for a humanitarian intervention.
Right, but how can you, when 20% of the population is part of a splinter cell secret society that controls everything inside the country, and when you bomb or kill one of the leaders, another one just pops up, and they all are not allowed to even be seen by the public. They don't even have to speak. They have just 20% of the, it's literally like Nazi Germany, where you have to go in and get rid of them.
To prevent more innocent lives being killed in the process. We need to have that support and have an equalized playing field so we have a real chance as unarmed citizens to overcome this repressive regime.
Iranians culturally are an expressive people. They've historically been a culture that emphasizes beauty, fashion, aesthetics, a sensual way of being. Poetry is something of a national sport in Iran, woven into their way of speaking, their way of thinking. It's a side of Iranians, of Iranian culture, developed over thousands of years of history, that, in the last 50 years or so, has been repressed.
Whoa.
Over and over, people tried to express
That's a lot of fucking people.
This is when they hoped that the protests were working, before they were crushed. But when and how does this factor into a conversation about intervention? We might say it's too abstract, too unquantifiable. But then does the emotional life of a people, the cultural life of a people, really carry no weight at all?
Right.
Iranians, over and over, told me they felt their options were reduced down to almost nothing, that they felt stuck, anxiously waiting for something. Those who did want to act felt reduced down to small acts of defiance, acts so small that they'll never make headlines. For example, women, more and more, are going in public without a hijab. I think the hijab has been solved in the head of us Iranian women, a teenager told me, or has been almost solved and is taking its steps. I see my old grandmother going out without a hijab, or my own mother, who used to be so afraid. In my mind, it may have been solved in our head, but not in society and in this government. At any moment, we could be arrested and imprisoned for it. Even these small acts are dangerous. Women in Iran fare badly in prison and know it. Being arrested for even a relatively small infraction is dangerous. It's really scary, someone told me. Really, really scary. I have to be scared every day in my life. Every time I leave my house without anything covering my hair, it's a gamble. The West doesn't understand the amount of courage you need for every little act of defiance here. I spoke with a business owner, a woman, in an especially religious city. She doesn't wear a hijab at work. So far, legally speaking, things were fine, though she sometimes in her own store gets verbally reprimanded for it.
But it's also do we not learn the lesson from Afghanistan? The second that we pulled out, it all went back to shit. The second we pulled out in 1979 out of Iran, it all went back to shit. Do you even, we're already involved at this point. You kind of have to go in. But you kind of almost have to just be conspiracy theories aside, Donald Trump wanted this in 2015. Donald Trump promised he would return those 4 prisoners before he got into office. Obama released those 4 January 16th back into U.S. custody right before Trump was in office, keeping that promise. He said he would pull out of the Iran deal. Nancy Pelosi, the Democrats, the media, all was instigating him in 2018 saying, he'll never do it. He'll never do it. And then he did it. He pulled out of the Iran deal. And then fucking Joe Biden comes in and shows us exactly why we shouldn't be doing any of this and pulls out of Afghanistan and probably under the ruse of what Donald Trump is doing. Pull out of all of it. Do the same kind of policies. But he fumbled the fucking ball. And the women now in Afghanistan have no freedom, have less freedom than North Korean women. And I don't know how to even wrap my head around that, because to think that for 20 years we established a world where Afghanistan was having a women's team at the World Cup, and now they are already, soon as we pulled out, immediately not able to go to school, in worse condition than North Korea, in worse condition than Cuba as women, treated like slaves again. It's what? Iran's even bigger. How can you even, but we're here, and this is what you wanted, and you said you were going to make a better deal, and you got 2 years left. And the guy that was supposed to do the next 8 years, well, he got shot in the fucking neck. So, you got 2 years now, guy.
Right before publishing this piece, I checked in on her. Her response is worth reading at length. "Are you doing okay over there?" I asked.
To fix the whole
That's
Middle
nice of
East,
you,
not
she
just
said.
one problem in it.
"Yes, we're surviving
the
and
whole
waiting in
fucking thing
horror
somehow.
and sorrow. We can't continue living under this regime. For example, tomorrow I've been summoned by a government body because of not observing the proper hijab. And I don't know whether they're going to temporarily shut down my business or refer me to court and issue some other kind of sentence. And we can't pin our hopes on a war either, or on someone like Trump to bring about change for us. At the cost of more deaths than we've already seen, and at a price higher than we've already paid. No matter which direction I look, continuing life feels harder than today for us." "Are you going to keep going out without a hijab?" I asked. "I don't know," she responded. I'd encourage you to read the rest of what she said. For the sake of keeping things calm, I'm not going to read it out loud.
Honestly, it depends on the cost. I need my job, and I don't want to be imprisoned. I've heard so many things about the girls being raped in prisons. I prefer to die in compare with being raped by these kind of monsters.
Iranians expressed to me, over and over, a sense of powerlessness, of voicelessness. They're up against the supreme leader, a seemingly gentle old man, smiling, commanding the world's attention, assuring us Iran is fine. They're up against journalists, who Iranians, widely, if not overwhelmingly, believe are failing
but
them,
it doesn't matter.
failing to report their stories, or even actively harming them. They call BBC Persia, for example, Ayatollah BBC. They're up against propaganda videos all over the internet, videos that shouldn't even be allowed on it, showing cameras walking through Iran, assuring us things are fine. Iranians are struggling to be heard. They cannot figure out how to do it. In what format, in what fashion can they get through to us? Do we really want to take the time out of our day to listen to some anonymous person, some garbled voice, not a leader, not connected to any organization, telling us political life is bad in Iran? Should they risk their lives hoping we'll listen? To do what I can to be a mouthpiece for them, I want to read one more quote. This was written as part of an open submission for The Guardian. As far as either of us can tell, The Guardian never published it. I've spoken to the person who wrote it for weeks, and now consider her a friend.
Oh, wow.
To humanize her, I can tell you she's a researcher.
They never published it?
You'll hear her volunteer other basic details about herself. But she and I cannot tell you her name.
That
You
anti-Trump
cannot hear the sound of her
TDS
voice.
didn't publish it.
Her life literally depends on us not showing you her face. The best I can do is read her words for her. This is what she said. "So this is where we are now. We have tried everything. Nonviolent resistance. Emails to anyone who might have helped. Small demonstrations, then mass protests. We took to the streets, screamed ourselves hoarse, took bullets, were blinded, were wounded, too many times to death. People were arrested, tortured, hanged. Families of those who were killed were harassed, punished, humiliated. And this did not happen over a few days for the world to watch and then move on. This has been going on for years. Now we Iranians are standing at the edge of despair, not knowing what option, if any, is left.
And
For
The
me
Guardian won't
personally,
publish
I'm a
this.
woman life freedom supporter, a feminist, what you might call a leftist, a PhD student, an only daughter to parents who would not survive my loss,
This, are they?
a friend to some of the most sincere and courageous people I've ever known. And I no longer believe that we, as a nation, can do anything on our own to bring this dictatorship down. I am anti-imperialist. I despise anyone who bombs innocent civilians in Gaza. I reject monarchy and the fascism it inevitably brings. And yet, despite all this, I do not believe we stand a chance, not only of overthrowing this regime, but of surviving it. The Islamic Republic has been the most disastrous and murderous force ever imposed on Persians. I say this fully aware of our history of Genghis Khan, of Alexander the Great.
Whoa.
This regime has surpassed them all.
Whoa.
What I wished to experience in my short life in this homeland was not radical or excessive. I wanted democracy, secularism, equal human rights for all ethnicities, genders, professions. A simple life with economic stability and basic human dignity. If that future requires the diplomatic removal of Khamenei himself, then so be it. If it requires reform that leaves no trace of Islamic sovereignty over my country, so be it. And if, as a last resort, it requires a war that destroys not only these murderers, but us as well, then so be it. I would rather face total annihilation, with the possibility that our children might rise from the ashes, than continue this slow, suffocating death under the boots of tyrants. Yes, we could become Libya. We know this. But look at where we are now. We have no imagination left for hope from within. The chance of internal change is close to zero. Can we honestly say the same about foreign intervention or regime change from outside? At the very least, those options have not yet been tried. I would rather die attempting this low-chance solution so that my fellow countrymen, women and children, might live free, than die slowly while watching everyone I love be dehumanized, hollowed out, and turned into grieving shells. We are not asking for much. But if the price feels too high for every other country to pay, then imagine the cost we are already paying for the world's refusal to step up for the sake of humanity. Because after all, you all adore Sadi for saying, human beings are members of a whole. In creation, they are of one essence and soul. If one member is afflicted with pain, other members, uneasy, will remain. The last part, if you didn't know, is about an 800-year-old poem, which is inscribed in the entrance of the UN building.
Oh, wow.
So where does that leave Iran in intervention? There was a famous influential formulation that came from the 19th century, from the philosopher John Stuart Mill. He argued that freedom cannot be given to a people by a foreign power. If a people want freedom, they must first struggle for it themselves. There are cases where intervention might be warranted, but a people must first prove they're willing to brave labor and danger, as he put it.
But they have.
Mill's philosophy still seems to be shaping our intuitions
more than Ukraine
on intervention today.
They have.
But back then, there were no surveillance
states. They don't have a leader that's with
There
us.
were no bureaucratized systems of mass control. Unlike Iran,
They have
the
done
people
everything
in
the
Mill's
Nazi
time
Germany
were
has
armed.
done. They have.
For that matter, to
They've
prepare for this
asked.
piece, I
They've
spent some
begged.
time reading through the history of intervention, at least the history of its thought. As far as I can tell,
They
the concept of
protested, they have
totalitarianism
fought.
does not factor in with any major thinker or any major conversation at all.
Of course it doesn't.
When we're considering if a country needs an intervention, it seems
We're
totalitarianism
never-
itself does
right.
not factor in.
You never
But
looking
if
at the people.
totalitarianism prevents a people from meeting the criteria for intervention, maybe it should. Perhaps the formulation could be simple, perhaps one factor among many, and perhaps it could go something like, to the extent that a government represses its population, it discredits it.
Yeah, it's that
That
simple.
being said, an intervention
simple.
is a serious thing. It seems something like the open heart surgery of
If
politics.
you silence your own population,
It's not something
that
done
you-
lightly or
But
eagerly.
it's hard to even run with that theory when you got the fucking UK arresting a bunch of fucking Karens and goddamn grandmas for just writing on a sign that they're pro-Palestine. Like,
It puts the population in question
all this
at
goofy
existential
shit.
risk.
And then there's real shit.
What are the intentions of the
They're
intervening
really dying.
countries? Will
Legitimately.
the intervention actually bring improvement?
Legitimately.
It's the thing that seems best done when all better options are exhausted. One might conclude, myself included, that Iran has not done enough. The crisis needs to be more
Definitely
clear. Its people must prove even more willing to brave labor and danger.
Fuck.
But what does that look like? How could that happen?
In a regime
What
like
more
that.
can Iran really do? I don't have
Not
the answers
much.
today,
Not
but hope to bring
much.
awareness. Perhaps
Done
the least we
everything
can
that
do
everybody else
is look
has
more
ever done in
closely,
a wartime.
pay closer attention, and ask ourselves the question, is the world failing Iran?
All right, guys, that was amazing. Beautiful reporting by Ryan Chapman. Is it war in Iran justified? A critical investigation. Up next, we have how the Iran and U.S. conflict is turning into a world war, guys. It is
Middle
becoming
day of
a world war.
February, Donald Trump decided to take the biggest gamble of his political career and launch the biggest war the Middle East has seen in decades that is radically and quickly changing the way our entire world works. After months of buildup, the war was launched in coordination with Israel on the 28th of February that immediately involved heavy Israeli airstrikes on the personal compound of Iran's 86-year-old supreme leader, the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, killing him in a sea of fire. Multiple other opening Israeli airstrikes immediately targeted other senior Iranian leadership in an attempt to decapitate as much of the country's ruling elites as possible, which up to this video's production has included the Iranian defense minister, the head of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, or the IRGC, and dozens of others. Within just the first 6 days of the war's start, the US military already carried out more than 2,000 airstrikes all across Iran that have sunk nearly the entirety of the Iranian Navy's major surface vessels, while a separate US submarine strike on an Iranian frigate thousands of miles away from Iran off the coast of Sri Lanka represented the first US submarine kill since the end of the Second World War. America's chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff has claimed that the opening day of the war involved nearly double the number of American munitions dropped that were dropped on Saddam Hussein's Iraq on the first day of the shock and awe campaign in 2003. While the Israeli Air Force has claimed they have been actively striking around 1,000 targets all across Iran every single day as well, a pace of attacks that have been enabled by their newly gained ability to fly over Syria and American aerial tankers refueling them in the sky. Western-based human rights groups have already reported that more than 1,000 civilians across Iran have already been killed by these American and Israeli airstrikes. Military casualties beyond the supreme leader within Iran due to this overwhelming aerial war are so far unclear, but the Israelis have been actively attempting to strike every single IRGC headquarters across the country, and even bomb the building that contained the senior leadership responsible for selecting the next supreme leader. A clear sign that Israel's military objective, at least, is to grind down Iran's military capabilities and cause enough shock to the system to induce the regime into collapse by whatever means necessary. America and Trump's objectives for having started the war, meanwhile, remain much less clear. Trump himself has variously urged on the Iranian people to rise up against the battered regime in a revolution, suggesting it's about regime change, while also saying that he would still be willing to talk to the regime and cut some kind of a deal.
That's what's fucking weird.
His Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, has variously stated that America's war aims are to destroy Iran's ballistic missile program and its navy, while his Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, has added that it's also about finishing off all of Iran's nuclear capabilities as well. In justifying the attacks, Trump and his administration officials
it's weird to be like, oh, okay, we're going to justify that we need a nuclear, we need to just disarm them of a nuclear weapon because they're dangerous to us, but they can still stay in charge of their people. Like, that's where the disconnect, that's where the spider web starts. Is like, what the fuck are we doing here? What, you can't advocate for regime change? You can't say these people are evil? You have to say that they're so evil, but at the same time, like, even Marco Rubio, who's a non-bullshitter, is like, oh, I promise, guys, all we're after is destroying their nuclear weapon. And it's like, why? Why? They've proven that they're just as bad as Nazi Germany. Why? Why is it that we don't want... Why is it that the world doesn't want... What the fuck?
Variously stated that it was because Iran was supposedly too close to acquiring a nuclear weapon, despite the strikes on Iran's nuclear program last year that had supposedly obliterated their capabilities, to a sense that Israel was going to strike Iran regardless of what America wanted, and so America had to attack Iran first in order to destroy their ability to retaliate to that Israeli attack, to a feeling by Trump himself that the Iranians were supposedly preparing to attack first, and America had to preemptively strike them along with the Israelis. It's all pretty vague, but the biggest reason is simply the cold geopolitical calculus that the Americans and Israelis felt that the Iranian regime was at its weakest point in decades. Iran's water resources had dried up after years of mismanagement and drought. Its economy...
All right, guys, we're going to keep the audio rolling on this one, but I'm going to go into the next poll of the day. Stay with us for our next hour, guys. I got a crazy one up next for the poll of the day. I'm not even going to say it out loud, guys. It's going to be crazy.
Currency were both in active freefall, while a large-scale popular uprising against the regime in January was brutally suppressed by the regime's besieged paramilitary units after Khamenei ordered them to begin opening fire indiscriminately. Sensing that these protests were an existential threat against the regime, credible human rights organizations estimate that the besieged paramilitary units massacred a minimum of 7,000 of the protesters, while other estimates go up to as high as 30,000 deaths or even higher, representing by far the bloodiest crackdown on protesters in modern Iranian history. Trump threatened a clear red line that if the regime began killing protesters en masse, he would intervene militarily. And they crossed the red line anyway, and he initially didn't do much of anything to retaliate. The US military wasn't really in a good position to do so at the time, without even any aircraft carrier strike groups present in the region at all. In fact, Trump's threats may have given the regime a perverse incentive to re-establish their control over their own population at any cost before the US could actually deploy their assets back to the region to respond. But following the ruthless put down of the protests and sensing the regime's lingering vulnerability.
For the wildest poll I have ever done, your choices tonight, guys, in our latest poll, our final poll of the evening, are going to be Marco Rubio again, with 17 wins right now, Erica Kirk, Luigi Mangione, or Tyler Robinson. Get your vote in now, people. Who's going to be the president of the United States in 2028? All right, guys, here we go. Let's get back into it. Why Iran is becoming a world war.
Vulnerability. The U.S. began rapidly concentrating their assets back into the region to the largest scale since the 2003 invasion of Iraq, began threatening the regime to negotiate on surrendering its nuclear and ballistic missile programs or face the consequences, and then, eventually, evidently decided to simply attack to force the regime into submission or collapse through alternative means instead.
Careful doing
and
too
now
many
the
polls,
war
guys.
that he started risks exploding across the entire Middle East. It risks massive destruction to the global economy, and it risks rapidly devolving into a quagmire whose outcome could end up being much worse than the world we knew beforehand. The Iranians have decided to retaliate against these existential American and Israeli attacks by basically attacking everyone else around them. Since the war began, the Iranians have fired hundreds of ballistic missiles and thousands of explosive kamikaze drones into the territories of Oman, the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Bahrain, Kuwait, Iraq, Syria, Jordan, Israel, Cyprus, Turkey, and Azerbaijan so far. On the opening day of the war alone, Iran fired 180 ballistic missiles towards Israel, and another 250 more at the various six Gulf countries.
Playing full risk,
5 days into the war, the UAE reported that Iran had fired more than 189 ballistic missiles into its territory, and 941 of their cheaper explosive kamikaze drones, 93% of which they reported were successfully intercepted by their air defenses. Hundreds of additional projectiles have since been fired by Iran all across Kuwait, Bahrain, and Qatar, while smaller numbers of projectiles numbering in the dozens have also been launched into Saudi Arabia and Oman. And while most of the projectiles fired at these countries have also been intercepted, a few have broken through and damage has been inflicted. In Dubai, the fancy Fairmont Hotel on the Palm Jumeirah, one of the city's famous reclaimed islands, was lit ablaze on the very first day. Debris from an intercepted missile rained down on the exterior of the famous Burj Al Arab luxury 7-star hotel, sparking a fire there as well, while more debris impacted Dubai's huge international airport and fell across residents' own backyards. More notably, Iranian drones have deliberately struck 3 of Amazon's data centers in the region as well. 2 impacted Amazon data centers in Dubai on the opening day of the war, while a 3rd impacted another Amazon.
Yo, the shit that just kind of gets through on the news, that's kind of crazy. That they're destroying a bunch of Amazon data centers that are over there in the Middle East. Fuck, bro.
On data center in Bahrain a few days later, representing the first times that critical AI.
Yo, they're fucking literally like, they're doing some Fight Club shit over there, bro. They blew that motherfucker up. What?
Related infrastructure have been attacked or
They're
damaged
that
during
one from us,
wartime.
aren't they?
And all of this has been a major shock to Dubai and the UAE's entire economic model, which for decades has been based on presenting itself as a supposed oasis of stability and calm in a dangerous but geographically critical region that links east and west for foreign businesses to set up their regional operations in. It has appealed as a place of residence for wealthy foreigners for decades now, from Arabs attempting to escape the strife in the rest of the region to Europeans dodging their taxes, to Russians and Ukrainians fleeing military service. Dubai has received more foreign direct investment, more AI-related data centers, and is home to more regional foreign offices than any other city in its region because of this reputation, which has led the city to be able to grow fabulously wealthy with its glittering skyline. Now, all of that is in jeopardy because of this war. The hum of hundreds of ballistic missiles and drones flying over the city and the thunder of interceptors blowing them up in the sky and the roar of fighter jets, along with famous hotels and landmarks and infrastructure going up in flames, has shattered the illusion of Dubai being this oasis of calm and stability in a sea of chaos. Not since the Second World War has a city as globally well-connected as Dubai been attacked so heavily during wartime. Foreign residents and companies will inevitably question their continued role in Dubai's future following the conclusion of this war as political risk insurance premiums rise. And naturally, the UAE government is doing just about everything they can to reassure everyone that everything is perfectly under control, in order to maintain their reputation and economic model as best they can going forward. Because of the sheer volume of fire that Iran unleashed upon the Gulf states in the first few days of the war, there is a palpable fear that the Gulf states might be running dangerously low on the expensive interceptor missiles they require to keep shooting down any further waves of attack. Generally, air defenses will fire at least 2 interceptor missiles at each one incoming enemy missile to guarantee a kill as much as possible.
Bro.
Since the start of the war, Iran has fired more than 400 ballistic missiles at the Gulf states collectively, which implies that they've likely fired around 800 interceptor missiles in order to block most of them. An incredibly fast burn rate that is more than 5 times as many interceptors as the United States used against Saddam's army throughout the entirety of the First Gulf War. Critically, because all governments treat the numbers of interceptors they have in their stockpiles as a closely guarded state secret, there is no reliable information on how many of them the Gulf states actually had before the war, and how low their potential remaining stockpiles are now. They're kept a secret because if an enemy knew exactly how many interceptors an opponent had left, they would know exactly how many missiles to fire in order to overwhelm them. All we know is that the Gulf states have expended an absolutely insane number of interceptors since the war began, and replacing them will take years worth of production and billions of dollars. If their stockpiles are truly on the lower end...
But why is it years of production and billions of dollars? It should be like very easy to get the funding for that, and it should be very easy to ramp up the production for that. That's exactly what we did in World War II. I'm fucking unemployed. I can't find a job. There's 1,000 of me. Give me a fucking job. Let's go. $30
like
an
many
hour.
suspect, the Gulf states might have to begin making painful decisions on how to use whatever they have left if Iran fires further waves of strikes, choosing which sites to defend and which sites to leave exposed, possibly forcing them to eventually start pressuring the Americans to put a stop to the war, lest they have to risk their cities.
Hey, check video source. Video source right now, we got how the Iran war is becoming a world war. Real life lore. Real life lore, LORE. They got 7.9 million subscribers, and they got 2 million views on this. This was about 4 months ago.
And major infrastructure actually getting badly damaged. And that, in essence, is why Iran decided to radically escalate the scope of this war in retaliation by attacking basically everyone else around them, even if they had nothing to do with the US and Israeli attacks in the first place. The US military maintains very large bases and presences in Qatar, Bahrain, the UAE, Kuwait, and Saudi Arabia, which Iran has used as their justification for their retaliatory attacks on these countries. But none of these countries actually permitted the US military to utilize their bases for the attacks that were launched on Iran. And they wouldn't even allow the US military to utilize their airspaces either. All of the American attacks came either from their aircraft carriers operating in the Arabian Sea and the Eastern Mediterranean, or from their air bases in Jordan, but none from the Gulf states direct.
Oh, so they got all these air bases, but we're not allowed to do any counteroffensive. We're doing counteroffensive from over here, or that's why we're being good to Turkey. That's why we're fucking kissing Turkey's ass. Because we got people up here. We got these fucking boats off here. We got people fucking Israel all the way over here. But we can't fuck with any of these Muslim countries or any of the bases that we have on it. That's a fucking crazy issue. I mean, I see why they don't want it. You know what I mean? They're already stopping Iranian missiles. They want to save the stockpile for their own, you know, they don't want to create some sort of huge conflict, but...
Actually, Iran's real aim in attacking the Gulf states the way they have is to try and cause as much damage to the global economy as physically possible, in an attempt to force Trump to end the war under the pressure of even further pain. In addition to the attacks on the cities themselves and the terror they inflicted on residents, consider the damage the attacks have already done to the global oil and airline industries as well. Iranian missiles and drones have bombarded Saudi Arabia's largest oil refinery at Ras Tanira and Qatar's super...
Well, here's my thing, right? If they're like, oh no, we're running out of the counter-defense missiles. Oh no, we're running out of the counter-defense missiles. At some point, don't they have to run out too? At some point, don't we all have to fucking run out of drones and dumb shit? Like, if running out is a problem, can't everybody just run out and we'll be done? They're like, oh, we don't have any more weapons. Can't fund any more weapons. Too many blue-haired Karens fucking destroying Lockheed Martin property.
For a massive LNG facility at Ras Laffan.
If anybody's still here,
anybody's
still here in the chat, shout it out. Shout it out if you are still here in the chat and you were here when we were doing our Lockheed Martin.
Both for an uncertain amount of time.
Here that long.
Meanwhile, Iran has also ordered the closure of the narrow Strait of Hormuz and threatened to light ablaze any ship that dares to pass through. For decades, this action has been the most feared method of escalation that Iran has been capable of. The Strait of Hormuz is the most critical maritime choke point in the world, since virtually all of the oil exports of Iraq, Kuwait, Iran, and most of those of Saudi Arabia and the UAE have no other choice but to pass through it towards the world market, as well as all of Qatar's LNG exports. As a result, 1/3 of all the world's seaborne crude oil and 1/5 of all the world's LNG transit through the strait on a daily basis under normal circumstances. And even with the majority of its large surface fleet sunk, Iran is believed to still have thousands of naval mines at its disposal that it can use its large number of much smaller motorboats to litter across the strait, in addition to attacks on cargo and tanker ships with drones and missiles. The result has been that since the war began, the strait has remained effectively closed, choking off a massive amount of the global supply of oil and gas, with ships too reluctant to pass through, out of both fear and skyrocketing insurance costs. Some 3,000 merchant vessels of all different kinds found themselves stranded by the end of the first week of the war, representing roughly 10% of the entire global container fleet. Iraq has already begun running out of storage space for crude oil that would normally be loaded up on tankers, and is being forced to shut off production at multiple major fields, slicing production by millions of barrels a day. And the other Gulf states remain in a dangerous race against the clock to get the strait back open again or face closures of their own. Kuwait has warned that they also might need to shut down production shortly, and the UAE soon after that. While Saudi Arabia has the ability to export some of their oil along pipelines out to the Red Sea coast, they might have to eventually shutter the majority of their production as well, since most of it also still has to go through Hormuz. If the strait remains closed for a week, several weeks, or several months, the consequences of all of this held-up oil and gas blocked from the world market will grow increasingly painful for everyone in the world to bear. As of my writing of this script, the price...
Right now, you are watching our third largest live stream ever, people. Third largest live stream ever. 6 hours into our live stream. Keeping it going. Make sure you double tap. Hit that like button. Hit subscribe. Hit the join button if you want to keep news independent, help support the channel, become a comrade. $10 a month, become a bureaucrat, get access to 20 feature films plus over 300 sketch comedies. Thank you all for stopping by. Right now, we are watching how the Iran war is becoming a world war. You are watching No News is News, and I am your host, Alex R. Wagner.
A barrel of crude oil has already jumped up by more than 14% since the war began, while the price of a megawatt-hour of natural gas in Europe has spiked more than 70%. While Asia, who is the most critically affected since they purchased most of their oil from the Persian Gulf, has been the most negatively affected of all by skyrocketing gas and jet fuel prices. The longer the strait remains closed, the higher global energy prices will rise. The higher global inflation rates will rise with them, the lower global economic growth will sag, and the greater money that Russia will earn on their own oil and gas sales that'll benefit the Kremlin's war machine in Ukraine, that Trump is also still ostensibly trying to put a stop to. All of this, of course, is a massive gamble on the part of the Iranians. On the one hand, attacking the Gulf states like this and their energy resources puts huge pressure on the United States to stop the war in order to avoid inflation from growing too far out of control. But on the other hand, doing this directly impacts China's primary source of oil that comes from the Persian Gulf as well and pisses them off, while it also pushes the Gulf states further away into the Israeli camp and also invites retaliatory strikes on their own oil and gas infrastructure and shipping that they overwhelmingly rely on for their economy too. Then consider the damage being inflicted to the global aviation industry. The primary airports at major regional hubs like Dubai, Abu Dhabi, and Doha have all been impacted and damaged by the war since it began. With missiles, drones, and aircraft all streaking through their skies, the airspaces were completely shut down across Iran, Iraq, Kuwait, Qatar, Bahrain, Syria, Jordan, Lebanon, Israel, Oman, and Yemen, with partial airspace closures enforced in Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and the UAE. By the end of week 1 of the war, more than 18,000 flights to the Middle East region had been canceled, most of them to the major connecting hubs of Dubai, Abu Dhabi, and Doha that are central hubs to global air transportation between Europe, Asia, and Africa. A gigantic hole in the map of global airline routes is formed across the entire width of the Middle East from Iran to the Mediterranean, as everyone avoids the active conflict zone. And with Russia's airspace still blocked off to Western airlines because of the ongoing Ukraine war, there are basically only 2 narrow aerial highways that have formed to connect flights between East and West. One across the southern Caucasus and Central Asia, and the other across Egypt and central Saudi Arabia. All of them longer routes than normal that are requiring more jet fuel to fly at the same time as oil prices are spiking too. As I was writing this script, it was reported that Iran fired a missile into the territory of Azerbaijan as well, reportedly damaging the regional airport in Azerbaijan's autonomous Nakhchivan exclave and wounding 4 people in the process, potentially representing a challenge to this northern alternative air corridor as well that might even further constrain global air.
Right, again, and it's again why I was saying that it's Turkey. That's why we're buddying up to Turkey. It's so that we can keep fucking striking Iran offensively. Because none of the Gulf nations are allowing us to use our military bases on the ground to counter-strike. They're only using them to defend the land. That's it. That's all that we're able to do with any of those bases. And I'm sure we can eventually just say fuck it to the Gulf nations and just use them if we had to, if it became really violent or something there. But right now, I think we're kind of trying to play along with that, because if we were shooting from our naval base or from our ground bases on these Gulf nations, it would be crazy. They would be fighting each other with rockets right there. It would be like Ukraine, Russia on steroids with a bunch of rockets in the fucking air in civilian areas. So it's better off to like buddy up to Turkey, which is kind of why the media is like, why is he doing that? But at the same time, they're like not really pointing out that Turkey's a dictator and it's kind of crazy we're doing that. They're kind of just like say it once and then they let it go.
Airlines option.
It's because it's our only option. We're fucking going off of the seaports. We're literally blockading the Strait of Hormuz and sitting out there with all of our jets being sent off of those ships because we can't shoot from any of our land bases. It's a game of risk. We need new bases. We need land bases.
And which has led Azerbaijan to also threaten retaliation against Iran. A dangerous prospect for Iran to consider when there are millions of ethnic Azeris who live just across the border within Iran. Dubai, Abu Dhabi, and Doha, the airlines that serve them like Emirates, Etihad, and Qatar Airways, are based on a superconnector business model, flying in long-haul passengers from all over the world to them so that they can connect onto their final destination, which also works well because of their central location at the crossroads of Europe, Asia, and Africa.
Wait, so Dubai Airport is literally like the world's airport?
As a result of this model and the current airspace closures and airport attacks, tens of thousands of airline passengers found themselves suddenly trapped all around the world with no ability to leave since there were no other flights to where they wanted to go. And the longer the war continues, the longer these passengers might remain stuck, especially in the Gulf region. This is particularly frustrating because the US government has also urged all of the roughly 1 million American citizens who reside across the Middle East to evacuate the region as soon as they can, which for most of them is currently impossible since there are no available flights for them to actually take. Official US government policy for Americans in Israel, currently as of this video's production, is no joke to just take a bus over to Egypt and then take flights back to the US from there. Beyond passengers, the war is hugely affecting global air freight volumes as well. Roughly 12% of the world's global air freight by volume, including roughly half of the air freight between Europe and China, usually passes through the Middle East, which is all practically ground to a complete halt since the start of the war, inevitably snarling global supply chains at the same time as Trump's tariffs and trade wars are also doing the same thing. More frighteningly for the Gulf states, the war also stands to challenge the long-standing business models of their airlines and airports as major regional hubs for transport between Europe, Asia, and Africa, as airlines begin looking to more stable horizons elsewhere nearby like Turkey and maybe even Ethiopia instead. And despite how bad things might look right now, Iran still wields the capacity to escalate even further. If Iran is still holding some of its best ballistic missiles in reserve and believes it has saturated the Gulf states' air defenses, it could choose to go for the nuclear option and target the Gulf states' water desalination plants and infrastructure, which if successful will have catastrophic consequences. 90% of Kuwait's drinking water is supplied by desalination, along with 86% of Oman's, 70% of Saudi Arabia's, and 42% of the UAE's. In a leaked cable that dates back from 2009, US diplomats wrote that they believed in the event of a successful Iranian attack on Saudi Arabia's desalination plants, the capital and largest city of Riyadh, home to around 7 million people in the middle of the desert who rely on desalination water piped from the Gulf for virtually all of their water supply, would be forced to be completely evacuated within only a week. No doubt, the Gulf states remain deeply paranoid about Iran's willingness to escalate to this point, which would be existential challenges to their entire civilizations. And if the Iranian regime senses that everything is truly lost...
Trump wasn't lying, he's just an idiot for the way that he's articulating it. But it's literally like the Gulf nations, these nations, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, and Oman, as well as Iraq, but it seems like Iraq's not really involved. There's no fucking way that, like, they die. They die if Iran escalates this. Like, it's really, like, that's weird. Wow. Because of the sand and the desert and the way that the infrastructure is built in their nations. They are so vulnerable. And there's no way you're going to rally the troops to, like, build some world war where Europe comes down and helps us or something. They're just going to get fucked if this escalates. That's why they're like, stop, please.
Might end up becoming desperate enough to actually give it a shot. Because of how badly their economies have already been impacted by this war and the potential looming existential risks to their desalination infrastructure, there is serious talk in several of the Gulf states of actively joining the war now on the side of the Americans and Israelis to destroy whatever remains of Iran's ballistic missiles and drone arsenals. Qatari air defenses have already shot down 2 Iranian bombers that were apparently flying towards their airspace. And they, the Saudis, and Emiratis have all said that they fully reserve the right for self-defense. They might choose to finally open up their airspaces to the Americans for operations or allow their air bases to be utilized as launching off points for further US attacks and retaliation. But by doing so, they would also add to the density of assets in their airspaces that could lead to further friendly fire incidents. Already high after Kuwaiti air defenses mistakenly shot down 3 American fighter jets early on in the war. And European states are also being dragged into the war whether they want to or not. After the Iranian missile aimed at the British military base on Cyprus was shot down, the British government announced that they would begin allowing the US to access their bases to attack Iran from as well, including from the strategic Diego Garcia base in the Indian Ocean. They can serve as a forward operating base for America's B-2 strategic bomber fleet, while Greece agreed to deploy 2 F-16s and a frigate to Cyprus as well. Another Iranian strike in Abu Dhabi impacted a French naval base there, while the missile that was launched at Turkey, a member of NATO, has even led to discussions on triggering the alliance's Article 5 defense clause, which would commit all 32 members of the alliance into joining the war as well. Out on the peripheries of Iran, it is also being reported now that the CIA is helping to arm ethnic Iranian Kurdish militias just across the border in Iraqi Kurdistan, and is urging them on to march across the border into the ethnically Kurdish majority parts of Iran. Thousands of Iranian Kurdish militiamen have reportedly concentrated along the Iraqi border, while U.S. and Israeli airstrikes on Iranian military and IRGC infrastructure across the border have potentially opened up a path for them to advance if they choose to do so. This plan, in my view, is a particularly reckless one on Washington's part. Loath to commit ground forces of their own to an invasion of Iran that would inevitably be very bloody and very unpopular, the administration might be currently calculating that it would be better to utilize Kurdish and other ethnic minority militia groups to advance into Iran instead, to hopefully remove the regime from power that way. If the Kurdish militias are successful in taking over swaths of Iranian Kurdistan, then other ethnic minorities might rise up next, like the Azeris in the north, the Arabs in the southwest, and the Baluchis in the southeast. This would be exceedingly dangerous. Iran's population of 92 million people is roughly split between 60% who are Persians and 40% who are a variety of other ethnic minorities. There are plenty of Persians in the country who understandably are furious with the current regime over the bloody massacres of protesters they perpetrated just a few months ago in January. But if they come to view the only alternative as ethnic militias demanding their independence, risking the balkanization of the country in a dark spiral into ethnic Yugoslav-style civil war, like what also happened in Iraq, Syria, and Lebanon, they might become pushed into rather supporting the devil they know than the devil they don't, potentially compromising the apparent American war goal of inspiring Persians towards overthrowing their own government, if the killings of more than 1,000 civilians during the bombings haven't already done that. The civilian population remains generally unarmed relative to the regime, and they likely still fear the regime's ruthless repression and massacres of the last uprising in January, which has no doubt all contributed to a lack of a popular uprising yet forming, despite the American and Israeli killings of their leadership and bombings of their military. There are undoubtedly many Persian Iranians who would rather see the unity of their country under a regime they despise than the complete collapse of their country altogether. And while Israel almost certainly prefers the balkanization and collapse of Iran along ethnic sectarian lines like what happened in Syria and Lebanon, since it'll keep Iran from being a challenge and threat to them, it is also, without a doubt, not in either America or the Gulf countries' best interests. An Iran collapsing into a failed state, home to 92 million people whose water resources are already basically destroyed, will generate a level of chaos and instability that the world hasn't seen since the Second World War. Iraq and Syria's collapses into failed states in the 2010s after the Arab Spring were cataclysmic enough. And yet, they had fractions of Iran's population and fractions of Iran's governmental firepower and nuclear weapons components. The scale of terrorism, bloodshed, refugees, and weapons proliferation spilling from beyond Iran's borders everywhere around it would be an unbelievably terrible situation for the Gulf states, Iraq, and Turkey all to have to contend with, leading to even further and potentially worse risks towards the oil and airline industries in the Gulf that won't simply go away. At the same time, the Gulf states also now fear the survival of the Iranian regime, who could emerge as a wounded but vengeful power after the end of this, who will eventually come back to them for revenge again. Now that they're in this fight, the Gulf states would ideally want to see the regime removed, but without the entire country collapsing. In many ways, the war has already escalated dramatically. Iran's proxy in Lebanon, Hezbollah, has already joined the war and began attacking Israel on its northern flank again, prompting a renewed Israeli ground invasion into southern Lebanon again that is ongoing as am I writing this script that has already resulted in the deaths of hundreds more people. Iran has confirmed that Russian intelligence have been aiding with their military targeting, while Ukraine has offered their assistance to the Gulf states in shooting down Iranian-made drones that they've gained plenty of experience in themselves. The United States military has confirmed that it's begun hastily transferring some of its anti-air assets from South Korea to the Middle East in order to help defend against further Iranian air attacks, potentially leaving South Korea momentarily exposed to aggression from North Korea. While talks within the U.S. military have already come out about a potential plan to seize Iran's Karg Island in the Persian Gulf as the next step along the escalation ladder. Karg Island is a small island that's only about a third the size of Manhattan, that's about 25 kilometers off of the southern Iranian coast, that many gamers are already going to be very familiar with because it was used as a map for online play in Battlefield 3. But in real life, it's also the single most important economic asset that Iran controls, because the oil terminal on the island accounts for a whopping 90% of Iran's total crude oil exports that overwhelmingly go towards China. Because the waters around Karg Island are actually deep enough to handle modern super-large tanker ships, compared with the shallower waters around the Iranian mainland that simply can't.
All right, so if we're gaming this thing out, guys, we got to secretly somehow, like, Osama bin Laden our way into taking Karg Island without sparking a war with North Korea or in Taiwan with China, or having China come to take Taiwan, and we have to do it before they try to take Taiwan. So we have to do this quickly so that we can still win the AI race after. So we got to, like, in the next 3 months somehow get some secret operation where we take Karg Island.
An operation to seize the island would place massive, potentially even crippling economic leverage over Iran if it was successful, because it would enable an almost complete shutdown of all of Iran's oil exports that fund as much as 60% of the government's operating budget. The idea in Washington might be that if the bombing campaign alone can't overthrow the Islamic Republic or prevent it from blocking the Strait of Hormuz, seizing Karg Island and eliminating the majority of the government's funding might instead, but without having to commit all the way to a massive ground invasion of Iran. Seizing and controlling Karg Island would inevitably require American boots on the ground, but it might only require a few thousand Marines to take and hold it, as opposed to the hundreds of thousands that would be required to actually invade and occupy the whole country. The problem, of course, is that seizing Karg Island is still a very geopolitically and militarily risky move, with ultimately uncertain outcomes. The US is struggling to get its warships through the Strait of Hormuz right now because of Iranian...
Alright guys, halfway through the hour, make sure you double tap, hit that like button, hit subscribe, hit join to help support the channel, throw those super chats out, $5, get somebody into the poll of the day, $10, remove somebody from the poll of the day. We got our wacko hour right now, and I'm proud of you guys because Marco Rubio is still winning with 58%, even with those crazy decision-making ones there. We got 30 minutes left of our poll for this hour. Let's get back into
drone
it.
strikes,
This is how
which means that an
Iran
operation to
was
seize
in,
Karg Island would likely have to
how the Iran war is beginning to become a world war.
largely be an airborne and limited amphibious operation launched from staging grounds at U.S. military bases from Kuwait. And even though the U.S. has been able to maintain complete aerial supremacy in this war, Karg Island is still close enough to the Iranian coast to be well within range of kamikaze drones that can make landing there, holding it, and resupplying it all extremely costly. Moreover, occupying and damaging Karg Island would likely do its intended purpose and knock out Iranian oil from the global market, which stands to spike the price of oil even further as the Iranians continue to bombard everything that moves they don't like traveling through the Strait of Hormuz. And even if the US is successful at taking Karg Island, it won't stop the Iranians from continuing to blockade the Strait of Hormuz by keeping up their attack campaign there. And the loss of their oil revenue might only encourage them to continue escalating, potentially by expanding their attacks against regional desalination infrastructure or against oil and gas pipelines, especially the Saudi and Emirati pipelines that can reroute some of their oil away from Hormuz. If those desalination plants and pipelines were damaged in a tit-for-tat exchange for the loss of Karg Island, Saudi Arabia and the UAE might be forced with no other choice but to join the war directly against Iran on the side of the Americans. And the global economy would only continue suffering even worse. Basically, Iran still will have the cards to play up the escalation ladder, even if they do end up losing Karg. And there's no guarantee that the loss of Karg will force them to the negotiating table. The only way to stop their blockade of Hormuz at this point is to either negotiate on terms that the regime will deem favorable, or to remove the regime. And thus, Trump himself is now caught in a deep hole of his own digging. If he bows to the economic pressure that Iran is generating, he will infuriate Israel and Netanyahu, who want to see this war through to its ultimate conclusion in removing the Iranian regime from existence. And he will undermine the Gulf states' trust in America after the US dragged them into a war that they didn't want, only to leave them with a vengeful Iran still standing. If he abandons the war now over the pain it's causing, it will also show to the Iranian regime that their strategy of pounding the Gulf states with attacks is a successful one that they'll inevitably just replicate again in the future. which gives more impetus to the Gulf states to now see the war through to the end, now that it's already been started. But on the other side, the longer that Trump continues the war without removing the regime, the more the global economic fallout will rise. The more it will likely drag on his popularity within the United States that was already struggling beforehand, especially since YouGov polls have shown that only 27% of Americans supported this war to begin with, and the more that some foreign countries may begin pressuring for a ceasefire out of their own interests. This is a difficult time in a difficult situation, and one of those weeks where decades happen. And figuring out how to get out of this mess before it gets any worse will be a truly Herculean feat. But something that is very much figured out, on the other hand, is what you should watch next, or at least put on your list.
All right, guys, remember, we were just watching here how the Iran war is becoming a world war. This dropped 4 months ago, 2 million views from Real Life Lore, L-O-R-E, Real Life Lore, 7.9 million subscribers. Now we're going to get into, there's 2 little quick videos I want to watch from Fern. The first was on, they're on the Butler shooting and on the Charlie Kirk shooting. Because as we were doing the theories on, it's pretty crazy. So here's the Kirk shooting.
In the U.S. and had just started.
Remember, we're coming up on
Wednesday,
a year.
September 10th, Charlie Kirk was murdered in broad daylight. He was a prominent right-wing political figure in the U.S. and had just started a new campus tour. His first stop was at Utah Valley University in Orem. He left behind a wife and 2 children. Immediately after his assassination, the hunt for his killer began. Now, authorities have identified a suspect. This is how he was caught.
If you read this, you are gay, L-M-A-O. Capital O-W-O, what's this question mark?
For an initial mapping of the video, check out Hoax's video. Link is in the description. Kirk got into politics really young and started Turning Point USA when he was just 18. The organization is committed to promoting right-wing views in schools and universities. Kirk reached millions through social media and his podcast. He toured colleges to debate students and had become a close Trump ally. He is said to have played an important role in Trump's re-election. Phone footage from the event shows the likely shooter on a roof about 430 feet.
I can't believe I spent this long in the live with you. Holy shit, I got to get ready for work and bounce soon. Still listening. Appreciate you, John. Appreciate you, my guy.
Or 130 meters away from Kirk's tent. He seems to be in a prone position. Kirk is engaging in a discussion with a student.
Over 6 hours.
How many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years?
Before the student can respond, the shooter fires a single shot. Kirk is hit in the neck and rushed to Timpanogos Regional Hospital immediately after. In footage from the event, a person dressed in black can be seen sprinting.
I think we just can't believe that things like this can happen, and how rare it is that it actually did happen. And it's like, yeah, that is crazy, and that is real, and that's like what, like, but it's the same thing as the Lee Harvey Oswald. I believe Lee Harvey Oswald did shoot him alone, but he was paid by Cuba. And I believe that Tyler Robinson did act on his own, but was there some influence, endorsement, or direct payment from Iranian operatives?
Off the same roof after a shot was fired. According to authorities, he ran back here and jumped down here.
I want you to know that part.
Shortly after, the authorities released photos of the suspect and a video where he can be seen climbing off the roof and running off into the surrounding neighborhood. The FBI offers a $100,000 reward for leads. At this point, a manhunt of tremendous scale is unfolding. Heavily armed officers are at the scene. Authorities confirm that they found a
think about how many times there is an attempt like this and somebody either catches them or they misfire or they run, like, you know what I mean? Like, look at Mark Kelly's wife, like the lady that got shot in the mall and stuff. Like, people survive all the time, and then you just dismiss all those, and you dismiss all the ones that are low hanging fruit politicians that aren't like huge. And then whenever there's like a big one that we see and we all get to see the person actually die, then we immediately are like, that can't be. That can't be. That can't just be that person died on film.
high-powered bolt-action rifle in a wooded area. Increasingly, the FBI is under pressure. 2 suspects are brought into custody, but released shortly after. 24 hours pass, and no one has been caught. Meanwhile, the suspect, Tyler Robinson, seems to have told a family member that he shot Kirk. The family member is believed to be Robinson's father, a veteran law enforcement officer. Robinson grew up in Washington, Utah, about 3 hours away from the university. The father reportedly told a family friend, who in turn informed the authorities. Robinson turned himself in late Thursday evening in St. George, about 250 miles or 400 kilometers from Utah Valley University. Robinson's roommate reportedly showed Discord messages to investigators. According to CNN, the messages included Robinson stating a need to retrieve a rifle from a drop point, leaving the rifle in a bush, visually watching the area where a rifle was left, reference to having left the rifle wrapped in a towel, reference to engraving bullets and the rifle being unique, mention of Robinson changing outfits. Trump makes the capture public on Fox and Friends.
Looking real good. They have the person that they wanted.
Next, Utah's governor steps in front of cameras Friday morning.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We got him. Investigators interviewed a family member of Robinson who stated that Robinson had become more political in recent years. The family member referenced a recent incident in which Robinson came to dinner prior to September 10th, and in the conversation with another family member, Robinson mentioned Charlie Kirk was coming to UVU. They talked about why they didn't like him and the viewpoints that he had. The family member also stated Kirk was full of hate and spreading hate.
Robinson is said to have engraved phrases such as "Hey Fascist," "Catch," and "Bella Ciao" on cartridges found with his rifle. Bella Ciao is most likely a reference to the Italian World War II anti-fascist anthem. On the "Hey Fascist, Catch" symbols are engraved as such, likely a reference to a controller sequence that releases a bomb in the game Helldivers. In addition,
inscriptions on a fired casing read, "Notices, bulges, capital OWO, what's this, question mark."
Notices bulge, OWO, what's this, is a trolling meme. On a fourth bullet, according to Cox, it said,
"If you read this, you are gay, LMAO."
Amid such a heated political atmosphere, this press conference is bound to reverberate across the U.S. In a statement prior to the capture of Robinson, President Trump had blamed the rhetoric of the radical left for violence such as this shooting.
For years, those on the radical left have compared wonderful Americans like Charlie to Nazis and the world's worst mass murderers and criminals. This kind of rhetoric is directly responsible for the terrorism that we're seeing in our country.
I just don't like, again, he made it political right after he died, and this was the guy that was probably going to take over for him. It's just like Kash Patel and Donald Trump did no favors to this whole thing at all. But do I believe it was Israel? No.
Country today, and it must stop right now.
Cox, on the other hand, said this.
We can return violence with violence. We can return hate with hate. And that's the problem with political violence, is it metastasizes, because we can always point the finger at...
Right, look at that. The governor is amazing, but look at that buffoon behind him. Still having a job today. Ew.
The other side. And at some point, we have to find an off-ramp, or it's going to get much, much worse.
The allegations against Robinson have not yet been proven before a court. Reporting like this is very resource intensive. It's made possible by our commercial partners. The reason we could get this video out this fast is because of our render farm, Superluminal. It is the most affordable, fast, and easy to use Blender render farm on the planet. Now you can use it too. If you sign up using the code FERN, you'll get $10 in credits on a single purchase. If you use our link, fern.deals/superluminal, the code is applied automatically.
Oh, I guess that was it.
The United States and Iran have one of the world's...
All right, so then we had, after that one, guys, we had we're going to look at the Fern version of, bomb, forgotten attack on the Twin Towers. Yeah, let's do this one. This is fucking awesome.
It's 1992. A man is waiting in line to enter the United States. He has a fake Swedish passport. His real name is Ahmed Ajaj. In his bag are 6 blue manuals and 2 videotapes. Meanwhile, another man is in the queue as well. He wears a 3-piece silk suit and carries a British passport, also fake. His real name is Ramzi Youssef. The two are accomplices. They have traveled all the way from Pakistan to New York to execute a sinister plan. The blue books include mixing formulas for explosives, and on the videotapes are instructional videos for building bombs. Together, they will launch a devastating attack on U.S. soil. This is the often forgotten first attack on the Twin Towers.
What? September 1st,
This video is in part based on the fantastic podcast Operation Trade Bomb. Link is in the description. Ahmed Ajaj pulls out his fake Swedish passport. The immigration officer studies the document. He is suspicious. He decides to send Ajaj to a secondary inspection. Officers search his luggage and find the manuals. He gets arrested on the spot. His belongings are seized by the police. Ramzi Youssef is also sent to secondary screening. He abandons his fake British passport and instead claims to be an Iraqi citizen looking for political asylum.
What the fuck?
He too gets arrested, in this case for traveling without a visa. But the authorities release him on his own recognizance, meaning he's free to move if he appears to a court date for his asylum
all the way
grant.
back then?
As a result, he successfully enters the US. But with Ajaj in jail and the manual seized, Youssef has to execute their plan on his own. How Ramzi Youssef became radicalized remains a mystery to this day. However, throughout his life, he came into contact with multiple radical Islamists, each likely influencing his extremist beliefs. In New York, he wastes no time and immediately starts preparing the attack. He needs to build a massive bomb. Through a middleman, Youssef exchanges information with Ajaj, who is still sitting in jail. A court has ordered the government to release Ajaj's belongings, including his blue books. It is not clear why authorities would release the plans to build bombs. It was likely a pretty drastic oversight. Youssef sends someone to collect the manuals for him. Now he needs accomplices. He will find them in Jersey. Youssef has a talent for manipulating people. He moves into a dormitory among members of the Islamic community. There he meets Mohammed Salameh, an illegal immigrant from Palestine. Salameh regularly attends a Jersey mosque known for preaching radical Islamist views. Around this mosque, Youssef recruits more people, all bound by a shared hatred towards America and its ally Israel. 3 new members, including a chemist, join his operation. Over the next few weeks, the group gathers the materials and chemicals needed to prepare the bomb. They keep everything hidden in a rented storage unit in Jersey. About 2 months after Youssef's arrival, the group rents a ground floor apartment. In this inconspicuous house, the group begins to assemble the device. The main ingredient is an explosive chemical called urea nitrate. Due to the toxic fumes, they wear surgical masks. The chemicals are very delicate. Over time, the wall paint changes from white to blue. The metal doorknobs start corroding. As detailed in the blue books, they add aluminum powder and other materials to increase the destructive power of the bomb. The apartment is a mess, but of course, you can't tell from the outside. Over months, no one realizes what these men are up to. No curious neighbors. Nobody. It's February 26, 1993. Their work is finally completed.
Okay, just to pull off the speculation, though, it says the official narrative says no, Iran was not involved in the 1993 World Trade Center bombing. No, that's the bombing. That's not what this is. This is
for the next step.
Known one.
Carefully, the terrorists carry the parts piece by piece into a yellow van. Even the smallest mistake could cause a devastating explosion. An explosion they hope will cause the Twin Towers to collapse. We can only tackle sensitive topics such as this one thanks to our long-term partners.
Oh, it is.
Brilliant is an incredible platform that helped work free for a full third in the description, standing over 400 meters.
This is it. So it says, on February 26th, the attack was carried out by a group of Islamic extremists associated to a Sheikh Mohammed Rahai, the blind Sheikha. The principal planner was Youssef. Okay, well, no shit. Where does it lead back to? Iran, duh.
Tall, built from 200,000 tons of steel. They are the heart of the World Trade Center, a complex of 7 buildings in Lower Manhattan. When completed in 1971, they became the tallest structures in the world. The iconic skyscrapers shape the skyline of New York City. They are a symbol of the prosperity and power of the U.S. Inside, there is a vibrant world of commerce and international relations. It's a city within a city. 19 restaurants, 80 shops, and countless offices housing 430 companies from 29 countries. Every day, around 50,000 people go to work here. One of them is Janine. Lunchtime soon. The yellow van is driving through Manhattan, approaching its target. Inside sit Youssef and one of his accomplices. The van pulls into an underground parking garage of the World Trade Center. It stops in a no parking zone on level B2. The men get out of the vehicle and open the back. The rear compartment holds multiple large barrels, some cardboard boxes, and a long rope. One of the men lights the fuse. A few meters from the van, another car is waiting with another accomplice. Youssef and the other man jump inside. Just before the exit, a truck appears. The men get nervous. A few moments later, the truck finally moves. Tim Lang doesn't want to be here today, but he has to for a 12:30 meeting on Wall Street. As he steps out of the vehicle and reaches for his jacket, Janine notices that, suddenly, the earth is shaking. Thick black smoke starts spreading through the air vents. What is happening? Slowly but surely, the office is starting to turn into a death trap. Janine and others realize how dangerous the situation is quickly becoming and try to leave. But the elevators aren't working. She leads a colleague down the emergency stairwell. It's pitch black. Lights are out and smoke is filling the air. It's becoming harder and harder to breathe. When Tim gains consciousness, his throat is burning. His head is ringing. He crawls through the debris towards his Toyota. The car is wrecked. His surroundings look like a war zone. Tim pulls his sweater over his nose and tries to find an exit. Still dizzy from the blast, he stays close to the ground. But eventually the smoke becomes too thick. With his last breath, he cries for help. Suddenly, a boot appears in front of Tim's face. He grabs it. Two rescuers lift him up and drag him through the debris until they finally make it outside.
Okay, so this is what's crazy. In 1983 and 1984, Iran establishes the model. Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps helps create the supporting Hezbollah in Lebanon, which subsequently became one of the most capable anti-American terrorist organizations of the era. In 1983, Beirut Marine barracks bombing killed 241 U.S. servicemen. The later U.S. intelligence legal record attributed to the operation to Hezbollah elements with Iranian support. So you have the Iranian state proxy organization, spectacular attack on Americans model established years before 9/11. In 1992, Hezbollah and Iran attack Israel's target abroad. The bombing of the Israeli embassy at the Buenos Aires killed 29 people. Argentina and the United States and the U.S. investigation ultimately attributed it to Hezbollah with Iran's direction and support. 1993, the first World Trade Center bombing, which is what we're watching about right now. This is where the theory gets much more interesting, but also much harder to prove. Yasmin, February 1993 bombing was not an Iranian operation according to the established experience and evidence. Yasmin and Sunni Islamist and had plot was connected to the extremist network around Oman. In the 9/11 Commission specifically describes Yusuf as the mastermind and says that the FBI identified the perpetrators as radical Islamists from internal. But here's the major connection. Yusuf's uncle was Khalid Muhammad, KSM, subsequently because of the principal architect of 9/11. Oh my God, so this guy's uncle was the architect of 9/11. And then KSM actually provided Yusuf with money in 1993 for the World Trade Center bombing. The commission documented $660 transfer from KSM to Yusuf associate Mohammed Salman. So you have in 1993 World Trade Center bombing, Yusuf, and then KSM, 9/11, his uncle. This is real documented continuation. In 1995, in Bonshke, Yusuf and KSM then developed the Bonshke plot in Melania. The objective was to destroy multiple American passenger aircrafts. The plot is enormously important because KSM subsequently developed the idea to use aircraft as weapons against American targets. The 9/11 Commission explicitly describes Bonshkev as the bridge between Yusuf's terrorism and KSM's later 9/11 plot. So the chain becomes Iran-backed terrorism in the 1980s, 1993 World Trade Center is Yusuf, Yusuf's uncle KSM paid Yusuf $660 for that. KSM has ties to Iranian Hezbollah. And then, oh shoot. Okay. Bonshke, and then 9/11. But the Iranian component gets much more complicated. Kobo Towers in 1996. This is probably the strongest piece of evidence of the Iran-centered theory of repeated attacks on Americans. In 1996, Khobar Towers bombing killed 19 American servicemen. And the 9/11 Commission says that the attack was carried out primarily by Hezbollah and that the organization had received assistance from the government of Iran. Okay. But this
Janine
guy
and her colleagues slowly make it down the stairs. Together they count each step out loud to keep themselves from panicking.
That's crazy.
Then finally, they too reach daylight. As Tim and Janine walk out on the streets, they see smoke, firefighters, and faces covered in soot. They don't know it yet, but they just survived an enormous terrorist attack in the middle of the city. An attack aimed at the heart of America. The armada of police officers and firefighters at the scene evacuate 50,000 people. As the smoke starts to settle, the destruction of the bomb becomes clear. The blast created an enormous crater under the North Tower.
All right, guys, we got 5 minutes left of the show, and the poll closes in 5 minutes unless we double tap, hit that like button, keep that conversations going in the chat, begging us to continue, and somehow we get back up above 100 people in here. Otherwise, eventually, this is going to end here in 5 minutes. Thank you all for watching No News is News. Once again, I'm Alex R. Wagner. Here we go.
A 60-meter deep and 30-meter wide hole going several stories deep. Because of the smoke filling the building, helicopters evacuate people from the rooftop. Ultimately, over 1,000 people are injured, mostly from inhaling toxins. 6 people lose their lives almost immediately, including a pregnant woman and her unborn child.
There was a man still sitting in his car, and you could tell he was dead.
But ultimately, the terrorists' plan failed.
Wow, that's crazy, John Anthony.
They wanted to topple the North Tower with their bomb, causing it to fall into the South Tower. But the explosion did not even come close to causing the tower to collapse. Yet, if the van had been parked closer to the concrete foundations, and the bomb had been even a lot larger, the terrorists might have succeeded.
Whoa.
After the attack, Ramzi Youssef is standing across the Hudson River. He's looking at the skyline of New York and is disappointed. The tower...
Yeah, because again, like the objective was to get the tower to collapse. Well, it would have leaned over. It would have leaned over. That would have been even crazier than 9/11.
...are still standing. On the same day, he takes a flight to Pakistan, leaving his co-conspirators behind. Meanwhile, the hunt for the terrorists is on. FBI agents from all over the country fly in to help, and very soon they will make their first arrest. A bomb technician finds evidence in the debris, a twisted piece of metal from a car chassis. They find a vehicle identification number engraved on it. The FBI is able to trace this number back to the original car. It belongs to a Ford Econoline cargo van, registered to a rental company. It has a slightly unusual color, yellow. They quickly uncovered who rented the van. Mohammed Salameh. A few hours after the attack, Salameh enters the rental company office and walks up to the counter. He knows that the van was blown to pieces, but he needs the deposit money to flee the country. Salameh says the van was stolen and requests the $400 deposit. The employee tells him to file a report with the police and come back after that. A couple of days later, Salameh actually returns and tries again. Only this time, the employee at the counter is an undercover FBI agent. Salameh tries to persuade the employee to refund his deposit. He's nervous, but since the van is missing, he only gets back half. In desperate need of money, Salameh takes the $200 and leaves. Just outside the door, an armada of FBI agents and police officers are waiting for him.
Gotcha.
But Salameh is just one guy, and the rest of the group is still out there.
Gotcha.
On February 27th, the day after the bombing, the New York Times receives a letter. We are the 5th Battalion in the Liberation Army. Declare our responsibility for the explosion on the mentioned building. The letter contains multiple demands to the U.S. All aid to Israel and any interference in the Middle East should be stopped. The terrorists set an ultimatum. If our demands are not met, all of our functional groups in the army will continue to execute our missions against the military and civilian targets in and out the United States. After Salome's arrest, the FBI searches his apartment and finds evidence that links him to the other conspirators. Ultimately, Salome's stupidity pulls the thread that uncovers the entire plot. Ahmadinejad finishes his sentence for passport fraud and is released from prison, but on March 9th, he is arrested again. The next day, a SWAT team raids the apartment of another member of the group, the chemist responsible for mixing the explosives. A third terrorist manages to escape to his hometown in Egypt, but local agents manage to capture him. After he confesses participation in the attack, he is extradited to the US, where he's taken into custody. All 4 co-conspirators are found guilty. They are sentenced to 240 years in prison. But one man is still missing, the mastermind behind the attack. In the summer of 1994, Yusef travels to the Philippines under a new name. This is the start of the so-called Bojinka plot. Bombs are to be placed aboard 12 planes bound to the US. The plan is being funded by supposed allies of the notorious Osama bin Laden.
And that's what
Global terrorism is reaching a new dimension.
Is it that was Hezbollah that
Yusef's
did that
plan
one?
is set to work in 2 stages. His conspirators board the chosen flight, plant the bombs underneath their seats, and get out at the first leg of the trip. A timer will detonate the bombs during the second flight. To ensure the airline bombs function as intended, Yusef assembles small explosives and conducts a series of test attacks. One bomb detonates in a movie theater in Manila, injuring several people. Another is planted underneath the passenger seat of an airplane. It explodes en route to Japan, killing a Japanese man. Yusef, on a relentless killing spree, plans to also assassinate Pope John Paul II during a scheduled visit to Manila. In January 1995, just 2 weeks before the group wanted to execute the Bojinka plot, something goes wrong while building one of the bombs. Concerned neighbors call the fire department. The police searches the apartment and uncovers stunning evidence: blueprints for the airline bombing plot and the plans for the assassination of the Pope. Evidence included a Bible, crucifixes, and priest clothing, all part of a disguise to be worn by a suicide bomber. Ultimately, Yusef's plans fail. Yet, he manages to escape, again, this time to Pakistan. About 1 month later, a student he had attempted to recruit betrays him to the authorities in Islamabad. Ramzi Youssef is captured at last. Federal agents transport him back to the US. In January 1998, he is sentenced to life in prison, plus an additional 240 years. In March 1993, the South Tower reopens, followed by the North Tower 2 weeks later. Janine Ali, Tim Lang, and thousands of others go on with their lives and return to work in the World Trade Center. While Ramzi Youssef spends his days in a prison cell, his uncle Khalid Sheikh Mohammed is involved in planning a different attack.
Wow. Whoa. What's this here? That day, 2,970 people lost their lives. Pretty fucking crazy, guys. All right, let's go into our next one here. Since we are above 100, so I guess we will go into our next hour of the show. Stay with us, everybody. Make sure you double tap. We're going to go into the next hour of the show. So we got a poll of the day. We got the runoff between Marco Rubio and Luigi Mangione. Stay for the vote, everybody. As long as we stay above 100, we're going to stay live here for another hour of No News is News. Who will be president in 2028? We have 818 days, or is it 817? It's 817. 817 days until election, and we've got Mr. Marco Rubio with 17 wins up against Luigi Mangione. All right, get your vote in now, guys. The show starts now. We're going to now go to a video on the Iran-Contra ban in the 1980s and what was going on with this
weapons to the country of Iran.
All right, so let's check in on this and see what's going on. Thank you all for stopping by. Double tap, hit that like button. 5 a.m. in the morning. Damn, bro.
In 1985 and 86, the United States government sold military-grade weapons to the country of Iran,
Last chance video.
a sponsor of various terrorist groups, as a ransom for hostages held by some of those same groups that Iran sponsored. Money received from these weapons sales was secretly diverted to fund a covert army, the Contras, that was fighting against the socialist government of Nicaragua. All of these actions were either illegal or contrary to the stated policy of the United States, or both. This is about as concise an explanation as you can make of the Iran-Contra scandal. And, by definition, an explanation that short leaves out almost everything important, particularly the very deep questions of why these events happened, what they mean, and why we should try to understand them. The purpose of this video is to try to delve into some of those very complex questions, answer them to the extent we can, but also give some context, and to give you some insight on these events that you'd otherwise miss from a more superficial examination of Iran-Contra. Yes, Iran-Contra is hellaciously complicated. Yes, any in-depth explanation of it very quickly starts to resemble the famous wall of crazy meme. But if you want to understand it, if you want to dare to pull on one of the threads of this tangled historical web, you've clicked on the right video. This is not just Iran-Contra explained, it'll be, I hope, Iran-Contra deconstructed.
Intro and roadmap.
Hi, I'm Sean Munger. I'm a PhD historian, and I've done a lot of in-depth historical stuff on this channel, from Byzantine history to ships and nautical subjects to historical analyses of popular movies. In my videos, I always try to provide as much context as possible, and to try to get to the bottom of why things happened, as opposed to just what happened. That's what I hope to do in this video. Of the well-known presidential scandals in recent American history, from Watergate to the Clinton-Lewinsky scandal to the events leading up to Donald Trump's first and second impeachments, Iran-Contra is a bit of a sleeper. It's the one that's the hardest to explain and understand, and the one that gets the least attention. Part of that is because it's incredibly complex. I mean, trying to make sense of Iran-Contra is a pretty daunting intellectual puzzle. As a result, it sort of scares people off. I teach courses on American history, and I have to admit, reluctantly, that I usually don't include much about Iran-Contra. Not because it's not important, but because it tends to confuse the hell out of even the most advanced.
Yeah, and it's going to confuse the fuck out of us as well. And that's why I'm hoping that we just drop to below 50 and I can end the episode and we'll just all go about our fucking merry way, because I'm feeling real tired right now, guys. But the rules are the rules, and that's the rules that I've set for myself, is, if we stay above 100 at the top of the hour when I do the poll, we're good. And if we drop below 50 at any point, then I go to fucking bed and we done. So we'll see. Up all night, that's dedication. Yeah, here we are right now, I think in hour 7 or hour 8. Let me double check that real quick, guys. How long have we been live? We've been live for 7 hours and 9 minutes now. It is now 5:34 in the morning Central Time here. You are in the third largest live stream podcast of No News is News we have ever done. Starting with that, you should pull back, Twizzle Dizzle, and watch that fucking the Marco Rubio interview that we did earlier. Oh my God, we were having a lot of fun with that.
Advanced history students, and it's very time intensive.
Let's see how
because
deep we
not a lot of people know.
Let's see if we can understand it at 5 a.m. after 7 hours of live streaming. Let's see if we don't get too bored and drop below 50 viewers here. Double tap, hit that screen, hit that subscribe button. Let's get into it. We're already
so much about it. Iran-Contra tends to reflect ideological biases in a way that other presidential scandals don't as much. Arising at a time that political partisanship and tribalism was really beginning to sharpen and intensify, Iran-Contra is sort of a Rorschach test. What you see in it depends a lot on your political persuasion.
Sorman.
To someone for whom Ronald Reagan was an unqualified hero, it's tempting to conclude that Iran-Contra was a nothing burger, a smear job by Democrats to tarnish the great Gipper, and that Oliver North and John Poindexter were great patriotic Americans who were unfairly pilloried for doing their duty. Conversely, to someone for
last night you thought some of them were jagoffs or chats in the bot. Yeah, I mean, that happens, especially when you're doing reporting like that. We were literally doing we were announcing it. Us and Chuck Todd were the last streams up there. I was noticing some of that too. There was a little bit of bot behavior happening.
Reagan tends to be a villain, it's equally tempting to conclude that Iran-Contra is the final evidence of his perfidy. A crooked deal from start to finish, that he knew everything and covered it all up. Oh, and the same goes for George Bush, too. I mean, George Bush 1, not literally George Bush 2. In any event, I think you can make a case that the Iran-Contra affair is one of the most difficult problems in recent American history. Thus, trying to explain and deconstruct it is an unusually tall order. But if you want to understand it, I hope you'll allow me the chance to do that. This is a long video. I don't expect people to watch it all at once. What I suggest you do is bookmark it and work your way through it over a period of time. To help you do that, I've broken it up.
We got you. Just so we can say here, this is the Iran-Contra Explained, The Wall of Crazy Scandal by Sean Munger. He's got 224,000 subscribers. Go hit his fucking sub right here.
Into chapters.
1.4 million. But this is almost 2 hours long, so I don't know if we'll get through all of it.
That are grouped around particular subjects, from context and background to specific chains of events relevant to the story. So do look at the chapters as we proceed. Also, to try to help you make sense of this story, I'm going to use lots of illustrations and graphics, particularly where it comes to people. There's a huge cast of characters in this story, and I'll try to remind you of them by showing you their heads and often their names on the screen at key moments. So that, for example, is Oliver North, that is Poindexter, that is Ghorbanifar, no smoking in here please sir. Anyway, you get the idea. I'm going to try to help you out as much as possible. I know this stuff is complex. I'm on your side. I got your back. Now, as we are headed into one of the densest historical jungles in recent memory, I suggest you find a comfortable place to sit, top up on your beverage of choice, and get ready for a brain buster of a story. Before we even get to arms deals or Swiss bank accounts or secret armies mucking about in Central American rainforests, we've got an unusually large amount of context to get behind us. Our first stop is the Middle East, specifically Tehran, by way of Beirut.
All right, I'm already confused. Let's go, Iran-Contra.
This is Beirut, the capital of Lebanon, in the early 1970s.
All right, Lebanon.
That is where Lebanon is, by the way, on the eastern side of the Mediterranean, just above Israel. Beirut was a beautiful city that was highly welcoming to foreigners. People used to call it the Paris of the Middle East. In 1975, a civil war broke out in Lebanon. Now, if you think Iran-Contra is complex enough, I won't multiply your pain exponentially by trying to explain the origins of the Lebanese civil war. I don't even fully understand it. But suffice it to say, Lebanon was ethnically and religiously diverse, with significant Christian and Muslim communities. It had traditionally been governed by members of the Christian community, but as more and more Palestinians settled in Lebanon, many of them driven out of their homeland by the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, the demographics of Lebanon began to shift.
Cimarron 12, you've been in here dedicated for quite some time, my guy. I'm going to mod you. Do not abuse it. Remember the rules of the mod club, guys. 5-minute timeouts on anybody for any kind of reason. You can use that at your will. Other than that 5-minute timeout, only 24-hour timeout for one of three things. Either spamming, billboarding, which is a bunch of random fucking things over and over again, or if they are doing death threats. That's it, guys. Everything else, free speech.
The Lebanese Civil War, which turned the Paris of the Middle East into a blasted hellhole of crumbling rubble, was not fought primarily by organized state armies, but by militias that tended to be ethnically and religiously homogenous. So you had Christian militias fighting Muslim militias, and you had Sunni Muslim militias and Shia Muslim militias, and militias with various ideologies, from rightist to leftist and everywhere in between. It was a huge mess, and the war seemed to go on forever. Let's leave Beirut behind us for now. We'll have to return soon enough and shift to Tehran, the capital of Iran. In February 1979, Iran's king, the Shah, heavily supported by the United States and a personal friend of President Jimmy Carter, was overthrown in a revolution that brought a hard-line fundamentalist Islamic government to power in the form of the Ayatollah Khomeini.
Secretly, it's my way of being able to mark the people that, like, when the chat is going crazy and stuff, I can actually read them and stuff. So secretly, it's also, just so you guys know, as mods, it's better to, like, kind of not comment, like, a lot, because then I'm able to, like, read you. And if I see you as a mod, like, commenting a lot, then I tend not to read your comments out. But otherwise, I mark the mods kind of so that I can read the comments out from the mods whenever they come up or are relevant.
Khomeini,
especially when there's a bunch of other comments in there and stuff, then I definitely do that, because
most of Iran's people were Shia Muslims, just like significant numbers
and
of
our
Muslims
members.
in Lebanon.
Make sure to read all the comrades out loud. So hit that.
Shia Muslims, whether they lived in Lebanon or Iraq or elsewhere, tended to look toward Khomeini as a spiritual leader. Hold that thought; it becomes important later. Anyway, the Shah, who as you recall was Jimmy Carter's friend, fled Iran and then came down with a very unfortunate form of cancer, which at that time could only be treated in the United States. Against the counsel of most of his advisors, Carter decided for humanitarian reasons to let the Shah come to the U.S. for medical treatment. This enraged the people of Iran, who had come to see the Shah as an oppressor. In November 1979, a group of these enraged people in Tehran stormed the U.S. Embassy and took a bunch of its employees as hostages. They demanded that Carter send the Shah to Iran to face trial for his crimes against the Iranian people. Carter refused. Though taking the hostages wasn't Khomeini's idea, he backed the radical group that did it, so it effectively became his policy. The hostage crisis dragged on for more than a year. At one point, Carter attempted a military rescue of the hostages, but it failed. In case you're wondering, the Shah's cancer treatment didn't work. He died, but Iran would still not release the hostages. Let's shift now from Tehran to Detroit. Yes, Detroit, as in Michigan. Unfortunately for him, the year that the hostage crisis stretched on through was 1980, the year Jimmy Carter was running for re-election. His opponent was Ronald Reagan, former governor of California, who clinched the Republican nomination in the primaries. The guy who came in a distant second in those primaries was George Bush. Hold that thought, it becomes important later. You may wonder why we're orbiting this high-rise hotel in Detroit. It's because this is where Reagan and his campaign team stayed during the Republican National Convention in July 1980. And it was where Reagan made a world-changing decision. Coming into the convention, Reagan and his campaign people, including his campaign manager, William Casey, had a bizarre idea to offer the vice presidential nomination to former President Gerald Ford, whom Carter had defeated in 1976. A Reagan-Ford ticket they thought would be unbeatable, but the problem was that Ford, who was also staying at this hotel, wanted a lot of concessions from Reagan in exchange for agreeing to be vice president. We don't need to go into all that, but suffice it to say, the deal to get Ford on the ticket fell apart at the last minute, just before Reagan was supposed to announce his vice presidential running mate. Reagan and Casey were so hot on the Ford idea that they had no plan B.
What's the narrator's name again? Yeah, just so you guys have this if you want to watch it. I'm going to probably go walk my dog for a second here, so I'm going to take a little step out, but we're going to let it run. Iran-Contra Explained, The Wall of Crazy Scandal by Sean Minger. Seanunger. Let me put this one in the chat real quick, guys, for you guys. So this one is here, and then I'll let this guy run. Sean Munger, and the video is called Iran-Contra Explained. All right, guys. I will be back in about 2-3 minutes here, and enjoy the Iran-Contra.
Suddenly out of the running, they had to scramble to find it.
No, don't want to do that. I want to do this.
An acceptable vice presidential nominee. In 3 minutes, yes, 3 minutes, Reagan made the snap decision to offer the VP spot to George Bush, the guy who came in second in the primaries. Bush understood that his political career was over if he didn't take the offer. He had no platform to relaunch his career, so he decided to take it. This snap decision, made in 3 minutes in a Detroit high-rise hotel room, changed American and world history. After their coronation at the convention, Reagan and Bush went out campaigning. They pilloried Carter not merely for being weak, but for humiliating America in the eyes of the world by not being able to resolve the hostage crisis. Let's shift back to the Middle East, to Baghdad now, the capital of Iraq. We're in the summer and fall of 1980. The previous year, 1979, Iraq had been taken over by an ambitious party boss and would-be dictator, Saddam Hussein. He was powerful, but his regime was a little shaky at first. Saddam was a Sunni Muslim. The majority of people in Iraq were Shia Muslims. Now, remember how I said that the Ayatollah Khomeini was sort of the unofficial leader of Shia Muslims everywhere, even outside Iran? Well, Saddam was afraid that Iraq's Shia Muslims would be more loyal to Khomeini than to him, partly for this reason, and partly for a complex bundle of other. Let's shift back to the Middle East, to Baghdad now, the capital of Iraq. We're in the summer and fall of 1980. The previous year, 1979, Iraq had been taken over by an ambitious party boss and would-be dictator, Saddam Hussein. He was powerful, but his regime was a little shaky at first. Saddam was a Sunni Muslim. The majority of people in Iraq were Shia Muslims. Now, remember how I said that the Ayatollah Khomeini was sort of the unofficial leader of Shia Muslims everywhere, even outside Iran? Well, Saddam was afraid that Iraq's Shia Muslims would be more loyal to Khomeini than to him, partly for this reason, and partly for a complex bundle of other reasons, which we don't need to go into. Saddam Hussein's Iraq provoked a war with Khomeini's Iran in September 1980. This would eventually become the most destructive war of the 20th century, besides the two world wars. In November 1980, Reagan crushed Carter in the presidential election. Carter had quietly been trying to negotiate with Iran to release the hostages. Ultimately, there were 52 Americans held in Tehran. After the election, but before Carter left office, his people managed to negotiate an end to the crisis, using the government of Algeria as an intermediary. The United States ended up unfreezing a bunch of financial assets belonging to Iran. Khomeini, in any event now, had bigger problems to worry about, such as that war with Iraq. However, just as one last gratuitous poke at Carter, Khomeini delayed the release of the American hostages until just after Ronald Reagan had taken the oath of office as President of the United States. In reality, Reagan had nothing to do with the release of the hostages, but Khomeini helped him out with optics that made him look good and which reinforced the appearance of Carter as a hapless wimp. Now, there was a conspiracy theory popular in the early 90s about this called October Surprise. The idea was that officials of the Reagan campaign, in some versions of the story George Bush himself, negotiated supposedly with the government of Iran to delay the release of the hostages until after the 1980 election. These allegations were investigated in the 90s, including by a congressional committee, and no evidence supporting them was found. We have enough real conspiracies in the story of Iran-Contra as it is. I don't think we need to spend much time on the unfounded ones. Let's shift back to Lebanon, where, as I hope you recall, that brutal civil war was still going on. By 1982, the war had begun to pull in various other factions and countries from outside Lebanon, including the PLO, Palestinian Liberation Organization, which was the chief coordinator of Palestinian resistance to Israeli occupation of the West Bank and Gaza Strip. Confused yet? Syria was also involved. In June 1982, Israel invaded southern Lebanon to try to crush the PLO, which was operating from that area. In response to this, in July 1982, the president of the American University of Beirut, a man named David Dodge, was abducted by terrorists in Beirut. The group that kidnapped him, Islamic Jihad, was a militant Shia organization sponsored by the government of Iran. The idea was to use Dodge, an American, as a hostage to get the Reagan administration to pressure Israel to withdraw from Lebanon. You could say that this crime, the abduction of David Dodge, was the seed of Iran-Contra. Dodge was released about a year later, in July 1983, but his abduction was the start of a whole new hostage crisis. a new spin in the endless cycle of terrorism connected to Iran and the Lebanese civil war. In the late summer of 1982, the United States, as well as a few other Western countries, did try to broker a ceasefire between Israel and the PLO in Lebanon. A multinational force comprised of troops from the US, Britain, France, and Italy went into Beirut to supervise the withdrawal of PLO forces from Lebanon. This force included about 800 US Marines. On April 18, 1983, Islamic Jihad, that same terrorist group that was holding David Dodge, probably working with another group called Hezbollah, carried out an attack against the US Embassy in Beirut. A suicide truck bomber blew up 63 people, including 17 Americans. This was bad enough, but an even more monstrous attack occurred a few months later. On October 23, 1983, Iranian-sponsored terrorists, again using suicide truck bombs, blew up 2 barracks buildings containing US Marines and French troops. The French suffered 58 casualties, the Americans 241. The Reagan administration's response to these attacks was incoherent for reasons I'll get into in the next chapter. Despite talking tough about not being pushed around by terrorists, there was no coordinated retaliation. Although in December 1983, the battleship USS New Jersey, which was parked offshore, fired some shells at neighborhoods in Beirut where terrorists believed to be associated with those who did the bombing were thought to have their headquarters. Also in December 1983, Iranian-sponsored terrorists staged another coordinated attack, this time in Kuwait City, believed to be retaliation for the United States and Kuwait supporting Iraq in the Iran-Iraq War. This bombing didn't kill a lot of people. Some of the explosives failed to go off and the targeting was faulty, but the incident was to have a huge effect down the road. One of the groups that claimed responsibility for this attack was called the Islamic Dawa Party. After the December 83 attacks, Kuwait conducted a dragnet and rounded up a bunch of terrorists associated with this group. 17 of them went to prison for a long, long time. They were known as the Al-Dawa prisoners. In 1984, Hezbollah, another group believed to be Iranian-sponsored, began taking more Americans hostage in Beirut, and they demanded the release of those Al-Dawa prisoners as ransom. This was not the only demand made by the hostage-taking groups, but it was one that kept coming up. For example, Terry Anderson, an Associated Press reporter kidnapped in March 1985, was told that he was being held for the ransom of the Al-Dawa prisoners. By the middle of 1985, Ronald Reagan was facing a protracted hostage crisis involving Iran that was very similar to the one that had haunted Jimmy Carter, and that Reagan himself had used as a political tool to defeat Jimmy Carter in 1980. The Reagan administration's stated policy was not to negotiate with terrorists. They didn't really have a lot of options on how to deal with this. On June 14, 1985, TWA 727 jet on a long-haul trip from Cairo to Los Angeles was hijacked in midair, shortly after making a stop at Athens, Greece. It's not entirely clear who the perps were this time. Probably Hezbollah, but not a slam dunk. The terrorists killed one American, a U.S. Navy enlisted man named Robert Steedham, and they dumped his body out of the plane onto the runway. This iconic image, one of the most famous of the 1980s, resulted from this attack, where one of the terrorists held a gun to the head of the TWA pilot during his conversation with news media. The terrorists demanded the release of hundreds of prisoners across the Middle East, including the Al-Dawa prisoners, as well as many others being held by Israel. After leapfrogging to various airports around the region for 2 weeks, the TWA hostages were eventually released on June 30th. Israel had indeed begun to free many of the prisoners that the hijackers demanded, but Reagan administration officials assiduously denied that they had pressured Israel to do it, even though they sort of did. Even after the TWA passengers were safe, though, there were, at that time, 7 Americans being held by Iranian-sponsored groups in Lebanon.
Crazy.
The cycle of terrorism brought the issue of hostages to the forefront of Reagan's foreign policy. Between the seizure of multiple hostages, the TWA hijacking, and emotional meetings between Reagan and the families of the hostages, by mid-1985, the hostage issue was at the top of Reagan's priority list. This was to set the stage for the Iran-Contra affair. Before we get there, we have to take a brief look at what was going on inside Reagan's White House, and even a little bit farther back than that, to Reagan's origins in state politics in California.
Okay, guys, I'm going to do it to myself, but I think we're going to go to the next piece of Johnny Harris's, the industrial complex, the industrial military complex. We've been doing little pieces of this. We will get back to the Iran-Contra ban, but I'm trying to wake myself up a little bit. I want a little bit of better, and this was pretty fucking crazy. We're an hour and 35 minutes into this one. This one is called The Deep State Explained, and this is 1.9 million views on Johnny Harris, The American War Machine Explained.
To seal the border, vote Trump. If you want to restore law.
The hand that mixes the Georgetown martini is time and again the hand that guides the destiny of the Western world. Harry Kissinger.
Law and order in this country, vote Trump. If you want to defeat the deep state, vote Trump.
Yeah, that's a good one to get on your own, because that's like you gotta really be focusing on that one.
Hey, Johnny.
Hey, Pachi.
I'm having a really hard time wrapping my head around this story, I must
yeah.
admit.
And this concept of deep state has been so, I think, poisoned by politics and Trump sort of using it for everything that he doesn't like. And it kind of makes it hard to approach it earnestly. But I think we have to keep digging, think there's something here.
Is the deep state real?
Is the deep state real?
It was a social thing, my dear fellow. I never received $1. I never signed a secrecy agreement. I didn't have to. I've done things for them when I thought they were the right thing to do. I call it doing my duty as a citizen. Joe Ossopp on working for the CIA as a journalist. Thought it was the right thing to do.
There's this moment in the 60s where you really see how this actually works, where power really is. To the height of this moment where the US and the Soviet Union are in this massive staring contest. There's nuclear weapons involved. Everyone thinks the entire globe could be wiped out in this conflict. And Cuba is centered right in the middle of it all, right off the coast of the US, but they're on the Soviet side of the conflict. The US at this point wants nothing more than to snatch Cuba, to make it their own, and they've been trying to kill Fidel Castro a million different ways. They're looking for an excuse to invade. And to push back on all of this, the Soviets actually start shipping nuclear weapons to the island. The US has no idea until one day a spy plane is flying over the island and they snap this wild photo. I mean, it doesn't look like a wild photo, it just looks like a random field in Cuba. But you zoom in and you see canvas tents, trailers, missile launch equipment. I mean, the US government immediately knows what they're looking at here. The world's most destructive weapons are actually hiding under these tents, ready to launch, sitting right in the United States' backyard, right off their coast. Nuclear war 103 miles away.
Within the past week, unmistakable evidence has established the fact that a series of offensive missile sites is now in preparation on that imprisoned island.
It's a crisis, a Cuban missile crisis. And one man in Washington, D.C. suddenly has a really difficult decision to make. Everyone around him wants him to invade Cuba, but he's not sure. Okay, but here's the kicker of the whole thing. Instead of stay at work that night and figure out this crisis with his advisors, Kennedy gets in a car and travels across town to a cocktail party.
He came here to a house in Georgetown, the home of Joe Ossopp, one of the nation's most influential newspaper columnists. It was the eve of nuclear war, And the President of the United States kept his dinner date in Georgetown. And the reason why is because at that party were the people he trusted, the people who really had power in Washington during that time. Most of them lived here, in this neighborhood, many of them side by side, all within a few blocks.
William Colby, the Far East chief of the CIA. He would later become the director of the agency. Chip Bolin, a former ambassador to the Soviet Union. Allen Dulles, who, boy, Allen Dulles, where to even start? He's the CIA's longest running director, and he lived right here in Georgetown. Frank Wiesner, one of the founding officers of the CIA. He lived just 6 blocks away. Felix Frankfurter, a Supreme Court justice, just a couple minutes walk away. And Kennedy himself had a house in this neighborhood. The reason JFK kept his date in Georgetown that night was because this is where power in Washington was. On the other side of town from the Capitol building, the seat of American democracy. The decisions were being made here by unelected men who had an immense amount of secret power. These were powerful men who were not elected or accountable. And at this point, they had become drunk on the worst kind of power. The secret.
We're halfway through the hour, everybody. Make sure you double tap, hit that like button, hit subscribe, hit that join button, become a comrade, help support the channel. You are watching No News is News with Alex R. Wagner.
Sort of power that corrupts. The kind of power that our founders sought to check and balance with all of their founding documents.
But here in Georgetown, it had moved beyond anything the designers of the country could have predicted, into a shadowy, separate part of our government, a deep state
that was actively blackmailing the Congress and working to undermine the President of the United States.
Trade in the news reports. My feeling is that it has not.
Okay, I'm doing this. The deep state. Is the deep state real? And if so, what is it?
In a globalist and totalitarian war, intelligence must be global and totalitarian. William Wild Bill Donovan. Man, I am losing myself.
Are you over there?
Here we go. Thanks.
Okay, if you can hear us.
I really want this.
Could you start by introducing yourself, who you are, and what you do, and what your relationship to this topic of the history of the CIA is?
Yeah, so my name's Jefferson Morley. I'm a journalist in Washington. I've been a journalist in Washington for the last 40 years.
In the old days, spy agencies were a war thing. When the US was at war, it would set up an international spy operation to best wage that war. And then when the war was over, they would pare down or totally get rid of the spy agency. The thinking here was that a spy agency took up a lot of resources and threatened civil liberties. A lot of power concentrated into a bunch of unelected people. Worth it during war, not worth it during peace. But then the biggest war of them all came to America's Pacific doorstep, and it changed everything.
And so Roosevelt now has a license, more of a license to do what he wants. And one of the first things he does is consult with a man named Bill Donovan.
Wild Bill, a corporate Wall Street lawyer who was obsessed with the power of intelligence.
Donovan had very strong opinions, and he said, you need a wartime intelligence service. You're going to war.
Wild Bill Donovan would be in charge of the Office of Strategic Services, or OSS, a centralized...
I've been up so long that I had to let this bright LED expunge itself onto my eyes in order to stay awake.
Intelligence agency that would be given immense power to do whatever it took to keep our people safe and to keep our team on top. This was the birth of modern intelligence, a euphemism for spying and lying and cheating and deceiving and sneaking and breaking, coercing, dividing and conquering. No idea was too crazy for the OSS during this time. Like, one OSS psychologist had this idea that Hitler could be demoralized if they just showed him a vast quantity of porn.
Paramilitary operations.
Strapping explosives to a bunch of bats and letting them loose over Tokyo.
Guys skiing into Nazi-occupied Norway.
Making fake companies, recruiting off Wall Street from all of his old colleagues, bringing in bankers and movie directors, fake radio stations, anything to demoralize, divide, or confuse the enemy.
The OSS is the first intelligence agency that the United States ever has.
Oh, and one of Wild Bill's favorite things to do was to have parties at his house.
Hi! Are we the first ones here?
deny it.
To plan and plot his operations with his friends in Georgetown, a neighborhood in Washington, D.C. that is strikingly beautiful. Here is Bill Donovan's house. It's now worth $17 million. It's beautiful, and this is where he would have a drink and chat with other Washington power brokers. He would recruit new agents from American high society, earning the agency the nickname Oh So Social. Pretty clever. Okay, but remember that spy agencies like this were a war thing only, and the war ended in 1945, and the OSS got dissolved.
The forces of Germany have surrendered to the United Nations.
What do we do with the OSS now that we're at peace? And Truman says, we don't want to risk having an American Gestapo.
A political police.
His meaning, especially in the context of having just defeated the Nazis, was, that's what led our enemy astray. They had a secret intelligence agency, the Gestapo, which wound up enforcing political norms and enforcing tyranny. And we don't want to risk that.
Here's Harry Truman doing the right thing and signing a piece of paper that says that the OSS can no longer exist. I mean, Truman was freaked out. He's like, this was really great to help us win the war, but this is way too much power in the hands of unelected officials holding secret information. But it was kind of too late. Putting the genie back in the bottle would prove to be an impossible task.
Is it significant that all these guys...
Secrecy keeps mistakes a secret. Secrecy is a disease. It causes a hardening of the arteries of the mind. Senator Daniel Patrick Manola
live 4 blocks from each other in Georgetown.
Yeah, it's very significant because they're the product of this wartime culture.
This is one party that just has to turn out right.
Here is target number 1 for the Reds. And who's in the bullseye? You are.
So there was a brief moment after World War II when the Cold War didn't exist. We were at peace. But then, almost immediately, tension started to rise between these two great empires that had been allies to defeat the Nazis, but were now skeptical of each other. And senators were suddenly declaring that it was impossible to know where war begins and where it ends.
The Soviet Union and its agents have destroyed the independence and democratic character of a whole series of nations in Eastern and Central Europe.
And this is when all the intel people that had run the OSS, many of them who lived in Georgetown, by the way, start calling for the resurrection of the OSS, a centralized intelligence agency that we can use to fight this new global war with the Soviet Union. But no, say a bunch of other lawmakers, the Constitution wasn't designed for us to put so much power in the hands of men who are doing secret things. Doing this will result in a police state run by power-grabbing bureaucrats. Too much power to military leaders and their insatiable appetite for more money, for more men, and more power, whatever the cost to democracy.
Truman's mind changed. And what changed Truman's mind was the growing confrontation with the Soviet Union.
And soon the papers were signed, and a new agency was formed. The Central Intelligence Agency, the CIA.
When Truman signs the National Security Act, he says, we have to be careful that we don't have an American Gestapo. So that thought is still on his mind.
The CIA was the big, shiny new weapon of the United States in the Cold War. And their mission was to, quote, gain and distribute...
I'm the spitting image of a buddy of yours also in the UK named Alex. That's crazy.
Intelligence. And to perform, quote, other functions and duties related to intelligence affecting national security. What does that mean?
Everybody knew what that language meant. Yeah. Everybody knew that was, and we just weren't going to talk about it because we didn't want to write it down on paper.
Like, what do they do with this vague mandate of national security?
Oh boy, they go to town.
You must stir the ingredients in your chocolate cake.
It's so clean, but so soft and smooth.
Respect for the truth comes close to being the bias of all morality. This is a profound thinking if you understand how unstable the truth can be. Frank Herbert.
Operation Paperclip, 1945 to 1959. The Americans wanted to get those Nazi rocket scientists on their side so that they could develop their own rocket capacity. James Angleton, for example, protects a general under Hitler.
CIA gets involved in the Italian
elections, 1948. Puts his thumb on the Italian democracy and makes sure that U.S. allies win.
Operation Ajax, coup in Iran, 1953.
The CIA and the MI6 organized a coup to overthrow the democratically elected government.
Now that we encourage the Shah to take that action, I will not deny.
CIA coup Guatemala, 1954. Bananas, of course, bananas.
Again, democratically elected government, reformists wanted to engage in land reform, and the CIA overthrows it, really at the behest of the United Fruit Company.
CIA is now helping American corporations.
The influence of American corporations on the CIA actions is unmistakable. Allen Dulles was on the board of directors. Howard Hunt, Birch O'Neill, David Phillips, CIA coup in Congo, early 1960s, CIA coup in Chile, 1973.
Good luck, Vegas.
The assassination operation against General Schneider in 1970 is coordinated with Kissinger's office.
Thank you. Nice to see you all.
Mind control experiments, MK Ultra.
In 1950, the CIA launches a massive program to develop means of controlling people's minds. Some 40 U.S. academic institutions were involved in this kind of
LSD
research.
to people without their permission.
And we develop a truth serum, dosing somebody with LSD 60 times in a week. NSA's Operation Shamrock, electronic surveillance, 1945 to 1975. The first warrantless wiretapping.
Oh God, Bay of Pigs, nightmare.
There were hundreds of CIA assassination plots.
Operation Phoenix.
Eventually, Bill Colby, who was later director, admitted that they had killed 20,000 people.
Operation Mockingbird and COINTELPRO. Operation Chaos, Watergate, Jim Critchfield, Frank Wiesner, James Angleton, Roosevelt, John Foster Corey.
CIA coup in Indonesia, CIA coup in Greece, CIA involvement in the Guatemalan Civil War. It was a CIA crime spree for 20 years. There's no other way to describe it.
So by the 1970s, the CIA is this powerful, well-funded machine of intelligence that is doing a lot of secret things all around the world. They start blackmailing lawmakers to scare them away from investigating them and reining them in.
These agencies had harmful personal information on lots of people. When I was doing my Angleton book, a guy told me one day when he went to meet Angleton quoted back to him what he had said to his wife in bed the night before.
Whoa.
And so they had this capacity, and people knew that they had this capacity. You know, the Kennedys knew that J. Edgar Hoover had information about his affairs with various women.
Happy birthday, Mr. President.
This kind of knowledge that they had, Angleton and Hoover were masters at using those kind of secrets as leverage. Kennedy had this thing hanging over his head, and he knew Hoover, had that on him. And so, he couldn't fire Hoover.
And so much of this power is concentrated among just a few people, many of them not elected, and many of them living right here along these streets in this neighborhood of Georgetown, living in fancy homes, having fancy cocktail parties, and kind of running the Western world. It's exactly the nightmare of the founders of the country and the nightmare of President Truman.
And 1 month after the assassination of President Kennedy, Harry Truman publishes an article in the Washington Post and says the CIA should be abolished.
Wow.
And he says it has cast a shadow on the historical reputation of the United States.
Whoa.
The man who signed the piece of paper that created the CIA comes out and says he regrets it. Eventually, Americans start to get savvy to the fact that their government is sort of going off the rails. As this war in Vietnam drags on, more and more Americans stand up and say enough, demanding accountability for a national security apparatus that had gotten out of control. And what does the government do in response? They start spying on the protesters.
Operation Chaos was the CIA spying on the anti-war movement. Johnson calls in Dick Helms and says, what's going on? Communists have to be behind this. And so they start infiltrating the anti-war movement. And they come back in about a year and they say, well, Moscow and the North Vietnamese, they really like this anti-war movement, but it's not controlled by them. It's not funded by them. It's pretty much an American thing, But that doesn't change anything. And chaos continues to grow. And eventually, by 1970, there's 30 officers working on it, hundreds of agents. And, the ostensible purpose of chaos, to detect a foreign hand, chaos was in existence for 7 years. Every time they were asked to report on it, they came back and said, it's not foreign controlled and it's not foreign funded, which was obvious to anybody who was involved in the anti-war movement. There were a lot of people inside the CIA saying, we're spying on our wives and kids, basically.
Wow.
They're going to the demonstrations and we're reading the reports at night. We shouldn't be doing this.
Are we trying to exterminate an entire people? What have we become as a nation?
Americans were waking up to the fact that these unelected men were wielding way too much power and spying not only on the entire world, but on Americans themselves.
Right? And so they stopped it, right? And so they stopped it forever, and then we're all free and it's fine. Don't you understand the way intelligence works? Do you think that because I'm chairman of the Intelligence Committee that I just say I want it and give it to me? They control it. All of it. All of it. All the time. J. Rockefeller.
We have been victimized by excessive secrecy, not only with respect to the failure of the Congress in the past to exercise proper surveillance over intelligence activities, but also excessive secrecy has created this kind of mischief within the executive branch.
Senator Frank Church helped lead the charge of taking all of these secrets and excesses and thrusting them onto the national stage and shining a light on them.
There has never been a full public accounting of FBI domestic intelligence operations.
The American people are learning, for the first time, just how bad this was. 800 witnesses, 10,000 documents. Their secrets were shared. CIA, FBI, NSA, assassination plots.
Does this pistol fire the dart?
Yes, it does, Mr. Chairman.
When it fires silently?
Almost silently, yes.
Spying on Americans.
A wholly comprehensive listing of everything those people thought or did on any subject you can imagine they're having a concern with.
Targeting people like Martin Luther King Jr. and other civil rights or feminist activists.
Bureau agents were told to attack the New Left by disinformation and misinformation.
Anti-war protesters were spied on,
Disinformation and misinformation.
COINTELPRO is the...
They were saying disinformation and misinformation about MLK in the 60s? Bro, like these buzzwords were around all the way back then.
Name for the effort by the Bureau to destroy people and to destroy organizations, or as they used the words, disrupt and neutralize. The Bureau went so far as to mail anonymous letters to Dr. King and his wife. King, there is only one thing left for you to do. You know what it is. You have just 34 days in which to do it. You are done.
That was taken by Dr. King to mean a suggestion for suicide, was it not?
That's our understanding, Senator.
The CIA's LSD mind control experiments were also detailed to the public.
One of the first things they come across is the MK Ultra papers.
And so were the FBI and CIA's attempts to infiltrate the free press, planting journalists within our newspapers. We would later learn in some investigative reporting that this infiltration of the free press was much more widespread than Church even discovered.
He reported that up to 400 journalists had been paid by the CIA under Operation Mockingbird, and there's no doubt that it was a massive effort and effective.
The Church Committee made a few things clear. Number one, that indeed a group of unelected government employees used immense power and resources of the United States.
The Patriot Act was written even before it happened. Bobby, you've been in here being pretty good, having good conversations. Welcome to the Mod Club, my guy. Don't abuse it or you lose it. Remember, mods, the rules, 5-minute timeout, only up to a 5-minute timeout. Use your powers that be. Only 24-hour timeouts for one of three things, either spamming, billboarding, which is a bunch of random comments fucking up the chat, or death threats. Other than that, let's get
government
back to it.
To pursue programs that were illegal, unethical, and generally out of line with American values and norms. And they did it in secret, outside of any sort of accountability, partly because the U.S. Congress wanted to give them money and turn a blind eye.
I can recall members of Congress who recoiled from responsibility of knowing what was happening. Members of Congress who said, "Don't tell me, I don't want to know." Whoa. I think that is an indictment of the Congress just as severe as any indictment which is labeled against any of the intelligence community.
When Dulles wanted to get approval for the CIA budget, all he had to do was take a top-line number to the chairman of the Senate Armed Services Committee, and he would say, this is what we want for this year. And the chairman of the Senate Armed Services Committee would say, okay, that's what you've got, and please don't tell us anything about what you're doing with it. And so there was no internal challenge to this world of CIA people.
But here's the other thing that is so crucial here, which is that when you listen to these hearings, you see people who thought they were doing the right thing, who thought that they were doing what they needed to protect the country during a very scary time.
After a 30-year period, all of a sudden you woke up one morning and here was this creature that had been created that no one along the line had ever really contemplated. Each of these steps that I think initially were innocent, honest steps.
Many of these agents were earnest patriots, but they were operating in a system free of accountability and transparency.
Even within the deep state, there are people who are doing things for altruistic and good reasons, and then there are people who are doing things for their own selfish or bad reasons, and exactly how many are in each category is sort of impossible to delineate.
I got sucked in when I should have known better, and where many other more intelligent, sophisticated people got sucked in other areas.
So after the Church Committee, all kinds of new oversight regulations come in. There's new committees formed, there's new regulations, and suddenly the intelligence community now finally has some kind of oversight. The deep state was reined in. Now, they did fight back. Church was undermined and intimidated by these agencies.
CIA people, they hated Frank Church. Jim Angleton would go around and say Frank Church was a KGB agent. Dick Helms raged against him. Kissinger. They couldn't believe that U.S. intelligence was being opened up. On the other hand, Americans were like, oh my God, this is what was being done in our name.
But overall, this is a story of American democracy doing what it's supposed to do, rein in the worst impulses of humans with power, and in the process, avoiding disaster, at least for a few decades.
One of you is about to be...
One CIA official told me, so you're from Congress, what the hell is that to us? You'll be packed up and gone in a couple of years, and we'll still be here. Staff member of the 1970s congressional investigation of Kennedy's murder.
Elected.
Kennedy's murder.
The leader of the single most powerful nation in the world. Have you formed any guiding principles for exercising this enormous power?
When it comes to foreign policy, that'll be my guiding question. Is it in our nation's interests? Peace in the Middle East is in our nation's interests. Having a hemisphere that is free for trade.
There are some very, very sketchy details reaching us here at Sky Centre. Important enough to bring to you, though, at this stage
A new threat. And a new call to give power to professional spies and bureaucrats to keep us safe by doing secret things.
And by passing the Patriot Act, we will make America safer while safeguarding our civil liberties and privacy.
And then, of course, new agencies, all with variations on the same name.
9/11 is kind of like a Pearl Harbor. There's this desire, we've been attacked, anything goes, we have to strike back, this is an existential struggle. And that same ethos of the early Cold War, anything goes, that returns big time after 9/11. And the CIA seeks or asserts, without being checked, all sorts of powers that they hadn't asserted before. They implement the torture program. They massively expand the warrantless wiretapping, the kind of things that we had seen Angleton do in Chaos. Those exact same techniques are revived and expanded after 9/11, on a very large scale.
Taxpayers funneling money into millions of...
Guys, we are 5 minutes from our show ending unless we get back above 100 viewers here before that 5-minute mark. Make sure you double tap, hit that like button, hit subscribe. Help support the channel, everybody, by hitting that join button, becoming a comrade.
New top secret jobs.
You're watching No News
22
News
Capitol buildings worth of new office space that spring up all around this area where I live to house all these new secrets. And inside them,
waterfalls of new programs, so many weirdly named programs, that no one leader could ever hear about, let alone regulate all of them.
There's not a whole lot of effective oversight on something that has grown so big and so bushy.
And none of which should be known to the public. That is, until someone who's worried that history is repeating itself decides to spill the beans.
Our breaking news this evening is the identity of the man who sent the Obama administration into defend and explain mode this week. His name is Edward Snowden. He's an American former CIA employee and computer technician. Today he came out as the leaker of classified NSA documents that spell out a secret...
And we all kind of wonder, what if we actually need this now? What if we need all these dark windows and top secret PowerPoint decks where they design how they're going to spy on us? What if our safety relies on what happens inside of all these buildings? So we keep funding them. But in doing so, we must at least acknowledge what we're doing here. We are trading a portion of our freedom in exchange for a sense of security. And in the process, we're creating and feeding.
I know this might be unpopular to say on this channel, but ICE Palantir Stingray's Sheriff Department Star program in Florida.
Kind of a new branch of our government power, one that operates outside of this elegant triangle that the founders constructed to trip up the corrupting forces that run the risk of always possessing men with secret power.
Most everybody agrees that there's overclassification. There's way too much information that's classified, but information is power, and the fewer people that have it, the more power the people that do have it have.
And the result is that when the most powerful man in the world arrives to the most powerful house in the world, promising to rein all of this in, to rein in the excesses, he actually finds that he can't. He's not able to change much of it. Instead, he sits there and watches much of the things that he critiqued grow under his watch. The thing that he's supposed to control, he finds he doesn't have that much control over.
These targeted strikes against Al-Qaeda terrorists are indeed ethical and just.
Secrets keep us safe, but secrets also degrade this delicate thing that we have called democracy and accountability. That is, until we save ourselves from their everlasting seductive pull.
All right. The next piece to this, The American War Machine Explained, is the truth about Area 51 from Johnny Harris. We will check this out. This is about almost 2 weeks old now. We've been piecing our way through this late night every once in a while. We have one last update, guys, for you before we potentially go. Right now, we just hit over 100 members, so we might be coming back here. But let's go to this one piece of updated news. Breaking, Iran claims the Strait of Hormuz is currently blocked. This is an hour ago on Fox News. Okay, guys, hour ago, Fox News, here we go.
General Jack Keane is warning Iran may ramp up its aggression as the Islamic Republic now claims the Strait of Hormuz is blocked, despite the president insisting the U.S. has control over the waterway.
Yeah, waterway traffic still down. Chief Foreign Correspondent Trey Yingst joins us from Tel Aviv with the details. Hey, Trey.
Yeah, hey guys, good morning. With no diplomatic breakthroughs, tension remains high across the Middle East as questions loom about the future of the region and whether or not a deal can be reached on this critical waterway. The Persian Gulf Strait Authority, an Iranian government agency, said Wednesday claims and repeated posts by U.S. officials that the Strait of Hormuz is no longer blocked do not change the reality. The Strait of Hormuz remains blocked and will not be reopened until Iran's conditions are accepted. Whoa. Now, Iran's foreign minister also says the U.S. has long miscalculated due to intelligence failures. Case in point, the war on Iran, now an even bigger miscalculation on the Strait of Hormuz. This came after President Trump posted yesterday on Truth Social, saying in part the USA has total control over the Strait of Hormuz. Our naval blockade is being called by everyone a wall of steel, and there is nothing Iran can do about it. Still,
how
less than
did
10%
God do that to me? We're at
110,
guys. We're going to get into the next hour of our poll of the day. Stay with us, everybody. We're continuing to go through this.
As some analysts warn of possible escalation before a solution is found.
Here.
You see the midterms coming. My gut feel is that they're likely going to get more aggressive because they don't believe the president will do much prior to the midterms in terms of military reaction.
I mean, he's already said he's low-keying it. He said that in an interview.
But here's the fact is, they have miscalculated with him time and time again. We have more capability in the region now than we had on February 28th, and it all is ready.
The focus on Iran comes as we're also tracking developments between Israel and Lebanon. Talks are set to resume in September in Rome, aimed at normalizing ties between the two countries and disarming Hezbollah. Still, details have to be worked out about proposed security zones.
Under no circumstances do we retreat, not in Lebanon, not in Syria, not in Gaza, from the security zones. The lesson of October 7th is that we protect the residents by having the IDF present in these places and defending them.
Israel is still launching extremely limited strikes in southern Lebanon as well as Gaza, taking out a Hamas commander there yesterday. Guys?
It's tough to see how this conflict will resolve anytime soon. Trey, thank you very much.
God damn, guys, that's crazy. All right, let's get back into it now. This one, we're going to go back to the Iran-Contra ban. Let's get another piece of this Iran-Contra ban. We'll piece this back and forth between the military-industrial complex war machine explained by Johnny Harris and this other video we got here from Sean Munger, the Iran-Contra ban explained. Let's get into part 4, the Reagan White House.
Ronald Reagan was a B-list movie actor in the golden age of Hollywood before he turned to politics in the mid-1960s. Elected governor of California in 1966, his appeal was based largely on what today we would call culture war issues, standing against the political and social changes sweeping America in the late 1960s. Reagan particularly hated college protesters against the Vietnam War. His election as president in 1980 is often seen as a conservative reaction to the turmoil of the 1960s and 70s. Because his background was in state politics and his main focus were identity and cultural issues, Reagan wasn't very well versed in foreign policy. What opinions he had about foreign affairs in 1980 centered primarily around communism and the Soviet Union. He wanted to take a hard line against them, and a centerpiece of his first-term agenda was greatly increased defense spending to counter Soviet and communist bloc military power, particularly in Europe. Beyond this, though, Reagan really didn't have that many thoughts on foreign policy, and it was not destined to be the strong suit of his administration, as he...
The symbol is saying that you're actually speaking Chinese, and that it's fixing it for you in U.S., but for some reason you're just saying something, but it's saying you're saying a different language.
Constructed it when he got into office in 1981.
Just like
there was a very simple reason for this. Reagan chose as his Secretary of State George Shultz, who had been a minor cabinet official under Richard Nixon. He chose as Secretary of Defense Caspar Weinberger, who had also been in the Nixon cabinet and who'd come up in California politics at the same time that Reagan was making his mark. The problem was that these two guys, Shultz and Weinberger, were exact opposites. They disagreed on almost everything, and they hated each other personally. The result in the Reagan cabinet was paralysis, because Shultz typically wanted to do something, and Weinberger usually wanted to do the opposite. Reagan typically avoided making a decision that would piss off either one of them, and thus he just didn't do anything. Case in point, retaliation for the Marine barracks bombing. Shultz wanted a strong retaliation. Weinberger argued against it. Reagan's solution to have the USS New Jersey fire a couple of shells at Beirut was a lame attempt to split the difference, and it didn't work. Reagan was not fond of confrontation. He also wasn't very hands-on. He delegated almost everything. As a result, his advisors, when they needed a decision from the president, carefully controlled the information that he was exposed to, and presented him with a limited menu of options to choose from. For most of Reagan's first term, 3 advisors in particular effectively gated access to President Reagan. These were his Chief of Staff, James Baker, Deputy Chief of Staff, Michael Deaver, and Ed Meese, counselor to the President, later Attorney General. In fact, these 3 together were known informally as the Troika. But then in early 1985, there was a change at the White House. Donald Regan, Secretary of the Treasury, yes, I realize how confusing it is to have a Donald Regan and a Ronald Reagan in the same White House. Donald Regan decided to switch jobs with James Baker. Baker, who was Chief of Staff, was getting burnt out. By all accounts, Reagan was somewhat power hungry. The switch, which was not Ronald Reagan's idea, occurred in January 1985. The age of the Troika controlling access and information that flowed to President Reagan was over. Now, after January 1985, everything went through Chief of Staff Donald Regan. Regan, who had been the chairman of Wall Street firm Merrill Lynch before coming to government, knew bupkis about foreign policy. He relied principally on the president's national security advisor, Robert McFarlane, to handle everything related to foreign affairs. Reagan was also being manipulated from an entirely different angle. He listened a lot to his wife, Nancy Reagan, who exerted a tremendous amount of control behind the scenes of the White House. Nancy had her own chief advisor, a celebrity astrologer named Joan Quigley, whom she consulted frequently.
The fuck?
Quigley would look into the stars and tell Mrs. Reagan which days were quote-unquote favorable for her husband to make big policy decisions.
Oh my God.
Quigley's influence on the Reagan White House was kept a carefully guarded secret for years. Now, if this all sounds nuts, it should. Reagan knew about the astrologer, but he couldn't do anything about it. His boss listened to his wife, and she listened to Joan. Reagan was intent on controlling access to the president, mainly so he could manipulate the decisions that were being made. If anything got done in terms of foreign policy, it wasn't because any sort of formal decision got made. The logjam between Schultz and Weinberger typically prevented that, but it would be because Robert McFarlane, the national security advisor, would make an end run around them and get the president to do what he, McFarlane, wanted. In short, the Reagan White House by the middle of 1985 was a pretty dangerous place, where good policy decision-making processes went to die. If you're getting the impression that the Iran-Contra affair is going to involve Ronald Reagan's advisors doing stuff behind his back without telling him, and then backstabbing each other to get a bigger piece of the action, you're absolutely right.
Oh my God.
That is exactly where this is going. Before we get to the arms deals, let's delve into one final piece of context. That requires a rather radical shift of venue, from Washington, D.C. to the rainforests of Central America, specifically Nicaragua, by way, rhetorically speaking, of Southeast Asia.
All right, and then the next one is going to be Chapter 5, Nicaragua and the Contras. Let's go back to Johnny Harris and the military-industrial complex explained. We're going to go into the episode on Area 51 here, the American War Machine Explained, and we are on the truth about Area 51. Any significant advanced technology is worth it.
We're ready to go up the hill, up the mountain, to glimpse the elusive Area 51 with our own eyes.
When did you see your first disc?
The first disc I saw, I believe it was the second, or I think it was the third time I was up there. We came out, and I saw the disc in the hangar. Upon seeing it, it struck me that, well, this explains all the UFO sightings. That this must have been some advanced form of fighter that we've been working on for years, and, you know, people have just caught it being tested, so on and so forth.
Remember at the start of our episode, this was the one conspiracy theory that Rubio was like, I do like the UAP stuff. Not that he was like, and he even talked about how people drift their way into it, but that it's legitimate, like...
Johnny is a crazy driver.
Dude, with this Jeep, I feel like I'm impervious.
Making me a little anxious.
We are arriving to Rachel, Nevada, which, like, I looked out on the map and I was like, oh, it's like a little city. It's not a city. It's like a little settlement in the middle of nothing. You can hear the sound. Wow. Oh, yeah, just up there freaking cruising. Turning left and right. Here's another one. Look at this thing. Look at this thing turn. Look at that. Oh my God. Look, it just made a 90-degree turn. Just whoop. Who is in that plane right now? Did you see see that 90 degree?
Dude, that looked insane.
Look at where we are right now. Here next to what was once a lake, deep in the vast desert of Nevada. During World War II, the military took over huge amounts of land out here. They eventually used it to test weapons, nuclear weapons. If you were in Las Vegas in the 40s and 50s, sometimes you could see these tests in the distance. Then, in the 1950s, the newly created CIA had a secret project they wanted to work on, but they needed a vast tract of land where no one would see them. So they turned to the desert of Nevada, and they found this dry lake bed. It would be perfect for a runway. The CIA, a spy organization, was building an airplane.
Back in the 1950s, the chief adversary of the West was the Soviet Union. And that was a closed society. So it was not easy to find out what their military strength was, their order of battle. It was deemed that overhead reconnaissance would be the way to go.
The result was this. This is a super strange aircraft. It's called the U-2, and the thing flies high, like super high.
In the 1950s and 60s, your average airliner would be flying up 30,000, 40,000 feet. For the U-2, reaching altitudes above 60,000 feet, above 70,000 feet was truly impressive.
What does it look like when you're 70,000 feet above the Earth's surface?
From 70,000 feet, you can easily see the curvature of the Earth. It's almost like being in outer space.
So it's the 1950s and the CIA is secretly in the business of making spy planes. And they're using the U-2 to spy on the Soviets from high above, outside the reach of Soviet radar and missiles.
Military bases, infrastructure, intercontinental ballistic missile sites, rocket testing, cosmodromes where space rockets were being launched, the submarine pens, the Navy, all of the Soviets' assets were studied.
The CIA was able to keep their base in the desert secret. Once the U-2 was successfully flying, they packed up and shut it down. It had fulfilled its purpose. But this base would be back soon.
If you haven't
eventually
yet,
the
double
entire
tap, hit
world
that
would
like
know
button,
about
y'all. Let's get up to the 300. We're close. We're so close. Help us get the 300 likes, y'all. Please, please. Streams
we're in New York.
Hello, hello.
Oh, hey, how are you?
Good, nice to meet you.
Very nice to meet you. Come on in.
Thank you, thank you.
Not very many people move into the middle of the desert, for their interest and passion. What brought you here?
Well, like many tourists, I came up here for what was supposed to be a day trip. I learned that Area 51 is a real base in the Nevada desert, that you can go to the perimeter and visit it, so I had to see it. So I fell in love with the desert, and I fell in love with the mystery of Area 51. That's almost 27 years ago now.
Wow. Did you have a open-mindedness towards the extraterrestrial narrative?
I was open to UFOs, military, a CIA base where they keep hardcore prisoners. Who knows what all the conspiracy theories are about Area 51. And then through my own research and through communication with other like-minded, I very quickly got in the right direction and learned what Area 51 is about and what it's not about. Yeah.
The owner of a website devoted to the Area 51 military base wants to know why federal agents busted down the doors to search two of his homes.
They busted through my fence line. They broke the door to my house. I heard hollering, "York Arnu, this is the FBI, we have a search warrant." Wow. A bunch of guns drawn, pointed at me, a riot shield, people with helmets on, with bulletproof vests, full riot gear on.
So what is the major fear? That it was some sort of espionage effort?
They thought that I was a hardcore spy, apparently, spying on the base, maybe even for a foreign government. Who knows what they were led to believe. None of that is true. I'm a guy who runs a website.
Just a guy who runs a website. Just a guy who runs a website.
We're now learning Area 51, America's capital city for UFO sightings, is apparently real.
The reports even include a map saying the site was merely a testing location for aerial surveillance programs.
As we pass this little hill here, we're passing one of the road sensors. And right now that sensor blip sends out a little data blip to the base. Hey, there's somebody coming. Yeah, that's security.
So, It's the 50s. The U-2 spy plane is flying high over the Soviet Union, successfully evading detection and collecting intelligence of all kind. Everything was going smoothly.
Until 1960, when Frank Powers got shot down.
It's the Hall of Columns in Moscow, scene of many a previous Russian trial.
Hey, we've got your pilot, and he's talking.
And now, Francis Gary Powers, pilot of the American U-2 spy plane shot down over Russia, faced the judges with composure.
Of course, they had the wreckage of the airplane, its sensors and cameras as well, so the game was up. The CIA knew there had to be a replacement for the U-2.
The CIA headed back to the desert of Nevada to try again. This time, they would actually be building this up to be a permanent base and testing facility.
That construction project was called Project 51, and subsequently the base became named Area 51.
To replace the U-2, they developed and started testing a series of aircraft that were on a whole other level.
Orders of magnitude more advanced than other aircraft of its time.
These secret aircraft could fly 5 times faster than the U-2, 20,000 feet higher. Pilots had to wear full pressure suits, basically space suits. It was a marvel of human engineering, and yet only a handful of people on Earth even knew that this was happening.
This was an aircraft that could cruise at Mach 3 speeds. That's 2,100 miles per hour, faster than a speeding bullet.
Now these things look weird on the runway, but they can look even weirder when they're in the sky.
People back in the 60s would be blown away by the spectacle of this unusual shape. It still looks futuristic, even today.
Yeah, that would fucking freak me out in the 60s.
UFO sightings persist, and skeptics often become confirmed believers.
I saw 2 red lights, and I saw it looked to be shaped like a pie. I could just see the front of it, and I just saw the round front, and I could see the lights on either side.
Why would they not
And then the red light was sort of casting a glow over the whole thing, so it looked like a round disc.
What are you looking at?
A flying saucer? This is the real thing, Conrad.
You believe in UFOs?
Personally, no, sir.
The CIA was able to keep Area 51 secret, but they had a hard time hiding these massive, otherworldly aircraft. Soon, air traffic control towers and pilots and the military itself were seeing things in the sky that they did not understand, that didn't seem possible. And remember, almost everyone in the military and even the CIA didn't know about this.
How do you know that you're not being used? How do you know that you know the full story when you
Everything is highly compartmentalized. Some of them have to have a deep knowledge of what the program's about. Others only need to know certain things in order to do their specific jobs. It's all tightly controlled.
The CIA knows that their high-altitude aircraft are causing a, quote, unexpected side effect, a tremendous increase in reports of UFOs. They conclude that during this time, over half of the UFO sightings are attributed to these spy planes they're testing at Area 51. But strangely, they didn't see this as a problem. In fact, they kind of embraced it, secretly feeding the rumors that these could be extraterrestrial visitors. One engineer called the UFO sightings a, quote, bonus, a useful distraction for a program that, in order to remain useful, must remain secret. But the CIA also used the rise of UFO sightings to study human behavior, to use the public as their guinea pig, testing how mass perception can be shaped and manipulated.
I absolutely do believe that there is a PSYOPs program going on where they want to throw something out there and see what comes back. How do people react to it? I know from stories that I've been told from people that have worked at Area 51 many, many years ago that they would actually put on light shows for the benefit of people to just kind of further this UFO myth. They want to confuse people that come out here and may actually see something that they are not supposed to see, and at the same time test their new stuff. And how do people react to it? I absolutely think there is a lot of stuff going on that most military personnel have no concept of, and that they are subjected to as guinea pigs, if you will.
But soon the Soviets caught up, and even these planes that could fly so fast and so high couldn't fly over the Soviet Union undetected. So here at Area 51, the attention turned from developing and testing these planes that could fly fast and high to testing aircraft that could disappear altogether.
So this is really the back gate of Area 51, but today it is the most known gate of Area 51, very heavily fortified. Back in the late 90s, there was a cattle fence here, a little guardhouse, that was it. And as more tourists come here, they feel the need for more security. So we got a double gate here. Don't go past the gate. This is probably as far as we want to go.
Okay, we are at the back gate. Here it is. It's quiet. Barbed wire. We've got some cameras looking at us right now. No drones. I will respect that. So there's a new radio tower right there, and it apparently is transmitting a radio signal that you can tune into. It is a part of an experimental program to use radio waves from like civilian radio stations to see things in the air. Passive radar is this technology. It's existed for a while, but anyway, if you tune into the right frequency, you can hear what they're playing at their radio station in Area 51. Not for people to listen to, but to test radar and aircraft. Oh, come on. That's it. This is it. That's it.
What in the world?
Oh my God, this is amazing. You go through this gate and
like
walk
Hendrix or something?
that way, you will get to the highly secretive base
Bizarre,
where they are.
right? All right, guys, that is our 10-hour mark. That means we have hit the cap on our show, guys. We have done 10 full hours live of news today, guys. Thank you all for watching. Once again, this is No News is News with Alex Wagner. Thank you all for watching. Double tap, hit that like button. Hit subscribe, everybody. Hit the join button. When you hit join, you become a comrade. When you're a comrade, let me turn this down. When you're a comrade, I'll turn this on. Right, that's good. When you're a comrade, you get that North Korean little patch next to your name, or a Venezuelan. Then you become a Cuban. Then you become an American citizen. Eventually, an Israeli, as we all know. You get those custom emojis of Joe Biden, Donald Trump, and everyone in between. You get all those exclusive YouTube shorts in the members only section dropped every single week, as well as our full VOD of this show. But you can also become now a bureaucrat, a $10 a month contributor, and you get all 20 of my feature films plus all 300 of my sketch comedy sketches. Thank you all so much for watching, for tuning in to No News is News tonight. We are literally hitting our cap of 10 hours tonight of news. That is when the show automatically ends. We're done. It's over. Let me hit that. I didn't hit the end on our poll of the day though. Let's see here. Let's end our poll. And Marco Rubio wins another one, guys. Of course he does. It was his day tonight. That's why we got such a huge surge. This is the number 3 large live stream of all time. All 3 of them within the last month, guys. RFK on Dana Bash was number 2. And number 1 was... God, what was that? It was just like Monday. Something happening Monday. I don't know. Oh, Hunter Biden, Tucker Carlson. But 18 wins from Marco Rubio now. 22 wins for Gavin Newsom. 82 wins for J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance stays retired tomorrow night. John Ossoff also has 1 win. We have been doing this poll every single day since the beginning of the Iran war, and we will continue to do this show every single day, 7 days a week. So hit that notification bell, because we are here every single day, at least 3 hours a day, usually 6, with a cap of 10. And today we hit 10 hours of news. I will see you all today. I mean, today is today, but today is tomorrow, right? For those of you that are still in here that are wanting to be awesome and cool and chill with me until the very, very, very end, let's go and let's look at the roll call for Daddy Trump. Let's see if we have anything interesting happening with the president today. I don't know if I'll be live with the president if he is, because again, it's 7 a.m. now. I'm going to bed, bro. Thursday though, here we go. This is the report. President executive time starts in 4 minutes. He has executive time. Then at 9 a.m. is the press pool call. 11 a.m. we have the president receives an intelligence briefing. At 2 p.m. the president signs. The president participates in signing time, but it's closed to the press. 3 p.m. president participates in signing time, closed to the press. And 5 p.m. president participates in another policy meeting, closed to the press. So we will not be receiving anything today throughout the day on Thursday from Donald Trump unless he decides to have Fox News, ABC, or someone in between jump in there on any of those executive times. Sometimes he gives us like a surprise executive order type thing. So we might be able to get it there. Other than that, guys, thank you all so much for watching. 213,000 views strong. Still 67 of you in the chat. Appreciate you all. Thank you. See you tomorrow. Or today. Today is tomorrow. But it'll be late. It'll be like 6 or 7 o'clock tomorrow. Today. Today at 6 or 7 o'clock. What time? Or zone? All of them. 6 or 7 o'clock. All of them. Okay? All right. Until then, peace!